In his previous life, just before his demise, Jiang Tianchen discovered that his adopted daughter was the child conceived through IVF between his wife, Su Yin, and his childhood friend, Han Dong. He had devoted his entire life to nurturing them. Upon his rebirth, Jiang Tianchen realized that he was not afflicted with infertility. Rather, he was a victim of clandestine machinations that had led to his later years being plagued by ailments. Jiang Tianchen remained stoic, methodically unraveling the truths of his former life, only to uncover a reality far beyond his imagination. The most astonishing revelation for Jiang Tianchen was that his adopted daughter was not Su Yan's biological child. She had concealed this fact to ensure his safety. In this life, Jiang Tianchen resolved to live freely and unrestrained. By leveraging the disparities in information regarding significant events from his past, Jiang Tianchen endeavored to construct a commercial empire uniquely his own, determined to obliterate all adversaries who harbored hostility towards him. Chapter 1. Living Again. In the grand city of Jinhai, within the opulent living room of Villa 17 in Tianlong Community, a lavish dining table was adorned with an array of sumptuous dishes, alongside an exquisite gift box. Beneath the table lay 3 empty wine bottles scattered haphazardly. Jiang Tianchen sprawled across the table, awakened from his slumber to a brightening day. As he surveyed his surroundings, an unfamiliar familiarity washed over him. His phone displayed 2 messages. One was a voice note from his fiancée, Su Yin, time-stamped at 10 o'clock the previous night. Tianchen, Han Dong is unwell with a fever. We shall celebrate your birthday another time. Han Dong has a fever? Birthday? Jiang Tianchen scrutinized the dining table, and dormant memories surged forth. It was his 24th birthday. Reborn 30 years ago. Jiang Tianchen gazed into the mirror, lost in contemplation. Han Dong. A glimmer of hatred flared in Jiang Tianchen's eyes as painful memories flooded his mind. In a sterile medical room, Han Dong stood outside a glass wall, clutching a walkie-talkie. Jiang Tianchen, the daughter you and Su Yin adopted is the child conceived through IVF between Su Yin and me. Han Dong revealed the harsh truth, claiming all of Jiang Tianchen's hard-earned wealth as his daughter's inheritance. I demand to see Su Yin. Lying on a hospital bed, Jiang Tianchen's heart turned to ash. Why had Su Yin treated him this way? They had been married for over 30 years, and he had never detected anything amiss, particularly during the year he was gravely ill and she had remained by his side in the hospital. Han Dong must be deceiving him. This is the paternity test between me and C. Su Yin is too preoccupied to attend to you. She is busy preparing a wedding house for our daughters. Han Dong smugly presented a paternity test that clearly indicated their father-daughter relationship. Get lost. Trembling, Jiang Tianchen retrieved his phone and dialed Su Yin. Jiang Tianchen, do not call Su Yin. She is very busy right now, Han Dong barked, his tone urgent, as Su Yin had repeatedly warned him not to disclose this to Jiang Tianchen. Hello, Tianchen. The call connected, and Su Yan's voice resonated, still imbued with warmth. Is Jiang Si Han Dong's daughter? There was a deafening silence on the other end for several seconds, and Jiang Tianchen's heart ached. Silence served as the most eloquent explanation. He had unwittingly raised another man's daughter, one who had been entangled with his wife. Years ago, at the orphanage, Jiang Tianchen had been instantly drawn to Jiang Si, who bore a striking resemblance to Su Yin, believing it to be a divine connection. In hindsight, how laughable it seemed. Puffed. Blood erupted from Jiang Tianchen's mouth as he collapsed onto the hospital bed, his consciousness fading. He heard Su Yin's desperate cries. Tianchen, I am coming over to speak with you in person. In a fit of rage, Jiang Tianchen pounded his right fist on the table, his heart filled with unresolved turmoil. To live once more and not avenge this grievance would be an unworthy existence. A trickle of blood seeped from his fingertips as Jiang Tianchen felt no pain from his clenched fist. The agony of the body paled in comparison to the intensity of his heartache. Why must you treat me this way? Jiang Tianchen slumped to the ground, unable to extricate himself from the depths of his memories. 3 decades of experiences played out like scenes from a film. Reflecting on certain events, Jiang Tianchen's heart bled. There were traces to follow. Su Yin had indeed betrayed him. His infertility, Su Yan's frozen egg records, his gaze turned cold. Jiang Tianchen recalled an incident 3 months before their wedding when Su Yin had administered a course of traditional medicine to him. It must have been the herbal medicine that caused his infertility. His health had evidently improved. How could he be infertile? All medicine carries some toxicity, which had led to lingering ailments in his body. Jiang Tianchen vividly remembered being diagnosed with infertility prior to their wedding, and Su Yin had insisted on marrying him, which had deeply moved him. There's still 3 months until I take the herbal medicine. Jiang Tianchen steadied his emotions and resolved to visit the hospital for a checkup that afternoon to substantiate this matter. He opened another message on his phone, revealing an astronomical sum, 80 billion. There was also a supplementary note. Mr. Jiang, please visit the Tiantong law firm within 3 months to sign a share transfer agreement. This was the inheritance bequeathed to him by his grandmother, Jiang Xinro. Jiang Tianchen's mother had been an only child, passing away during childbirth. To prevent the inheritance from being usurped by others, Jiang Xinro had secretly drafted a will before her passing, stipulating that Jiang Tianchen could only inherit it upon turning 24. Jiang Tianchen had only learned of this matter last month, and he chuckled bitterly, recalling how in his previous life he had invested the entire sum into the company he and Su Yin had established, relinquishing half of the shares to her. It was later revealed to Jiang Tianchen that the shares he had given to Su Yin were partially transferred to Han Dong. Tianchen, Xinyu died to save me. This sum is a form of compensation for her fiancé, and I am borrowing it from you, was Su Yan's explanation upon revealing the truth to Jiang Tianchen. Wang Xinyu was both Su Yan's cousin and best friend, who perished in a horrific car accident while shielding Su Yin. Han Dong was severely injured in a second accident. It was only a year later that Jiang Tianchen learned that Han Dong had never truly loved Wang Xinyu. He had merely become engaged to her to get closer to Su Yin. Each time Jiang Tianchen and Su Yin celebrated a special occasion, Han Dong would concoct excuses to lure Su Yin away. Racked with guilt over Wang Xinyu's death, Su Yin felt compelled to repay the debt of gratitude to Han Dong, obliging him in nearly every request, which Han Dong later repaid in kind. To repay this sum with dividends? Reflecting upon it now, Jiang Tianchen could not help but sneer repeatedly. It was akin to a cunning ruse. Having lived a second life, Jiang Tianchen would not squander this money on the company. Armed with the memories of 30 years from his previous existence, any investment he made would undoubtedly yield several-fold returns within a few years. After tidying up the dining table, he discarded the unopened gift box into the trash bin as if it were mere refuse. Just as Jiang Tianchen departed, Su Yin returned, dragging her weary body behind her. Tianchen. She entered the living room and called out several times, but no one responded. Where could he be? Discovering a premium box in the trash can during the midday, Su Yin recalled the events of the previous night. Upon seeing 3 empty bottles, a wave of guilt and regret washed over her. Having consumed so much alcohol, Tianchen must have been quite disheartened last night. Flustered, Su Yin resolved to sincerely explain and apologize to Jiang Tianchen. Surely, he would understand her predicament. She was merely repaying a kindness. Unwrapping the gift box, she discovered a valuable jade bracelet. The bracelet caught her eye, and she found it immensely appealing. The two shared a peculiar agreement. Whoever celebrated their birthday would purchase a gift for the other. As Su Yin prepared to head to her room, she was taken aback by several drops of blood on the table, causing her complexion to turn pale. Was her stomach bleeding again? In a hurry, she pulled out her phone and dialed Jiang Tianchen. We apologize, but the number you have dialed is currently busy. Su Yin attempted to call repeatedly, her efforts yielding only the same busy signal. Who could Tianchen be speaking with? A mix of worry and irritation coursed through her. Half an hour had passed, and the line remained occupied. She had never contemplated that Jiang Tianchen might block her. Before heading out, Jiang Tianchen had added Su Yan's number to his blacklist. After spending 3 hours at the hospital, he received the report, confirming his robust health. Just as I suspected, it is an issue with the traditional medicine. Jiang Tianchen's gaze darkened. In his previous life, it was Su Yin who had procured the herbal remedy and personally prepared it for him. Why would Su Yin resort to such measures? Jiang Tianchen clenched his fists tightly. I must pay a visit to Tianqing City. A thought occurred to him. It was an opportunity where an asset could multiply several times over. Chapter 2. Terminal illness? Cancer? 95 billion is an astronomical figure. Yet when juxtaposed with the trillions often associated with large-scale projects, it pales in significance. For 3 consecutive days, Jiang Tianchen acquired 200 parcels of land, both large and small. Such extravagance on Jiang Tianchen's part caused quite a stir within the real estate circles of Tianqing City. There was a fool, with wealth aplenty, who squandered nearly 100 billion on worthless land. In all likelihood, within 3 months, its value would skyrocket by over 1,000 billion. As Jiang Tianchen sat on the high-speed train back to Jinhai City, he reflected on his recent acquisitions, his lips parched. Once the subway line opens, these areas will transform into prime real estate, their future worth beyond imagination. Upon returning to Jinhai City, Jiang Tianchen retrieved another mobile phone. As soon as it powered on, a deluge of messages and missed calls flooded in. Ringing. Before he could glance at the caller ID, the phone buzzed with an incoming call. It was Jiang Yuqin, Su Yan's college confidant and one of the partners at Wishing Company. Hello, Jiang Tianchen answered. But before he could fully articulate his greeting, a tirade erupted from the other end. Jiang Tianchen, where have you been? The office is waiting for you. Beep. Jiang Tianchen had no opportunity to interject. The line went dead as soon as she finished speaking. He shook his head in silence. Jiang Yuqin had often spoken ill of him, and in his previous life, Jiang Tianchen could never comprehend where he had offended her. It was only later that he surmised a few reasons. Jiang Yuqin was a lesbian, enamored with Yang Ruoxue, who was also a partner at Wishing Company. Yang Ruoxue had grown close to Jiang Tianchen, and regardless of the matter at hand, she wholeheartedly cooperated whenever Jiang Tianchen spearheaded a project. The 5 partners of Wuxing Company were Jiang Tianchen, Su Yin, Yang Ruoxue, Jiang Yuqin, and Han Dong's fiancée, Wang Xinyu. Each held a 19% stake, while Jiang Tianchen and Su Yin collectively owned 43%. This company, founded by a group of affluent heirs during their university years, had burgeoned into a considerable enterprise within a mere 5 years. Following the trajectory of his previous life, Jiang Tianchen planned to invest $80 billion for one last round of public financing. At present, however, he felt disinterested. He merely sought to utilize the company to stabilize Su Yin and Han Dong while uncovering certain truths. Before her untimely demise, Wang Yuxin had detailed arrangements for her shares. Each year, dividends from her shares would be gifted to Han Dong, granting him the right to exercise control. However, there was a stipulation. He could not remarry before the age of 50. Should he do so, all arrangements would cease to apply to him. It was precisely due to this agreement that the group sought financing later on. Su Yan hoped Han Dong would remarry, transferring the shares Jiang Tianchen had gifted her to Han Dong. The thought of this matter gnawed at Jiang Tianchen's heart. He could not fathom why, in his previous life, he had accepted such a reality with open arms upon learning the truth. The foolishness of a love-struck fool was both laughable and pitiable. Seeing the multitude of missed calls on his phone surprised him. The majority were from Yang Ruoxue. More than 50 missed calls, while the number from Su Yin remained unknown, as he had blocked her. At the headquarters of Wuxing Company, Jiang Tianchen entered the building. "Hello, President Jiang," greeted the receptionist, Xiao Li, with utmost respect. Jiang Tianchen smiled and nodded, taking the elevator to the 10th floor, where he walked into the CEO's office. Inside, a round conference table was occupied by 4 individuals: Su Yin, Jiang Yuqin, Yang Ruoxue, and Han Dong. "Jiang Tianchen, where have you been these past few days? You even blocked Su Yan's number. What are you trying to accomplish?" As he entered, Jiang Yuqin, like a cannonball, unleashed her fury in defense of her friend. Su Yin appeared haggard, her expression one of grievance, while Han Dong tenderly offered her a tissue. Jiang Tianchen maintained a calm demeanor, choosing a seat a bit distant from Su Yin. "Have you lost your voice? I'm asking you a question." Jiang Yuqin, noticing Jiang Tianchen's demeanor, grew even more discontent. "Enough, Yuqin. Tianchen must have been preoccupied with something." Yang Ruoxue, surprised at Jiang Tianchen's distance, noted that he usually sat beside Su Yin, her eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light. "What's the matter? It was just a birthday. Why the tantrum? Who are you trying to impress?" Jiang Yuqin scoffed. Feeling her friend deserved better, she found all men somewhat disgusting. Su Yan's eyes were red as she turned to Jiang Tianchen, raising her right hand. "Tianchen, thank you for your gift. I truly adore it." Only then did Jiang Tianchen notice the bracelet adorning her wrist, his expression remaining indifferent and serene. "Why bother picking it up from the trash?" Su Yan's forced smile turned pale, her heart heavy with unease. Jiang Tianchen's distant demeanor unsettled her. He had never spoken to her in such a manner before. Jiang Yuqin and Yang Ruoxue exchanged bewildered glances. Was this truly the Jiang Tianchen they knew? "What do you mean by this? Su Yin has been worried about you for 3 days, and this is how you treat her?" Han Dong abruptly stood, slamming his palm on the table, glaring at Jiang Tianchen in anger. "Wasn't she with you?" Jiang Tianchen maintained his easygoing demeanor. Some matters, once accepted, no longer stung. Han Dong was at a loss for words, unable to suppress the joy bubbling within him upon witnessing Jiang Tianchen's treatment of Su Yin. "Tianchen, it's not what you think. I've been with Yuqin these past 3 days." Su Yin, sensing Jiang Tianchen's cold gaze, felt a wave of panic wash over her. She realized he had truly changed, no longer the compliant figure of the past. "Jiang Tianchen, what is wrong with you? Are you deliberately trying to upset Su Yin?" Jiang Yuqin, seeing Su Yin's distress, flared up, attempting to strike Jiang Tianchen. Jiang Tianchen did not indulge her. He seized her wrist and forcefully threw her aside, nearly causing her to stumble. "Tianchen, are you all right?" Yang Ruoxue sensed the situation had escalated beyond her expectations and looked at Jiang Tianchen with concern. "Me fine. Just needed to clear my head." Jiang Tianchen cast a melancholic glance out the window. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Ruoxue, with a conflicted expression, inquired, "Are you unwell?" Without waiting for Jiang Tianchen's response, she instinctively tightened her grip on her phone, stuttering as she explained. "I inadvertently overheard Xiao Li at the front desk say she saw you at the hospital last Friday afternoon." "Tianchen, why didn't you tell me you were at the hospital? Is it your stomach acting up again?" Su Yin hurried over to him, wrapping her arm around Jiang Tianchen's, recalling the few drops of blood on the table. A chilling realization dawned upon everyone present. What kind of illness could possibly transform Jiang Tianchen into his current self? A terminal illness? Cancer? Chapter 3. If it's over, then let it be over. It's the same old issue. It won to be fatal. Jiang Tianchen couldn't help but admire the imagination of those around him. With a troubled stomach, yet he still indulged in 3 bottles of red wine. Su Yin felt a slight relief, albeit with a hint of dissatisfaction. Tianchen, really? With your busy schedule, you don't even have time for a meal? Upon hearing that Jiang Tianchen had consumed 3 bottles of red wine, Yang Ruoshue's expression turned icy. Work? Jiang Tianchen scoffed, though he had let it go. A shadow of sorrow still lingered within him. You spent the entire night caring for someone, didn't you, patient Han? Jiang Tianchen stared blankly at Han Dong. A teasing glint in his eyes. Han Dong averted his gaze, pretending to be oblivious. Tianchen, why don't you believe me? That night, Han Dong was genuinely running a high fever. This revelation shattered Jiang Tianchen's heart. Fearing a misunderstanding, Su Yin quickly pulled Jiang Yuqin closer. I merely harbor concerns that you may misunderstand. I am not alone at Han Dong's residence. Yuqin accompanies me. Jiang Tianchen's actions this time are indeed somewhat unexpected, as he had always believed in his past life that only Su Yin was involved. Is Han Dong mentally challenged? Or is he merely a child of 3? He is merely suffering from a fever. It is not as though he is on the brink of death. Yang Ruoshue, with a look of astonishment, was under the impression that Su Yin was preoccupied with her work. To disregard her boyfriend's birthday for such a trivial matter concerning Han Dong. What kind of values does that reflect? Han Dong is her savior. She cannot feign ignorance. Su Yin intended to clarify the situation, yet was interrupted by Jiang Yuqin. Ruoshue, why do you constantly speak on Jiang Tianchen's behalf? Jiang Yuqin expressed her displeasure. If Han Dong is ill, should you not attend to him? Must the 2 of you care for him together? Yang Ruoshue was more incensed than Jiang Tianchen, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Yuqin. You are fully aware that it is Jiang Tianchen's birthday. Instead of dissuading Su Yin, you choose to remain here with her at Han Dong's house? I have no intention of tending to that insufferable man. Jiang Yuqin, feeling as if her tail had been stepped on, instinctively retorted. Yang Ruoshue's eyes glinted with fury as she shot a fierce glare at Jiang Yuqin, then turned her ire towards Han Dong. What exactly do you wish to accomplish? If you are ill, seek a doctor. Why involve Su Yin? Is she your wife or your mother? Andom's Gaza, Flita Narbosli. Unable to meet the eyes of those present, his inner thoughts seemingly on the verge of exposure. Suyana pide momentaridast. Staring at Yang Ruoshue as if she were encountering her for the first time, Jiang Tianchen was bewildered. What was the meaning of Yang Ruoshue's behavior? Why was she so protective of him? The 2 seemed to have no significant connection. Suddenly, Jiang Tianchen grasped a crucial realization. The reason Jiang Yuqin harbored such animosity towards him stemmed from Yang Ruoshue's feelings. In their previous life, Yang Ruoshue and Jiang Yuqin had cohabited, and they had adopted a child together. Did Yang Ruoshue have feelings for me? Based on today's interactions and reflecting on their past, Jiang Tianchen drew a conclusion. Everything made sense. Jiang Yuqin's profound hatred for him was now clear. His eyes narrowed slightly as a mischievous thought crossed his mind. He regarded Jiang Yuqin with a teasing expression, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy. Who would have imagined you harbored such peculiar inclinations? Jiang Yuqin initially failed to comprehend, but upon seeing Jiang Tianchen's mischievous demeanor and recalling that repulsive image, raised her hand to strike him. How dare you imagine me to be such a person? Su Yin detected the underlying implications of the conversation, her complexion paling further. Yang Ruoshue appeared utterly bewildered, surveying the trio with an expression of shock. Goosebumps rising on her skin. Jiang Tianchen shook off Jiang Yuqin's hand and smiled brightly as he raised his phone. I possess evidence. Upon his declaration, the individuals present were rendered speechless, Han Dong's eyes flickering with anxiety. Jiang Yuqin, lost in thought, trembled slightly, her hands quaking. Tianchen, do not jest. If the trust dissipates, then the 5 stars will collapse. Su Yin, attempting to soothe, was unperturbed by Jiang Tianchen's claim, confident that she had done nothing wrong. However, if Jiang Tianchen continued this farce, the 5-person startup would undoubtedly disband. If it must end, then let it, Jiang Tianchen replied nonchalantly, sending 2 screenshots to their group chat. One depicted Han Dong lying in bed alongside Su Yin, while the other showcased Su Yin asleep, wrapped in a thin nightgown. Han Dong had posted these images on his social media using a secondary account, with only Jiang Tianchen among his friends. That evening, upon seeing these 2 photos, Jiang Tianchen had succumbed to sorrow, consuming 3 bottles of red wine, playing so heartily while suffering from a high fever. Su Yin opened the images, her expression turning into one of shock as she stared at the pictures. After being frozen for several seconds, she abruptly turned to face Han Dong and Jiang Tianchen. Clearly, it's a group photo. Why are only the two of us featured? Su Yin gazed at Jiang Tianchen, her best friend, with sorrowful eyes. The second image must have been taken by Jiang Tianchen while she was asleep. In her past life, Jiang Tianchen had adored Su Yin so deeply that he accepted her explanations without mentioning the photographs, until their wedding night when Su Yin first offered herself to him. He had not dwelled on the prior events. The loss of her purity served as the most compelling proof. Jiang Tianchen felt a surge of panic, especially under the disdainful gaze of Yang Ruoxue, which left her flustered. Dreaded Jiang Tianchen. Was he not deeply in love with Su Yin? Jiang Tianchen knew that Jiang Tianchen would never leave Su Yin, which is why she had shamelessly provoked him in retaliation. Jiang Tianchen harbored a secret. Yang Ruoxue had long held feelings for Jiang Tianchen. Jiang Tianchen resented Jiang Tianchen for taking away her beloved. Now, she felt unsettled, sensing that Jiang Tianchen might truly be moving on. What if he shifted his affections towards Yang Ruoxue? As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Tianchen felt utterly lost. I merely wished to test Jiang Tianchen's love for you. Jiang Tianchen dared not reveal the truth, fabricating a flimsy justification instead. Indeed, I share the same sentiment as Tianchen. Han Dong worried that Su Yin would ignore him in the future. Call me Jiang Tianchen. Jiang Tianchen felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, repulsed by the notion that all men were untrustworthy. She understood Han Dong's intentions all too well. He merely sought to usurp Jiang Tianchen's position. She had no desire to push her best friend into the flames, and each time Han Dong sought out Su Yin, she made sure to be right by Su Yin's side, keeping a close watch on Han Dong. Tianchen, we are truly innocent. Observing Jiang Tianchen's indifferent demeanor, Su Yin felt a wave of regret wash over her. Jiang Tianchen remained silent, indifferent to the truth or falsehood of the matter. Recalling the incident with the herbal medicine, he felt a tightness in his chest. This obsession had lingered through 2 lifetimes. Jiang Tianchen wished to slap herself, realizing that if Su Yin and Jiang Tianchen truly parted ways, Yang Ruoxue would undoubtedly pursue Jiang Tianchen. In that case, she would have no chance whatsoever. Jiang Tianchen's mind raced as she pondered how to mend the rift between Su Yin and Jiang Tianchen. She was truly being foolish, causing chaos before and now seeking to repair it. All right, let us cease this matter. Let us return to discussing the financing. Yang Ruoxue tapped her fingers on the table, steering the conversation back to the day's agenda. Tianchen, have you received the 80 billion in funds? The inheritance from Jiang Tianchen's grandmother was already known to the group. They awaited this capital to commence their financing and public listing. Upon hearing Yang Ruoxue's inquiry, all eyes turned towards Jiang Tianchen. Han Dong's expression flickered with a hint of delight. Jiang Tianchen sensed Han Dong's demeanor, feeling a pang of distress. I did not intend to invest that money into 5 stars. Jiang Tianchen reclined in his chair, seeking a comfortable position, gazing at the 4 with a nonchalant demeanor. Not invest. Yang Ruoxue was genuinely shocked. 5 stars was Jiang Tianchen's labor of love, and he had endured client meetings to the point of injury. It appeared he had truly suffered a heartbreak. Yang Ruoxue glanced at Su Yin, feeling an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Tianchen, stop joking. Su Yin was fully aware of the implications and tugged at Jiang Tianchen's arm. What on earth are you doing? Jiang Tianchen's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Jiang Tianchen. Jiang Tianchen, how can you go back on your word? Han Dong was eagerly awaiting this substantial sum to regain his footing. That is my affair. You have nothing to lose. Jiang Tianchen was entirely indifferent to the shares of 5 stars, having found that making money was exceedingly simple in this second life. You promised to gift Su Yin 40 billion in shares. Han Dong, seeing that Jiang Tianchen was genuinely unwilling to invest, began to panic. His shares would be rendered worthless. Han Dong. Su Yan's complexion turned ashen as she attempted to stop Han Dong, but it was too late. Gift 40 billion? Jiang Tianchen and Yang Ruoxue looked at Jiang Tianchen in astonishment, fully aware of his deep affection for Su Yin, as he casually mentioned a staggering gift of 4 billion. How do you know I intended to give her 4 billion? Jiang Tianchen posed a question to Han Dong. Yet his gaze was laced with complexity as it turned towards Su Yin. Tianchen, please don't misunderstand. You have other investments. It's perfectly acceptable if you don't contribute to 5 star, Su Yin said, feeling increasingly uneasy under Jiang Tianchen's icy stare. The once gentle man seemed to be drifting further away from her, his cold demeanor a stark contrast to how he used to look at her. Su Yan, it is he who has broken his word, and yet you still humble yourself to speak with him? Han Dong, reluctant to relinquish his lucrative opportunity, cast a disgruntled glance at Jiang Tianchen, disregarding the strange looks from Jiang Tianchen and Yang Ruoxue. Han Dong, what does this have to do with you? Or do you believe a portion of this money belongs to you? Jiang Tianchen had encountered shameless individuals before, but never anyone quite as audacious as this. Han Dong trembled at the accusation, a sense of dread seeping into his heart. How could Jiang Tianchen possibly know? Tianchen you, Suyan's Chadav. Horrified by the realization that Jiang Tianchen was aware. She had only ever mentioned this matter to Han Dong. How much were you planning to give Han Dong? Jiang Tianchen's eyes locked onto Su Yan's with an intensity that conveyed coldness, fury, betrayal, and heartbreak. Tianchen, it is not as you think. I merely wish to repay Han Dong for saving my life. Jiang Yuqin and Yang Ruoxue exchanged glances, astonished that Jiang Tianchen had indeed deduced the truth. Under Jiang Tianchen's unyielding gaze, Su Yan remained silent, biting her lip. 20 billion. Su Yan, Jiang Yuqin gasped, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon hearing that figure, Jiang Tianchen felt slightly relieved. Su Yan was speaking the truth. In a previous life, she had indeed intended to give away 20 billion. Ruoxue Yuqin, what do you think? Should I invest? Yang Ruoxue and Jiang Yuqin were rendered speechless. Su Yan's actions were utterly excessive, turning around to gift half of the shares given to her by her boyfriend to another. Tianchen, I should have discussed this with you in advance. That was my mistake. Su Yan took a deep breath. Considering the substantial taxes involved in transferring shares, I plan to use the money you gifted me to facilitate Han Dong's purchase of shares. I had this in mind since the beginning of the year. As everyone listened, Su Yan autunit herationade. Cindy and Han Dong saved my life. After Cindy's passing, Han Dong spent half a year in the hospital, suffering from lingering health issues. You are all aware of Cindy's will. I hope Han Dong can move past this sorrow, start anew, marry, and have children. The shares I intend to give him will ensure he lives without worry for the rest of his life. The group knew of Wang Yusin's will. To be frank, it was rather selfish. For Han Dong to receive dividends from her shares, he would have to remain in mourning. Su Yan, thank you, Han Dong said, tears in his eyes. Jiang Tianchen felt somewhat distracted. Her approach mirrored Su Yan's typical style. Yet for reasons unknown, he felt a tinge of disbelief. Noticing Jiang Tianchen's furrowed brow, Su Yan realized she needed to clarify the situation. Tianchen, please wait for me. After hurriedly exiting the conference room, within 3 minutes, Su Yan returned clutching a notebook. Tianchen, you know my memory isn't the best. I have a habit of taking notes. She flipped open the notebook beside Jiang Tianchen, revealing a dense record of her schedule. She turned to a page where indeed there was an entry dated from the beginning of the year. Company going public. Gifting Han Dong 10 billion in financing shares. At that time, Jiang Tianchen had yet to mention the gift of money to Su Yan. Thus, there was no question of using his funds. When you mentioned giving me 40 billion, I thought it would be good to compensate Han Dong a bit more. Su Yan felt relieved to have her notes to clarify matters. Seeing Jiang Tianchen's expression return to normal, she sighed inwardly. Yet, a pang of pain struck her, realizing that Jiang Tianchen's trust in her had plummeted to an all-time low. The man who once placed unwavering faith in her was now a distant memory, lost due to her own actions. In the 3 days Jiang Tianchen had disappeared, Su Yan had reflected on the myriad moments over the past 2 years and suddenly realized that her focus on repaying Han Dong's life debt had caused her to neglect Jiang Tianchen's care. The amount you give is your personal choice. Jiang Tianchen refrained from making further comments and shifted to the next agenda item. The reason for their gathering: 5 stars financing and public listing. Tianchen, after taking 3 years off for recovery, you can no longer defer the position of president. Yang Ruoxue broke the meeting silence. During the first 2 years of 5 stars establishment, Jiang Tianchen had worked himself to the bone, even suffering gastrointestinal bleeding from overindulgence in social gatherings, necessitating a lengthy recuperation. Tianchen, you should take the presidency. I find it quite taxing. Su Yan gazed at Jiang Tianchen with anticipation, now understanding how challenging the role of president had been for him over the past 3 years. Jiang Tianchen appeared somewhat disinterested. Having lived once more, he felt averse to the 5-star company. With the public listing imminent, it seemed best for Su Yan to continue as president for the time being. Yang Ruoxue looked poised to say more, but upon meeting Jiang Tianchen's gaze, she sensed his unspoken plea for her to relent. Very well then. Yang Ruoxue felt somewhat embarrassed under his gaze, her eyes darting away. No one noticed Yang Ruoxue's reaction, except for Jiang Yuqin. Damn Jiang Tianchen. He truly intends to pursue someone else. Jiang Yuqin clenched her fists, her eyes filled with murderous intent toward Jiang Tianchen. Han Dong, grinning broadly, found Jiang Tianchen's absence from the company advantageous. It meant he could spend more time with Su Yan. As the president's assistant, he would be by her side every day. Jiang Tianchen understood Han Dong's intentions all too well and certainly wouldn't allow him that comfort. Was it truly Han Dong who had caused his suffering? Jiang Tianchen did not believe Su Yin was involved. She had no motive to harm him. In his previous life, all of his shares in 5-Star had been transferred to Su Yin on the day of their wedding. If it were her, there would have been no need for her to feign loyalty for a lifetime. Jiang Tianchen had considered leaving outright, yet felt an unwillingness to do so. He had yet to identify the true adversary responsible for his infertility. To ensure 5-Star's successful public listing, several positions would require adjustment. Han Dong's brow twitched as Jiang Yuqin was appointed to replace Yang Ruoxue as general manager, while Han Dong would take over as her assistant. Jiang Tianchen aimed to vex Jiang Yuqin by assigning Han Dong to assist her. If I am to be the general manager, what role will Ruoxue play? As for Ruoxue, I have other plans. That won't do. Ruoxue must remain in the company. Jiang Yuqin's voice rose sharply, rejecting Jiang Tianchen's arrangement for Yang Ruoxue. Yuqin, what on earth are you talking about? Yang Ruoxue shot Jiang Yuqin an incredulous look. Her role had always been orchestrated by Jiang Tianchen. Faced with the bewildered gazes of the others, Jiang Yuqin felt a pang of guilt and fell silent. Ruoxue, you will be responsible for the renovation of the Lake Chun scenic area. Lake Chun is the third largest freshwater lake in Daxia, featuring a large island in its center. 5-Star had invested heavily in creating a tourist attraction, a project Jiang Tianchen had previously overseen. With the Yang family backing Yang Ruoxue, she was well suited for this task. Once the Lake Chun scenic area was completed, 5-Star could earn billions annually from this single project. Jiang Tianchen had successfully managed this project in a past life, assigning it to Yang Ruoxue, who executed it flawlessly. Very well. Yang Ruoxue replied décisively. Observing the assignment, Jiang Yuqin exhaled quietly, noticing Jiang Tianchen's knowing smile directed at her. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped Han Dong. Could it be that Jiang Tianchen had uncovered something? His frustration was palpable. He had been demoted from his position as the CEO's assistant. However, as Su Yin and a few others had not voiced any objections, he was left with no choice but to accept the decision. The consequence of this was a significant reduction in his opportunities to engage with Su Yin at the company. Once the company went public, he intended to perform a series of emotional dramas in her presence, hoping to persuade her to reinstate him as the CEO's assistant. Han Dong firmly believed that if he demonstrated his worth, Su Yin would undoubtedly fulfill his requests. The upcoming listing of Wuxing was projected to triple its value, and with the available funds in their possession, there was potential for increased investment. Jiang Tianchen offered a gentle reminder. Historically, Wuxing's public offering had indeed yielded a threefold increase. He had plans to invest in the subway land project, as he was not one to turn his back on lucrative opportunities. Why wouldn't you invest? Jiang Yuqin, despite her disdain for Jiang Tianchen, recognized his capabilities, which was why she had partnered with him to establish the company. This was a question that resonated with everyone present, and they turned their gazes toward Jiang Tianchen, uncertain of his thoughts. After all, who would refuse money? Tianchen, I do not wish for your money. Invest in your own name, Su Yin said cautiously, concerned that Jiang Tianchen might be acting out of spite. She contemplated borrowing some funds from her family to amass a sum of 10 billion as a gesture of gratitude towards Han Dong for saving her life, vowing to wholeheartedly accompany Jiang Tianchen thereafter. My investments are already allocated to other projects, Jiang Tianchen replied, deliberately omitting mention of the subway project, as he felt it unwise to disclose anything not publicly known. Other projects? Yang Ruoxue's expression turned complex. 80 billion was no trivial amount. Coupled with Jiang Tianchen's reluctance to assume the CEO position today, it seemed he might be contemplating abandoning Wuxing to forge a path of his own. Everyone in attendance was astute, piecing together this possibility, leaving them somewhat perplexed about Wuxing's future. From the inception of their entrepreneurial journey in college, they had cultivated a clear understanding of their roles over the past 5 years. Every significant leap forward for Wuxing had been orchestrated by Jiang Tianchen. Su Yin bit her lip, her gaze dimmed. For the first time in 5 years, she observed such resoluteness in Jiang Tianchen. The events of that fateful night had created an irreparable rift between them. Did a debt of gratitude necessitate personal care? Su Yin recalled Jiang Tianchen's words from their 4th anniversary. Han Dong had fallen ill and been hospitalized, and while she had stayed by his side, Jiang Tianchen had spent the night in the living room, waiting for her return, uttering only a single sentence upon her arrival. This time is different. He doesn't even intend to claim the company. The 3 days without contact had been torturous for Su Yin. She had not wronged Jiang Tianchen in any way. Han Dong was not only her childhood friend, but also the fiancé of her closest friend and her savior. She had merely aimed to help him navigate his sorrow, nothing more. Stealing a glance at Jiang Tianchen, she found it impossible to discern his emotions. Something unusual was afoot, and Su Yin understood that the matter was far from resolved. Tonight, she resolved to soothe him. Are there any other matters? Jiang Tianchen glanced at the clock. It was 2:30 in the afternoon, and he yearned to return to rest. He had scarcely slept for 3 days, constantly on the move and signing contracts. Tianchen, let me take you home, Su Yin offered, her heart aching at the sight of the bloodshot eyes he bore. Jiang Tianchen was determined to track down those who had wronged him in his past life, a fixation that spanned 2 lifetimes. As he reclined in the back seat, gazing at Su Yin's profile from the driver's seat, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. At 24, Su Yin was at the zenith of her youth. Memories of their 30 years together flooded his mind, causing him to grit his teeth. To be reborn into youth after a lifetime, what a stroke of fortune. In his previous life, after their marriage, Su Yin had relinquished all her corporate responsibilities to devote herself entirely to Jiang Tianchen during his illness. Even in the hospital, she had remained by his side, who had administered the herbal medicine that had led to his infertility. Jiang Tianchen resolved to feign ignorance, determined to uncover the puppet master behind the scenes. What was even harder for Jiang Tianchen to accept was the matter of Su Yin's frozen eggs. No man could tolerate the idea of another man plotting against his wife while keeping it concealed for decades. In anguish, he shut his eyes, gripping his pant legs tightly. He would never forgive her, even in death. Su Yin, observing the shifts in Jiang Tianchen's expression through the rearview mirror, noted the myriad emotions that played across his face: happiness, joy, sorrow, and rage. She felt a profound ache in her heart, realizing that her concern for him had been insufficient over the past 2 years. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks as she wiped them away. Grateful that matters had not yet reached an irreversible point, they arrived at the Tianlong community, Villa number 17. Tianchen, you should shower and rest for a bit. I'll call you when dinner is ready. Once in Jiang Tianchen's room, Su Yin handed him a set of pajamas. Exhausted, he fell asleep within a minute. Su Yin exited the room to prepare a candlelit dinner. Jiang Tianchen dreamt that the only person who had wronged him was Han Dong, while Su Yin remained blissfully unaware. Just as he had been, the child they had adopted was actually Han Dong's daughter, with her biological mother not being Su Yin. Tianchen, wake up. A voice nudged him from his slumber, and Jiang Tianchen groggily opened his eyes to find Su Yin anxiously calling his name. Relieved to see him awake, she had been worried after pushing and calling for a minute, contemplating calling for emergency assistance. I'm fine. I was just in a deep sleep. Jiang Tianchen recalled his dream. It was indeed true that thoughts during the day could manifest in dreams. He wished fervently that his dream were reality. Everything is well. Dinner is ready. Let's go out to eat. Jiang Tianchen propped himself up, noting how Su Yin had dressed up for the occasion, enhancing her already stunning beauty. In a white dress, she looked even more exquisite, and Jiang Tianchen found himself momentarily captivated. In his past life, Su Yin had been 54 years old. No amount of maintenance could compare to her present self. Su Yin, a traditionalist, had always insisted on having a wedding before cohabiting. After dinner, I'll make sure you get an eyeful. Su Yin, noticing Jiang Tianchen gaze, shyly whispered. Chapter 6. Tonight the groom. The dining table was lavishly adorned with dishes prepared by Su Yin herself. She was the quintessential perfect wife, excelling in both the dining room and kitchen. How about a touch of red wine? A candlelit dinner would be incomplete without it. As Su Yin went to retrieve the wine, Jiang Tianchen took out his phone and snapped a quick photo, adding a caption and posting it on social media, visible only to Han Dong's alternate account. Candlelit dinner, tonight. The groom. Jiang Tianchen's intention was to provoke Han Dong. If he were indeed responsible for his misfortunes, this would expedite the process. There was no logic in a 1,000-day defense against a thief. Discovering the truth sooner would mitigate risks and allow for an early departure. Emerging from the bathroom, Han Dong's phone buzzed, notifying him of updates from friends on his alternate account. Upon glancing at it, his eyes reddened, his expression twisted with rage. He smashed the glass on the table, cutting his fingers in the process, crimson blood flowing freely. Jiang Tianchen. Han Dong seethed through clenched teeth, harboring a murderous intent towards him. What man could accept the love of his life in another man's embrace? I will not allow you to succeed. Han Dong held his phone in his left hand, recording a video, while his right hand bled profusely. He quickly posted a status on social media, specifically tagging Su Yin. This evening, Han Dong was destined for disappointment, as Su Yin intended to focus solely on spending time with Jiang Tianchen, without any interruptions, leading her to turn off her phone. 10 minutes passed, and Han Dong stared at his phone, devoid of any response. It felt inconceivable. In the past, whenever he posted on social media, Su Yin would invariably call within 3 minutes to express her concern. We're sorry. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Damn it. Han Dong slammed his hand on the table, his heart bleeding. The girl he cherished most was about to become someone else's woman. The image of Su Yin entwined with Jiang Tianchen flooded his mind, causing him to despairingly tug at his hair. No, Su Yin, you belong to me alone. In his turmoil, he thought of Jiang Yuqin and hastily sent her a message. Jiang Yuqin was enjoying a barbecue with Yang Ruoxue, feeling elated as she successfully invited Yang Ruoxue over for a late-night snack. Suddenly, a notification chimed. It was a message from Han Dong. Jiang Yuqin glanced at it with a roll of her eyes. I hurt my hand. Could you ask Su Yin to come over? Much obliged. What a lunatic. Jiang Yuqin cursed under her breath. Knowing that Jiang Tianchen would be furious, she dared not provoke him. After 5 minutes of waiting, with Jiang Yuqin not replying, yet the message showing as read, Han Dong felt the urgency rising within him. He took a screenshot of Jiang Tianchen's social media post and sent it to Jiang Yuqin, initially intending to ignore it. Curiosity got the better of Jiang Yuqin when she saw it was an image. What? Upon seeing Jiang Tianchen's post, she was taken aback. It was unexpected for him to share something like that. What is up? Yang Ruoxue noticed Jiang Yuqin's strange expression. Ruoxue, look at Jiang Tianchen's social media. Jiang Yuqin felt a surge of joy. If Jiang Tianchen acted this way, perhaps Yang Ruoxue would lose interest sooner, paving the way for her own chances. Tianchen's post? Yang Ruoxue's interest peaked as she unlocked her phone and searched for Jiang Tianchen's profile. Has he posted anything? Yang Ruoxue refreshed her feed multiple times, only to find that the last post was from 3 months ago. No way. That can't be right. I just saw a message from Han Dong. I'll forward it to you. Not one to miss a golden opportunity. Jiang Yuqin promptly shared Han Dong's screenshot with Yang Ruoxue. Upon opening the image, Yang Ruoxue's expression soured as an inexplicable pain tugged at her heart. Despite having prepared herself mentally, the reality of the situation still made her feel a pang of jealousy. The boy she secretly adored was becoming someone else's man. These men are truly shameless, even blocking us. Jiang Yuqin scoured her phone, unable to find that information. Noticing Yang Ruoxue's distracted demeanor, she felt a sense of triumph and disdain towards Jiang Tianchen. Han Dong waited another 5 minutes. The message was marked as read, yet he received no reply. He opted not to type and sent a voice message instead. Get Su Yin to come out, otherwise, I'll tell Yang Ruoxue that you like her. Yang Ruoxue, losing her appetite for the late-night snack, prepared to leave when Jiang Yuqin's phone chimed again. Seeing it was yet another message from Han Dong, she gestured for Jiang Yuqin to open it quickly, curious about what news Jiang Tianchen had. Reluctantly, Jiang Yuqin opened the message, revealing a voice recording. For some reason, she hesitated to play it, uncertain of what Han Dong would say. With Yang Ruoxue watching her phone eagerly, Jiang Yuqin steeled herself and pressed play. Get Su Yin to come out, otherwise, I'll tell Yang Ruoxue that you like her. Halfway through the message, panic struck Jiang Yuqin as she fumbled to stop it, but her nerves betrayed her and the entire message played out. Jiang Yuqin's face turned pale. How could she explain this to Yang Ruoxue, who was right beside her? How did Han Dong discover her secret? Ruoxue, don't listen to Han Dong's nonsense. Seeing Yang Ruoxue's astonished expression, she hurriedly attempted to clarify. Yang Ruoxue shivered slightly, feigning calmness, her skin crawling. So that's what it is. Yang Ruoxue finally understood one thing. Jiang Yuqin's frequent invitations for dinner were a cover for a romantic interest. Feeling utterly uncomfortable, she was not a part of that world. It's late. I should head back to sleep. Like a startled rabbit, Yang Ruoxue grabbed her small bag, exchanging a few polite words before making her escape. Jiang Yuqin watched her flee as if from a plague, feeling a wave of despondency and loathing towards Han Dong. That bastard. She opened Han Dong's message and replied with a voice message of her own. Su Yin says you should go to the hospital yourself. She's busy giving Tianchen child. Upon reading Jiang Yuqin's response, Han Dong's lips curled into a smirk as he clicked on the voice message. Su Yin says you should go to the hospital yourself. She's busy giving Tianchen a child. He hurled his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Han Dong kicked over the table, sending everything crashing to the floor in disarray. No. Grabbing his car keys, he stormed out of the villa. Sitting in the driver's seat, he hesitated to start the engine, pounding the steering wheel in frustration before slumping back in despair. Jiang Tianchen, oblivious to these events, continued enjoying a candlelit dinner with Su Yin. I'm merely acting. I just want to uncover the hidden mastermind. Jiang Tianchen continually reminded himself, while a surge of anger simmered within him. He was determined to claim Su Yan's first time for himself, unwilling to let another man benefit from her. Jiang Tianchen's thoughts were straightforward. This had nothing to do with Su Yin. It was merely a prelude to their marital duties. If it did involve Su Yin, then he was even more resolute in taking her first time, not allowing any accomplices to profit. Tianchen, you should wash up. I'll take a shower first. Su Yin's cheeks flushed, her gaze slightly dazed, her intentions crystal clear. Chapter 7. Taking Han Dong to the hospital. To set the mood, Su Yin had intentionally enjoyed 2 glasses of red wine that evening. In her past life, she had also relied on wine for comfort. But that was on their wedding night. Was Su Yin not planning to wait for their wedding night? Jiang Tianchen felt surprised, his heart racing with anticipation. In this life, he had endured 4 years of longing, waiting for this day. Tianchen. Su Yin changed into a nightgown that barely reached her knees, revealing her fair calves. Clutching a pillow to mask her inner turmoil. Perhaps it was the wine, or perhaps it was shyness, but her limbs felt warm, and her face was flushed. Jiang Tianchen, like a ferocious beast, pulled her close with burning eyes. Tianchen, let us talk a little first. Feeling the heat radiating from Jiang Tianchen, Su Yin's body tensed. Every muscle frozen, her heart racing. Tianchen, don't move your hand, it tickles. Su Yin squirmed, feeling unaccustomed. Their previous interactions had only involved holding hands and hugging. Tianchen, I haven't done anything to betray you, not a single thing. I won't go to Han Dong anymore, nor will I give him shares to repay his life-saving grace. I belong to you for life. You're the only one I will bear children for, I swear. After Su Yin uttered these words, she noticed that the hand behind her had come to a halt. Turning around in bewilderment, she beheld Jiang Tianchen's expression, which bore an unsettling change. Before Su Yin could finish her sentence, Jiang Tianchen seemed to transform into a different person, his demeanor now icy and detached. She was perplexed by what she might have said to provoke such a reaction. The man who had just moments ago exuded warmth had suddenly withdrawn his fervor. It's all right. I recall you mentioning that you wish to save it for our wedding night. Jiang Tianchen sought to quell any suspicions Su Yin might harbor, crossing his arms to assuage her concerns. A sigh of relief escaped Su Yin. She had initially feared that Jiang Tianchen was upset, yet at that moment, he displayed no interest, not even in a matter he had long yearned for. Jiang Tianchen found himself unable to surmount that psychological barrier. Tianchen, my grandmother called and requested that we visit her tomorrow. All right, I'll stay here tonight, Jiang Tianchen replied. Su Yin wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her head in his embrace. Suddenly, the doorbell of the villa rang. Su Yin rose from the bed and glanced at the wall clock, her expression one of confusion. At this hour, who could it be? Jiang Tianchen remained in bed, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was obvious to him who would come at such an hour. As he had anticipated, it wasn't long before the living room echoed with Han Dong's apologetic voice. Su Yin, I'm sorry to disturb you at this late hour. I hope I haven't interrupted your rest. What happened to your hand? There's so much blood. Su Yin's voice filled with concern as she hurried into the living room to fetch the first aid kit. Jiang Tianchen let out a derisive laugh, retrieving his phone and activating the hidden camera in the living room. He had discreetly installed several cameras in the villa, aware that someone intended to harm him and thus taking precautions. Han Dong sat on the living room sofa, his eyes darting around. Su Yin emerged from the kitchen, holding a first aid kit. How could you be so careless? That cut is quite severe. As she chided him, she opened the kit. I accidentally cut myself on a wine glass, Han Dong replied, his complexion pale. It was not merely a matter of blood loss. He had noticed the candlelit dinner set on the table and was watching Su Yin apply iodine to his wound. Despair flickered in his eyes as he beheld Su Yin's long hair cascading over her shoulders, her pajamas disheveled, and especially the hickeys adorning her neck, all of which cruelly informed him that he had arrived too late. Your complexion is dreadful. You've lost too much blood. Shouldn't we go to the hospital? Su Yin inquired, tidying up the first aid kit, having noticed Han Dong's pallor. All right, he replied, a hint of color returning to his face. Su Yin, still worried, added, I'll go change into some clothes. In a hurried manner, she dashed into the room, causing Han Dong's expression to twitch as he realized the direction she had taken. That was Jiang Tianchen's room. They were indeed living together. Su Yin took a few steps before pausing, a thought crossing her mind regarding Jiang Tianchen. Having finally mended their relationship, how could she possibly broach this subject with him? No, she could not leave tonight. Entering the room, she found Jiang Tianchen lying sideways on the bed. He was undoubtedly upset. Su Yin stealthily approached the bedside and retrieved her phone from the nightstand. As she exited the room, she powered it on. Han Dong, I'll call the driver to take you to the hospital. Both Han Dong and Jiang Tianchen froze in surprise. Han Dong wore a bewildered expression. Did Su Yin not intend to accompany him? Jiang Tianchen was equally taken aback, contemplating why Han Dong would require a man's company. Su Yin, at this hour, it would be inappropriate to trouble Xiao Wang. He has to drive you tomorrow. Your wound should scab over soon. It shouldn't be serious, Jiang Tianchen interjected. desperately wishing to point out that it was indeed late and inappropriate to involve Su Yan. Are you truly all right? Su Yan asked, still uneasy, caught between conflicting emotions. Han Dong feigned indifference, but as he stepped out the door, he stumbled, knocking his head against the doorframe. Han Dong, are you all right? Su Yan rushed over to support him. No, this won't do. Han Dong had been critically injured in a previous car accident, and his immune system was weak. Remembering the doctor's warning against any unforeseen incidents that could trigger complications, Su Yan cast a glance toward Jiang Tianchen's room, biting her lip before leading Han Dong out of the villa. Within a minute, Su Yan's voice message arrived. Tianchen, Han Dong's hand is injured. I'm taking him to the hospital and will be back shortly. You should sleep. Han Dong, adept at leveraging the life-saving favor he owed, had Su Yan completely under his thumb. Jiang Tianchen, despondently exiting the living room, felt the weight of emotional exhaustion. Even the most passionate of feelings could wear thin over time. Today had become the final straw for him, prompting the realization that letting go was the only true liberation. Jiang Tianchen gazed at the living room wall, where a photograph of him and Su Yan hung, a picture of her radiating joy. To hell with the truth, he thought, his eyes reddening like a wounded lion. Su Yan, you shouldn't have come out. Tianchen will be angry. It's all my fault for being careless. Han Dong lamented quietly from the passenger seat. It's fine. When we return, I will explain everything to Tianchen. Even if he can overlook the sleeping arrangements, he will surely understand my predicament regarding the hospital visit. In the early hours of the morning, Su Yan returned to the villa and immediately went to Jiang Tianchen's room, only to find the door locked. Her fingers instinctively retracted. Jiang Tianchen had never locked the door while sleeping before. He must be angry with me, she thought, her expression dimming. Why can't he understand? He is my savior. Returning to her own room, she opened a locked drawer and retrieved a phone. Ever since Jiang Tianchen had not returned home for 3 days, Su Yan had secretly installed a camera in the living room, wishing to keep abreast of his whereabouts. To her surprise, she found herself in need of it so soon. As the video played, it captured the moment she and Han Dong had departed. It wasn't too long before Jiang Tianchen appeared on the screen, and Su Yan straightened in her seat. He was carrying 2 large bags as he exited the villa, only to return after about 10 minutes. When did Tianchen's room accumulate so much trash? Su Yan wondered as she continued to watch. Jiang Tianchen stood in the living room, gazing at their photograph, evidently lost in thought for a good half hour. Tianchen, she whispered to herself, feeling a pang in her heart. The video only displayed Jiang Tianchen's back. Yet Su Yan could sense his turmoil, a sharp ache piercing her chest. Once again, she had heard him. What is he planning? Su Yan scrutinized the video, observing Jiang Tianchen make his way towards the kitchen. He fetched a chair and removed the photograph from the wall. Is he going to take down the picture? Su Yan's heart raced. No, she had seen the photograph still hanging when she entered the living room. Chapter 8. Borrowing 400 million, returning 500 million in a year. An unsettling feeling gripped Su Yan as she continued watching. Jiang Tianchen produced a file from his jacket and tucked it behind the photograph before re-hanging it. What was he placing there? A significant question mark loomed in her mind, compelling her to venture into the living room. Su Yan dragged a bench over, straining to remove the photograph and retrieve the file. She carefully returned the photograph to its place, tiptoeing back to her room, locking the door behind her, fearful that Jiang Tianchen might enter at any moment. What could it possibly be? She hastily opened the file, revealing a stock transfer agreement. Upon reading its contents, a deafening silence enveloped her as she collapsed onto the bed. Jiang Tianchen was unconditionally gifting her 43 of their joint 5-star company shares. Su Yan's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet of paper, as echoes of their past playful banter reverberated in her mind. Tianchen, let us pool our resources to acquire shares in Wuxing. If there ever comes a day when you no longer love me, how shall we divide the shares? Should that day arrive, I shall gladly relinquish all Wuxing shares to you. Tianchen, you must not speak in such a manner. That day shall never come. Su Yan trembled, her lips quivering. How had they reached this juncture? Was it solely due to her care for Han Dong? She was merely repaying a debt of gratitude. Yet, Jiang Tianchen failed to comprehend her intentions. Suddenly, Su Yan sprang to her feet and strode outside, recalling the 2 large bags Jiang Tianchen had taken away. The garbage bin at the villa's entrance was empty. Could it be that someone had salvaged them? Undeterred, Su Yan made her way toward the larger refuse station, where the 2 bags stood out conspicuously. Braving the foul odor of the dump, she activated her phone's flashlight and opened one of the bags. The sight within nearly caused her to collapse. It was filled with gifts she had purchased for Jiang Tianchen: leather shoes, ties, clothing, and 5 music boxes, which were his most cherished presents from her. Was Tianchen truly leaving? A chill enveloped her limbs. The man who had once been so enamored with her was preparing to depart, truly wishing to sever their ties. He discarded the shares and all her gifts, forsaking everything here. Why? Tears streamed down her face. She would not permit Jiang Tianchen to abandon her. She absolutely would not. With great effort, she carried the 2 hefty bags back to the villa, concealing them in her room. Jiang Tianchen awoke naturally, his body never having felt such relaxation. Once certain burdens are set down, one's spirits can soar. Having returned from his rebirth, Jiang Tianchen sought to disentangle himself from Su Yin, even relinquishing his shares in Wuxing, regarding them as mere severance pay for their relationship. Tianchen, you're awake. Come, breakfast is ready, called Su Yin, emerging from his room. He observed Su Yin bustling about in the kitchen, her eyes tinged with redness. Had she cut her finger, causing her such distress? Jiang Tianchen could not fathom Su Yin. It seemed they were truly not of the same ilk. Su Yin was acutely aware of Jiang Tianchen's thoughts and knew he would be furious. The breakfast spread was lavish, and Jiang Tianchen, unburdened by emotional debts, devoured his meal with gusto. Eat slowly. We must leave early. Grandma enjoys your cooking, Su Yin said, thoughtfully pouring him a glass of milk. After 3 years of recuperation, Jiang Tianchen had honed his culinary skills. All right, he assented readily, considering it a final farewell. However, Su Yin eyed him with suspicion. He displayed no signs of wanting to depart. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Su family estate, the butler awaited them eagerly. Mr. Jiang, he greeted with utmost respect. Uncle Li, has everyone arrived? Miss, the young master and Miss have been here for half an hour. As they walked towards the eastern courtyard, Su Yan's family estate sprawled before them, a testament to the Su family's immense wealth, with assets in the billions. The matriarch, Lady Su, was particularly fond of Jiang Tianchen, a significant reason for his presence at the Su household. Eldest sister, why are you so late? Came a sarcastic voice as they entered the courtyard. It was her younger brother, Su Zixuan, a man devoid of ambition, having just graduated from university. Eldest sister, hurry and make him cook. I'm starving. A girl, resembling Su Yin to a degree, pouted in frustration. It was her younger sister, Su Xingya, a rebellious spirit. Su Yin, why didn't you arrive sooner? Their mother chided, her expression one of dissatisfaction. Enough, let him cook first. Your grandmother is insistent on waiting for him to prepare the meal. We have plenty of chefs in the house, their father grumbled, his demeanor dark. There was traffic on the way. Su Yin attempted to explain, but Jiang Tianchen gently pulled her aside. It's almost noon. Let us prepare the meal. I'll assist you. Following Jiang Tianchen into the kitchen, Su Yin was halted by her father's voice. Su Yin, update me on the current situation with Wuxing. It can wait until after lunch, she protested, unwilling to let Jiang Tianchen bear the burden alone. With all these servants loafing about, let them assist. You, as the president of the company, should spend your time reviewing reports. Their father shot a piercing glare at Su Yin. Both her parents were dissatisfied not only with Jiang Tianchen, but also with Su Yin for rejecting the prospect of a marriage alliance. This final meal at the Su residence was not a favor to Su Yin, but rather a courtesy extended to the ever-kind Lady Su. In a previous life, she had always treated him well. Su Yin suppressed her rising anger. Each visit was met with disdain from her family. Were it not for her grandmother, she would have never returned. In the eyes of the Su family, Jiang Tianchen was merely a man living off the fruits of others' labor. Years ago, when founding Wuxing, he had borrowed 400 million from his Su family, and they believed that with such capital, even a pig could turn a profit. The partnership in Wuxing was insufficient to garner their respect. Alone in the kitchen, Jiang Tianchen worked diligently, with no servants to assist him. They had all been deliberately sent away by Su's mother, who harbored a deep disdain for him. Without Jiang Tianchen, Su Yin could forge a better life through alliances with other affluent families. He paid little heed to the Su family, as he would not have spared them a glance were it not for Su Yin. A pack of cold-hearted individuals, Su Yin had initially resisted the marriage alliance, suffering economic sanctions from her father for years. Jiang Tianchen shared a similar experience, fostering mutual feelings that drew them together. Jiang Tianchen swiftly prepared 8 dishes. Turning off the stove. 8 dishes aren't enough. I'll prepare 8 more. Can't you see there is still so much food? Su's mother stormed into the kitchen, covering her nose and mouth with her hand, imperiously barking orders. Jiang Tianchen rolled his eyes, disinterested in engaging with the woman. What attitude is that? Su's mother's face flushed with indignation at being ignored. What attitude do you want? If you desire to eat what you cook, these are not prepared for you. He retorted. Previously, he had been mindful of Su Yin's feelings. Now, he cared little for such niceties. Jiang Tianchen, don't think that just because Wuxing is about to go public, you can flaunt your wealth. Let's not forget where your initial funds came from. Su's mother spat. Hearing his mother's tirade, Su Zixuan dashed into the living room, casting a scornful look at Jiang Tianchen. Calmly, Jiang Tianchen let out a cold laugh. Did your Su family bestow it upon me? Isn't it so? Have you so quickly turned your back? Su Xingya, like a tempestuous girl, brandished furniture, ready to unleash chaos. Su Zixuan quickly intervened, reminding her that Jiang Tianchen was summoned by their grandmother. Borrowing 400 million, returning 500 million within a year. Do you call that a gift? What? A voice, aged and furious, echoed through the room. Chapter 9. The Su family meeting. Lady Su entered the living room, her cane striking the ground with authority. Su Dongming, come here. Her icy demeanor and piercing gaze fell upon the trio before her. She had intended for Jiang Tianchen to cook to mend relations between him and her son and daughter-in-law, but the outcome had backfired. Su's mother's face was ashen, while Su Zixuan and Su Xingya, like frightened mice, dropped to their knees. Su Yin hurried to Jiang Tianchen's side, a protective hen watching over its chicks. Tianchen, are you all right? She asked, her expression a blend of fury and concern directed at the kneeling pair. Her father rushed in, sensing something was amiss upon seeing his mother's countenance. Mother, don't let it upset you. Did they provoke you? I'll give them a proper lesson today. Su's father withdrew his belt, ready to discipline the two kneeling before him. Terrified, they hastily begged for mercy, knowing that the belt would indeed be used. Dad, this has nothing to do with us. Madame Su emphatically struck the ground once more, letting out a cold snort. Tianming, tell me, why did Tianchen borrow 400 million, yet return 500 million? Wasn't it made clear that it was an interest-free loan? Upon hearing this, Su's father's expression soured. He hadn't expected old debts to resurface. 500 million? Do you truly dare to demand such a sum? Su Yan's eyes widened in shock. She was entirely unaware of this matter and cast a shamefaced glance at Jiang Tianchen. Tianchen, why didn't you tell me? Had I known it was like this, I would have preferred Ruoxue to lend it to you. Years ago, the initial capital for Wuxing had been lent to Jiang Tianchen by Yang Ruoxue, but Su Yan had wished to avoid him owing anyone a favor. If it weren't for them bringing up old grievances, I wouldn't have mentioned this at all. Jiang Tianchen was about to leave Jinhai City, disregarding Su Yan entirely, and he certainly wouldn't care about her parents' feelings. Su Xixuanan Su Xingya exchanges glances, both looking towards their mother, questioning her claim of freely giving away 400 million. With such an opportunity, they could have easily shifted careers to lending. For all these years, they had been mistaken about Jiang Tianchen. During lunch, everyone found the meal tasteless except for Jiang Tianchen. In the afternoon, Jiang Tianchen was unable to leave, as Madame Su nearly begged him to stay for the night. Her intentions were clear. She wanted to provide Jiang Tianchen with an explanation. Jiang Tianchen was indifferent. He planned to depart the following morning regardless. In the Su family conference hall, Madame Su, with her frail, age-spotted hand, struck the table a dozen times. What are you all thinking? Are you still dissatisfied with such a wonderful son-in-law? Su's father remained silent, while Su's mother hesitated to speak. Su Yan wore a face of indignation, and Su Zixuan and Su Xingya felt like mere spectators, having no right to participate, seated at the side. Speak your minds. After today, do not blame me for not giving you opportunities. Madame Su understood her son and daughter-in-law too well. Their prejudices against Jiang Tianchen ran deep, and if not resolved today, future rifts would arise. Madame Su sensed a shift. Jiang Tianchen's attitude towards the Su family had changed, particularly regarding Su Yan. He would never have acted this way before. Otherwise, the issue of repaying 500 million would not have surfaced until now. Mom, I don't understand why you value that boy so highly. He is merely a castaway of his family. Su's mother was the first to voice her strong opposition to their relationship. Madame Su remained calm, directing her gaze towards her son, Su Dongming. Do you share the same opinion? Is lineage more significant than ability? Su Dongming supported his wife's view, believing that a family scion lacking capability was not a problem, as they could always find professional managers. This was precisely how the Su family operated. Their company thrived, reaping substantial profits. Su Yan fell silent, accustomed to such discussions. Madame Su's expression remained unchanged as she turned to Su Zixuan and Su Xingya. What about you two? They were taken aback, not expecting to be asked. They exchanged glances. Grandma, we agree with Dad and Mom's views. Madame Su's demeanor grew somewhat melancholic. Professional managers? If I hadn't kept the family in check, would the Su family have remained so peaceful for all these years? Since everyone is here, I have an announcement to make. Madame Su nodded to the butler, who handed her a document. Xiaoyan, for this round of Wuxing's financing, the Su family is investing 100 billion, which will serve as your dowry. Madame Su extended the document to Su Yan. Mom, I disagree. Su Dongming firmly opposed it. 100 billion was no small amount for the Su family. It's just a small, worthless company. Su mother's voice was sharp. 100 billion? Your sister's dowry? Su Zixuan and Su Xingya's eyes widened, feeling that their grandmother was being overly partial. Grandma, I don't want it. Su Yin was astonished, having not expected her grandmother to summon her for this matter. Even if her parents agreed, she still wouldn't accept it. She was confident in her ability to earn money. She wasn't alone. She had Jiang Tianchen. The thought of Jiang Tianchen leaving her cast a shadow over her expression. Madame Su's palm slammed heavily on the table. The Su family is still under my command. With her anger manifesting, everyone present fell silent, their faces reflecting their indignation. Xiaoyan, this 100 billion is not only your dowry, but also represents your shares in the Su family. Do you agree? Upon hearing Madame Su's words, everyone's anger dissipated. They realized they had misjudged the elderly matriarch. The Su family possessed assets worth over 1,000 billion. Taking 100 billion was not excessive. I agree. Su Yin had no intention of claiming the Su family's wealth. Receiving 100 billion was an unexpected windfall. Xiaoyan, I estimate that this round of Wuxing's financing will triple or quadruple its assets. Madame Su feared her granddaughter might think the offer was meager. She understood that, after her passing, the Su family would rely solely on Su Yin. Su Yin gazed at Madame Su in astonishment. The old matriarch was indeed shrewd, her estimates aligning closely with Jiang Tianchen's. Grandma, Tianchen said the same. Madame Su's murky eyes widened with conviction, further solidifying her belief that Jiang Tianchen was a valuable asset. He would have a place in the future Daxia. Su Dongming paused, casting a disdainful glance at Su Yin, not believing that Wuxing had any potential. He had outright rejected Su Yan's request for investment in Wuxing, viewing the investment in a tourism-oriented listed company as akin to a gambler at the betting table, unwilling to take such risks. Xiaoyan, this 100 billion cannot be disclosed to Tianchen. The matter was now settled, and Su Dongming issued a stern warning. Right, sis? Be careful, he doesn't get any ideas about your money. Su Zixuan offered a kind reminder, as he firmly believed Jiang Tianchen was after the Su family's wealth. Why not invest this money into the family company and let your dad manage it for you? Su mother, noticing her husband's subtle glance, smiled and suggested this to Su Yin. The ingrained prejudices were a towering mountain. The family's distrust of Jiang Tianchen was palpable. I've already told you. Tianchen has no designs on the Su family's money. Why don't you believe it? Sister, he hasn't shown his true colors yet. I've seen plenty of such gold diggers in my school. Su Xingya animatedly recounted dramatic tales from her school. Enough. The thought of Jiang Tianchen leaving ignited a fierce anger within Su Yin, and she forcefully slammed her folder on the table. Glaring at Su Xingya, she retorted, he covets the Su family's wealth. He even offered to give me all his shares in Wuxing. Why do you keep saying such things about him? Su Xingya turned pale with fear, witnessing her sister's fury for the first time. Everyone was stunned. Was this truly the usually gentle Su Yin? Leave, all of you. Madame Su's expression grew grave. Something significant must have transpired. The conference room was left with just the grandmother and granddaughter. Without waiting for Madame Su to speak, Su Yin was unable to contain her emotions and burst into tears. Grandma, Tianchen is leaving. He doesn't want me anymore. Chapter 10, Soul Searching. Crying 1T saw the problem. Tell me, what happened between you and Tianchen? Madame Su reprimanded Su Yan, questioning Ko. In just a month since their last visit to the Su family, things had escalated to this point. Today's Jiang Tianchen had struck her as strange. Su Yin stifled her tears and recounted the incident regarding the share transfer hidden behind the photographs, along with their conversations from years past. Xiaoyan, tell me honestly, is there someone else in your life? A 25% stake, valued at 70 to 80 billion post-IPO, and with a mere dismissal. One would only arrive at such a resolute decision when engulfed in profound sorrow. There is nothing, truly nothing. Su Yin swears to the heavens. Her love for Jiang Tianchen is so profound that betrayal is beyond her. How is Tianchen's health? If Su Yin is not the one at fault, could it be that Jiang Tianchen is afflicted with a terminal illness? Su Yin is the love of his life, and he has generously bestowed upon her all his shares in advance. His health is stable, having undergone regular checkups over the past 3 years. After a long contemplation, old Madame Su finds the situation rather intricate. Su Yin bites her lips softly, her voice barely a whisper. It is because of Han Dong. She recounts the events of the past 2 years in detail. Upon hearing her, old Madame Su points at Su Yin, a look of exasperation etched on her face. How could you be so foolish? Grandma, Han Dong is my savior. I cannot turn my back on him. Why can't you all understand me? Tears streamed down Su Yan's cheeks uncontrollably, questioning why everyone regards her this way. Is it wrong to express gratitude? Does gratitude necessitate personal service? Why do you echo this sentiment? Tianchen said the same last time. What have I done wrong? Old Madam Su shakes her head in a bittersweet smile, realizing that Su Yin has not yet grasped the gravity of the situation, and it is no wonder Jiang Tianchen wishes to depart. Let me ask you, if your savior were a stranger, would you be able to respond to their every call? Old Madam Su interjects before Su Yin can answer. Do not rush to respond. Ponder it carefully. Su Yin closes her eyes, silently contemplating the question. A stranger? Her body trembles slightly, her expression stiffening. Grandma, I could do it. Old Madam Su, seemingly oblivious to Su Yan's subtle reaction, continues with her inquiries. What is the name of your partner? Are you referring to Jiang Yuqin or Yang Ruoxue? Su Yin replies, puzzled as to why they are being mentioned. Hypothetically, if Yang Ruoxue were in your position, being Tianchen's savior, allowing him to be at her beck and call, and spending nights at her place, would you be able to accept that? Su Yin closes her eyes, envisioning the scenario of Jiang Tianchen with Yang Ruoxue. Her body involuntarily shakes as she struggles to convince herself that Tianchen is merely expressing gratitude, yet her mind races with chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, Su Yin opens her eyes wide, staring blankly at old Madam Su. Why use Yang Ruoxue as an example? If it were Jiang Yuqin, the discomfort would be significantly lessened. Can you empathize with Tianchen's suffering? This is not the same. Su Yin attempts to argue, her reasoning feeble. Do not deceive yourself. That boy Han Dong has been under my watch since childhood, and he harbors feelings for you. Grandma, Han Dong is Sinu's fiancé. I have never had feelings for him. Su Yin vehemently denies it, affirming that she has never liked Han Dong, past, present, or future. This, she is unequivocally certain of. Oh, my foolish child, I did not mention Han Dong. I referred to the one abroad. They're cousins, after all. Upon hearing this, Su Yin's face pales instantly, a string within her snapping as buried memories flood her mind. That sentimental rogue, her white moonlight, she had nearly forgotten his visage until now. That boy Han Dong is infatuated with you. You instinctively blend his devotion with that other person's appearance. Old Madam Su, wise with age, had discerned Han Dong's feelings for Su Yin many years ago. I do not. Su Yin's voice rises sharply. It is not as she claims. In her heart, there is only Jiang Tianchen. He embodies her perfect ideal, unblemished by looks or abilities. Xiaoyan, you must confront this matter earnestly. If you cannot face your true feelings, I shall support Tianchen's decision. I do not wish for the Su family to acquire another enemy in the future. Su Yin gazes blankly at old Madam Su. The implication of her words starkly clear. Could it be that one day she will come to despise Jiang Tianchen out of love? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Su Yin's eyes shine with determination. In this life, she shall love only Jiang Tianchen. Her heart holds only him, leaving no room for anyone else. Have you made up your mind? Indeed. Su Yin nods firmly. In this life and the next, she desires only Jiang Tianchen. She belongs solely to him. Grandma, what should I do? Su Yin, in a state of turmoil, is at a loss for how to mend things with Jiang Tianchen. Old Madam Su smiles. You need not worry about this matter. I shall arrange everything. Seize the opportunities that come your way. As dusk falls and the sunset wanes, Su Yin and Jiang Tianchen stroll through the Su family estate. The setting sun paints a beautiful scene, yet it is merely a prelude to twilight. Jiang Tianchen gazes at the sky, his expression complex, recognizing that his relationship with Su Yin has reached its conclusion. Su Yin, I will be going to Tianyin City tomorrow. For how long? Su Yin feigns ignorance of the deeper meaning behind Jiang Tianchen's words. We shall see when the time comes. Su Yin's body trembles slightly as she suppresses her inner anguish, placing her last glimmer of hope in her grandmother's hands. She walks ahead, with Jiang Tianchen trailing behind. Observing Su Yin's flowing hair and graceful silhouette, a whirlwind of emotions stirs within him. Reluctance, nostalgia, determination, and heartache. Perhaps it is better to embrace the pain swiftly than to endure it slowly. Jiang Tianchen fears the truth, fearing that Su Yin may be the one to harm him. Su Yin's eyes are red, struggling to hold back her tears when she senses a gaze lingering on her. Tianchen, do you find it hard to part? Or do you still love me? On their way back, both remain silent, walking side by side in quietude. Dinner consists of only three, Jiang Tianchen, Su Yin, and old Madam Su. The latter personally pours Jiang Tianchen a cup of medicinal wine, insisting that he shares a drink with her. Old Madam Su is quite talkative, recounting the history of the Su family's rise and the hardships faced by old Master Su in the early days of his business. Jiang Tianchen listens with rapt attention, admiring old Madame Su's fortitude in building the Su family empire from nothing, unlike their generation, who at least have the advantage of starting capital and formal education. Tianchen, Xiaoyan, thank you for keeping your grandmother company for so long. I'm too old to keep at it. I shall take my leave now. Old Madame Su glances at the clock, which reads 9:30 in the evening. Su Yin and Jiang Tianchen return to the second floor of the neighboring villa. Tianchen, get some rest early. Su Yin ushers Jiang Tianchen into his room before turning to head to her own. Jiang Tianchen, feeling overheated, makes a beeline for the bathroom. Knock, knock. Shortly after, Su Yin's voice sounds from the door. Tianchen, are you asleep? Chopteronse, capturing Su Yan. Jiang Tianchen casually throws on a bathrobe and opens the door. Su Yin stands gracefully at the entrance, holding a food box. For reasons unknown, Jiang Tianchen finds Su Yin particularly enchanting this evening. Tianchen, Uncle Li has sent us some soup, as Grandma requested. Su Yan beams, entering the room and sitting on the edge of the bed. She places the food box on the small round table, opens it, and serves Jiang Tianchen a generous bowl of black chicken ginseng soup. After consuming a bowl, Jiang Tianchen feels an even greater warmth coursing through him. Isn't it delicious? I'll have another bowl. Su Yin rolls up her sleeves, fetching another bowl of soup. Her delicate arms and graceful curves evoke a surge of heat within Jiang Tianchen. Tianchen, I will be sleeping here tonight. Su Yin, without waiting for Jiang Tianchen to speak, rose and made her way to the bathroom. Tianchen, please help me take off my robe, came her voice from within. Jiang Tianchen retrieved an unopened bag containing a women's nightgown from the bedside table and handed it to Su Yin, whose arm reached out amidst the swirling mist, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster skin. He splashed cold water on his face, swiftly brushed his teeth, and returned to bed. With her long hair wrapped in a towel, Su Yin sat at the edge of the bed, scrolling through her phone. Are we sleeping this early tonight? It's been ages since we took a couple's photo. Let us snap one. She burrowed under the covers, resting her head against Jiang Tianchen's shoulder, her cheeks dimpled with delight. Su Yin posted the photo on her social media, accompanied by a heartfelt caption. After 4 years of perseverance, we have finally reaped the rewards. In the picture, her smile radiated brilliance. Once she finished posting, she switched off her phone. The post was made public for all her friends to see, and soon, a flood of congratulatory messages poured in. Yet, 2 individuals were left heartbroken. Yang Ruoxue, already in a foul mood, sank further into despair and resorted to drowning her sorrows. Han Dong, upon seeing Su Yan's post, immediately called her, only to be met with the cold, disheartening voice of her voicemail, which sent him into a spiral of anguish. Determined to prevent Su Yin from making a grave mistake, he drove to her villa, but was met with disappointment. Despite knocking for several minutes, no one answered. Defeated, he slumped back into his car. Su Yin, you cannot do this, he lamented, feeling the sharp pangs of inadequacy gnawing at him, resenting his parents for not being part of the elite class. Growing up together as childhood friends, he and Su Yin were once inseparable. Yet her parents held him in disdain. Why was Jiang Tianchen, a scion of a wealthy family, accepted while he, a cast-off from his own, was not? Han Dong acknowledged Jiang Tianchen's remarkable abilities, believing he too was not lacking, having graduated from the same university and possessing comparable management skills. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed as a presidential assistant. He thought that if the Su family had provided him with 400 million as a starting capital, he could achieve equally impressive results. A soft body leaned in, wrapping him in a gentle embrace. Tianchen, why are you so warm? Suan is warm, Retikal Jiang Tianchen neck. Naturally, he would not let such an opportunity slip away. Their passions ignited. Everything unfolded with an effortless grace. As dawn broke, Su Yin awoke to a disheveled bed, glancing at the clock. It was 11 in the morning. A blush crept across her cheeks. She and Jiang Tianchen had finally consummated their relationship. The sheets were dotted with evidence of her affection, the finest proof of their bond. As she gazed at the slumbering Jiang Tianchen, a tender smile graced her lips. She propped herself up, feeling a bit unsteady as she exited the room. Jiang Tianchen was startled awake by the sound of the door. Blinking, he surveyed his surroundings, bewildered by his inability to control himself the previous night. Su Yan, scissors in hand, met his gaze with a hint of shyness. Tianchen, you're awake. She approached the bed, signaling for him to rise so she could snip away the remnants of their night together. Tianchen, I belong to you for life. From now on, never doubt my love for you, she declared solemnly, raising the bedspread in her hands. Jiang Tianchen remained silent. Plans had changed, and he would need to wait for the herbal medicine incident to resolve before departing. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Miss, the old lady requests your presence for a meal with the young master. All right, Uncle Li will be there shortly. The term young master caught Jiang Tianchen's ear. revealing much to him. As the saying goes, the old fox is still cunning, and their bond had already solidified in ways unforeseen. The trajectory of their lives had shifted. Suyin did not wait until their wedding day, but had instead completed their marital duties ahead of schedule. From a distance, the matriarch of the Su family spotted the couple, a knowing smile gracing her features. When you plan to hold the wedding? September 1st, the day we met. It holds great significance for us, Su Yin replied, having long agreed upon this date with Jiang Tianchen. Initially, they had intended to announce their union 3 months later. During the meal, Su's mother and Su Xingya made an appearance, with Su's mother handing Jiang Tianchen a check. Her voice was somewhat stiff as she stated, "This is a check for 110 million. The remaining 10 million is the betrothal gift for my husband and me." Naturally, Su's mother and father had seen Su Yan's post. "Thank you, Mom," Su Yan replied, her eyes misty. She did not care for the monetary gift, only yearning for her parents' blessings. "What is happening?" Jiang Tianchen pondered, bewildered by the stark contrast to the previous life, where Su's parents had vehemently opposed their union and had not pressed him for the additional 100 million until the Su family had fallen on hard times. "Sister-in-law, Grandma says you're quite capable. Would you consider helping me invest? This is all my savings." Su Wingya idolizit her grandmoter. Recalling her words about the soaring stock of the five-star company, she had taken note and, upon returning home, withdrew her New Year's money, borrowed 10 million from Suzy Xuan, and pulled 30 million from a group of friends, totaling nearly 50 million. "Well, I'll cover any losses," Jiang Tianchen assured, not minding playing the benefactor in this venture. "Thank you, brother-in-law." Su Xingya's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of surefire investment. Su's mother, observing the exchange, felt a flicker of interest. Such opportunities were indeed rare. Tianchen, she began, her demeanor awkward given her previous attitude. Sensing the eyes of the room upon her, she steadied her nerves. After all, no one wished to be at odds over money. "I have several million in private savings. What do you think?" Jiang Tianchen's tone was flat. He held no fond feelings for Su Yan's mother. "Xiaoyan, your mother has 300 million in private savings. She'll fetch it for you." Su's mother beamed with joy and promptly turned to retrieve the funds. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Tianchen caught a glimpse of disdain in her eyes. It was all a facade. Su Xingya, her mind racing, sidled up to the matriarch, linking arms with her. "Grandma, could you lend me some money? I'm out of pocket money." The old lady shot her a glare. "If I lend you money, it's so you can earn more. I might as well just give it to your brother-in-law. Please, just a little." Su Xingya pleaded, shaking her grandmother's arm vigorously. All right, but don't shake me too much. I'm an old woman, after all, at most 100,000. The matriarch maintained strict control over her descendants, permitting only minimal gifts during festive occasions. With 100,000 check in hand, Su Xingya joyfully presented it to Jiang Tianchen. "Thank for your help, brother-in-law." Jiang Tianchen had never realized Su Xingya possessed such a business acumen. In the afternoon, Su Yin linked her arm with Jiang Tianchen as they arrived at the company, where they encountered Han Dong at the elevator. He appeared haggard, dark circles under his eyes, and his spirit seemed low. "Han Dong didn't sleep well last night?" "I'm fine," he replied. Su Yin's concern warmed his heart, yet upon witnessing her intimacy with Jiang Tianchen, he closed his eyes, clenching his fists. The elevator fell into a heavy silence as Jiang Tianchen scrutinized Han Dong, wondering if he was behind the herbal medicine incident. Did he truly wish to be with Su Yin, or was he the one responsible for her infertility? Would it not be better to eliminate him altogether? Yet, he hesitated to deal with Han Dong directly, suspecting that darker forces might be at play. As the elevator arrived at the 10th floor, Jiang Tianchen and Su Yin were the first to step out. Noticing Su Yan's awkward gait, Han Dong's face twitched several times, his heart bleeding. They had spent the night together once again, and Han Dong felt a lump in his throat. He despised himself for not being the one Su Yin desired. After all, he was her childhood companion. If Su Yin had feelings for him akin to those she held for Wang Xinyu, he would have unhesitatingly chosen her. At that moment, Jiang Yuqin emerged from the general manager's office and chanced upon the trio. Recalling the events of the previous night, she harbored a deep-seated hatred for Han Dong and uttered a remark that nearly made him choke on his own blood. "Oh, Jiang Tianchen, playing the groom for a couple of days, are we?" "Yuqin, what are you saying?" Su Yan's cheeks flushed crimson, her shyness prompting her to scold her lightly. Yang Ruoxua stepped out from another elevator, her dark circles under her eyes mirroring Han Dong's. "Congratulations on achieving your happy ending. What's going on? How do they all know about his and Su Yan's progression?" He stole a glance at Han Dong, then at Jiang Yuqin, who was glaring at him with anger. "Thank you, I'll treat you all tonight." On the way back, Jiang Tianchen was at the wheel, and even now, he remained unaware of the WeChat moments Su Yin had posted the previous night. Su Yin secretly pinched Jiang Tianchen's arm and shot him a playful glare, tinged with mock reproach. Yet her heart was filled with sweetness. Unable to bear the couple's display of affection, Han Dong dejectedly retreated into the office. Tianchen, next week, when the five-star company goes public, who do you plan to assign to handle the operations? Yang Ruoxue took the opportunity to unify everyone's opinions. As the IPO was set to take place in Tianjin City, the capital of Daxia, in just over a week. Let Lu Xinxin take charge, Jiang Tianchen suggested, referring to his capable assistant. All right, she'll pave the way then. Yang Ruoxue noted this down and returned to her office. As she closed the door, she cast a lingering glance at Jiang Tianchen, her expression somewhat melancholic. Coincidentally, Jiang Yuqin witnessed this scene and her expression darkened. Su Yan, there are some matters that require your arrangement, Jiang Tianchen called, oblivious to Jiang Yuqin's glare, summoning Su Yin to his office. As they wrapped up their tasks, an unfamiliar number rang through. I have no other business, so I'll head back to the office first, Su Yin said, her curiosity piqued. As she stepped out and closed the door behind her, Jiang Tianchen remained in the dark regarding the identity of the caller. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Tianchen? Yes, it is. Mr. Jiang, greetings. I am Wang Chung from Tianan Law Firm. When would it be convenient for you to visit our office? Wang Chung spoke with deference, aware that Tianan was a major client. Let me assess the situation and I'll call you. The trip to Tiantan Law Firm, located in Tianjin City, was somewhat troublesome. Very well, Mr. Jiang. After hanging up, Jiang Tianchen reclined his chair, contemplating a matter. The shares his grandmother had gifted him, amounting to 2 in Chendong Company, represented a staggering asset in the trillion-dollar corporation focused on semiconductor technology. Jiang Tianchen hailed from the illustrious Zhou family of the capital, possessing a 30% stake in Chendong Company alone, not counting other ventures, which cumulatively reached incredible heights. In his past life, he had been cast out from the family at a young age, developing a timid and conflict-averse personality, desiring no entanglement with them. He had liquidated the shares for 18 billion, but with his memories from his previous existence, this time he resolved not to sell. He was aware that in a few months, Chendong Company would achieve a breakthrough in chip technology, causing its stock price to soar 20-fold. Jiang Tianchen sought retribution against the Zhou family, who had suppressed and marginalized the five-star company until his death, leaving it stagnated at a valuation of 100 billion. While he could choose to disregard five-star, this vendetta must be avenged. The mastermind behind was his half-brother, Zhou Baiong, whose motives were absurdly amusing. His mother was not the legitimate wife. Jiang Tianchen found himself exasperated at this absurdity, having severed all ties with the Zhou family. His biological father, Zhou Zhengyong, fully supported his second son, allowing Zhou Baiong to use five-star as a training ground. The reasoning was equally ludicrous. How could a self-sufficient individual surpass someone he had meticulously cultivated? My dear brother, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. With wealth as his impetus, Jiang Tianchen was no longer inclined to endure as he did in his past life. Despite knowing the promising prospects of Chendong, he had only sought to sever ties, painfully liquidating his shares. In this new life, Jiang Tianchen resolved to live unapologetically, determined to confront all who had wronged him. As he drifted in thought, a knock echoed on the office door. Gumin, a stunning woman clad in a uniform, entered, holding a file. Lu Xinxin, age 27, exuding a sense of competence. President Jiang. Yang has just instructed me to head to Tianjin City to oversee the IPO preparations. Her face radiated joy, recognizing the magnitude of the task, one that presented both challenges and opportunities. Having followed Jiang Tianchen for 4 years, she was well aware of five-star's promising future. This IPO was particularly significant for her, as she had poured her savings into the financing efforts. Indeed, it was my intention. Your capabilities are more than sufficient. Jiang Tianchen regarded the young woman before him, a smile gracing his features. Lu Xinxin was someone he had personally nurtured and guided, though he had seldom visited the company over the past 3 years. Under his telephonic guidance, she had excelled in her responsibilities. Most importantly, she was loyal and dependable. In her previous life, she had resisted the allure of the Zhou family's wealth, remaining steadfastly by his side. Her love life had been tragic. After 5 years with a boyfriend from a prominent family, her partner's parents had disdained her humble background and forcibly separated them. The man who once professed everlasting love had succumbed to familial pressure and married a wealthy heiress, casting her aside with cruel words. Lu Xinxin had since lost faith in love, living a solitary life unmarred by marriage. Such a loyal woman, who would rather endure a lifetime of suffering than succumb to the Zhou family's monetary temptations. Jiang Tianchen resolved to assist her in rewriting her narrative. After calculating the timeline, It seemed that 2 months remained. Thank you, President Jiang. Lu Xinxin had long suspected that with so many assistants in the company, fortune would not favor her. Xinxin, after the 5-star IPO, you will leave the company. As soon as Jiang Tianchen uttered these words, Lu Xinxin trembled, tears instantly streaming down her face. President Jiang, I do not wish to leave 5-star. If you have any grievances with me, I can address them. She panicked, her complexion paling, believing Jiang Tianchen no longer wanted her. Having come from a poor mountain village, she had never dared to dream of becoming an executive assistant while still in her final year of university. Do not cry. Allow me to finish my statement. Jiang Tianchen was taken aback by her intense reaction and rapped the table gently. Lu Xinxin, realizing his habit, quickly composed herself. Following the 5-star IPO, I will not assume the presidency. My focus will not be on 5-star. Lu Xinxin gasped, hastily covering her mouth in disbelief. President Jiang, you will not manage 5-star anymore. I intend to establish my own company, and I want you to be the president. The prospects for 5-star were promising, yet the entanglements were too numerous. Lu Xinxin struggled to comprehend that Jiang Tianchen wished for her to assume the role of president, and she promptly declined, lacking any confidence. President Jiang, I know nothing about this. I am only suited to be your assistant. An annual salary of 10 million and 3% equity in the company. Choose one. Chapter 13. President Jiang Woon-ti want to keep me as a mistress, would he? An annual salary of 10 million? Lu Xinxin was taken aback. Casting a timid glance at Jiang Tianchen, her mind swirling with uncertainty. Could it be that President Jiang has intentions of keeping me? A blush crept upon her cheeks. Jiang Tianchen was indeed her type. Handsome and wealthy, but that was merely superficial, as her heart belonged to another. Surely not. President Jiang harbored deep affections for President Su. Lu Xinxin chastised herself. How could she entertain such thoughts about President Jiang? I shall opt for a 3,000th share. Lu Xinxin was a person of self-awareness, cognizant of her capabilities and deserving of commensurate remuneration. She chose the latter option, mindful of how much a nascent company could invest. She had no desire to take advantage of Jiang Tianchen. A prudent choice, yet I have one stipulation. The matter of the shares must remain confidential, even from your boyfriend. Jiang Tianchen was quite pleased with Lu Xinxin's decision. Very well, President Jiang. Lu Xinxin was somewhat astonished. How did Jiang Tianchen know she had a boyfriend? She had never disclosed this fact. I will be establishing a new company shortly. In 1 month, the initial investment will amount to 500 billion. The announcement for the subway project will be in 2 months, and some may receive insider information ahead of time. We could potentially divest some land in about a month. How much? 500 billion? Lu Xinxin's eyes widened, her mouth agape, as if her ears were deceiving her. Where could Jiang Tianchen possibly acquire 500 billion? Particularly for the initial phase? Observing his calm demeanor, it seemed he was not fabricating this. Indeed, 500 billion. I plan to reach 1 trillion in assets over the span of 10 years. Jiang Tianchen had considered stating 3 years, but feared it would frighten Lu Xinxin. As a reincarnated individual armed with several hundred billion and foresight of significant events, Jiang Tianchen held this confidence. 1 trillion in 10 years? Lu Xinxin instinctively calculated. A 3,000th share would amount to 30 billion. Since her first day at work, she had never doubted Jiang Tianchen's words. Yet this time, she truly found it hard to believe. 1 trillion in assets within a decade seemed implausible. Yet, on the other hand, an initial investment of 500 billion did seem feasible. In a month, the truth would reveal itself. Lu Xinxin swallowed hard. What if it truly unfolded as Jiang Tianchen had described? Would she be in command of such a colossal enterprise? Remember my words. Do not disclose this to anyone, especially your boyfriend, regarding the shares. Jiang Tianchen reiterated, concerned that Lu Xinxin might be swayed by romantic inclinations. Very well, President Jiang. Lu Xinxin felt a twinge of discomfort. Jiang Tianchen's implication seemed to suggest an extreme distrust of her boyfriend. He did not even know who her boyfriend was. Why the scrutiny? Lu Xinxin's thoughts drifted back to the notion of being kept. Could it be that President Jiang genuinely had feelings for her? The thought of workplace entanglements sent a shiver down her spine. Unbeknownst to Jiang Tianchen, Lu Xinxin's mind was occupied with these speculations, while he considered how to help her discern the true nature of her boyfriend. President Jiang, what will be the core focus of our new company? Lu Xinxin inquired with curiosity. Investment. Investment? Lu Xinxin was taken aback. How was Jiang Tianchen suddenly interested in investments when he had previously pursued a path in industry? You will be visiting Tianjin City, where you will meet a man named Yang Qingxin, an assistant professor at Tianjin University. Secure all his patents. He may set the price within 100 million. In his past life, Cheng Dong had secured a tremendous bargain, acquiring the patents for merely 10 million, leading to significant innovations in chip technology. Having returned to life, Jiang Tianchen intended that such fortune would not benefit Cheng Dong as company. Understood, President Jiang. Lu Xinxin noted the name Yang Chengxin diligently. I will transfer 30 million to you to facilitate this matter. Very well, President Jiang. Lu Xinxin's throat tightened. Was he not concerned about her absconding with the funds? 30 million. She had never encountered such a sum before. In less than a minute, her phone pinged with a message. A transfer of 32 million had been received. 2 million for a car, a change of attire, and the remainder for your living expenses. You must stay in a 5-star hotel. Jiang Tianchen recognized her frugality. Certain expenditures could not be compromised, as they represented the company's image. Very well, President Jiang. Lu Xinxin's complexion twitched. Was she truly about to embrace an upper-class lifestyle? Was President Jiang attempting to ensnare her with wealth, aiming to keep her? Lu Xinxin felt torn. After all, she was committed to someone. She could not succumb to the allure of superficial gifts. If there is nothing else, you may return to your duties. Very well, President Jiang. I will head to Tianjin City tomorrow. If anything arises, please contact me. Lu Xinxin was eager to leave. She needed to return to her office to collect her thoughts. Exiting the president's office and glancing at the 32 million on her phone, she felt as if she were in a dream. Xinxin, what are you looking at? A girl approached, startling Lu Xinxin, who hurriedly turned off her phone screen. Huang Yunru, Jiang Tianchen's personal assistant, was responsible for managing his and Su Yin's daily schedules. TSK, sharing good fortune seems to be a rarity with you. It's nothing. My boyfriend just messaged me. Lu Xinxin fabricated a flimsy excuse, reluctant to divulge Jiang Tianchen's plans. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Huang Yunru entered Jiang Tianchen's office to report on her work schedule. President Jiang, here is the itinerary for you and President Su for the next 7 days. Huang Yunru respectfully stood to the side, presenting the schedule. Place it there. I will review it later. Jiang Tianchen leaned against his desk, not turning around, as memories of unnamed companies from his past life flooded his mind. The funds acquired from the subway project were intended for investment in these companies. Understood, President Jiang. Huang Yunru exited the office and returned to Su Yin's side. She seemed to be a relative of Su Yin's friend, and to Jiang Tianchen. She appeared somewhat vain, not particularly industrious. For reasons unknown, shortly after the 5-star company went public, she was dismissed by Yang Ruoxue. Jiang Tianchen, having been somewhat careless due to this incident, assumed it was merely a matter of offending Yang Ruoxue and bore no connection to his past experiences. It was not surprising, given that the influx of 30 years of memories left him with too many suspects, causing him to overlook such a minor character. Jiang Tianchen picked up the itinerary. With a 5-star company on the verge of going public, the two had no work scheduled for the evening, allowing them time to deepen their relationship. Suyana bir radiant, increasingly embodying femininity. Han Dong had seemingly been absent for several days, as if he had taken sick leave. Joyous moments always seemed fleeting. Tianchen, it has been decided that you and Ruoxue will represent the company at the listing. The two were having lunch in a living room when Su Yin outlined the company meeting agenda. Very well. Jiang Tianchen had no objections. It had also been he and Yang Ruoxue who had traveled to Tianjin City in his previous life. Su Yin produced a 100 billion transfer agreement from the matriarch of the Su family, encompassing her mother's and sister's funds, all to be entrusted to Jiang Tianchen. Upon seeing the agreement, Jiang Tianchen felt a tremor in his heart, not due to the sum, but rather the sense of destiny that seemed to loom. He had not invested 80 billion into the 5-star company, yet here was Su Yin with an additional 80 billion, with 20 billion allocated to Han Dong, leaving exactly 80 billion remaining. The trajectory that had veered slightly was now back on course. Was the conclusion immutable? Jiang Tianchen felt a pang of sorrow. Huang Yunru would oversee Tianjin City for a few days. Concerned for Jiang Tianchen's well-being, Su Yin had specifically requested Huang Yunru accompany him to manage his daily affairs. Very well. Chapter 14. Journey to Tianjin City. Jiang Tianchen meticulously planned every aspect of his life, from his diet to accommodation, meetings, banquets, and schedules. Meanwhile, Lu Xinxin was exceedingly busy, stretched thin across her responsibilities. Jiang Tianchen, along with Yang Ruoxue and Huang Yunru, boarded a flight destined for Tianjin City. They arrived at their hotel, the 5-star Tianjin Hotel, at 8 o'clock in the evening. Huang Yunru had long since secured a reservation for the presidential suite. Upon entering the room, they found a master bedroom and 2 additional guest rooms adjacent to the kitchen. Jiang Tianchen took the master bedroom, while Yang Ruoxue and Huang Yunru occupied the guest rooms. However, Yang Ruoxue had no intention of staying there, as her residence was in Tianjin City itself. She merely wished to ascertain Jiang Tianchen's whereabouts for ease of contact. Tianchen, make sure to rest early, Yang Ruoxue advised, noticing his weary demeanor before taking her leave. Be careful on the way. Jiang Tianchen, feeling queasy from the flight, appeared somewhat pallid after 2.5 hours in the air. He instructed Lu Xinxin to come by in the morning. After confiding in Huang Yunru, he secured the room door and settled down for the night. Before drifting off, he scrolled through videos on his phone, his expression darkening. Just after 6 in the evening, he spotted Han Dong's figure at the entrance of the villa. Jiang Tianchen's eyes narrowed. It was no coincidence that Han Dong appeared just after his departure. However, his expression softened when Su Yan emerged at the door, preventing Han Dong from entering. Observing Su Yan's displeased demeanor, Jiang Tianchen noted that Han Dong left in a somewhat dejected state. He zoomed in on the surveillance footage to eavesdrop on their conversation. Han Dong, for the upcoming IPO, I am granting you 2 billion shares. Beyond work-related matters, please refrain from contacting me again. I do not wish for Tianchen to misunderstand, Su Yan stated, her voice resolute. Han Dong gazed at her with pleading eyes. You were engaged to Xinyu. She has passed away. I hope you can find your own happiness. Su Yan's tone was firm, fully aware that further misunderstandings with Jiang Tianchen could lead to irrevocable consequences. I do not harbor feelings for Xinyu, Su Yan asserted, her voice rising sharply. I have said it before, I have never liked you, never. I cannot live without Tianchen. Do you wish for me to perish? Han Dong left in a daze, while Jiang Tianchen sat on the edge of his bed, puzzled. Why, if Su Yan loved him so fiercely, was she still entangled with Han Dong? Did their IVF connection not constitute betrayal? Morning arrived. Jiang Tianchen stepped out of his room, finding Lu Xinxin in professional attire, waiting in the living room. He discreetly sent Huang Yunru away, preferring to keep certain matters private. President Jiang, the patent issue has been resolved for 15 million, Lu Xinxin proclaimed excitedly, eager to take credit for her achievement. She had approached Yang Qingxin with her intentions, but he initially dismissed her as a fraud, demanding an exorbitant sum of 15 million. To her surprise, he had readily agreed, as he had initially intended to negotiate with Chengdong Company, anticipating a figure closer to 10 million. The transfer agreement was exceedingly favorable, though Lu Xinxin felt a twinge of regret, sensing that Yang Qingxin may have been amenable to further negotiation. Unbeknownst to Lu Xinxin, this patent would unleash a tempest, while Yang Qingxin remained oblivious, focused solely on minor technological breakthroughs, a typical mindset of a pure scientist. You will remain in Tianjin City, renting an entire floor at Tianjin Building for your office, and hiring approximately 50 staff members initially, Jiang Tianchen said, clearly satisfied with the swift acquisition of the patent. Effectively outmaneuvering Chengdong Company. An entire floor at Tianjin Building? Lu Xinxin gasped, aware that it was a landmark structure in Tianjin City, accessible only to financially robust enterprises. The annual rent is around 50 to 60 million. President Jiang, are you truly planning to establish a large company? I will transfer 80 million to you tonight. You will have full authority over this domain, Jiang Tianchen declared, intending to visit Tiantong law firm that afternoon to sign the share transfer agreement, using Chengdong shares as collateral for a loan of over $1 billion. Understood, President Jiang. I will dedicate myself entirely to this. Lu Xinxin's excitement was palpable. Jiang Tianchen's trust in her inspired her to repay his faith. Jiang Tianchen suggested they shift topics. How are the preparations for the shareholders' banquet? As he sipped his congee, he sought an update. With the IPO for Wuxing only 2 days away, the bell would ring in the afternoon, followed by the banquet that evening. Everything was set, with over 300 guests, including municipal leaders, expected to attend. Lu Xinxin detailed the banquet arrangements, highlighting that many were optimistic about Wuxing, with over 200 shareholders, each investing upwards of 100 million. This round of financing had reached over 1,000 billion. Jiang Tianchen understood the deeper implications. Some individuals were well-connected and aware of Daxia's vigorous push for tourism development. In his previous life, Jiang Tianchen had utilized his keen instincts to enter the tourism sector years ahead of others, staying ahead of the curve. You may return to your duties, he instructed Lu Xinxin, glancing at the time. With 3 hours until the afternoon meeting, he resolved to visit Tiantong law firm. Huang Yunru arranged a vehicle for him, but Jiang Tianchen opted to drive himself, placing a call to Wang Cheng. Upon arriving at Tiantong law firm, he found Wang Cheng waiting. Mr. Jiang, this way, please. Wang Cheng gestured, signaling for his assistant to park the car. He warmly escorted Jiang Tianchen to his office. Tiantong law firm was renowned in Daxia, with fierce internal competition. Naturally, they were keen on maintaining a good relationship with such a valuable client. The share transfer agreement proceeded smoothly, and within minutes, Jiang Tianchen acquired 2% of Chengdong's shares. Wang Cheng looked on enviously. 2% of Chengdong represented an asset worth billions. In addition to the 80 billion from the previous month, Wang Cheng, as the supervisor, was well aware of these figures. Jiang Tianchen, so young yet already possessing assets in the realm of 2 to 300 billion, also held over 20% of Wuxing shares. Lawyer Wang, could you assist me in finding a corporate legal counsel? Jiang Tianchen inquired, feeling generally satisfied with Wang Cheng's services. Mr. Jiang, is Wuxing Company changing its legal counsel? Wang Cheng asked, somewhat taken aback, given that Wuxing was on the brink of going public and had its own legal team. It is not for Wuxing Company. I am preparing to establish another company, Jiang Tianchen clarified, recognizing the critical role of legal counsel, especially in investment firms, where understanding the red lines is imperative. I will inquire. I have a junior who has just left a previous company. Wang Cheng stepped out of the office to make a call, returning with a pleased expression. Coincidentally, she is not far from here. Mr. Jiang, please hold on for a few moments. Wang Cheng poured Jiang Tianchen another glass of water, speaking highly of his junior. My junior graduated from Tianjin University, and her expertise surpasses mine. Tianjin University, the premier institution in Daxia, ranks among the top 20 globally. May I ask why she left her previous company? Jiang Tianchen inquired, aware of the significance of having a loyal legal counsel. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Come in, Wang Cheng called. Brother, which company? A melodious female voice chimed in. Jiang Tianchen recognized it and turned to face the newcomer. Cousin Lin Xiang? Chapter 15. Cousin Lin Xiang. Jiang Tianchen gazed in astonishment at the captivating woman before him, the daughter of his aunt, Zhou Qiaoling. In his previous life, Jiang Tianchen had only seen her during his wedding. Do you know each other? Wang Cheng inquired, taken aback. He had just heard Lin Xiang refer to Jiang Tianchen as cousin. Could it be that they were indeed related? This was somewhat unexpected, as he knew Lin Xiang lived a modest life, unlike a young lady from a prominent family. Jiang Tianchen's grandfather, Zhou Shirtsong, was an obstinate traditionalist who placed great emphasis on having male heirs. Boys received a considerable annual allowance, while girls were allotted only a meager living expense. Zhou Qiaoling had once married a university professor for love, which meant Lin Xiang could only be considered as having her basic needs met. Cousin Tianchen, what brings you here? Lin Xiang's eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing Jiang Tianchen, as she had always cherished their time together in childhood. It had been 5 years since their last meeting. I came to collect some shares left by my grandmother, Jiang Tianchen replied, feeling pleasantly surprised to encounter Lin Xiang here. The Zhou family, particularly his aunt's household, was the only part of the family he did not resent. He had little desire to associate with the others. Shares? Lin Xiang was unaware of Jiang Tianchen's grandmother's shares, as few knew about them. Speaking of shares, Cousin Tianchen, have you received your portion of the Chengdong shares from the family? She asked. Chengdong shares? Mean it? Jiang Tianchen was taken aback. He had never heard of this matter in either his past life or this one. You don't know? When Grandpa passed away. Didn't T-Uncle tell you? Lin Xiang looked at him, astonished by his ignorance. Jiang Tianchen smiled wryly and shook his head. 6 years ago, when Zhou Shirtsong passed away, Zhou Jingyong hadn't even informed him. Had it not been for his aunt's call, he would still be in the dark. The family held 30% of Chengdong shares, and his grandfather had left a will stating that his second uncle, third cousin, fifth cousin, and Jiang Tianchen himself would each receive 3%, with the remainder going to the eldest uncle. Lin Xiang felt somewhat dispirited. Being a girl, she had received nothing. 3%? Wang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he listened. In a mere moment, Jiang Tianchen had secured 5% of Chengdong. Lin Xiang was a member of the Zhou family in the capital. How was this possible? However, with her carefree disposition, Lin Xiang quickly brushed aside her discontent. Senior brother, which company requires legal counsel? Wang Cheng pointed at Jiang Tianchen. Cousin Tianchen, you run a company? What is it called? Lin Xiang asked incredulously. They had graduated around the same time, yet he had founded a sizable company just a year after graduation, one that was impressive enough to warrant Wang Cheng's recommendation. Do you not know about Mr. Zhang's 5-star company? Wang Cheng rolled his eyes, astonished that they were related, and yet he was unaware of such significant matters. No way. You found a 5-star? The one about to go public? Lin Xiang's expression turned blank. She had heard of 5-star, a tourism company, but never imagined it was her cousin's creation. So, you started the company while still in university? Jiang Tianchen nodded. 5-star is at a critical juncture for its IPO. Why would you need to change legal counsel? Lin Xiang pondered, perplexed, as this could easily lead to turmoil. It's not for 5-star's legal counsel. I'm preparing to establish a separate investment company. I see. Lin Xiang mused, stroking her chin. Working as legal counsel in her cousin's company seemed quite appealing. No one would dare to harass her. Recalling her previous workplace, where a corpulent man had dared to make advances toward her, Lin Xiang gritted her teeth in anger. All right, cousin Tianchen, I will join your company as legal counsel. How much do you intend to pay me? She asked, aware that she needed to be clear about financial matters, as she was currently living paycheck to paycheck. If it weren't for her mother's modest savings enabling her to purchase an apartment in Tianjin City, her rental expenses would be substantial. Jiang Tianchen held up a single finger, smiling silently. 10,000? Lin Xiang pouted, finding the offer a bit low. Her previous job had paid her 15,000 a month. 1% of Chengdong shares. Jiang Tianchen said with a grin. In his past life, his aunt had severed ties with the Zhou family due to their suppression of Five Star, leading to significant repercussions for her and her husband, which left Lin Xiang struggling to find work. Even so, his aunt had never mentioned this matter. She was the second person, after his grandfather, to treat him well. Years later, Jiang Tianchen learned of this from another source. He kept this favor close to his heart. In this new life, such an amount seemed trivial. Suddenly, Wang Cheng lost his balance and fell to the ground, his face a mask of shock as he looked at Jiang Tianchen. Lin Xiang was equally stunned, as 1% of Chengdong shares represented an asset worth over 10 billion. Cousin, this joke isn't funny at all, she said, her legs trembling, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. I'm not joking, cousin. Jiang Tianchen smiled at Wang Cheng. Lawyer Wang, could you kindly draft a share transfer agreement for me? Oh, certainly, I'll get on it right away. Before leaving the office, Wang Cheng cast a glance at Lin Xiang. Truly, some people are just too much to bear. Cousin, are you serious? Lin Xiang felt alarmed, uncertain if she could accept such a generous offer. Could you do me a favor? Please retrieve my portion of the Chengdong shares from the Zhou family. I will write a power of attorney shortly. I will be in Tianjin City for 3 more days, so please contact me then. Jiang Tianchen did not wish to return to the Zhou family, leaving this task to her. No way, I need to call my mom. Lin Xiang's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions, joy, panic, and fear. Over 10 billion was not a trivial sum. It felt surreal. Jiang Tianchen genuinely appreciated Lin Xiang. Had he not encountered her here, he would have remained oblivious to the situation. In his past life, he had never learned of this matter, and thus he had not claimed the shares. It was an unexpected windfall, and parting with a small portion did not seem burdensome. For him, an asset of 10 billion was not particularly significant. Within a few months, his wealth would soar into the realm of hundreds of billions. Lin Xiang handed him her phone. My mom wants you to take the call. Hello, Aunt, it's me, Tianchen. Yes, I understand. Consider it a wedding dowry for my cousin. Just then, Wang Cheng returned with the agreement, his mouth agape at the mention of a dowry worth over 10 billion. Truly extravagant. Jiang Tianchen took the agreement, filled it out swiftly, and completed the necessary authentication. Lawyer Wang, I entrust you and Lin Xiang to retrieve my shares from the Zhou family. Jiang Tianchen shook hands with Wang Cheng, discussing the loan matter as well. Mr. Jiang, rest assured, I will personally oversee the share transfer. I have already contacted the bank regarding the loan. Within an hour, 20 billion will be deposited into your account. Wang Cheng was elated, handling 2 significant projects at once, a share transfer and a bank loan, promised considerable commissions. And this bank owed him a significant favor for such a large loan. Cousin, I am leaving now. Someone from the company will contact you. As the meeting time approached, Jiang Tianchen departed with an air of nonchalance. After seeing him off, Wang Cheng returned to the office, finding Lin Xiang still sitting there, seemingly dazed. Junior sister, you must take good care of senior brother from now on. Wang Cheng felt a twinge of envy. He admired her for having such an impressive cousin. Suddenly, Lin Xiang slapped herself, startling Wang Cheng. Ouch! Lin Xiang touched her reddened cheek, feeling a bit of pain. I'm not dreaming, am I? Chapter 16. The moonlit bar. Lin Xiang gazed at the agreement on the table, as if she had just awakened from a splendid dream. In the span of an hour, she had transformed from a destitute individual into a wealthy magnate. Am I dreaming? Allow me to verify if your name appears among the shareholders of Chengdong. Wang Cheng suggested, beckoning her to take a look as he was personally overseeing the matter and had the authority to access the information. Lin Xiang's name indeed surfaced among the shareholders of Chengdong, while the names of the other shareholders remained concealed. Hooray! I am now a wealthy individual, Lin Xiang exclaimed, her excitement propelling her to leap from her seat. The annual dividends would suffice to allow her to live a life of luxury. Your cousin is a person of great ambition. Wang Cheng expressed his admiration for Jiang Tianchen, noting his remarkable decisiveness. If it were me, I would never part with such a fortune. My cousin will undoubtedly possess trillions in assets in the future. I intend to be his legal counsel for life, Lin Xiang declared, her eyes glistening with determination. fully intent on adhering to her cousin's plans. Mr. Jiang is still in Tianjin City these days. We shall visit the Zhou family this afternoon to expedite the resolution of the share acquisition. Wang Cheng glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already noon. Very well. Both were well-versed in legal documentation, preparing for any potential obstacles, resolved to reclaim the shares in a single attempt. With expertise at their disposal, one could accomplish the work of two. As Jiang Tianchen concluded his meeting, he received a call from Lin Xiang. Cousin, we retrieve your shares. Lin Xiang's jubilant voice resonated through the phone, seeking praise for her accomplishment. They were so cooperative? Jiang Tianchen replied, somewhat taken aback, as the Zhou family was notoriously difficult to deal with. Of course, it depends on who is taking charge, Lin Xiang replied, her demeanor exuding confidence. In reality, the process had not been as seamless. Fortunately, they had meticulously prepared all necessary documents, and with the notary who witnessed the old man's will accompanying them. They caught the Zhou family off guard and succeeded in their endeavor. Consequently, Zhou Zhengyong called her mother, advising her never to return her family home, insisting that she keep this matter from Jiang Tianchen. Cousin, my mother would like to know when you are free to come over for dinner. Lin Xiang felt immense gratitude toward Jiang Tianchen, still in a daze as if caught in a dream. How about the day after tomorrow? I must visit Tianjin City, and it would be remiss not to pay my aunt a visit. Wonderful. I will inform my mother. Lin Xiang ended the call and dialed her mother. Jiang Tianchen shook his head. A young woman in her 20s still exhibited the same exuberance as in her childhood, unable to conceal her thoughts. Huang Yunru felt a rush of mixed emotions. She had just been nearby and overheard fragments of conversation. It seemed they had reclaimed shares from Chendong. Huang Yunru's heart raced. Shares from Chendong were akin to reclaiming them from the family. Although she did not catch the exact amount, even a mere 1% represented a fortune exceeding $1 billion, with 5-star holding 20%. Jiang Tianchen truly was a diamond bachelor, handsome, youthful, and affluent, the epitome of a woman's ideal. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed, and a tinge of melancholy followed. Alas, Jiang Tianchen did not reciprocate her affections. Despite her subtle hints, he had consistently ignored her advances. Mr. Jiang, will dinner be at the restaurant or delivered to your residence? I will head to the restaurant myself shortly, Jiang Tianchen replied, particularly cautious regarding his meals. He had set up 2 surveillance cameras in his room, purchased on the way back. The infertility from his previous life had instilled in Jiang Tianchen a lingering suspicion that the Zhou family might conceal his shares in Shendong, potentially plotting against him with the aim of seizing this very asset. He could not afford to let his guard down. A video call from Su Yin came through. Tianchen, how are things on your end? Su Yin, clad in a nightgown, reclined against the headboard, residing in Jiang Tianchen's room since their relationship had taken a significant turn. She had not returned to her own. Everything is normal. Have you missed me? Su Yin gently caressed her cheek and hair, gazing at Jiang Tianchen with a playful smile. After a day apart, she found herself longing for him. After we marry, you shall remain the CEO while I support you. Wherever you go, I will follow. A single day without him felt unbearable, rendering her spirit low. Her love for Jiang Tianchen was profound. All right, Jiang Tianchen responded, his eyes reddening, stirred by her words. In his previous life, Su Yin had indeed fulfilled such promises. They had never spent a day apart. If Su Yin loved him so deeply, why then had she chosen to bear a child with Han Dong? Was it merely due to his infertility? Why Han Dong? Why? Jiang Tianchen's hands clenched tightly around his sleeves as he averted his gaze, grappling with his pain, a man's humiliation. Tianchen, what's wrong? Su Yin observed his trembling form, her concern evident. It's nothing, just got some dust in my eyes, Jiang Tianchen replied, calming himself and managing a smile. Will you be able to return the day after tomorrow? The market opens tomorrow, and there's a banquet in the evening. I might return the day after tomorrow night or the morning after that. I must visit my aunt. Do make sure to send my regards, Su Yin understood, having heard Jiang Tianchen mention his aunt. Tianchen, there is something I need to tell you. Su Yin bit her lip, displaying a hint of shyness. Han Dong came to see me yesterday, but I didn't let him in. I made it clear to him that, aside from work-related matters, he should not contact me again. Su Yin hurriedly explained, fearing Jiang Tianchen might misunderstand. Su Yin had not concealed anything from him. Just moments ago, Jiang Tianchen had desperately wanted to confront her. He was acutely aware of how much she cared about Han Dong. Why then had she chosen to have a child with him? Yet, the moment had not yet arrived for such inquiries. Only when the truth was laid bare could he question her. But what would be the significance of questioning her then? It was a perplexing cycle. After ending the video call, Jiang Tianchen closed his eyes in agony. Why was he so certain of this? In his previous life, he had stumbled upon evidence of it, A shocking discovery after learning of his infertility, he had come across a striking document titled Egg Freezing Certificate. Huang Yunru, having overheard Jiang Tianchen's phone call in the living room, noted that dinner arrangements were no longer her responsibility. After Jiang Tianchen hung up, Huang Yunru hesitated for a moment before knocking on the door. Mr. Jiang, are there any plans for this evening? Huang Yunru, a lover of lively gatherings, was eager to explore Tianjin City, curious about the multitude of wealthy individuals there, hoping to encounter one. There's nothing planned. Don't delay tomorrow's work, Jiang Tianchen replied, fully aware of her intentions. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. After Jiang Tianchen finished dinner and tidied up, Huang Yunru stepped out of the suite, her mind racing with fantasies of a chance encounter with a princely figure. Watching Huang Yunru depart, Jiang Tianchen dialed a number. It was time to enlist a detective team. Having previously focused on acquiring land, he now deemed it necessary to hire a top-tier detective crew complete with bodyguards. Huang Yunru exited the hotel and opened her phone, searching for the haunts frequented by affluent young men. The Moonlit Bar, a fine establishment not far from the hotel. As she arrived at the bar, just before entering, someone called out to her from behind. Huang Yunru. Chapter 17. Preparations before the listing. It was Huang Yunru's first visit to Tianjin City. How could anyone recognize her? Curiosity piqued, she turned around. A handsome young man emerged from a luxurious business vehicle, dressed in designer attire. The very individual who had called her name. Who are you? Upon seeing the tall, affluent man, Huang Yunru's eyes narrowed slightly, her heart racing. Fortune smiled upon her as she stepped outside, encountering her very own Prince Charming. Miss Yunru, greetings. There is someone who wishes to meet you. The dashing gentleman swung open the car door, revealing a silhouette of an opulent woman within. Someone wishes to see me? Huang Yunru pondered, perplexed, as she hardly knew any affluent individuals. Fearless and somewhat carefree, she boldly entered the luxury vehicle without a hint of trepidation. The unfamiliar woman was someone Huang Yunru was certain she had never crossed paths with before. Yunru, my dear cousin, it has been quite a while. Who are you? Huang Yunru was taken aback, astonished to discover such a wealthy cousin had suddenly appeared in her life. Do you not recall who assisted you in repaying that 100,000 in campus loans? The woman's expression remained placid, her gaze fixed on Huang Yunru as she raised her hand, displaying a green bracelet. Cough, cough. The woman seemed to be unwell, covering her chest as she coughed. Vangia. The young man appeared visibly anxious, quickly handing over a tissue. You are not. Upon seeing the green bracelet and hearing the young man's address, Huang Yunru was rendered speechless. How dong? I am fine. Let us return to the residence. The woman instructed, gesturing for Huang Yunru to discuss matters later. The Tianjin Grand Hotel. Jiang Tianchen had stayed up late the previous night and awoke at 10:30. Much like in his past life, Huang Yunru had yet to return. He called the front desk, and within 10 minutes, a breakfast was delivered. Huang Yunru did not return until noon, appearing somewhat flustered. And Jiang Tianchen noticed the telltale marks of affection upon her neck. It was evident she had enjoyed herself the night prior. I apologize, President Jiang, I overslept. Huang Yunru's face betrayed a measure of anxiety, yet her heart remained unperturbed as her thoughts drifted to the tenderness of her boyfriend from the previous night, causing her lips to curl into a honeyed smile. Do be more mindful of the time next time. Jiang Tianchen offered a mild reprimand, expressing his bewilderment at how Su Yin could select such an assistant. Understood, President Jiang. With Jiang Tianchen's lack of ire, Huang Yunru exhaled in relief, hastily retrieving her schedule. President Jiang, there is a shareholder meeting at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Jiang Tianchen nodded nonchalantly. A considerable number of shareholders were expected to attend, all preparing for the upcoming listing banquet. As the vice president of Wuxin Company, he needed to arrive early to take the stage. Lu Xinxin was present on site, diligently attending to arrangements and hospitality. She executed her duties with remarkable steadiness, ensuring everything was impeccably organized. President Jiang. Upon spotting him, Lu Xinxin rushed over. Thank you for your hard work. It is no trouble. President Yang is also assisting. Under Lu Xinxin's guidance, Jiang Tianchen noticed Yang Ruoxue in the distance, directing the setup. The meeting would conclude with a grand banquet that evening. Yang Ruoxue waved at Jiang Tianchen from afar, acknowledging his presence. President Jiang, congratulations. As shareholders began to arrive, they greeted Jiang Tianchen warmly, shaking his hand in celebration. This is General Lu. This is General Chun. Lu Xinxin introduced each one in turn. Congratulations to all. Regardless of familiarity, Jiang Tianchen wore a broad smile, exchanging pleasantries with everyone present. President Jiang, General Wang has arrived. Lu Xinxin whispered in Jiang Tianchen's ear. Jiang Tianchen glanced towards the entrance, where a tall and handsome young man entered, wearing a bright smile. Wang Haodong, a scion of an illustrious family returning from abroad. In his past life, he had invested 300 billion in Wuxing during its IPO, making him the second largest shareholder after Jiang Tianchen. Were it not for Jiang Tianchen's possession of original shares, his stake would have been lesser. Jiang Tianchen had an unfavorable impression of him. After Wuxing's IPO, he had joined the company, disregarding Jiang Tianchen's presence while fervently pursuing Su Yan. In this lifetime, Jiang Tianchen refrained from increasing his investment, allowing Wang Haodong's shares to surpass his own. Jiang Tianchen was indifferent. Wuxing was not his primary focus for development. President Jiang, congratulations. Wang Haodong's voice preceded his arrival as he eagerly extended his hand to Jiang Tianchen. Congratulations indeed. General Wang is the largest shareholder of Wuxing. This round of financing has raised Wuxing's valuation to 1,500 billion. Jiang Yuqin and Yang Ruoxue each invested an additional 20 billion, and alongside their original shares, each held a 10% stake. Su Yan and Jiang Tianchen together held 29%, while Han Dong received 1.5%. Wang Haodong grinned widely as he held a 20% stake, making him the second largest shareholder in the company. President Jiang, I have a question that I hope you can address. After some small talk, Wang Haodong got straight to the point. What question do you have? Jiang Tianchen was somewhat surprised, as this topic had not arisen in his past life. President Jiang, why not increase your investment in Wuxing? Your shares have yet to reach 67%. Wang Haodong's query successfully captured the attention of nearby shareholders, who turned to listen. Wuxing was founded by Jiang Tianchen and 4 others, and although shares were divided among the 5, they had signed a unanimous action agreement and a voting rights delegation agreement with Jiang Tianchen. With Wang Xinyu's diluted 5% shares, Jiang Tianchen held 54% of the company's voting power. Increasing his investment could easily secure him 67% ownership. In his past life, Jiang Tianchen had operated in this manner, mortgaging all his assets to liquidate Chundong shares and acquire 67% of Wuxing. 67% ownership granted him absolute decision-making power, meaning his word was law. I simply do not have that much capital. Jiang Tianchen chuckled, wishing to divert the conversation away from this topic. Wang Haodong clearly did not believe Jiang Tianchen's words, yet he refrained from pursuing the matter further, casting a discreet glance at Huang Yunru before departing. Huang Yunru blinked, sharing a knowing smile, silently trailing behind Jiang Tianchen. The shareholder meeting commenced. With the formation of the board of directors, President Jiang, may we increase the board members to 9? Before Jiang Tianchen could speak, Wang Haodong once again voiced his dissent. General Wang, the 7-member board was agreed upon with all shareholders. Yang Ruoxue firmly rejected his proposal, with 5 founding members occupying 5 positions. Adding 2 more is a clear attempt to prevent any interference in decision-making. Indeed, the shareholders below nodded in agreement, as they were optimistic about Wuxing. An overly large board could lead to divergent opinions on company decisions. Their investment goal was straightforward, profit, and they would support whoever could deliver it. I too do not support a 9-member board. Another board member, Liu Bin, expressed his agreement, holding 10% of the shares himself. Jiang Tianchen helped Yang Ruoxue from responding, stating, today marks the shareholders' first meeting. The majority rules. There is no utility in excessive discussion. Jiang Tianchen remained unfazed. President Jiang, you are placing us in a difficult position. You hold such a substantial share. Wang Haodong retorted, visibly displeased. By your reasoning, should the majority yield to the minority? Jiang Tianchen scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Haodong. If you wish for greater influence, then invest more capital. You. Wang Haodong's face flushed red, taken aback by Jiang Tianchen's harsh words. President Jiang's statement may be blunt, yet it holds truth. Several shareholders chuckled, recalling that they had been explicitly informed of the 7-member board prior to investing. Wang Haodong's expression darkened, and he fell silent, glaring coldly at Jiang Tianchen. Chapter 18. The Allure of Huang Yunru. Wang Haodong sought to argue further, asserting that regardless of the share distribution, be it 9/10 in your favor, the composition of the 7-member board would remain unchanged. Jiang Tianchen, unwilling to dwell on this matter, acknowledged the stipulations laid out in the agreement. Very well. Wang Haodong's expression was equally grim, and he refrained from broaching the subject of the 9-member board any longer. Noticing Huang Yunru's displeased demeanor from the corner, he felt a sense of satisfaction as his objective was achieved. This seemed to be a trivial interlude. The subsequent meeting proceeded smoothly, enveloped in a serene atmosphere. The evening's bell tolling for the stock market launch made headlines in Daxia, with Mayor Tianyan personally attending the banquet. Jiang Tianchen exhibited remarkable restraint, while Yang Ruoxue shielded him from numerous guests, though the abundance of toasts proved overwhelming. Upon returning to the hotel, a haze of inebriation enveloped him. Mr. Su, rest assured, I shall prepare a hangover remedy for Mr. Jiang. Jiang Tianchen reclined on the sofa as Huang Yunru engaged in a video call with Su Yin. Su Yin, aware of Jiang Tianchen's impending intoxication, expressed concern for his well-being. Learning that the banquet had concluded, she promptly called Huang Yunru. I appreciate your efforts, Yunru. Through the video, Su Yin failed to notice Huang Yunru's sidelong glance. After ending the call, Huang Yunru retrieved a packet of powder from her pocket, cast a furtive glance at the reclining Jiang Tianchen, and quickly added it to the hangover remedy. 10 minutes later, the concoction was complete. With a somewhat indifferent gaze, Huang Yunru nudged the inebriated Jiang Tianchen, who opened his eyes, prompting her to instantly don a sweet smile. Mr. Jiang, wake up. The hangover remedy is ready. Thank you. Jiang Tianchen, his stomach in distress, bore the discomfort and took the remedy. As the liquid settled in his stomach, he felt a degree of relief. Mr. Jiang, you should lie down on the bed. Leave the door unlocked, and call me if you need anything. A wave of nausea surged within him, and, fearing he might vomit on the bed, Jiang Tianchen thought little of it. With Huang Yunru's assistance, he returned to his room. Lying on the bed, he felt drowsy and overheated. Mr. Jiang. Huang Yunru called his name several times, but he did not respond. With a huff, she glared at him, sitting on the edge of the bed and scrolling through her phone, awaiting the effects of the drug. Mr. Jiang. After more than 10 minutes, she called out again, slapping his face lightly. Jiang Tianchen remained unresponsive, his skin flushed. Huang Yunru took out her phone, moved to the living room, and made a call. Haodong, is it possible to have someone else handle this matter? Yunru, I too am reluctant to have you do this, but the Yuntian Hotel is rife with surveillance. Hiring someone from outside would undoubtedly raise suspicions. The phone call conveyed a mix of comfort and regret. Haodong, all that I possess belongs solely to you. Huang Yunru felt torn, fearing Wang Haodong might come to disdain her. Yunru, I don't mind. Besides, you're merely recording a video, not actually engaging in anything. Huang Yunru's gaze flickered, hesitating. Yunru, hold on. Wang Jia wishes to speak with you. Moments later, a woman's voice echoed through the line. Yunru, I'm transferring 5 million to you. Upon completion, there will be an additional 5 million. It's not about the money. Huang Yunru's eyes brightened suddenly as a notification chimed, confirming the transfer of a substantial sum. Yunru, I appreciate your efforts. Wang Haodong's sweet words left Huang Yunru in a daze as she ended the call. Yes, 10 million in hand, she exclaimed, pumping her fist in excitement. Composing herself, she returned to her room to fetch a camera, then proceeded to Jiang Tianchen's room. Setting up the angle, she thought, trying to take advantage of me? Not a chance. Huang Yunru retrieved a prepared length of rope, removed Jiang Tianchen's shirt, and bound his hands behind his back. Jiang Tianchen, sensing a fragrance, instinctively squirmed, nudging his nose toward Huang Yunru. How revolting. Huang Yunru's expression soured. Had this been before, she would have been elated, but now, she had someone she loved, equally affluent and handsome, who looked down on Jiang Tianchen. Huang Yunru discarded her clothing, set the camera to record for 30 seconds, automatically stopping after 3 minutes. She lay on the bed, commencing her performance. Mr. Jiang, we cannot proceed like this, mister. So we'll be heartbroken. Huang Yunru feigned struggle, while Jiang Tianchen nuzzled against her neck. Timing the video, she quickly dismounted from the bed once it concluded. After reviewing the footage to ensure its quality, she sent it to Wang Haodong. His call came through. Yunru, I appreciate your efforts. Wang Jia wishes to see Mr. Jiang's face. It's obvious it's Jiang Tianchen. Huang Yunru was reluctant to repeat the performance. Who would want to witness their partner engaged in such acts? Very well. Wang Haodong elongated his tone before hanging up. I hope Haodong won't be angry with me. Huang Yunru felt a twinge of anxiety as she glanced at the unconscious Jiang Tianchen, setting the camera up once more. This time, I'll make sure it satisfies Haodong. Huang Yunru nestled back under the covers, and as soon as she did, Jiang Tianchen, like a fish drawn to bait, eagerly approached her. Mr. Jiang, it's Yunru. I beg you, spare me. Outside the suite, Yang Ruoxue appeared with the hangover remedy, producing her ID to swipe the sensor. Huang Yunru had booked the room under 3 IDs. Yang Ruoxue opened the door, just in time to hear Huang Yunru's exaggerated scream. Tianchen and them? Yang Ruoxue's face drained of color. Jiang Tianchen was indeed entangled with Huang Yunru. Was he betraying Su Yin? Filled with rage and heartache, she turned to leave. Jiang Tianchen, you made a fool of yourself. As Yang Ruoxue prepared to exit, she caught Huang Yunru's words, piquing her suspicion. Approaching the door, she peered through the crack, witnessing Huang Yunru rise naked from the bed to retrieve the camera. What are you doing? Upon spotting the camera, Yang Ruoshue's suspicions crystallized. She burst into the room, snatching the camera and delivering a sharp slap. Yang, Huang Yunru's limbs turned cold, trembling uncontrollably. Tianchen, Yang Ruoshue, concerned for Jiang Tianchen's safety, called out to him repeatedly, but he remained unresponsive. As she neared, Jiang Tianchen's head lifted, leaning toward her face. It was then she realized he was bare from the waist up, his hands bound behind him. What did you give him? Yang Ruosue glared at Huang Yunru. Caught red-handed, Huang Yunru dared not conceal the truth. Mr. Yang, I was wrong. I should not have seduced Mr. Jiang. Please, grant me one chance. Huang Yunru refrained from mentioning previous events. Yang Ruoshue contemplated briefly and grasped Huang Yunru's intentions. She merely aspired to ascend as a mistress. Instantly, she pulled out her phone and began recording, capturing both Huang Yunru's confession and the unconscious Jiang Tianchen, ensuring she had evidence to prevent Huang Yunru from denying her actions later. After documenting Huang Yunru's contrition, she declared, "You will resign tomorrow and no longer appear in my sight. Had it not been to protect Tianchen's reputation, I would have had you imprisoned." Yang Ruoshue trembled with rage. She, who had harbored a secret affection for Jiang Tianchen for years, would never stoop so low. What qualification do you, Huang Yunru, possess? Yang Ruoshue fixed a cold stare upon her, wishing she could obliterate her existence. Chapter 19. Where did the bedsheets go? Mr. Yang, I will resign tonight. Huang Yunru, tears and snot streaming down her face, bowed repeatedly, hastily dressing and exiting the room in a flurry. She was truly terrified. If Yang Ruoshue reported her to the authorities, she would face several years of imprisonment. Just then, Huang Yunru heard her phone in her pocket beep with a message, indicating that a substantial sum of money had been transferred. The thought of fleeing abroad crossed her mind, knowing that she was at the mercy of Yang Ruoshue. She realized that if Wang Haodong's video were to be revealed, she would undoubtedly be destroyed by Yang Ruoshue. Fearing the consequences, Huang Yunru decided against visiting Wang Haodong and opted instead for a complete disappearance, knowing she had 10 million in hand, money that could take her anywhere. Yang Ruoshue watched Huang Yunru leave and instinctively locked the door behind her. She brought a hangover soup to the room, bending down to untie Jiang Tianchen's hands. Just as she was about to rise to fetch the soup, a gasp escaped her lips. Jiang Tianchen, now free, pulled her close, pinning her down onto the bed. His hands roamed freely as he leaned closer to her face. Tianchen, it's me, Ruoshue. We cannot betray Su Yin. Feeling Jiang Tianchen's warm body and the wandering hands upon her, Yang Ruoshue's cheeks flushed with heat. Gripping his pants tightly, she fought to maintain her last line of defense. Noticing that Jiang Tianchen's trousers remained intact, her anxiety eased somewhat. Huang Yunru had not succeeded. Jiang Tianchen, like a wild beast, was oblivious, only yearning for a tender refuge. No, Yang Ruoshue, summoning an unexpected strength, shoved Jiang Tianchen away and bolted from the room, her face burning with embarrassment. She stumbled into the living room, gasping for breath. Standing at the door, disheveled, she cast a glance back before retreating to her own room. Seated on her bed, Yang Ruoshue found herself lost in thought, replaying the recent events in her mind. Her gaze became somewhat dreamy. Her neck flushed crimson. She had certainly indulged in too much alcohol that evening, and a singular thought wrestled within her. Biting her lip, she retrieved a hotel bathrobe and headed for the bathroom. Over 50 minutes later, clad in the bathrobe, Yang Ruoshue opened her door and stepped into Jiang Tianchen's room. Despite the outer door being locked, the room itself remained secured. Observing the writhing figure of Jiang Tianchen on the bed, she felt a wave of tenderness wash over her as she caressed his face, which was burning with heat. Overcome with shyness, she shed her bathrobe and enveloped Jiang Tianchen in a gentle embrace. Tianchen, it will soon be over. Jiang Tianchen, discovering a source of warmth, clung to her like an octopus. Time slipped away unnoticed until Yang Ruoshue, exhausted, finally rose to tidy up. She noted the traces left on the sheets, summoning her remaining strength to pull them off. Leaving the room, she left behind Jiang Tianchen, who was now peacefully breathing. Jiang Tianchen, his head pounding, slapped his throbbing temples and glanced at the clock. It was 10 in the morning. Huh, the sheets are missing. Did I spill something last night? Did Huang Yunru take them? Spotting a food container on the table, he noticed the untouched hangover soup. Where did this come from? Did Huang Yunru make another batch? He recalled having consumed hangover soup the previous night. Entering the living room, he found Yang Ruoshue seated on the sofa, donned in her hotel bathrobe, seemingly lost in thought. Jiang Tianchen was surprised. Hadn't she been living at home? Clearly, she had stayed here last night. Did you come back to stay? He sat beside her and called out to Huang Yunru's room. Yunru, don't shout. She had matters to attend to at home and left last night. Yang Ruoshue replied. Unable to meet Jiang Tianchen's gaze, a hint of guilt in her voice. Did I throw up last night? Jiang Tianchen, recalling the missing sheets, instinctively asked. Yes. Yang Ruoxue admitted, her cheeks reddening. Have you had breakfast? Jiang Tianchen, oblivious to her discomfort, noted his own hunger. I've eaten. You can order your own. I must leave now. Yang Ruoxue, anxious to escape, stood to return to her room to change, her gait slightly awkward. Are you okay? Not feeling well? Jiang Tianchen asked. Concern etched on his face. No, just sat too long. My legs are a bit numb. Yang Ruoxue hurriedly explained, her face flushed, grateful to be facing away from him. Once dressed, she stood before the mirror, contemplating for a long moment before stepping out of her room. Tianchen, when will you return? Not tonight, probably tomorrow morning, Jiang Tianchen responded casually, his schedule uncertain as he was to visit Lin Xiang in the afternoon. Then I'll head back first. I'm going straight to Tianqing City and won't be returning to Jinhai City for a while. Yang Ruoxue took a deep breath, managing a smile. The Shenhu Scenic Area was located in Tianqing City, and she intended to oversee that project. All right, Jiang Tianchen replied nonchalantly, not paying much heed. In his past life, Yang Ruoxue had always remained there until he married Su Yin, which prompted her return. After Yang Ruoxue left, Jiang Tianchen sensed something peculiar about her today. What had transpired last night? He retrieved his phone to unlock the surveillance footage, scrolling through the video from the previous evening. Within minutes, his expression darkened as he realized Huang Yunru had engaged in such actions. Wang Haodong, Jiang Tianchen recognized his voice. They had conspired against him. He had been completely unaware of this in his past life. Connecting the dots with Wang Haodong's thoughtless suggestion during the meeting, he understood it had only intensified Huang Yunru's animosity towards him. And who was this Wang Jia? He had never heard of her before, a woman accompanying Wang Haodong. From Huang Yunru's brief words last night, Jiang Tianchen came to a conclusion. This Wang Jia was the mastermind behind it all. Did she harbor a grudge against him? Who was she, truly? The situation felt increasingly sinister, as if a hidden serpent was watching him, yet he remained oblivious. Jiang Tianchen had not heard this voice before. Yang Ruoxue claimed Huang Yunru had matters at home. Why lie to him? Reflecting on Yang Ruoxue's intentions, he realized she likely wished to keep things contained, fearing it would affect his relationship with Su Yin. Yet she was unaware that Huang Yunru had sent the video to Wang Haodong. Otherwise, she would have certainly reported it to the authorities. Did the Chinese medicine incident have any relation to them? Jiang Tianchen felt a headache coming on. As his list of suspects grew ever longer, Su Yin, Han Dong, the Zhou family, and now Wang Haodong, a weight settled heavily upon him. In his past life, Wang Haodong had pursued Su Yin and would undoubtedly show her that video. Jiang Tianchen raked his fingers through his hair, recalling fragments of his past. It seemed Su Yin had always remained oblivious to this matter, or perhaps she had known but never revealed it. A chill ran down his spine as he considered a possibility. What if Su Yin was aware of this but pretended otherwise, seeking vengeance against him? Deliberately having a child with Han Dong through in vitro fertilization, while simultaneously loving him with an intensity that was bone-deep and unwavering. Could Su Yin truly be such a person? Jiang Tianchen dared not delve deeper into that thought, his complexion paling. If that were the case, he would not know how to face her. Su Yin's love ran deep, yet her hatred could be equally profound. Slumped on the sofa, memories of Su Yin flickered through his mind, and he forced a bitter smile as he continued watching. He witnessed Yang Ruoxue freeing his hands, feeling a sense of guilt wash over him for taking advantage of her. No wonder her expression had been off earlier. It was because of this. Thankfully, she had managed to break free. Jiang Tianchen sighed in relief as he watched Yang Ruoxue hurriedly leave the room. Had he proceeded further, their future encounters would have been exceedingly awkward. He remained engrossed in the video for about 30 minutes, the images static with nothing further unfolding. Just as he was about to turn off the recording, a puzzling thought struck him, prompting him to rewind the footage. The sheets remained, yet upon his awakening, they were nowhere to be found. What transpired thereafter? Did he succumb to nausea, prompting Yang Shui to remove the sheets? Chapter 20, You May Take Your Leave. Jiang Tianchen resolved to continue reading when the phone upon the table rang. It was Lin Xiang. Cousin, it is already 11 o'clock. When shall you arrive at my home? I shall come over immediately. Unbeknownst to him, noon was fast approaching. Jiang Tianchen tidied his attire. Huang Yunru had already been dismissed, and he harbored no doubts regarding Yang Ruoxue's words, having not continued watching the video. He dialed Lu Xinxin's number. General Manager Jiang, is there something you require? Lu Xinxin was at Tianyun Building, in the midst of finalizing a contract to lease the entire 16th floor. Are you available? Yes. Having completed the contract, Lu Xinxin instructed the general manager to handle subsequent matters and hastily departed. This general manager Jiang must be the hidden benefactor behind Lu Xinxin. General manager Chun Weiwei observed this scene, pondering silently. She had commenced her duties early that morning and harbored high hopes for this yet-to-be-established company. It was hardly surprising. Without a modicum of strength, who would dare to lease an entire floor at Tianyan Building, with an annual rent soaring to 53 million? A general manager with such resources would undoubtedly see her salary soar without limits. Chen Weiwei was thoroughly satisfied with this humane management style and eagerly anticipated the company's future development. General Manager Jiang, where to? Lu Xinxin inquired as she awaited Jiang Tianchen at the entrance of Yuntian Hotel. In Jiang Tianchen's presence, Lu Xinxin felt a sense of intimidation. Despite being 3 years his senior, often perceiving him as her senior. Tianyan University, my aunt's house. All right. Lu Xinxin acquiesced verbally, yet her heart raced with trepidation. What did General Manager Jiang mean by taking her to his relative's house? Involuntarily, her thoughts drifted towards the notion of being kept, leaving her feeling unwell. Thankfully, Jiang Tianchen's subsequent words alleviated her mood. I am seeking a legal advisor for the company, my cousin Lin Xiang. I shall introduce you to her, so you may reach out to her in the future. Understood, General Manager Jiang. Lu Xinxin exhaled in relief, realizing the matter was as such. Upon arriving at Tianyan University's gate, Lin Xiang had been waiting for quite some time. Cousin, Lin Xiang exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Jiang Tianchen. Rushing over to open the car door and slide in. The faculty dormitory building is over there. Lin Xiang had already coordinated with the security guard, guiding Lu Xinxin in the right direction. She is your superior, Lu Xinxin. Hello, General Manager Lu. Lin Xiang greeted enthusiastically. Hello. Lu Xinxin smiled, focusing intently on driving. Tianyan University was vast, remarkably so. After a journey of over 20 minutes, they arrived at the faculty building. The car halted, and Lin Xiang leaned out to observe, pointing to a parking space. Lu Xinxin demonstrated impressive driving skills, perfectly maneuvering into the spot. The trio proceeded towards the faculty building when 4 or 5 individuals emerged around the corner. Fu Lingyan, why haven't you left yet? Lin Xiang's countenance darkened upon recognizing the leader, who glared menacingly at them. Lin Xiang, I wondered why you showed no sorrow. It seems you found another suitor. Fu Lingyan remarked with a hint of amusement, appraising Jiang Tianchen, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Lu Xinxin, a stunning beauty. Fu Lingyan, if you wish to serve the Zhou family, do so on your own. Lin Xiang retorted, her disappointment in Fu Lingyan palpable. After dating for 2 years, their relationship had progressed to discussions of marriage, yet he had come forth with intentions aimed at the Zhou family, aware of her ties to them, and had approached her with ulterior motives. Upon learning of her family's rift with the Zhou family, he had wasted no time in proposing a breakup, taunting her cruelly. Lin Xiang felt fortunate to have recognized Fu Lingyan's true nature in advance. Being the daughter of university professors, she had remained reserved, refraining from deeper involvement with him. Lin Xiang, are you out of your mind? You forsake the Zhou family for your cousin? Fu Lingyan continued to mock, deriding Lin Xiang's family as destitute. Jiang Tianchen gleaned some information, realizing that his aunt's family had severed ties with the Zhou family due to his actions. Why did you not inform me? Jiang Tianchen expressed dissatisfaction, angered by the Zhou family's excessive behavior. All he sought was to reclaim his rightful shares, and yet they acted so despicably. Cousin, my mother forbade me from speaking of it. Lin Xiang averted her gaze, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. So, you are Jiang Tianchen, Lin Xiang's cousin? Fu Lingyan directed his ire at Jiang Tianchen upon hearing Lin Xiang's words. You are the one who has harmed Lin Xiang's family. The Zhou family has declared that no company is to engage with Lin Xiang. That is my affair. It is none of your concern. Jiang Tianchen dismissed Fu Lingyan's allegations. Had you not offended the Zhou family, will my company's million-dollar business have fallen through? Jiang Tianchen was disinclined to entertain such trifles and quietly inquired of Lin Xiang. What business does your company undertake? A small company engaged in the food industry, primarily dealing with the Zhou family and Cheng Yuan Company's business. Lin Xiang candidly replied. Unsure of Jiang Tianchen's intentions, General Manager, Cheng Yuan's President Cheng is one of our 5-star shareholders. Lu Xinxin, responsible for the IPO matters, was familiar with Cheng Yuan Company. Call President Cheng and do me a favor, halt their business dealings. Jiang Tianchen's eyes glinted with ferocity. If you fear the Zhou family, why not fear me, Jiang Tianchen? Yes, General Manager. Lu Xinxin promptly retrieved her phone, dialing a number and exchanging pleasantries. Fu Lingyan, upon hearing Jiang Tianchen's words, wore a look of disdain. Who do you think you are? The Zhou family of Beijing? What a joke. You. Fu Lingyan was about to retort when his phone buzzed in his pocket. Realizing a potential implication, he trembled slightly as he answered the call, seeing the caller ID and collapsing onto the ground in shock. The call was from manager Li of Cheng Yuan, the manager responsible for coordinating their business. Once connected, Fu Lingyan had no chance to speak, as all business dealings were cancelled. After hanging up, Fu Lingyan stared at Jiang Tianchen in terror. He had not anticipated Jiang Tianchen's immense power and regretted provoking him. "You may leave now." Jiang Tianchen regarded the individuals before him with indifference, while Fu Lingyan's companion shrank back, too intimidated to meet Jiang Tianchen's gaze. "My, what a commanding presence." A mocking voice emanated from within a vehicle as a woman alighted. "Josiah, what brings you here?" Lin Xiang exclaimed, surprised to see the daughter of her second uncle. Zhou Zhengxiong, as Jiang Tianchen was the third-generation heir of the Zhou family. "Lin Xiang, my little cousin, have you forgotten to address me as your elder sister?" Josiah, adorned in a white dress, exuded an air of elegance and nobility. "Miss Zhou." Fu Lingyan, seizing the opportunity, approached her with exaggerated deference, bowing as he ingratiated himself. Adopting a sycophantic demeanor, Jiang Tianchen understood that all of this was orchestrated by Josiah. "Return and inform them to broaden their horizons. If there are matters at hand, let them confront me directly. But do not rush, elder brother. My uncle has instructed to first deal with a few clowns." Josiah smiled charmingly. Having volunteered to create trouble for Lin Xiang's family, eager to showcase her capabilities to her family and gain favor. Alas, the Zhou family favored males over females, leaving women with no shares. Why must women make things difficult for one another? Jiang Tianchen gazed pityingly at Josiah. "Do not conflate them with me." Josiah expressed disdain, for she still had opportunities ahead. Lin Xiang's family found themselves without any opportunities. Their visit to Tianjin University was not merely a simple matter of dealing with Lin Xiang. She intended to target the Zhou couple, aiming to have them dismissed from the university. "Your tricks are futile. Even if Ant's family does nothing, they can still enjoy wealth for generations." Jiang Tianchen wished to prevent the Zhou family from disturbing Ant's household. "What do you mean? Are you supporting them?" Josiah could not comprehend the implications of Jiang Tianchen's words. In Chapter 21, Lu Xinxin resigns. "To speak frankly, my cousin has granted me 1% of the shares in Shandong, which makes me exceedingly wealthy." Lin Xiang chuckled with delight, having longed to slap these people in the face. However, her mother had warned her against revealing this information. Now, with Jiang Tianchen poised to make it public, she was naturally pleased to share it. What? Josiah was left in a state of shock, while Fu Lingyan regretted not slapping himself hundreds of times for missing out on over 10 billion. Had he not rushed to curry favor with the Zhou family, Lin Xiang, who harbored affection for him, would surely have married him. "Lin Xiang, you really ought to have mentioned this sooner." Fu Lingyan, shedding his previous arrogance, gazed at Lin Xiang with tenderness. "Get lost. Your presence nauseates me." Lin Xiang had never encountered someone so shameless. Fu Lingyan, his face ashen, fell silent. Josiah looked at Jiang Tianchen with disbelief. Over 10 billion in shares, just handed over to Lin Xiang so lightly. 1% of Shandong's shares? Lu Xinxin wore a dazed expression, staring at Jiang Tianchen in astonishment. "Mr. Jiang is exceptionally kind to his cousin. It must be wonderful to be his sister." Lu Xinxin felt a pang of envy towards Lin Xiang, quickly recalling the shares Jiang Tianchen had bestowed upon her. Mr. Jiang must surely build a trillion-dollar company. Lu Xinxin's confidence in Jiang Tianchen grew. A person who could easily give away over 10 billion is undoubtedly a bold leader destined for greatness. 3/1000ths of a trillion-dollar asset equates to 30 billion. Lu Xinxin's eyes sparkled with excitement. 30 billion. 10 years for 30 billion. Are you truly giving Lin Xiang 1% of the shares? Josiah remained skeptical, pondering if she had lost her mind. Over 10 billion is not merely $100. "I'll show you." Lin Xiang sent Josiah a screenshot of the information she had previously discovered in Wangqing. Upon seeing the verified facts on her phone from Qingdong's official site, Josiah left in a daze, her mind devoid of the intention to cause trouble. She realized she was the punchline of a joke. Someone possessing over 10 billion need not worry about employment. Once Josiah departed, Fu Lingyan and his companions hastily exited, fearful that Lin Xiang might use her newfound wealth to cause them trouble. Lin Xiang had transformed into an extraordinarily wealthy woman. Ding ding. Lin Xiang's phone rang. "Cousin, let us hurry upstairs. My mother is calling to urge us." "Let us go." Jiang Tianchen smiled as he retrieved several boxes of gifts from the trunk, asking Lu Xinxin to help carry one. "Mom, I picked up my cousin and him downstairs." Lin Xiang walked ahead. Zhou Lingxiao, a gentle elder, was thrilled to see Jiang Tianchen, her smile beaming. Uncle Lin Xingfeng was away on research and not home. Jiang Tianchen chatted with her, feeling entirely at ease. Out of hospitality, he stayed until after dinner before leaving. Having missed the evening flight, Jiang Tianchen, would you like to stay at my place tonight? Lu Xinxin suggested. Fearing Jiang Tianchen would misunderstand, she quickly clarified, I've rented a suite with 3 rooms. It's just right for meeting the general manager I hired. That's fine. As long as it's not just a man and a woman, Jiang Tianchen readily agreed. I'll give her a call. Lu Xinxin happily made the call and drove over. Having grown up in Tianjin City, Jiang Tianchen was quite familiar with the area. Observing the route, he noted that the distance to Tianjin Building was rather far. Why didn't he rent a place closer to Tianjin Building? It's not far from there. Just a 15-minute subway ride. The apartment is nicely decorated and fully equipped. A beautiful woman in her late 20s sat on the living room sofa. Upon seeing Lu Xinxin enter, she immediately stood up. Manager Lu, Mr. Jiang. A variety of fruits were laid out on the coffee table. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Jiang Tianchen greeted with a smile. Chen Weiwei was surprised by Jiang Tianchen's age, noting that he appeared several years younger than her. Which wealthy scion is this? She found Jiang Tianchen somewhat familiar, but couldn't place where she had seen him. Mr. Jiang, I feel like I've encountered you before. I am Jiang Tianchen from Wuxing Company. Ah, that is why you seem so familiar. Chen Weiwei's eyes narrowed. She worked at an investment firm and had once researched Wuxing Company. She had proposed investing in Wuxing to her superiors, but unfortunately, the higher-ups did not agree. Missing the optimal opportunity to invest, Jiang Tianchen, catching a flight at 5:30 in the morning, had a few glasses of red wine at his aunt's place and fell asleep early. That night, Chen Weiwei perused Jiang Tianchen's information, increasingly convinced of his extraordinary capabilities. With an investment of 4 billion and a partnership in founding Wuxing, his net worth had surged to over 70 billion in just 5 years. Wuxing resembled an aircraft carrier, continuously expanding. If left unchecked, it showed signs of becoming a colossal corporation. She grew more and more impressed with Jiang Tianchen's leadership abilities, yet wondered why he had started a new company. She held high hopes for Wuxing's future. Did Mr. Jiang see an even greater opportunity? Lying in bed, Chen Weiwei found herself puzzled, unable to fathom Jiang Tianchen's thoughts. Perhaps the mindset of great figures is beyond our comprehension, she thought, chuckling at herself. In another room of the suite, Lu Xinxin was in low spirits. She had just finished a call with her boyfriend, who urged her to resign and meet his parents. Lu Xinxin was reluctant to give up this hard-won job, yet she deeply loved her boyfriend. They had reached the stage of discussing marriage. Lu Xinxin was aware that her boyfriend's family owned a company with assets in the tens of billions. Once she married into that family, she wouldn't have to work to support the household. Lu Xinxin exited her room and walked to the living room, tempted to knock on Jiang Tianchen's door. Checking the time, she hesitated. It was 11 at night, not the appropriate time to disturb her boss. She resolved to speak with Mr. Jiang in the morning instead. Determined, she decided to choose resignation for the sake of her boyfriend, grateful that she had secured a position with Chen Weiwei, ensuring there would be no delay in her boss's plans. Lu Xinxin held great confidence in Chen Weiwei, who was far more capable than herself. At 4:30 in the morning, Jiang Tianchen sat in the back seat, having listened to Lu Xinxin's words. His thoughts drifted, slightly surprised. In his previous life, Lu Xinxin had not proposed resignation. Was there some deviation from the expected course? Lu Xinxin wore an apologetic expression, aware that Jiang Tianchen had high hopes for her, and she felt she was betraying his trust and mentorship. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, but I truly love my boyfriend. Lu Xinxin bit her lip, unable to meet Jiang Tianchen's gaze in the rearview mirror, mustering the courage to express her feelings. There is no need to apologize. I understand. Jiang Tianchen smiled, signaling her not to explain. Don't rush into resigning. The company's establishment will take another month or 2. I'll grant you a month's time, and then you can tell me your decision about resigning. I won't hinder you. The company hasn't been established yet, and some tasks can be handed over to Chen Weiwei for now. Consider it a month-long vacation for you. Mr. Jiang. Lu Xinxin hesitated, unsure of Jiang Tianchen's intentions, questioning the significance of this arrangement. It would be better to recruit sooner rather than later. That is settled then. Jiang Tianchen's authoritative decision was made, and he closed his eyes, choosing silence. Lu Xinxin instinctively fell silent, feeling a twinge of frustration. Even after resigning, she still feared Jiang Tianchen. Hours later, Jiang Tianchen emerged from Jinhai Airport. Su Yan's figure appeared in the distance, clad in a stunning dress that captivated the attention of numerous men. Finally, she had returned. With a radiant smile, Su Yan happily linked her arm with Jiang Tianchen's. They settled into the back seat as the driver headed towards the company. Wang Haodong had come to Jinhai. Chapter 22. Xinyu's cousin Wang Haodong. Jiang Tianchen recalled the deeds of Huang Yunru, his heart brimming with displeasure. He would not let Wang Haodong's machinations go unpunished. In his previous life, He had been foolishly amiable towards him until Wang Haodong pursued Su Yin, prompting him to retaliate. Jiang Tianchen remembered distinctly that Wang Haodong had left the five-star hotel only after he married Su Yin. In hindsight, it seemed as though Wang Haodong had deliberately intervened in his relationship with Su Yin to irritate him. He had arrived just yesterday, responsible for the HR department. Su Yin's eyes flickered with uncertainty. There was something she hesitated to disclose. Had it been before, she would have certainly kept it to herself. Jiang Tianchen's previous display had instilled a measure of fear in Su Yin, making her reluctant to withhold information from him, lest she risk losing him. Jiang Tianchen, feeling a bit queasy from the flight, closed his eyes to rest, oblivious to Su Yan's conflicted expression. By the time they reached the company, Su Yan still had not found the courage to speak. A meeting was scheduled for 1 o'clock in the afternoon. As Jiang Tianchen exited the car, he reminded Su Yin not to forget to notify him. President Jiang, President Su, greeted the staff as they walked towards the elevator. Upon reaching the 10th floor, they encountered Wang Haodong head-on. Su Yin, President Jiang, you're back. Wang Haodong greeted them with a cheerful smile. Jiang Tianchen paused momentarily. Wang Haodong's address was inappropriate. He referred to him as President Jiang, yet called Su Yin by her full name. Why had he overlooked this detail in his past life? How fortunate that you are both here. The company has recruited a new assistant for you. Wang Haodong presented 2 resumes. Tang Siwen would be assigned to Jiang Tianchen, while Wang Yi would assist Su Yin. In his previous life, Lu Xinxin had not resigned, and Tang Siwen had not existed. Both candidates possessed commendable qualifications and abilities. The surname Wang? Jiang Tianchen maintained a placid demeanor, yet thoughts churned within. Wang Yi could well be a covert pawn of Wang Haodong, and as Su Yan's assistant, she would have ample opportunities to engage with traditional medicine. Jiang Tianchen remained unperturbed, readily accepting this arrangement. Wang Haodong and his associates remained unaware that he had discerned their schemes. This information gap could be exploited to his advantage. Upon returning to his office, Jiang Tianchen heard Su Yin say, "Tianchen, I have to get busy now. I will pick you up after work." As president, Su Yin had an abundance of responsibilities. Jiang Tianchen leaned back in his chair, attempting to alleviate the symptoms of motion sickness. Memories from his past life flooded his mind. Su Yin closed the office door, and her phone buzzed with a message. "Su Yin, would you like to go out for a drink tonight?" It was Wang Haodong's invitation to meet. Su Yin chose not to respond and walked directly into Wang Haodong's office without knocking. "Haodong, I made myself clear yesterday. Only work matters should concern us. Don't be so heartless." Wang Haodong replied, grinning, seemingly unbothered by Su Yan's lack of cordiality. "I am not jesting. I wish to avoid misunderstandings with Tianchen." Su Yin found Wang Haodong perplexing. Why was he suddenly pursuing her after 5 years of silence? It felt utterly bewildering. "Su Yin, I like you and I will not give up," Wang Haodong declared, gazing at her with intensity. "You." Su Yin, exasperated, left the office in a flurry. Wang Haodong watched her retreating figure, a knowing smile playing on his lips. In the afternoon meeting, Jiang Tianchen delegated all his tasks, planning not to take over the 5-star hotel in the coming months. However, he did not intend to abandon it. He envisioned it as a battleground, one devoid of gunpowder, a venue for his contest with the Zhou family, and those like Wang Haodong lurking in the shadows. As the workday neared its conclusion, Jiang Tianchen sat in Su Yan's office, waiting for her to finish. "President Jiang, perhaps you should head home. I need to discuss a few matters with Su Yin," Wang Haodong said, carrying a document and knocking on the office door, only to find Jiang Tianchen inside. "If the matter is not urgent, we can postpone it until tomorrow," Jiang Tianchen suggested nonchalantly, aware of Wang Haodong's motives. "Su Yin, the company has just gone public. These matters are somewhat pressing." Wang Haodong feigned a troubled expression. "It's fine. I can wait," Jiang Tianchen replied with an indifferent smile, fully cognizant that he was no longer the ignorant man he once was. "How long will it take? Perhaps I should order dinner for 3. Jiang Tianchen intentionally provoked him by calling Tang Siwen. Within 5 minutes, Tang Siwen appeared promptly in Su Yan's office. "President Jiang, what can I do for you?" "Xiao Dang, please call Jinai Hotel and arrange dinner for 5. No, make it 5 people. Go speak with Assistant Wang. We'll dine together tonight." "Certainly, President Jiang," Tang Siwen replied, his face brightening at the prospect of being invited to dinner, especially at a 5-star hotel. Wang Haodong was left speechless. Jiang Tianchen was genuinely going through with it. Su Yin shot Jiang Tianchen an exasperated glance, fully aware of his deliberate provocation. Jiang Tianchen chuckled softly, feeling rather unencumbered at the moment. In his previous life, he had been oblivious to Wang Haodong's true intentions, allowing him to meddle freely within the company. Jiang Tianchen remained beside Su Yin, assisting her in completing all her tasks. They shared a meal at the company. As Jiang Tianchen observed Wang Haodong driving away in a sports car, he found himself lost in thought. Why was he targeting me? Jiang Tianchen pondered, unable to grasp the motive. Their connection seemed tenuous at best. The issue undoubtedly lay with Su Yan. He concluded that he had sensed an unusual tension between the two earlier in the office. They did not resemble two people who had only recently become acquainted. Su Yan noticed Jiang Tianchen's unwavering gaze fixed on Wang Haodong's departing figure, a flicker of anxiety crossing her face. Had he sensed something? With that thought, she felt compelled to disclose the truth. Tianchen, when I went to pick you up from the airport, there was something I hesitated to tell you. Seeing Jiang Tianchen's attention shift toward her, she entwined her arm with his. Please don't be upset when you hear this. I know Wang Haodong. We've known each other since childhood, but there is nothing between us. He has been abroad all this time? Jiang Tianchen inquired, somewhat taken aback. According to the information he had, he was not originally from Daxia. We grew up together. He is a distant cousin of Xinu, Su Yan explained. His family immigrated after I graduated from high school. He is related to the Wang family, Xinu's cousin. I have no idea what has gotten into him. He suddenly declared his feelings for me and wants to pursue me. Having shared all this, Su Yan exhaled deeply, fearful of Jiang Tianchen's potential overthinking. He is Xinu's cousin? Jiang Tianchen had been unaware of this connection in his past life. Wang Xinu? The name echoed in Jiang Tianchen's mind, conjuring images of videos where Wang Haodong had referred to Sister Wang. Jiang Tianchen shook his head in disbelief. It was impossible. Wang Xinu had been dead for nearly 2 years. At that time, he had attended the memorial service alongside Su Yan. The voice on the phone was also unfamiliar, distinctly not Wang Xinu's. Tianchen, what is wrong? Su Yan, mistaking his demeanor for anger, felt a twinge of anxiety. It's nothing, let's go home. Jiang Tianchen's expression darkened, as if an invisible net was closing in around him. Was the Wang family plotting against him? Chapter 23. Lu Xinxin's Embarrassment. The Wang family was indeed a prominent clan in Daxia. Not inferior to the Zhou family of the capital. They possessed vast enterprises not only within Daxia, but also countless holdings abroad. Why would the Wang family target him? Jiang Tianchen found himself at a loss for reasons. Could it be due to the 5-star listing? Why was he the sole focus of their attention? Had the Zhou family commissioned them? Had the two families struck some form of collaboration? Jiang Tianchen felt overwhelmed, deciding it best not to dwell on these thoughts. He would face whatever came his way. At 10 that evening, the couple enjoyed a candlelit dinner. A brief separation was worth more than the joys of a newlywed. After 30 years of companionship, Jiang Tianchen had grown accustomed to Su Yan's scent. Now, having returned to life in a youthful body, he found it exceedingly difficult to suppress his inner desires. The two awoke to find it was already 11 in the morning. Su Yan's phone buzzed with over 10 missed calls, as she had left it in silent mode the previous night. This is all your fault, she playfully chastised Jiang Tianchen, delivering a few light punches before hastily heading to the office. Jiang Tianchen settled into the yard to bask in the sun, savoring the simple pleasures of life. Meanwhile, in the southeastern province of Daxia, in Zhongzhou City, Lu Xinxin felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Half an hour prior, she had accompanied her boyfriend, Lu Haidong, back to his lavish villa, where 5 housekeepers attended to their needs. Xinxin, what kind of business does your family run? Lu Haidong's mother, Lin Yin, warmly welcomed them, offering tea with the demeanor of an eager mother-in-law. My family doesn't run a business, Lu Xinxin replied, momentarily taken aback by Lu Haidong's subtle gestures. No business? Then what are you currently doing? I'm an executive assistant at a company. Lu Xinxin noticed Lu Haidong tugging at her hand, and though confused, she decided to speak the truth. Lin Yini exchanged glances with her husband, Lu Xinxin, both turning their attention to Lu Haidong. Haidong, explain the situation. Lu Haidong sighed, a bitter smile crossing his face. Lu Xinxin was wonderful in many ways, but rather straightforward. He had hinted at this several times on their way over. Yet, he loved her dearly and was willing to overlook her naivety. Dad, Mom, my love for Xinxin is genuine. Please let me marry her. Why would you choose her over the daughter of the Li family? Lu Xinxin bellowed, glaring at Lu Haidong as he slammed his fist onto the table. You can marry her, but you must leave this house. Without casting another glance at Lu Xinxin began to berate Lin Yini. You raised a fine son. Let him fend for himself financially. Lin Yini, unhappy with this, slammed her palm onto the table in frustration. She was not intimidated by Lu Xinxin. She had her own family to rely on. Lu Xinxin's face turned pale, tears streaming down her cheeks involuntarily. Was this how her boyfriend's parents treated her? She turned to Lu Haidong, only to find his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Why he warned her in advance? At least she could have prepared herself mentally. Xinxin, you should head back to the hotel. I'll come find you shortly. Lu Haidong whispered, leading her out of the villa. He had not anticipated such fierce opposition from his parents. Had he known, he would never have brought her home. He was acutely aware of his father's temperament. When he threatened to cut off financial support, he meant it. Lu Xinxin stood outside the villa, watching Lu Haidong return inside. Feeling lost. This was a villa district, a place for the affluent. How could she get a taxi to enter? After walking for half an hour, she finally exited the villa area and hailed a cab back to the hotel. Upon arriving, she was overwhelmed by memories of the earlier encounter at her boyfriend's home, and she broke down in tears. She felt rejected by her boyfriend's parents. Recalling the disdain in their gazes made her lips tremble. Lu Haidong truly cared for her, a sentiment she had sensed over the years. This was not his fault. He couldn't have foreseen such a strong reaction from his family. Worrying about Lu Haidong's distress, she quickly sent him several messages, pleading with him to calmly reason with his parents and avoid arguments over her. Yet her messages sank like stones into a deep sea with no response. Lu Haidong must be caught up in a heated exchange with his parents. Too occupied even to check his phone, Lu Xinxin found herself glancing at her phone repeatedly. Even by 10 that night, she had yet to receive a reply, prompting her to call Lu Haidong. The phone rang for an extended period before finally connecting. "Hello, who is this?" A dazed voice answered, indicating he must have been asleep for quite some time. No wonder he hadn't replied. Lu Haidong must have fallen asleep after an argument with his parents. Lu Xinxin's anxious heart settled slightly. "Haidong, it's me." "Oh, Xinxin, I'm so sorry for not replying. I fell asleep." "It's all right. How are things with your parents?" Lu Xinxin began, but Lu Haidong quickly interjected. "Xinxin, give me a day or two. I promise I will convince my parents to accept our marriage." Okay. Having loved Lu Haidong for several years, Lu Xinxin was unwilling to give up. She was marrying him, not his parents. If necessary, they could live separately after their wedding. Determined to stay in Zhongzhou City for a couple of days, she awaited Lu Haidong's call. That night, Lu Xinxin was plagued by nightmares, envisioning Lu Haidong's parents forcibly tearing them apart. She awoke multiple times, her face pale as she sent a message to Lu Haidong. Checking the time, it was past 1 in the morning. He was surely asleep. To her surprise, Lu Haidong replied to her message. It was a video. As she opened it, she found herself utterly frozen. Lu Haidong was in a bar, the video showing a woman filming, who eventually revealed her face, none other than Li Tianchen, the daughter of the Li family, whom his parents had mentioned. For the sake of a better future, Lu Haidong had compromised and agreed to marry Li Tianchen. Xiao Yu. Li Tianchen fabricated a persona, claiming Xiao Yu as Lu Haidong's childhood friend. She then switched to video mode, greeting him. "Xiao Yu, come to the Zhongzhou bar to join your brother Dong and sister-in-law." Lu Haidong embraced Li Tianchen intimately, flashing a peace sign toward the camera. After finishing the video, he resumed dancing on the bar. Once Li Tianchen sent the video, she swiftly deleted the message. Lu Xinxin felt as deflated as a punctured balloon, her gaze vacant. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Why? How could you do this to me?" Lu Xinxin dressed quickly, donning a baseball cap before hailing a taxi to Zhongzhou bar. She needed to see for herself. She could not believe Lu Haidong would betray her in such a manner. Half an hour later, Lu Xinxin stumbled out of the bar, her heart heavy with confusion. Was this truly the man she had loved for years? How absurdly hypocritical. If it was impossible, why keep her hanging in such torment? While heartbroken, she found herself grappling with the question of why Lu Haidong had done this. Lu Xinxin was not the type to cling desperately. She could walk away. Lu Xinxin thought of Jiang Tianchen and admired his meticulous approach to matters as he requested a month for her response. The foresight of the boss was commendable. For reasons unknown, Lu Xinxin no longer felt as heartbroken. Discovering the truth early on turned out to be a blessing, allowing her to focus more intently on her work. With this thought in mind, she returned to the hotel to catch up on sleep. The ringing of her phone disrupted her slumber. Lu Haidong was calling. Chapter 24. The Wang family is the mastermind behind the scenes. Xinxin, I've arrived at the hotel. Which room are you in? Room 508. Lu Xinxin was curious to see what he intended to do. 5 minutes later, Lu Haidong appeared at the door of room 508, holding a bouquet of flowers. Gazing at her with deep affection. Had she not witnessed his behavior at the bar, she might have been moved to tears. Instead, she felt a wave of nausea. Xinxin, I have good news. Last night, I convinced my parents, and they finally relented. Really? Uncle and auntie agree to us being together? Lu Xinxin feigned enthusiasm to play along with his act. They agreed. We'll be getting married in 2 months. Lu Xinxin felt disdain towards him, yet maintained a facade of surprise. Are we going to your home today? Lu Haidong's eyes flickered momentarily before he covered it up. Not today. My dad is on a business trip. He placed the flowers on the table and began to embrace Lu Xinxin restlessly. Xinxin, we're getting married in 2 months. It's fine to be together, right? Lu Xinxin finally understood Lu Haidong's intentions. He was merely seeking to possess her. Having come from a mountainous region, her values were more conservative than those of city girls. After being together for years, their relationship had barely progressed beyond holding hands. What a cad. Lu Xinxin saw Lu Haidong clearly for what he was. Not today, I have my period. Fearing Lu Haidong might force himself upon her, she declined gently without tearing their facade. Oh, that's all right. We can wait a few days. You can stay here at ease. Lu Haidong felt a tinge of regret, as he had come with great enthusiasm, determined to win Lu Xinxin over. After years of courtship, he was unwilling to let anyone else have her. He hastily expressed a few heartfelt words before departing. Once the door was closed, Lu Xinxin broke down in tears, mourning the loss of her love. She was unaware of how much time had passed when she finally dried her tears and took out her phone to call Jiang Tianchen. Mr. Jiang, I have regretted my decision. I will work for you for a lifetime. Very well, Jiang Tianchen replied nonchalantly. Hearing his familiar voice was a source of solace for Lu Xinxin, rejuvenating her spirit. She proceeded to the front desk to settle her bill and leave. After hanging up, Jiang Tianchen observed a moment of silence for Lu Xinxin. Clearly, her heart had been shattered. In the following month, Jiang Tianchen did nothing of significance, continuing the trajectory of his past life by spending every day with Su Yin. Unlike his previous life, where he had not gone to the company and instead recuperated at home, this time he needed to keep an eye on Wang Haodong. Thus, he accompanied Su Yin to work daily, feigning weakness while indulging excessively, successfully crafting the image of a man who had overindulged. One sunny morning, Jiang Tianchen arose at 9 o'clock. He didn't need to disguise himself. After more than a month, his health had indeed deteriorated somewhat. As he prepared to open the door, he overheard the voice of Wang Yi, causing him to pause. He wished to hear what they were discussing. Su, I've noticed that Jiang has been looking a bit unwell lately. Have you two been too frequent? Su Yin's voice trembled slightly. During this time together, she had grown to trust her assistant, who was 10 years her senior. She was perceptive and adept at navigating social situations. They occasionally discussed matters beyond work. Jiang Tianchen retreated into the bathroom and turned on the living room video. Just as he had suspected, he saw Su Yin's face flush with embarrassment. Wang Yi, observing that Su Yin wasn't looking, had a glint in her eyes. Su, I think you need to give Jiang some supplements. Jiang Tianchen's expression darkened. He had clearly seen Wang Yi's earlier gesture. She was subtly guiding Su Yin, and the mention of herbal medicine was undoubtedly connected to her. Wang Yi's next statement confirmed Jiang Tianchen's suspicions. Su, you should consider buying some nourishing medicine for Jiang. He does need to bolster his health. Su Yin tapped her forehead, realizing she hadn't thought to provide Jiang Tianchen with proper nutrition. I've heard from some health experts that herbal medicine is the best for nourishment, with minimal side effects. Wang Yi continued to steer the conversation. It would be good to visit the hospital for some herbal prescriptions. Su Yin found her reasoning sound and made a mental note of it. Jiang Tianchen watched Su Yin on the screen, hitting the pillow in frustration. This foolish woman was being manipulated, leading to his past life's infertility. The matter of herbal medicine. The Wang family was the puppet master. Jiang Tianchen's hatred for Wang Haodong intensified. The grudge of being left childless in his past life was monumental. What troubled Jiang Tianchen further was that he had been entirely oblivious in his previous life. Truly, the human heart is the most venomous. He need not ponder further. The herbal medicine prescribed for Su Yin must have been tampered with. Or perhaps the hospital's prescriptions were flawed. Wang Yi, Jiang Tianchen ground his teeth in anger. In his previous life, she had never revealed her true self until he died and was reborn. He was perplexed as to why she remained at the five-star establishment. Was she surveilling their every move? Was there something else he was unaware of? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he felt a chill run down his spine, akin to a nest of venomous snakes lurking nearby, unnoticed in his previous life. Did Su Yin's egg freezing have anything to do with them? Jiang Tianchen recalled Su Yin's previous statement that she would only bear children for him. After over 30 years of companionship, Jiang Tianchen believed he understood Su Yin well. Most women would not bear children for another man, even without physical contact. Especially Su Yin, given the depth of their relationship, she wouldn't conceal anything from him. Jiang Tianchen would rather believe Su Yin was deceived than to think she willingly engaged in such actions. With detectives only available the following day, Jiang Tianchen felt a sense of urgency. He resolved to uncover the identity of a woman named Wang. To ensnare him, Wang Haodong had tempted Huang Yunru. Anyone who could manipulate Wang Haodong was not simple. And then there was Huang Yunru. As he pondered her, Jiang Tianchen shut off the video and exited the room. Upon seeing him, Wang Yi immediately fell silent. Su, the documents are here. I must return to the office. Su Yin was scheduled to visit Tianqing City today and had asked Wang Yi to deliver some materials. After a month of interaction, Wang Yi found Jiang Tianchen inscrutable, more so than anyone she had encountered. If he exuded an air of superiority, he was also deeply infatuated with women. If he appeared cynical, he had single-handedly shaped the 5-star Carrier S prototype. During her month at the 5-star company, Wang Yi had come to realize one undeniable truth. Jiang Tianchen was unfathomable. Tianchen, I'm heading to the Shun Lake Scenic Area later. Will you join me? There would be a state leader inspecting the Shun Lake Scenic Area in the afternoon, and Yang Ruoxue was unwell, prompting Su Yin to accompany her. Of course, Jiang Tianchen had yet to visit the Shun Lake Scenic Area since his rebirth, and considering he also needed to go to Tianqing City in the coming days, it was a perfect opportunity. In the realm of urban development, the metro lines connecting Jinhai City and Tianqing City have become the focal point of speculation. Individuals privy to the actual routes are clamoring to seize land. Jiang Tianchen contemplates liquidating a portion of his real estate holdings, enabling investment firms to strategically position themselves ahead of time. Not far from Wuxing Company, in a quaint cafe, Wang Haodong and Han Dong sit opposite each other, their gazes laden with animosity. Chapter 25. Yang Ruoxue falls into the trap. Han Dong, why have you summoned me? Wang Haodong's disdain for his cousin is palpable. He perceives him as lacking both heritage and exceptional capability, possessing only a marginal edge over the average individual. Haodong, refrain from harassing Su Yin in the future. Han Dong is acutely aware of Wang Haodong's recent behavior, which has been troubling enough with Jiang Tianchen already in the picture. And now, Wang Haodong, Su Yin's former infatuation, has resurfaced. What business is it of yours? Wang Haodong offers no quarter, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Her official boyfriend ignores me, yet you presume to lecture me? Han Dong's face turns ashen, stifled by Wang Haodong's retort. Su Yin has expressed her disinterest in you. She has asked you not to pursue her. Just yesterday, Wang Haodong professed his feelings for Su Yin, leading her to erupt in anger. And Han Dong happened to witness the exchange. He harbors an intense disdain for Wang Haodong's relentless pursuit. Is that so? Wang Haodong's smile is sardonic as he regards Han Dong. And what about you? Su Yin has also made it clear she does not fancy you. Why do you persist in this entanglement? By the way, you are still my cousin-in-law. Xin, you has been gone for 2 years. I am entitled to seek my own happiness. Xin, you would surely support my endeavors. Han Dong's complexion reddens as he fabricates a rationale for himself. Your happiness? Is it merely to witness Su Yin with others? Wang Haodong's derision is palpable. You, how infuriating. Andong's frustrationmunds. For he is acutely aware of Su Yan's relationship with Jiang Tianchen. His heart is already tormented, and Wang Haodong's words push him to the brink. If you are so enamored with Su Yin, muster the courage to pursue her. You are nothing but a waste of potential, indulging in petty schemes. Wang Haodong finishes his coffee, casting a contemptuous glance at Han Dong before departing without a backward glance. He finds conversing with such a person detestable. Han Dong sits there, vacant-eyed, enveloped in despair. What can he possibly compete with? He lacks the wealth of others. His skills are mediocre, and his appearance is unremarkable. Moreover, Su Yan's heart belongs to Jiang Tianchen. How can he even begin to contend? After being chastised by Su Yin previously, he fears losing even the semblance of friendship and has resorted to clandestinely observing her. Were it not for the 1.5% shares in Wuxing gifted by Su Yin, he would be condemned to a life of meager wages. Han Dong envies Wang Haodong, who, with a wealthy background, can pursue Su Yin without hesitation. He, on the other hand, remains in the shadows, silently enduring his plight. Jiang Tianchen, why can't you return to being the sycophant you once were? Han Dong reminisces about the past when a simple phone call would summon Su Yin to his side. Even with Jiang Yuqin as an unwelcome presence, at least he could enjoy her company. Unbeknownst to Jiang Tianchen, he is presently en route to Tianqing City in Su Yan's car. Tianchen, where do you suppose the metro will commence between Jinhai and Tianqing City? Su Yin, at the helm, gazes out at the desolate fields, aware of the rampant rumors circulating. Anywhere is possible. Are you not curious about my 80 billion investment? Jiang Tianchen gestures towards the outside, revealing no secrets. I am acquiring land, extensive parcels of land. Su Yin is taken aback. You are purchasing such vast tracts? What if they prove to be a poor investment? Her concern is palpable. The area between Tianqing City and Jinhai City is expansive, and the metro route remains uncertain. If you miscalculate, when will you recoup your investment? It's a matter of chance. I've conducted extensive research, and several locations are highly probable for the route. Jiang Tianchen refrains from elaborating. Knowing some matters cannot be easily articulated. Very well. Su Yin chooses not to pursue the topic further, still holding faith in Jiang Tianchen's judgment. Even if the venture results in total loss, their combined assets would sustain them for a lifetime. The elevated bridge to the east of Chinhu Lake, connecting to the island, alone cost 130 billion. Arriving at the Chinhu scenic area, it is already 2:30 in the afternoon, with less than half an hour before the leader's inspection. Tianchen, you should rest for a while. Su Yin is aware of Jiang Tianchen's reluctance to engage in socializing, so she plans to handle the guests alone. Very well. Su Yin escorts Jiang Tianchen to the hotel entrance before driving away. The transformation of the scenic area is well underway, and the hotel has long since been completed. Jiang Tianchen, a frequent guest, receives greetings from the security staff and sanitation workers alike. President Jiang. He nods in acknowledgement, stepping into the elevator and inputting a code that grants access to the top floor, the 26th. The 26th floor of the Chinhu Hotel is not open to the public. Jiang Tianchen has transformed it into a leisure facility. The climate in the Chinhu scenic area is delightful, ideal for relaxation and rejuvenation. In his previous life, Jiang Tianchen spent the majority of the last 10 years residing here, rendering him intimately familiar with every detail of the place. The entire 26th floor consists of only 3 suites. Approaching the suite on the right, he retrieves his identification, ready to place it on the door sensor. When the adjacent door swings open, Yang Ruoxue, clad in a pink nightgown, emerges, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Startled by the sudden appearance of another, she nearly cries out in surprise. Upon recognizing him, her expression shifts to one of astonishment. What brings you here? Access to the 26th floor is exclusive to Jiang Tianchen, Jiang Yuqin, Su Yin, and herself, with only 3 suites available. The need for a passcode to access this level explains her casual attire. I came to Tianqing City to attend to some matters, and since Su Yin is here, I thought I'd drop by. Jiang Tianchen recalls Su Yin mentioning that she had heard of Yang Ruoxue's illness. I heard you were unwell. How are you feeling now? Yang Ruoxue's face flushes, and she feigns composure, managing a somewhat strained smile. I'm fine, just a bit of cold. Before she can finish, a wave of nausea overtakes her, and she hurriedly covers her mouth with her right hand, rushing back to her room's bathroom. Should we consider a visit to the hospital? Jiang Tianchen, worried, follows her into the room, standing at the bathroom door. No need. It's just a bit uncomfortable. Yang Ruoxue's words come out stammered. Jiang Tianchen senses something amiss. He perceives an odd tension in her demeanor, reminiscent of their last encounter at Tianyan Hotel. Suddenly, a realization strikes him regarding the incident with the bed linens at Tianyan Hotel, which he had neglected to review on video due to subsequent distractions. Really? There is no need for a hospital visit. If you need anything, just call me. Seeing that she appears to be fine, Jiang Tianchen retreats to his own suite. Phew. After Jiang Tianchen exits, Yang Ruoxue quickly shuts the door, releasing a sigh of relief as her face flushes with alternating hues of green and red. Ugh. Before she reaches the bed, a wave of nausea hits her, and she rushes once more to the bathroom. What should I do? Yang Ruoxue rinses Hermot, gazing into the mirror as she murmurs to herself, her right hand instinctively placing itself on her abdomen. With a bitter smile, she had not anticipated that, just that once, she would fall victim to such circumstances. Chapter 26. The Doubts of a Previous Life. A Sudden Revelation. Indeed, Yang Ruoxue was pregnant, experiencing severe early pregnancy symptoms. She had no choice but to feign illness, allowing Su Yin to host the leadership inspection. Yang Ruoxue felt utterly shameless, guilty towards both Su Yin and Jiang Tianchen. This child ought not to exist, yet Yang Ruoxue cherished it like a precious gem. Her affection for Jiang Tianchen was profound, a love that transcended all else. It was precisely because her love ran so deep that she was willing to silently endure everything. Even if Jiang Tianchen were to remain oblivious for a lifetime, she would still choose to accompany him. This unexpected pregnancy filled Yang Ruoxue with shame, yet she held no regrets. She had resolutely decided that after Jiang Tianchen and Su Yan's wedding, she would go abroad for a period of recuperation, secretly giving birth to this child. Gently caressing her abdomen, she silently prayed, "In 3 months, dear baby, I hope you grow slowly." Yang Ruoxue harbored some concerns, anxious that 3 months later, at 4 months along, her pregnancy would become quite apparent. She could only wear more layers of clothing. The wedding of Jiang Tianchen and Su Yin was a gathering of classmates and collaborative partners, and Yang Ruoxue found it impossible to conjure a valid reason not to attend. Su Yan's reception would last 3 hours, leaving Jiang Tianchen somewhat bored upon returning to his room. He decided to review the previous video, as he had an unsettling feeling that Yang Ruoxue was concealing something from him. Inputting the video password, he searched for the last recorded time and clicked to enter. Half an hour later, Jiang Tianchen stared vacantly out the window, his body resembling a statue, utterly motionless. He could hardly believe that Yang Ruoxue had been so reckless as to sneak into his room. Finally, he comprehended the absence of bed linens, and upon seeing the traces left behind, he could not help but let out a wry smile. His gaze grew complex as he recalled certain events from his previous life. A sudden jolt surged through him as he remembered someone, Yang Ruoxue's adopted son, Jiang Yanhai, a child who bore a slight resemblance to him. Could it be? Jiang Tianchen trembled involuntarily at the thought. In light of Yang Ruoxue's recent behavior, it was evidently a symptom of pregnancy. In his previous life, Jiang Tianchen had not visited the scenic area of Chenhu Lake at this time, thus remaining unaware of Yang Ruoxue's condition. Another memory struck him. On the day of his wedding to Su Yin, Yang Ruoxue had worn an outer garment, claiming to be feeling chilly. It had been a guise to mask the truth of her pregnancy. In his previous life, Jiang Tianchen and Su Yin had no children. Su Yin adopted a daughter, Jiang Xiu, while Yang Ruoxue took in a son, Jiang Yanhai. Yang Ruoxue even encouraged Jiang Tianchen to acknowledge Jiang Yanhai as his godson. Due to Jiang Tianchen's infertility, no one suspected the connection between Jiang Yanhai and him, despite their slight resemblance. Did I truly not leave a legacy in my previous life? Jiang Tianchen slumped onto the sofa, his gaze unfocused as he murmured to himself. Had Ruoxue chosen to stay with Jiang Yuqin for the sake of the child? Yang Ruoxue's affection for him was genuine, certainly not a case of same-sex attraction. But wait, did Suya know about this? Jiang Tianchen felt a dryness in his throat. In his past life, his condition had worsened, and Su Yin had, in an effort to bring him joy, insisted that Jiang Yanhai marry their adopted daughter. Jiang Xiu had her own beloved boyfriend, yet Su Yin had forcibly torn them apart, insisting she marry Jiang Yanhai. Otherwise, she would not receive the 5-star shares. Jiang Tianchen had previously reprimanded Su Yin for interfering in the lives of the children. In hindsight, it was clear that Su Yin must have been aware of the situation. A bitter smile crossed Jiang Tianchen's face. In his previous life, he had been like a fool, utterly oblivious. Why had Su Yin acted this way? He found it perplexing. As Jiang Xiu was her biological daughter, there was no need for such actions. Jiang Tianchen felt a surge of agitation, pulling out a cigarette to smoke. He only indulged in smoking when his mood was low. Opening the door, he stepped onto the corridor's windowsill, gazing ahead. A group of people approached from afar, and upon spotting Su Yin, Jiang Tianchen felt a tumult within his heart. What should he do? Pretend to be unaware? Or lay everything bare? Suddenly, Yang Ruoxue emerged from her room. Upon seeing Jiang Tianchen, she instinctively considered retreating back inside, but upon noticing his gaze upon her, she steeled herself and walked over. Yang Ruoxue intended to head downstairs to retrieve something. A wisp of smoke wafted towards her, causing her stomach to churn, and she felt the urge to vomit. Jiang Tianchen quickly extinguished the cigarette, his eyes drawn to her abdomen involuntarily. Yang Ruoxue covered her mouth with her right hand, suppressing the urge to retch as she passed by Jiang Tianchen, nodding in acknowledgement. She hastily entered the elevator, and as the doors closed, she gagged a few times. Did he suspect something? Reflecting on Jiang Tianchen's earlier expression, she extinguished the cigarette, but, recalling how he had looked at her abdomen, did he suspect infidelity? Yang Ruoxue's complexion paled slightly, accompanied by a bitter smile. Never mind. What he thinks doesn't matter. I am content. Regaining her composure, she resolved not to dwell on the matter any longer. Jiang Tianchen retreated to his room to smoke, lighting up 7 or 8 cigarettes in succession. The door swung open, and Su Yin stepped into the room. The air was thick with smoke, causing Su Yin to cough and retreat, covering her mouth. Tianchen, how long have you been smoking? Su Yin asked, a hint of displeasure evident in her tone, as she disliked Jiang Tianchen's smoking habits. She had been preparing for pregnancy and longed for a child of her own. Lost in thought, she had forgotten about the time. Jiang Tianchen hurriedly opened the window to let the smoke disperse, stepping out of the room. Hearing Su Yan's voice, Yang Ruoxue opened her door. Su Yan, has the inspection concluded? Yes, Ruoxue, are you feeling any better? Su Yan smiled as she approached Yang Ruoxue's doorway. Just a slight chill. A few days of rest should suffice. Yang Ruoxue felt a pang of guilt, noticing Jiang Tianchen's unwavering gaze upon her, as if he were scrutinizing her abdomen. Shall we have dinner together tonight? Su Yin linked her arm with Yang Ruoxue's. They had been college roommates and shared a close bond. Perhaps another time. I lack an appetite. Yang Ruoxue dared not attend, as her pregnancy symptoms were quite severe and she feared Su Yin would detect something amiss. All right then. What would you like to eat? I'll have Tianchen bring it back for you. Su Yin, unaware of any underlying issues, released Yang Ruoxue's arm and walked toward Jiang Tianchen. She intended to have dinner with him before returning to Jinhai. A serving of wontons would be lovely. Su Yin linked arms with Jiang Tianchen as they headed toward the elevator. Watching their departing figures, Yang Ruoshue's expression grew complex, her right hand instinctively moving to her abdomen. Just then, Jiang Tianchen glanced back at Yang Ruoshue, causing her to panic and hastily lower her hand, retreating into her room. Never mind. I shall let things unfold naturally. Jiang Tianchen felt a headache coming on. He too was at a loss as to what to do and could only take things one step at a time. What are you looking at? Su Yin turned back to inquire, but saw nothing. Nothing. I will be staying in Tianqing City for half a month, then heading to Tianjin City for a week or so. Jiang Tianchen considered the numerous plots of land he needed to manage, realizing it would require ample time. Once he secured the funds, he would also need to go to Tianjin City to get the investment company up and running. Is it going to take that long? Su Yin felt a twinge of reluctance, though she didn't press Jiang Tianchen about his reasons for visiting Tianjin City. I plan to establish an investment company. With Lu Xinxin in charge, Jiang Tianchen revealed without reservation. I was wondering how you convinced Lu Xinxin to resign. Su Jian posed, scrutinizing Jiang Tianchen. She had long suspected this and had been waiting for him to confirm it. Since Jiang Tianchen ceased to increase his investment in the five-star project, speculation about his intentions began to circulate. A twinge of jealousy surfaced within him, as it seemed Jiang Tianchen was particularly fond of Lu Xinxin. There was something he had not yet disclosed to you. What is it? Su Yin asked, her gaze shifting in surprise to Jiang Tianchen, who wore a serious expression. Chapter 27. Seizing the Opportunity. Huang Yunru did not resign of her own volition. She was dismissed by Yang Ruoshue. After much contemplation, Jiang Tianchen finally decided to share some information. Huang Yunru's video would inevitably find its way to Su Yin, and after over 30 years of acquaintance, Jiang Tianchen understood Su Yan's true character. Though she appeared gentle and virtuous, she was, in fact, a person of stubbornness and intense possessiveness. The video could potentially alter Su Yan's feelings towards him, igniting a love intertwined with hatred. Jiang Tianchen yearned to unveil the truth to Su Yan. Yet, doing so would hinder the pursuit of the puppet master behind the scenes. As he observed Su Yan driving, his emotions were in turmoil. At times, he wished to live in oblivion, to forget the painful memories of his past life, but thoughts of Su Yan and Han Dong's daughter rendered him restless. Su Yan, I have already divulged some information. The rest is up to you, he said, averting his gaze from her and gazing somberly out the window. Dismi set by Yang Ruosue? Su Yin momentarily froze, her mind racing with conjectures. Was there a significant issue at work, or was it something else? She intended to inquire further, but noticed Jiang Tianchen's grim demeanor and decided to wait for a more opportune moment. The departure of an employee did not weigh heavily on her mind, especially considering Huang Yunru's lack of competence. After leaving Chenhu Island, Su Yin arrived at Longyu Town by the lakeside, where the scenic beauty of Chenhu had transformed the town into a bustling hub. Tianchen, I'm heading back, Su Yin announced after 3 hours, dropping Jiang Tianchen off at the hotel at Chenhu Scenic Area. She deliberately exited the car to plant a gentle kiss on his forehead. Drive safely on your way. Jiang Tianchen stood by the roadside, holding a bowl of wontons, watching as Su Yan's vehicle disappeared into the distance. After lingering there until she was out of sight, he ascended to the 26th floor, knocking on Yang Ruoshue's door and cheerfully presenting the wontons. I'm heading to Tianqing City. Do you have a car? Would you like to use mine? Are you planning to drive lately? Jiang Tianchen had initially contemplated hailing a taxi, but realized that staying in Tianqing City for an extended period without a vehicle would be quite inconvenient. I don't need it for now. Here's the key. Yang Ruoshue returned to her room, retrieving the car keys. Inadvertently, her hand brushed against Jiang Tianchen's, and she quickly withdrew, a forced smile gracing her lips. The wontons have vinegar. I thought you might prefer sour ones. In his previous life, Jiang Tianchen had never seen Yang Ruoshue in such a light. She had always exuded the aura of a strong woman, and he instinctively felt the urge to tease her. Without waiting for her response, he took the keys and turned towards the elevator, leaving Yang Ruoshue staring at his retreating figure in confusion. What did he mean by that? Why would he assume she wanted sour wontons? Yang Ruoshue pondered this question, feeling an unsettling anxiety creep in. Jiang Tianchen must have seen her vomit and drawn conclusions about a possible pregnancy, suspecting her of indiscretions. Ungrateful wretch, it's not my fault, she fumed silently, gazing out the window as she watched Jiang Tianchen approach her red car, begrudgingly consuming her wontons. As Jiang Tianchen settled into Yang Ruoshue's vehicle for the first time, a charm caught his attention, a photo of the 5 founders of the 5-star company: Jiang Tianchen, Su Yin, Jiang Yuqin, Wang Xinyu, and herself. Jiang Tianchen stood at the center, with Yang Ruoxue and Su Yin flanking him. For reasons unknown, the images of Yang Ruoxue and Jiang Tianchen were distinctly clear, while the other three appeared somewhat blurred, as if altered. Understanding Yang Ruoxue's sentiments, he glanced once more at the charm and comprehended her thoughts. Exiting Chenhu, Jiang Tianchen made his way to the eastern side of Longyu Town, an area encircled by the lake. Gazing at the overgrown land, he fell into reverie. Had he not been reborn, who would have believed that in a few years, this land would become priceless? Due to the subway development and the Chenhu scenic area, it would soon be transformed into a financial entertainment hub. Within a decade, it would evolve into the most valuable district in Tianjin City, supporting half of the city's economy. Presently, this expansive area belonged entirely to Yunduan Real Estate, Jiang Tianchen's land. The last time he came to secure land, this plot was the first he acquired. 20 billion had burgeoned into hundreds of billions. Jiang Tianchen couldn't help but marvel at the return on investment. Who could rival him? "Aunt, take your time," he said, turning back towards his car when he noticed two figures approaching. A woman in her 50s adorned in extravagant attire, followed by a secretary-like girl. "You wouldn't understand." The woman offered no further explanation, her pallid face betraying an ailment, yet her spirits seemed remarkably high as she gazed ahead with barely contained joy. Wu Cuifang caught a glimpse of Jiang Tianchen as she passed, finding him vaguely familiar, as if she had seen him before. It must be here, she thought, staring at the vast expanse of barren land, excitement bubbling within her. "Aunt, is this the place you mentioned? Is it truly invaluable?" The secretary glanced back at Jiang Tianchen, confident that at this distance, he couldn't overhear their conversation. Indeed, Wu Cuifang did not turn around, her mind racing back to a few days prior when she visited her father in Tianjin City, one of the 9 pillars of the Great Xia. Recalling his casual mention of the subway, Chenhu, Longyu Town, and Jinhai City. Having grown up in Tianjin City, Wu Cuifang was well acquainted with Chenhu, and the familiarity of everything around her was undeniable. Connecting the dots, she quickly grasped the subway's detailed route and comprehended the land value. She hurried back to Tianjin City. Suddenly, the secretary's phone rang. "What? It's been purchased?" The usually composed secretary exclaimed in shock. Wu Cuifang caught only a few words, an unnamed tension gripping her heart as she hoped it wasn't what she feared. She looked at the secretary with a glimmer of hope. "Aunt." The secretary's expression darkened, struggling to find the words, swallowing hard before finally speaking. "This area has been bought. How is that possible?" Wu Cuifang felt her energy drain away, slowly collapsing. "Aunt, are you all right?" The secretary, taken aback, dropped her phone in a rush to assist Wu Cuifang, but as a young girl, she lacked the strength to support her, and they both tumbled down together. The secretary cautiously held Wu Cuifang, scanning the surroundings for assistance. When she spotted Jiang Tianchen opening his car door, "Sir, please help," she cried out. Upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Tianchen turned and swiftly approached, finding Wu Cuifang unconscious, and the secretary in tears. He checked her pulse, relieved to find her breathing steadily. "I'll take you to the hospital." Without hesitation, Jiang Tianchen lifted Wu Cuifang and made his way to the car. The secretary regained her composure, opening the door for them and quickly settling into the back seat with the woman while simultaneously dialing for help. They arrived in a Bentley, carelessly leaving it behind. Jiang Tianchen ran several red lights, reaching the first hospital of Tianjin City, where the emergency doctors were already waiting at the entrance. Thanks to the swift medical assistance, Wu Cuifang's life was no longer in jeopardy. "Thank you." The secretary repeatedly bowed in gratitude towards Jiang Tianchen. "It's nothing," Jiang Tianchen replied, noticing that his presence was no longer required, and he turned to leave. At that moment, a striking woman hurried toward him, appearing to be around 24 or 25 years of age. They crossed paths, and she inquired anxiously, "Tang Jie, how is my mother?" Chapter 28, Tianyu Company. "Wu Xian." The doctor said that Annie is out of danger, all thanks to that gentleman. Tang Jie pointed towards Jiang Tianchen's retreating figure, recounting the details of the rescue process with a lingering sense of trepidation. Wu Xian, upon hearing the account, wore a look of apprehension. Tang Jie was her secretary, and they were classmates and close friends. Wu Cuifang had recently returned from Tianjin City, having caught a cold, and was hospitalized. Despite this, she insisted on visiting Longyu Town, and Wu Xian had arranged for her secretary to accompany her, never anticipating such an incident. "The land has been purchased?" Wu Xian exclaimed in surprise, unable to fathom that someone had acquired it ahead of her. She had devoted her day to researching that parcel, even formulating plans for its redevelopment. After learning that the subway would pass through that area, coupled with the fame of the Chenhu scenic area, Wu Xian had a grand vision in mind. If realized, it could elevate Tianyu Company to unprecedented heights. Let's reach out to the buyer and inquire whether they would be willing to sell it to us, Wu Xian declared, unwilling to relinquish that piece of land, uttering words that left Tang Jia in shock. Tianyu is prepared to acquire it for 500 billion. 500 billion? Tang Jia thought she had misheard, staring incredulously at her friend and boss. That land was worth far more than 500 billion. She could only hope the buyer was unaware of certain information. Wu Xian refrained from elaborating further. There were undisclosed national policies concerning the project that they dared not reveal. Regardless of its intended use, that land was valued at over $1 trillion due to its geographical advantages, situated at the intersection of Jinhai and Tianjin. It was destined to become a prime location in the future. Very well, I shall make contact immediately, Tang Jia responded, realizing the urgency after confirming the 500 billion offer and began searching for the buyer. Tianyu Company was a leading enterprise in Tianjin City, one of the top 3 conglomerates in Daxia, and with Wu Xian's grandfather's official connections. It took her less than half an hour to locate Yunduan Real Estate and Jiang Tianchen's contact number. As Jiang Tianchen drove to the Shinkong Hotel in Tianjin City, a 5-star establishment, he had just parked when an unfamiliar call came through. Hello? Hello? Is this Mr. Jiang from Yunduan Real Estate? Yes, it is. Jiang Tianchen was taken aback. He hadn't made any announcements, yet someone was contacting him so quickly and was already familiar with Yunduan Real Estate. The voice sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it before. Mr. Jiang, hello. I am from Tianyu Company. We are inquiring about the land in Chenhu Longyu Town. Would you be interested in selling it? Tang Jia was equally perplexed, as the voice seemed familiar. Tianyu Company? Jiang Tianchen's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. Such is the whimsical nature of fate. He distinctly remembered that in his previous life, that land belonged to Tianyu Company. Sorry, I currently have no intention of selling. Knowing how the land would develop in the past, he understood it was a treasure, even if he did nothing with it. It would appreciate in value several hundred times over in a few years. Jiang Tianchen had no intention of letting it go, albeit he lacked the funds at present. He had a grand plan in mind. The subway wouldn't be operational for another 3 or 4 years. By then, he would have ample capital to develop it according to his previous life's blueprint. Mr. Jiang, we at Tianyu are willing to acquire your land for 400 billion. Tang Jia was caught off guard by Jiang Tianchen's response, realizing that they would have to entice him with money to change his mind. 1 trillion. Jiang Tianchen possessed numerous properties, yet he was particularly reluctant to part with this one, hoping to dissuade the other party with a casual remark. 1 trillion? Tang Jia was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. After a few seconds of silence on the line, Jiang Tianchen knew he had intimidated them, promptly ending the call and proceeding to the hotel front desk to check in. In a special care ward at the first hospital of Tianjin City, Wu Xian was peeling an apple for her mother, Wu Zuifang. Upon seeing Tang Jia enter with a troubled expression, she understood that matters were not progressing smoothly. After the events of the afternoon, Wu Zuifang had narrowly escaped death and had come to terms with it. Having returned from Tianjin City, she had suffered a serious illness, and her oversight in not consulting her daughter beforehand had allowed someone else to seize the opportunity. It seemed that the land was not meant for her, and she decided to step back from Tianyu Company matters, leaving everything to her daughter. As Wu Xian and Tang Jia exited the special care ward, Tang Jia asked, "No agreement?" The other party made an outrageous demand of 1 trillion. Tang Jia replied, her anger evident at the black-heartedness of the other side. 1 trillion? Wu Xian pondered the price. In terms of the land's value alone, it was indeed excessive. However, the value of her envisioned development far exceeded that amount. Wu Xian, you cannot seriously consider spending 1 trillion? Tang Jia nearly gasped at Wu Xian's contemplative demeanor, knowing her friend's character all too well. What are you thinking? I'm not foolish. Wu Xian shot Tang Jia a glance, contemplating for a few seconds. Arrange a meeting. Let us discuss this face to face. Wu Xian was eager to acquire that land and wished to meet the person with such foresight. It shouldn't be someone within the industry. Wu Xian gazed out the window, aware that her grandfather was one of Daxia's major power brokers. If they were indeed part of the industry, they would certainly consider her backing. The only possibility was that this individual possessed an extraordinary vision beyond that of the ordinary. Ding ding. Jiang Tianchen had just emerged from the bathroom when the unfamiliar number called again. Mr. Jiang, would it be convenient for a face-to-face discussion? Our Ms. Wu would like to meet with you. Which Ms. Wu? Jiang Tianchen inquired. He was well aware of Tianyu Company, which was merely a few hundred kilometers from Jinhai. There were 2 Ms. Wu, the mother and daughter duo. Ms. Wu Xian, Tang Jia's heart raced. The other party was well informed about Tianyu Company, and this meeting might not go smoothly. Sure, I'll be at the Shinkong Hotel. Perhaps we could have dinner together? Jiang Tianchen glanced out the window, noting that dusk was setting in. He was familiar with Wu Xian, having known her in both his past and present lives. In his previous life, She had orchestrated the redevelopment of that very land. Tang Jie switched to speakerphone mode, and Wu Xian nodded silently. All right, we'll head over now. It will take us about 30 minutes. I'll be in the hotel lobby waiting for you. Jiang Tianchen hung up, dressed appropriately, and made his way to the hotel lobby front desk. Please reserve a private dining room for 3 at 7:30. Hello, sir, room number 80. The front desk staff quickly entered the details into the computer. Jiang Tianchen thanked them and settled into a seat in the lobby's relaxation area, placing his phone on the table while picking up the Tianxing Evening News to read. Tang Jie and Wu Xian arrived at the lobby of the Starry Sky Hotel, glancing towards the expansive lounge area, where numerous individuals were seated in repose. Tang Jie quickly spotted Jiang Tianchen and tugged at Wu Xian's arm. What's the matter? Wu Xian almost lost her balance due to Tang Jie's sudden pull. It's the person who assisted this afternoon, Tang Jie indicated towards Jiang Tianchen. I'll go express my gratitude. Could you call and inquire about their seating? Wu Xian proceeded directly towards Jiang Tianchen. Chapter 29. Establishing Strategic Collaboration. Hello. A woman's voice interrupted Jiang Tianchen. Looking up, he recognized the strikingly beautiful woman he had encountered earlier at the hospital entrance. Her beauty and poise were comparable to Su Yin and Yang Ruoxue. May I ask who you are? Jiang Tianchen, unfamiliar with her, was perplexed by her approach. Thank you for saving my mother this afternoon. I am. Wu Xian was about to introduce herself when Jiang Tianchen's phone rang. I apologize, I must take this call. He reached for the phone on the table. Wu Xian, not intending to invade his privacy, glanced at the caller ID and was momentarily stunned. It was Tang Jie's number. Could this be the esteemed General Manager Jiang? You are the General Manager Jiang of Yunwan Real Estate? I am Tianyu Wu Xian, she called out to Tang Jie, who was seated across on the sofa, and smiled as she introduced herself. What a coincidence. Tang Jie, hearing Wu Xian's call, approached and observed Jiang Tianchen's phone ringing incessantly. She marveled at how small the world felt and realized that Jiang Tianchen had indeed come to inspect the land that afternoon. Thank you once again for your help this afternoon. Wu Xian reiterated her gratitude to Jiang Tianchen. It was merely a small favor, no need for thanks. He replied with a composed smile. Jiang Tianchen, the name rang a bell. It seemed familiar to Tang Jie. Upon hearing his name, she scrutinized Jiang Tianchen more closely, her eyes lighting up with realization. 5-star company? Tianxing City and Jinhai City are hundreds of miles apart, and the newly listed 5-star company had recently featured in the Financial Urban Journal. Yes, Jiang Tianchen acknowledged openly, as it was no secret. The general manager of 5-star company? Wu Xian narrowed her eyes slightly. She had not heard much about him, and Jiang Tianchen had rarely appeared in public over the past 3 years. Securing that parcel of land in advance indeed demonstrated his exceptional foresight. Wu Xian felt a pang of inferiority and couldn't help but steal a few more glances at him. General Manager Jiang, the land at Longyu Town. I will agree to your price of 100 billion. Given that you saved my mother, consider the excess as compensation for that life-saving act. Jiang Tianchen was momentarily taken aback. The woman before him truly possessed remarkable audacity. Now, it was his turn to hesitate. He had not contemplated selling that land. One must understand that within 5 years, the value of that land would exceed 20 Shinha scenic areas. Wu Xian, Tang Jie interjected, a hint of urgency in her voice as she instinctively sought to dissuade Wu Xian. 100 billion is too high. It's not worth it. Wu Xian shot her a glance, signaling her to remain silent. She was well aware of what she was doing. The lack of profit for the next 5 to 6 years was still a very reasonable trade-off. Jiang Tianchen genuinely admired the woman before him. Had it not been for his rebirth, he would not have possessed such foresight. After a minute of contemplation, Jiang Tianchen lifted his head. Ms. Wu, I apologize, but I do not intend to sell that parcel of land. It was akin to relinquishing a goose that lays golden eggs, a notion he had never entertained. What? Tang Jie looked at Jiang Tianchen in disbelief. The offered price of 100 billion was being disregarded? Are you out of your mind? Wu Xian was similarly stunned. 100 billion was undoubtedly an astronomical figure, and unless there was a suitable project, even 500 billion would seem exorbitant. To be candid with both of you, I have a vision for that land, Jiang Tianchen stated without hesitation, unveiling his plans for the parcel in front of the original owner of the past life. With each word he spoke, Wu Xian's eyes grew brighter, her gaze fixated on Jiang Tianchen, as his ideas mirrored her own and were even more detailed than her initial concept. If her ideas were merely a rough sketch, then Jiang Tianchen's were a fully developed plan. It felt as though they were soulmates, a rare connection indeed. No wonder he was reluctant to sell. General Manager Jiang, I do not underestimate your capabilities. Your project is indeed remarkable. However, do you possess sufficient funding? Wu Xian questioned. Implementing this project would require an investment of at least 800 to 1 trillion. Even with financing, an initial capital of 200 billion is necessary. Currently, I do not have it available, but in 3 years, it will not pose an issue, Jiang Tianchen replied with assuredness, exuding a strong sense of trust. Wu Xian could almost see the shadow of her mother in him, embodying a leader-esque charisma. Wu Cuifeng was a formidable woman who founded the vast Tianyu company. And Wu Xian wondered where Jiang Tianchen derived his confidence to amass 200 billion in 3 years, given his current net worth was merely in the billions. However, considering the land at Longyu Town, Jiang Tianchen's worth could indeed reach the 100 billion mark. He was a man of vision and ambition, and Wu Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. General Manager Jiang, time is of the essence, and 3 years is fraught with uncertainties. Have you considered collaboration? Without waiting for Jiang Tianchen to decline, Wu Xian boldly presented her bottom line. Tianyu was willing to invest 100 billion for a 50% stake. Wu Xian was highly confident in the development of the ecological town. 200 billion, Jiang Tianchen pondered for a few seconds, proposing a figure he found acceptable. He was well aware of the ecological town's potential. In his previous life, Tianyu earned substantial profits solely from this project annually. As Wu Xian put it, time equates to money. A mutually beneficial collaboration was something Jiang Tianchen could accept, and the remaining funds could be allocated elsewhere. Wu Xian, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed. It's a deal. They shook hands to seal the agreement, their grips soft and warm. Wu Xian experienced an unusual sensation. She had never felt this way towards men before, her gaze flickering slightly. Ms. Wu, I will be registering a company in a few days, and someone will come to sign the contract. Jiang Tianchen had no intention of making an appearance himself. He planned to have Lu Xinxin handle the signing. How polite. Please call me Wu Xian. You won't be representing 5-Star Company? Wu Xian was somewhat taken aback. This collaboration with Tianyu would greatly enhance 5-Star Company's reputation. No, I prefer to establish a wholly owned company. Very well. Wu Xian could not comprehend Jiang Tianchen's aversion to 5-Star Company. I wonder if Ms. Wu has any interest in other parcels of land. Jiang Tianchen pondered that Tianyu, as a leading enterprise in Tianjin City, would likely be interested in several properties. What other lands do you have? Wu Xian inquired, intrigued, as knowing in advance about the land at Longyu Town without any official backing suggested that the other properties were likely significant as well. Jiang Tianchen retrieved a stack of documents from his bag and placed them on the table. So many? Wu Xian and Tang Jie exchanged glances, both picking them up to peruse. With each document they examined, they were increasingly astonished. Wu Xian, unable to decipher Jiang Tianchen's intentions, had learned about the subway routes from Wu Cuifeng. Some of these parcels were unfamiliar to her, but she recognized several iconic place names. They were in close proximity to the subway, making them highly desirable. Tianchen, surely no one has divulged anything to you? Wu Xian fixed her gaze on Jiang Tianchen, asking incredulously, what news? Jiang Tianchen wore an expression of curiosity, yet he would never confess to knowing anything, for fear of dire consequences if his superiors were to investigate. Half of the land acquisition documents remained in his backpack, primarily to avoid inciting unnecessary complications. I want these 10 parcels of land. 2 billion. Deal. Chapter 30. A return to Tianjin City. Jiang Tianchen and Wu Xian shook hands once more. Tang Jie, noticing something amiss with Wu Xian, observed her trembling grasp of Jiang Tianchen's hand, which was inconsistent with her usual strong demeanor. Stealing glances at Wu Xian, Tang Jie noted the slight flush of her ears. Having been childhood friends for over a decade, she recognized Wu Xian's shyness. What could possibly be happening? Is she bashful merely from handshake? Tang Jie began to harbor suspicions and scrutinized the pair intently. Ms. Wu, I will be in Tianjin City for a week. Please inquire if anyone is interested in the land I possess. Jiang Tianchen felt elated. Within a short span, he had sold 2 billion worth of land. His original plan was to stay for 2 weeks, but at this rate, a week would suffice. No problem. I'll have Tang Jie look into it when I return. Wu Xian took out her phone, intending to add Jiang Tianchen as a friend. Tang Jie, standing nearby, felt exasperated. If she was to assist, then surely she should be the one to be added. With the negotiations concluded, the trio enjoyed a delightful dinner together. At the hotel entrance, Jiang Tianchen personally saw the 2 women off. Jiang Tianchen? What was he doing here? Jiang Yuqin drove into the Starry Sky Hotel and happened to catch a glimpse of Jiang Tianchen turning back toward the hotel. As a resident of Tianjin City, she had come to assist a childhood friend with her wedding preparations at the Starry Sky Hotel. She had no intentions of crossing paths with Jiang Tianchen and pretended not to see him, driving straight into the hotel's underground parking. It must be said that Wu Xian's charisma was formidable, Under her introduction, Jiang Tianchen met with 16 clients in a single day. These individuals held some official background and were privy to insider knowledge, with several purchasing 7 or 8 parcels of land at once. What was initially a planned week-long stay was completed within a day. By 3 in the afternoon, Jiang Tianchen still had 31 parcels of land in hand. He deliberately retained 15 of the most sought-after locations for himself, deeming them too valuable to part with. The remaining 16 parcels held lesser value, and he preferred not to offend anyone, planning to handle them casually later. 230 billion. Jiang Tianchen's face flushed with excitement, as if he were intoxicated. It was akin to a windfall, not including his collaboration with Wu Xian. That evening, he would head to Tianjin City. Time was of the essence, and he booked a flight for that night, intending to establish an investment company the following day and commence the construction of his commercial empire. First, he needed to return the car to Ruo Shui. Glancing at the time, Jiang Tianchen noted he had 9 hours until his flight, just enough to return Yang Ruo Shui's vehicle. As he approached the front desk, he was met by a wedding procession. Busy with his checkout, he failed to notice Jiang Yuqin in the crowd. Jiang Yuqin, deliberately lowering her head, passed him by. Upon seeing Jiang Tianchen exit the hotel, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Yuqin, I left my phone in the car. Could you fetch it for me? The bride took a few steps out, recalling her forgotten phone, and requested Jiang Yuqin's assistance. All right, today you are the bride, so you are in charge. Jiang Yuqin rolled her eyes at her friend, who was always so forgetful. As she exited the hotel, Jiang Yuqin retrieved the phone from the wedding car and turned to re-enter the hotel. A pink car caught her attention. It was Yang Ruo Shui's vehicle. Watching the little car pull away from the Starry Sky Hotel, Jiang Yuqin's expression darkened. A troubling thought crossed her mind. Yang Ruo Shui had stayed at the Starry Sky Hotel last night, and so had Jiang Tianchen. Did they leave one after the other? Had they perhaps shared a room? The realization sent her reeling. She leaned against the wedding car, feeling her heart bleed at the thought of their intimacy. Ruo Shui, how could you? Jiang Yuqin's face turned pale, her heart feeling hollow as the world around her lost its color, becoming a dull gray. Yuqin, why haven't you come inside? The wedding is about to begin. Noting Jiang Yuqin's prolonged absence from the hotel, the bride sent someone to hurry her along. It was her dear friend's wedding day, and Jiang Yuqin steeled herself to put her feelings aside until after the ceremony. Jiang Tianchen drove to the Qinhu Scenic area, knocking on Yang Ruo Shui's door. No one answered. She was not in the room. Returning to his own room, he took a brief nap, waking to find it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Yang Ruo Shui sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought. Hearing the door open, she turned to see Jiang Tianchen. When did you return? I came back at noon. But you weren't in the room, so I took a nap, he replied, pulling a red keychain from his pocket and handing it to her before sitting on the other end of the sofa. Are you done with the car already? Yang Ruo Shui asked, surprised as he had mentioned staying in Tianjin City for over a week. Yes, I'm heading to Tianjin City tonight. My flight is at 8. Jiang Tianchen reached for a honey tangerine from the coffee table, peeling it as he spoke. Have you eaten dinner? Would you like to join me? No, I'm not hungry. You go ahead, Yang Ruo Shui said, suddenly clutching her stomach and rushing to the bathroom. Such a strong reaction? Let me bring you something. No need. Watching Yang Ruo Shui flee, Jiang Tianchen felt a complicated mix of emotions, unsure of what to say. Perhaps it was best to leave. Lingering would only make her uncomfortable. He rose and headed toward the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, Jiang Yuqin stepped out, and they collided. Jiang Tianchen, what are you doing here? Jiang Yuqin's expression remained calm, but her heart burned with rage. The evidence was undeniable. Having exited the Starry Sky Hotel together, they clearly had something going on. This is my hotel room. Why shouldn't I be here? Jiang Tianchen retorted, unwilling to engage with her, as he found her reasoning illogical. If not for Su Yin acting as a mediator, they would have had no interactions at all, as they were not from the same world. Words fell short, and Jiang Yuqin brushed past him with a cold demeanor. Standing by the window, she watched Jiang Tianchen drive away in his company car, her eyes ablaze with resentment. After calming herself for a good half hour, she forced a smile and knocked on Yang Ruo Shui's door. The door had yet to open when Yang Ruo Shui's voice rang out. Your flight is at 8. Why haven't you left yet? Yuqin, what brings you here? Yang Ruo Shui opened the door to find Jiang Yuqin standing there, momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing Yang Ruo Shui's question, Jiang Yuqin became increasingly convinced that the two were indeed involved. I'm here to attend my childhood friend's wedding and thought I would stop by to see you. Jiang Yuqin flashed a radiant smile, as if she had not heard Yang Ruo Shui's earlier remark. She walked straight into Yang Ruo Shui's room, settling onto the living room sofa and casually picking up an apple. Yang Ruo Shui opened her mouth, wanting to usher her out. Ruo Shui, have you eaten dinner? Just then, Yang Ruo Shui felt another wave of nausea and hurried into the bathroom. You should eat. I've already had dinner. Ruo Shui, are you feeling unwell? Shall we go to the hospital? Jiang Yuqin hurried to the bathroom door, filled with concern for young Ruo Shui's condition. I'm fine, really. It's just my stomach. Yang Ruo Shui hid in the bathroom, hesitant to come out. Jiang Yuqin felt stuck, unable to stand or sit comfortably, and her gaze fell upon a handbag resting by the door. Yang Ruo Shui's bag. What ailment afflicts Ruo Shui? A strong sense of curiosity propelled Jiang Yuqin to the small bag. Her vigilance directed toward the bathroom as she unzipped it. Inside lay cosmetics, identification cards, bank cards, and a piece of paper that caught Jiang Yuqin's attention. A medical record. Upon unfolding the medical record, her face drained of color. Chapter 31. Master of Time Management. Jiang Yuqin stood frozen, her mind buzzing. Ruo Shui is pregnant? She could not recall how she returned to her room, sitting on the sofa in a prolonged silence. After 5 or 6 minutes in the bathroom, Yang Ruo Shui, hearing no movement outside, cautiously peeked out. Jiang Yuqin was absent from the living room. Why had she left? Not even a word of farewell. Perhaps it was for the best. Yang Ruo Shui locked the door, glancing at the small bag on the counter. Her secret must remain hidden. She concealed the medical record in the bedroom. Unaware that Jiang Yuqin had already uncovered her little secret, Jiang Yuqin tugged at her hair, wondering when Jiang Tianchen had become involved with Yang Ruo Shui. She distinctly remembered Jiang Tianchen being in Jinhai City, at the office every day. No matter how adept he was at managing his time, the distance between the two cities was considerable. Sitting numbly on the sofa, she pondered the contents of the medical record. 6 weeks pregnant? Jiang Yuqin's eyes widened in shock. A possibility dawning upon her. With Wuxing Company going public, both Yang Ruo Shui and Jiang Tianchen were in Tianyan City. Those two scoundrels must have gotten together during that time, resulting in this situation. Ruo Shui, how could you betray my deep affection for you in this manner? Jiang Yuqin's expression twisted in rage. She yearned to confront her. But what if Ruo Shui never spoke to her again? The pain was palpable. She could not bear to lose Yang Ruo Shui. All of this was Jiang Tianchen's fault. He must have coerced Ruo Shui. It had to be so. That damn dog. Was one woman not enough for him? Why must he compete with her for Ruo Shui's affection? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, sending everything on the table crashing to the floor. No, I must find Su Yin and have her lock that scoundrel away. Jiang Yuqin picked up her phone and the small bag from the floor and headed downstairs. What transpired? Yang Ruo Shui heard the loud slam of a door and cautiously opened her door crack, witnessing Jiang Yuqin storming out. A visage of fury as if she intended to take someone's life. Perhaps it was for the best. A weight lifted off Yang Ruo Shui's heart. Bang! Han Dong sat on the floor, leaning against the sofa, clutching a bottle of red wine, having shattered another wine glass. Why, Su Yin? I merely wish to quietly linger by your side. Why is even this small desire unfulfilled? Han Dong gulped down a mouthful of red wine, his gaze vacant. Earlier that afternoon at the company, he attempted to approach Su Yin under the pretext of a work report, only to be met with her merciless reprimand. You are the assistant to the general manager. What work is there for Yuqin until she returns? Su Yin was no longer the same. Her cold demeanor pierced his heart. Han Dong recalled Wang Haodong's words. Cousin, do not deceive yourself. Su Yan's previous concern for you was not affection. You merely resemble me a tad. Han Dong yearned to retort, yet no words would form. Why return at all? Would it not have been better to perish abroad? Even a lovelorn individual holds more value in Su Yan's heart than he did. Engulfed by despair, he sought solace in alcohol. It cannot be so. What is Wang Haodong after, daring to deceive me? A glimmer of hope ignited in Han Dong's eyes. Su Yin not only ignored him, but also treated Wang Haodong with equal disdain. She reprimanded him even more than she did Han Dong, which must have been a deliberate provocation. Su Yin was surely pretending, fearing Jiang Tianchen would misinterpret her intentions. It had to be so. No, I must pull myself together. A newfound determination surged within Han Dong as he entered the bathroom, shedding his previous despondency. Han Dong retrieved his phone and dialed Su Yan's number. She did not answer, but he persisted, dialing again. After 8 attempts, Su Yan's phone finally connected. Before he could rejoice, her icy voice pierced through the line. Han Dong, what do you want? Su Yan, Han Dong barely managed to utter her name before Su Yan's frigid tone interrupted him once more. I made myself clear last time. Do not call me again. Beep. Han Dong attempted to respond, but Su Yan had already hung up, shattering his hopes as he slumped to the ground. Ring, ring. Just then, his phone on the floor rang. It was Su Yan. She must have realized her tone was too harsh. A wave of joy washed over Han Dong as he knelt to retrieve the phone. In his excitement, he didn't even check the number, hastily answering the call. Su Yan, I knew you wouldn't treat me this way. I knew it. Han Dong repeated this mantra. Silence stretched on the other end. Su Yan, please speak. Assistant Han. I'm not Su Yan. A soft voice emerged from the phone. Andon froze. Not Suyan? Why was it not her calling? His frustration surged, and he nearly smashed his phone. Wait, that voice! It sounded like Huang Yunru. Hadn't she left the company? Han Dong glanced at the screen. Indeed, it was Huang Yunru's number. Yunru, what do you need? He attempted to gather his scattered thoughts. Wah! A sound of weeping resonated from the other end, filled with anguish. What happened? Han Dong, perplexed, wondered if she had mistakenly sought comfort from him. He too was in need of solace. Huang Yunru's subsequent words left him dumbfounded. Assistant Han, President Jiang, Jiang Tianchen, what happened? Han Dong's senses sharpened. Matters concerning Jiang Tianchen snapped him to attention. Wah! He bullied me. Bullied you? How? Hurry and tell me. Han Dong's mind raced. He was unsure if Huang Yunru's definition of bully aligned with his own, his anxiety almost leading him to curse. He forced himself on me, Wah. Really? Han Dong leaped to his feet, an inexplicable elation coursing through him. He had not anticipated Jiang Tianchen to be that kind of man. Yes, last time I was in Tianyan City, he even offered me 5 million to settle it. Yunru, this is no laughing matter. Defamation can lead to imprisonment. Han Dong was not foolish. He felt a twinge of caution. Why was Huang Yunru reaching out to him? What was her motive? It's true, I have evidence. You're my cousin's fiancé, and among those I know, only you can help me. Send it to me. If it's genuine, I will certainly advocate for you. Han Dong's hands trembled with excitement, ready to leap for joy. It seemed fortune was finally favoring him. Huang Yunru was indeed Wang Sinyu's cousin, and her actions were justified. Whoosh! A video and a screenshot were dispatched. Han Dong opened the video. Though the man's face was obscured, anyone familiar could readily identify Jiang Tianchen, while the woman was Huang Yunru, desperately struggling and pleading. The other image displayed a transaction record of 5 million. Jiang Tianchen, you are unworthy of Su Yan's love. I shall expose your shamelessness. After watching the video, Han Dong's anger surged. He felt it was an injustice for Su Yan. A flicker of joy ignited within him. Without Jiang Tianchen, Su Yan would no longer disregard him. Han Dong quickly dialed Su Yan's number, only for the call to disconnect. Han Dong dialed the number once more, only to find himself blocked. Ignoring the prospect of driving under the influence, he seized his car keys and rushed downstairs. Chapter 32. Kindred Souls in Suffering. Knock, knock, Sujan, Sujan. Han Dong stood at the entrance of Su Yan's villa, pounding on the door and calling out loudly. A few moments later, Su Yan emerged, her expression dark. Han Dong, what on earth do you want? She asked coldly, taken aback by his audacity to confront her after being blocked. The past few days had been unbearable, with both Han Dong and Wang Haodong haunting her thoughts. Su Yan, Jiang Tianchen, is a monster, a beast beneath contempt. Han Dong exclaimed, his emotions running high, exacerbated by the alcohol coursing through his veins, rendering his words somewhat incoherent. Shut up, get out, or I will call the police. Su Yan ditortif, her face contorting in anger at Han Dong's insults directed at Jiang Tianchen. Su Yan, lisan tome. Jiang Tianchen assaulted Huang Yunru. I have proof. Han Dong insisted. Noticing Su Yan's intent to call the authorities and quickly attempting to clarify. Assaulted Huang Yunru? The mere mention of the name caused Su Yan to tremble. That's impossible. Jiang Tianchen is not that kind of person. Having known him for 5 years and been in love for 4, she believed wholeheartedly that if he were so desperate, they would not have only recently solidified their relationship. Han Dong, if you continue to slander Tianchen, don't blame me for reporting you for defamation. Su Yan glared fiercely at Han Dong, unable to overlook his disrespect towards her beloved. Seeing the coldness in Su Yan's eyes, Han Dong felt a surge of panic. Su Yan, you just blocked me. Please add me back. I need you to see this. I implore you, just take a look. I'm not lying. Huang Yunru called me. When Su Yan made no move to add him back, Han Dong, trembling, opened the video. President Jiang, we cannot do this. Su Zong will be heartbroken. Huang Yunru's voice echoed helplessly, sending a chill down Su Yan's spine. Upon hearing Huang Yunru's plea, Su Yan stood frozen, her complexion ashen. No, Tianchen is not that kind of person. This must be a frame-up. She fervently defended Jiang Tianchen in her mind, but the voice in the video was like a curse, compelling her to visualize the horrific scene. Reluctantly, her fingers, seemingly detached from her will, added Han Dong as a friend. Han Dong's heart raced with elation. He sensed Su Yan's wavering resolve. Without hesitation, he sent the video and the transaction records to her. Having grown up together, Han Dong understood Su Yan better than anyone. He knew that although she appeared gentle and virtuous, she possessed a fierce stubbornness and a strong sense of possessiveness. Wang Haodong was a prime example. Even though he was her first love, upon learning of his betrayal, Su Yan had severed ties without hesitation. In her heart, The one she loved could only belong to her alone. No matter how deeply she loved Jiang Tianchen, if she discovered he had been with another woman, she would undoubtedly abandon that love, just as she had with her first crush. Su-yin, I must leave now. Please don't do anything foolish, Han Dong said, knowing this was not the time to linger. Back in his car, he jubilantly waved his arms. Su-yin belonged to him, Han Dong. He was the only one who had pledged his heart to her, the sole man who cherished her purity. Su-yin stood there, paralyzed, her chest aching as if pierced by a blade. Her fingers hesitated to tap the video, fearing it might be true. The man she loved most could be with another woman. The thought of such a scene filled her with a bitter taste, causing her to bite her lip in agitation. Unintentionally or not, her finger grazed the video. President Jiang, we cannot do this. Su Zong will be heartbroken. The video replayed, and Su-yin endured the repugnant sounds, stealing a glance at the screen. In the next moment, her head spun and her body weakened, collapsing to the floor, her eyes vacant. She was certain that was Jiang Tianchen. How could this happen? How could he betray me? Su-yin cried out in despair, tears streaming down her face. Once her tears ran dry and her voice turned hoarse from weeping, she stumbled into the villa. Gazing at the wall adorned with Jiang Tianchen's joyful smile, her heart bled. Tianchen, I hate you. Grabbing her small bag, she turned her back and drove away from the villa. Jiang Yuqin entered the underground parking of her apartment, her spirit in disarray as she stepped into the elevator. Exhausted, she exited and distractedly rummaged through her bag for her keys. Suddenly, she tripped over something, her head colliding painfully with the wall, causing her to wince. Looking down, she was startled to see a motionless figure in the dim corridor, a woman with long hair obscuring her face, vaguely familiar. Tianchen, I hate you. A faint voice escaped the woman's lips. Su-yin, what is wrong? Jiang Yuqin recognized Su-yin's voice and hurriedly helped her up, the two of them stumbling into the room. The bright lights illuminated Su-yin's disheveled appearance, tugging at Jiang Yuqin's heartstrings. No, I'm suffering too. Jiang Yuqin recalled her own troubles with Yang Ruoxue and fetched a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. Kindred souls in suffering, let's drown our sorrows. The harsh light revived Su-yin slightly, and she noticed the wine poured on the table, downing it in one gulp. Yuqin, what should I do? What can I do? Su-yin clung to Jiang Yuqin, weeping uncontrollably, lost in despair. You know what has happened, don't you? Jiang Yuqin realized the gravity of the situation. Su-yin had discovered the truth about Jiang Tianchen and Yang Ruoxue. Suddenly, Su-yin broke free from Jiang Yuqin's grasp, staring intently at her with a fierce expression. You knew all along. Why didn't you tell me? I just found out from Ruoxue, Jiang Yuqin hastily explained, feeling the weight of her own sorrow. What is this? I am heartbroken too. I am a victim in this. That wretched Huang Yunru also messaged Yang Ruoxue. Why didn't she message me? Why didn't she answer my calls? Su-yin slammed her palm on the table, the sound echoing in the room, leaving Jiang Yuqin momentarily stunned. What does this mean? Huang Yunru knows about this too? And why do you call her a wretched person? Jiang Yuqin felt overwhelmed, struggling to comprehend Su-yin's words. Su-yan, why are you blaming Huang Yunru? She has nothing to do with this. As soon as Jiang Yuqin uttered those words, it was akin to provoking a hornet's nest, inciting Su-yin's fury further. She has nothing to do with this? If it weren't for her seducing Tianchen, how could they have engaged in such disgraceful acts? Deep down, Su-yin couldn't believe Jiang Tianchen would do such a thing. It had to be Huang Yunru's fault. Jiang Tianchen and Huang Yunru? Jiang Yuqin was bewildered. What was the situation with Yang Ruoxue? Had Jiang Tianchen managed to entangle himself with both women in just 2 days? A master of time management? Seeing Jiang Yuqin's incredulous expression, Su-yin opened her phone and painfully replayed the video once more. President Jiang, we cannot do this. Su Zong will be heartbroken. Upon witnessing the abhorrent scene in the video, Jiang Yuqin immediately turned her gaze away. Jiang Tianchen is a scoundrel, a shameless scoundrel. I cannot let this go. I must inform Ruoxue. As Jiang Yuqin felt a surge of inexplicable joy while sympathizing with Su-yin, she thought to herself that Yang Ruoxue would undoubtedly discern Jiang Tianchen's true nature upon viewing the video, thus preventing any chance of a relationship between them. Su-yan, I have long warned you that no man is worth trusting. Drink to forget this matter. Jiang Yuqin retrieved 2 bottles of red wine, determined to navigate through the night. Chapter 33. Jiang Tianchen's new company. Unbeknownst to Jiang Tianchen, who was seated on the airplane, Lu Xinxin awaited him outside the airport. Following the ordeal with her boyfriend, she had devoted all her time to her work, gradually recovering from the emotional turmoil. President Jiang, are you all right? Noticing his grim expression, she hurried to assist with his luggage. It's nothing. How are preparations at the company progressing? Everything is in order. We are merely awaiting your presence as the boss. There's a meeting scheduled for tomorrow morning. Very well. At 2 a.m., Jiang Tianchen had already fallen asleep beside his pillow in the three-bedroom apartment rented by Lu Xinxin. By 8:30 a.m., he arrived at the 26th floor of the Tianyan building. President Jiang, this is the Tianchen Company. Lin Xiang presented a document. The main company under his control, designed to mitigate risks. In accordance with Jiang Tianchen's directives, the identity details were encrypted. Below it, there was a holding company, Jiuqian Investment Company. The exorbitant rent of the Tianyan building was due to its exclusive privileges. The local business administration system operates independently here, ensuring absolute confidentiality for investors. Investigations require authorization from the central government of Daxia, which was also why Jiang Tianchen insisted on renting in the Tianyan building. The Tianyan building was not singular, but rather a twin tower, each boasting 88 floors. Only 4 individuals attended the Jiuqian Investment Company meeting: the controlling Jiang Tianchen, President Lu Xinxin, General Manager Chen Weiwei, and Finance and Legal Officer Lin Xiang. President Jiang, here is my investment proposal featuring 35 promising companies. Chen Weiwei presented her dossier, showcasing her selections over the past month. Jiang Tianchen reviewed it carefully, acknowledging Chen Weiwei's acumen, as these companies had indeed shown significant potential. All of these are commendable. Well done, he declared, looking at the confident Chen Weiwei. The company will allocate 1% of its shares annually as dividends to reward outstanding talent. 1%? Chen Weiwei's expression dulled. When divided, how much would that yield for 50 individuals? With a team of dozens working alongside her, even hundreds of thousands seemed beneath her notice. Jiang Tianchen's subsequent announcement nearly made her gasp. Lin Xiang, shortly I will inject 100 billion into the company account. Understood, President Jiang. Lin Xiang was unfazed. Her cousin could casually grant her 100 billion. 100 billion? Chen Weiwei was rendered speechless. With a 10% return on investment, that would mean 100 billion in profit annually. The company would initially hire only 50 people, meaning each would receive 2 million. President Jiang, didn't you say the first phase would involve 500 billion? Lu Xinxin interjected. The first phase? Is there to be a second and third phase? If President Jiang were to elevate Jiuqian Investment Company to a $1 trillion supergiant, the prospect of 1% dividends invigorated Chen Weiwei. With her capabilities, she was determined to secure a substantial share, complemented by her salary and commissions, potentially totaling several tens of millions in annual income. She envisioned a bright financial future ahead. Chen Weiwei, tomorrow you must visit Tianjin City and meet with General Manager Wu of Tianyu Company. The partnership for developing Longyu Town needs to be expedited. Tianyu Company? Chen Weiwei's eyes widened. Tianyu was one of the top 3 companies in Tianjin City and ranked among the top 10 in all of Daxia. I possess a plot of land to collaborate with Tianyu Company, which will invest 200 billion, with both parties holding 50%. How much? 200 billion? This revelation astonished not only Chen Weiwei, but also Lu Xinxin and Lin Xiang, who gazed at Jiang Tianchen in disbelief. 200 billion? Jiang Tianchen provided Chen Weiwei with a phone number. The specifics will be discussed in detail with General Manager Wu. This is her assistant, Tang Jia's number. Please contact her. Understood, President Jiang. Chen Weiwei's respect for Jiang Tianchen deepened as he casually dealt in transactions worth several hundred billion. Lu Xinxin, expedite the recruitment of company personnel, but remember this: it is better to have fewer than to settle for mediocrity. Of course, President Jiang. It felt somewhat odd for Lu Xinxin to be referred to as Lu Zong by Jiang Tianchen. She preferred when he called her Xinxin. Jiang Tianchen produced a stack of documents from his briefcase and handed them to Lu Xinxin. Here are 38 companies. I need you to make contact and invest 500 billion. These are all companies poised for significant recognition, currently in their nascent stages, spanning a wide array of products. With just these 38 companies, Jiuqian Investment Company will undoubtedly become a colossal entity. Understood, President Jiang. Lu Xinxin was accustomed to complying with Jiang Tianchen's directives. Any company he endorsed would surely not disappoint. A sense of inexplicable joy surged within her as she recognized that President Jiang was aware of her newfound leadership in the investment company, even arranging the resources for her. Why was he treating her so favorably? The thought of being supported by him flitted through her mind once more. With time having passed, she found herself less resistant to the notion, and there was a hint of anticipation. I am a wretched person. I know my place. How could I entertain such thoughts about President Jiang when Su Yin and he share such a close bond? Lu Xinxin mentally chastised herself. Lin Xiang, your work is paramount. Swiftly assemble a capable financial team to put the company on the right track. Understood, President Jiang. Once engaged in her work, Lin Xiang was remarkably discerning, instilling confidence in those who entrusted her with responsibilities. With initial funding of 100 billion, combined with Tianyu's 200 billion investment. The three of them brimmed with confidence in Jiutian Investment Company. Lu Zong, please accompany me this afternoon. As the meeting concluded, Jiang Tianchen and Lu Xinxin took the elevator down. Chen Weiwei and Lin Xiang observed their departing figures, both harboring the sentiment that President Zhang's regard for Lu Xinxin surpassed all expectations. They had just witnessed Lu Xinxin possessing a 3,000th share in Jiutian Investment Company, a stake that could yield an immediate 300 million upon resignation. Seated in the back seat, Jiang Tianchen gazed quietly out at the shifting scenery. His visit to Tianyan City was not solely to establish Jiutian Investment Company. There was another critical task at hand. He intended to stir the shares of Chundong Company held by the Zhong family. President Jiang, Yang Qingxin, is unavailable. He is attending a family gathering with his wife. Lu Xinxin ended the call, removing her Bluetooth earpiece, and glanced at Jiang Tianchen in the rearview mirror, biting her lip with a hint of expectation. President Jiang, why don't you stay another night in Tianyan City? Please check if he is available for us to meet. It would only take an hour. Jiang Tianchen was reluctant to waste time, recalling that at this juncture in his past life, he had not yet departed from Jinhai City. Lu Xinxin felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing his words, but quickly adjusted her mood and dialed Yang Qingxin again. This call was brief, and Yang Qingxin agreed to her request. They were currently at the Greenfield Hotel. At the Greenfield Hotel, Yang Qingxin hung up the phone, glancing apologetically at his wife, Ouyang Qian. Qian, this is Miss Lu, who previously acquired the patent. She mentioned that her boss wishes to meet with me before leaving Tianyan City tonight. Having rarely stepped away from the laboratory, he had intended to spend a delightful day with his wife, only to be interrupted by the unexpected family gathering of the Ouyang family, now compounded by the need to meet a client, leaving them with little personal space. It's all right. I'll have Manager Wang arrange a private room for you shortly. Ouyang Tianchen gently clasped Yang Qingxin's hand, her tone tender. The Ouyang family holds a 30% stake in the Green Wild Hotel. Even though she is merely a minor player within the Ouyang family, Manager Wang would still extend courtesy. Tianchen, what do you mean by arranging a private room? A disdainful voice interjected. Chapter 34, The Ouyang Family. Ouyang Tianming lounged casually on the sofa, his legs crossed, gazing at the two individuals opposite him with an air of arrogance. Cousin, Ouyang Tianchen tightly gripped Yang Qingxin's hand, silently urging him to remain quiet. Ouyang Tianming is the son of Ouyang Tianchen's uncle, the third-generation heir of the Ouyang family and the designated future successor. What was that about a private room? Ouyang Tianming inquired, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he scanned their expressions. My friend, Qingxin, has come to meet me, and I would like Manager Wang to arrange a small private room for them. Ouyang Tianchen explained weakly, lacking confidence in the presence of Ouyang Tianming. Within the Ouyang family, the preference for males over females is stark, and girls do not hold shares. Despite Ouyang Tianchen's relentless efforts and innate talent, she had only managed to ascend to a mid-level management position within the family, far below Ouyang Tianming's rank, and had faced considerable suppression from him over the years. In order to be with Yang Qingxin, she had even relinquished her few properties. Do you have any idea how much a private room costs? This is the Green Wild Hotel. It's merely a meeting. Why not just sit in the lobby? Ouyang Tianming exaggeratedly gaped, casting a contemptuous glance at the visibly pale Yang Qingxin. You are but a mere assistant teacher, and your friend is of no significance. Using a private room would be a waste of money. I am looking out for your best interests. It's several tens of thousands an hour. Enough, Ouyang Tianming. Our affairs do not require your concern. Ouyang Tianchen had reached her limit with his sardonic taunts, as he increasingly overstepped boundaries. What kind of attitude is that? How dare you speak to me like this? Do you still wish to remain employed at the company? Ouyang Tianming's eyes widened in shock. Today, Ouyang Tianchen had dared to confront him. Ouyang Tianming, if you do not fire me, I will look down upon you. Ouyang Tianchen pulled Yang Qingxin toward the elevator, resolute. With 15 million, she could easily find another job and live comfortably. She had finally made up her mind, considering her parents' feelings. Very well, I shall accommodate you. Ouyang Tianming picked up his phone and dialed the HR department. Manager Yu, fire Ouyang Tianchen. What are you all doing? I can hear your voices from afar. A group of people approached, led by Ouyang Mu, the head of the Ouyang family and Ouyang Tianchen's grandfather. Following closely were the second generation of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Long and his wife, along with Ouyang Qing and his partner. Tianchen, why are you arguing with your cousin? Quickly apologized to him. Ouyang Qing, feeling a headache coming on, looked at his daughter. He had only Ouyang Tianchen as his child, while his elder brother had 3 sons. The power he once held had been nearly reclaimed by the old man, leaving him reliant on Ouyang Tianming in the future. Don't. Jiang Tianchen waved his hands repeatedly, feigning hurt. I cannot bear it. Qingxin, you should apologize to your cousin on Qianqian's behalf. Lin Muhuan gazed at her stubborn daughter, pleadingly looking at young Qingxin. She did not care about her own well-being, but she did not want her daughter expelled from the Ouyang family, raised in luxury. How would she survive thereafter? Mom and Dad, please do not interfere. We have done nothing wrong. Why should we apologize to him? All right, you've grown wings. Ouyang Mu glared at Ouyang Qing, his face darkening. You truly have a fine daughter. The Ouyang family's reputation has been utterly tarnished by you all. Father, please do not be angry. Take care of your health. I will properly discipline Qianqian. Ouyang Qing attempted to support Ouyang Mu, but was forcefully shoved away. Ouyang Mu scolded Ouyang Qing and his wife. What was supposed to be a pleasant family dinner has been ruined by your unfilial daughter. Tears streamed down Ouyang Qianqian's cheeks as she gazed at Ouyang Mu, who displayed extreme partiality, aiding Qin without regard for justice. She had long intended to leave such a family, pulling Yang Qingxin along as she walked away. Ouyang Qianqian, if you dare to leave here, do not ever return to the Ouyang family. Ouyang Qing's veins bulged, his authority as a father crumbling before his elder brother and father. Ouyang Qianqian paused, turning to face Ouyang Qing, her father, who was consumed by the family's interests. I have long wished to leave this home. If it weren't for my concern for my mother, do you think I would willingly return? Yang Qingxin held Ouyang Qianqian's trembling hand, providing her with the courage she needed. Fine, I, Ouyang Qing, no longer acknowledge you as my daughter. Ouyang Qing was taken aback. He had not expected Ouyang Qianqian to confront him so boldly, as if he no longer existed in her eyes. You still recognize me as your daughter? Where were you whenever I was bullied by them? Did you ever seek justice for me? With the facade torn away, Ouyang Qianqian unleashed years of pent-up resentment. Ouyang Qing was rendered speechless, yearning to retort, but finding himself unable to utter a single word. Ouyang Qianqian wished to avoid witnessing her family's true colors. Her eyes reddened as she pulled Yang Qingxin away. Qianqian, wait. Lin Muhuan called out to the two, but before she could speak, Ouyang Qing shouted at her. This is the daughter you raised so well. Why are you still concerned? Let her leave. Lin Muhuan remained silent, walking over to Ouyang Qianqian's side, her tone gentle. Qianqian, I will leave with you. I cannot stay in this family any longer. Mom. Ouyang Qianqian collapsed into Lin Muhuan's embrace, sobbing as the three made their way to the elevator. Muhuan, you. Ouyang Qing's face flushed, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. Ouyang Mu's expression darkened. How had a simple family dinner devolved into such chaos? Witnessing Ouyang Qing's family fracturing was equally disheartening for him. All right, let us first eat. You can seek them out later. Thank you, father. Ouyang Qing's complexion improved. Deep down, he did not desire this outcome. One was his wife, the other his only daughter. Ouyang Qianqian and the others arrived at the rest area of the Green Wild Hotel. Qianqian, do not blame your father. You know the situation at home. Lin Muhuan retrieved a bank card from her small bag and handed it to Ouyang Qianqian. This is the 10 million your father saved privately. He said he would find ways to save more for you so that your lives could be a bit better. Mom. Ouyang Qianqian buried herself in Lin Muhuan's embrace, weeping as she realized she had misjudged her father. Yang Qingxin's eyes were red as he felt deeply moved. He had always thought of his father-in-law as an obstinate old man. Ouyang Qianqian handed the bank card back to Lin Muhuan. Mom, Qingxin and I have money. You and Dad should keep this. Let Dad not worry about me. Foolish child, do not deceive me. How much do you really have? Mom, Qianqian and I truly have money. Yang Qingxin, noticing the astonished look Lin Muhuan cast his way, recounted how he had earned 15 million from patent fees. 15 million? Lin Muhuan scrutinized their eyes, questioning whether they were deceiving her. What kind of patent fee is that expensive? Ding ding. Yang Qingxin's phone rang. Qianqian, Mom. I will step outside to take this call. Chapter 35. Yang Qingxin's request. Lin Muhuan gently wiped away the tear stains from Ouyang Qianqian's face. Yang Qingxin arrived with the two women. The lady appeared both beautiful and capable, and judging by her demeanor, she seemed to be a secretary. The girl walked towards the front desk, while the handsome and composed young man approached their direction. Mr. Jiang, allow me to introduce my wife and mother-in-law. Yang Qingxin proudly presented Ouyang Tianchen, the love of his life. Greetings. I apologize for the intrusion today. Jiang Tianchen nodded in acknowledgement to the two women. Lu Xinqin approached them. Mr. Yang, shall we discuss matters in the private room? Ouyang Tianchen exchanged a glance with Lin Muhuan, realizing they were headed to book a private room. Miss Lu, Mr. Jiang, we truly appreciate your generosity. This is typically our responsibility, Yang Qingxin said, feeling slightly embarrassed that they had come specifically to find him, yet were expected to bear the expenses. Mr. Yang, please don't jest. We have a request of you. And this is the least we can do. Lu Xinxin spoke graciously, alleviating Yang Qingxin's discomfort. Qingxin, why don't we wait for you here? Jiang Tianchen suggested, concerned about interrupting their conversation. Before she could finish her sentence, Miss Lu smiled at her. Miss Ouyang, you and your mother should accompany us. The room is spacious, and your presence will not disturb our discussion. Since the other party insisted, Jiang Tianchen did not decline. Her curiosity piqued about their conversation. To her astonishment, the person receiving them was Manager Wang, the head of the Green Wilderness Grand Hotel. The private room they entered was the grandest on the top floor, a venue of far greater caliber than their family gathering. What kind of background does Mr. Jiang possess to warrant such extravagance? As they stepped into the lavish private room, Yang Qingxin was equally taken aback, estimating the cost to be in the hundreds of thousands. Jiang Tianchen had not originally intended to reserve the top-tier suite. He and Lu Xinxin had arrived at the Green Wilderness Grand Hotel a few minutes early and, upon witnessing Jiang Tianchen in tears, decided to give Yang Qingxin a show of support by opting for the premier room, even though he was unaware of the circumstances that had unfolded. Tianchen, why don't you and your mother watch some television for a while? The room was quite spacious, featuring a small meeting room as well. Jiang Tianchen, intrigued, left her mother to watch TV while she linked arms with Yang Qingxin and headed towards the small meeting room. Yang Qingxin, indulgent, said nothing as they all entered the meeting space. Once seated, Jiang Tianchen opened the floor. Mr. Yang, the purpose of my visit today is to negotiate the acquisition of all your future patent outcomes. Yang Qingxin was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Jiang Tianchen to have such intentions. Before he could articulate a response, Jiang Tianchen interjected firmly. I'm afraid we cannot agree to this. Jiang Tianchen understood that the two men were eager to acquire future patent rights, likely due to the losses incurred during the previous patent transfer. Miss Ouyang, please do not rush to refuse. Allow me to present my offer. Jiang Tianchen smiled at both of them, seeking a mutually beneficial collaboration. I am prepared to invest $10 billion at Tianjin University to establish the Chengxin Research Project Laboratory, with Mr. Yang as the project lead, holding a 3% stake in the patents. The mention of a research project laboratory ignited a spark in Yang Qingxin's eyes. He had not even registered the latter part of the offer. Establishing a laboratory at Tianjin University was his lifelong dream. $10 billion? Jiang Tianchen was taken aback, casting a skeptical glance at the two men, wondering if they were indeed legitimate. Lu Xinxin, noticing her doubt, smilingly produced a company profile for Jiutian Investment and handed it to Jiang Tianchen. Jiutian Investment? With $1 trillion in funding? After perusing the information, Jiang Tianchen gazed at the two men with a complex expression. This was a financially robust company. Her throat felt dry, as if caught in a dream, and she recalled Jiang Tianchen's words about the 3% stake. If this project were to materialize, her husband would possess assets exceeding $1 billion, and she instinctively tightened her grip on Yang Qingxin's arm. Yang Qingxin, more composed than Jiang Tianchen, quickly pondered a crucial question. Mr. Jiang, although I'm not a businessman, your offer seems exceedingly generous. Might you enlighten me on your reasoning? Upon hearing her husband's inquiry, Jiang Tianchen's expression changed. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Could this be a trap? Please do not misunderstand. I value Mr. Yang's personal capabilities. My business approach is centered on win-win cooperation. Jiang Tianchen and Yang Qingxin exchanged glances, both astonished by the other's reaction. I agree. Yang Qingxin no longer hesitated. He cared little for the 3% stake, as long as Jiang Tianchen kept his promise of investing $10 billion. He was a pure researcher, eager to engage in what he loved. Having that 3% stake would be a bonus, ensuring his wife would not have to endure hardship alongside him. To a pleasant collaboration, Jiang Tianchen rose to shake hands with Yang Qingxin, signaling to Lu Xinxin. Lu Xinxin, maintaining her smile, produced a pre-prepared agreement from her folder. Jiang Tianchen accepted the contract, scrutinizing it meticulously, fearful that it might be a premeditated trap. She read each word carefully, confirming there were no issues before allowing Yang Qingxin to sign. Mr. Yang, tomorrow Ms. Lu will visit Tianjin University to discuss project-related matters. Please feel free to express any needs you may have. With the contract finalized, Jiang Tianchen stood and addressed Lu Xinxin. We will fully acquire a chip manufacturing company and appoint a president, with an initial investment of $30 billion. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Tianchen and Yang Qingxin were once again taken aback. It was worth noting that the combined assets of the Ouyang family barely totaled $30 to $40 billion. As the four of them exited the meeting room, Lin Muhan, sensing their discussion had concluded, observed the excited expressions on her daughter and son-in-law's faces, indicating satisfaction with the meeting. The 5 of them descended in the elevator. Yang Qingxin was contemplating whether to voice a particular concern. hesitating as words lingered on the tip of his tongue. Mr. Yang, if you have any questions, please feel free to speak up. Lu Xinxin, perceptive to Yang Chengxin's expression, kindly inquired. Noticing Jiang Tianchen's gaze, Yang Chengxin pulled Jiang Tianchen closer, his speech faltering. Mr. Jiang, might it be possible for my wife to become the president of the new company? Fearing Jiang Tianchen might misinterpret his request, he quickly clarified. My wife previously managed a company and graduated from Tianjin University, majoring in economic management. Her capabilities are not in question. The notion of a new company president left Lin Muhan wide-eyed. Who were these two that they could so casually appoint someone to such a position? Jiang Tianchen was equally surprised that her usually reticent husband would make such a request, her heart swelling with affection. Of course, that is no issue, but it will require a 1-month probation period. Jiang Tianchen, valuing Yang Chengxin's abilities, was willing to extend this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, Ms. Liu. Jiang Tianchen joyfully clasped Yang Chengxin's hand. He was to be the president of a 30 billion asset company. Lin Muhan gazed gratefully at the departing figures, recognizing them as benefactors to her family. Grandfather, I didn't deceive you, did I? Jiang Tianchen had taken advantage of the hotel suite. An unharmonious voice rang out abruptly behind the three. Chapter 36. They want me to be the president. Jiang Mu and his group exited the elevator, with Jiang Tianming pointing at Jiang Tianchen in a sarcastic manner. Jiang Tianchen, disinterested in the antics of this group, tugged the two towards the hotel entrance. Stop. Who allowed you to leave? Jiang Mu's authoritative voice echoed throughout the hotel lobby, drawing the attention of many onlookers. CC, did you not declare your intention to sever ties with the Jiang family? How is it that you're still utilizing their identity to reserve a private room? Jiang Long's brows furrowed in discontent, creating an incongruous image akin to a turtle on its hind legs. CC, do not you dare defy your grandfather. Jiang Qing felt a sense of urgency. It was perplexing that at such a moment they would encounter family, especially with that foolish boy Jiang Tianming witnessing it all. Father, I did not reserve a private room. Let's leave this wretched place together. You are incorrigible. Jiang Qing exclaimed in frustration, pounding his thigh, incredulous at her obstinacy, completely disregarding the current predicament. Wretched place? Having been criticized repeatedly by Jiang Cece about the Jiang household, Jiang Mu's temper flared. He resolved to discipline this ungrateful granddaughter properly. Tianming, go fetch Manager Wang. After instructing Jiang Tianming, Jiang Mu cast a cold, unfeeling gaze at Jiang Cece, his tone devoid of familial warmth. If you indeed reserve that private room, I will break your legs. A cold sweat broke out on Jiang Qing's brow. He understood his father's temperament all too well. He would follow through on such a threat. Father, Cece is still young and naive. Do not hold her accountable. Still young? She has been married for 3 years. Jiang Long's wife, Lu Yuling, interjected, delivering a verbal blow. Lin Muhuan fixed a piercing stare at her, rendering Lu Yuling uneasy. Jiang Long, initially inclined to add further reprimands, fell silent, intimidated by her gaze, which bore the sharpness of a blade. Manager Wang, upon receiving Jiang Tianming's call, hurried downstairs. Sensing a tense atmosphere among the group, uncertain of what transpired, Manager Wang, Jiang Cece, and her companions just went upstairs to the private room. Jiang Tianming seized the opportunity to speak before Jiang Cece could respond. Miss Jiang is in the top-floor private room. What? The top-floor private room? Jiang Tianming nearly lost his footing. As the future heir of the Jiang family, he had never indulged in such extravagance. Break her legs for me. Jiang Mu clenched a stone in his hand, uttering those chilling words. Hearing this, Manager Wang quickly intervened, attempting to clarify. There must be some misunderstanding. Miss Jiang was invited to the private room by someone else. Manager Wang, this matter does not concern you. Jiang Tianming remained courteous towards Manager Wang, acknowledging him as the manager of the Greenfield Hotel, while they, the Jiang family, were merely shareholders. Manager Wang signaled 2 security guards to restrain Jiang Tianming. Hastily explained to Uyanmu. If this is not clarified, he would offend someone of significance. Only those of considerable standing can access the top-floor private room. Miss Jiang was invited by Miss Liu. Which Miss Liu? Jiang Mu's expression grew serious. Sensing the gravity of the situation, what could this individual want with Jiang Cece? The assistant to the president of the 5-star company, Miss Lu Xinxin, whose company had just gone public over a month ago. The 5-star banquet is held at the Greenfield Hotel, and Manager Wang naturally recognized her from her recent presence there. Upon witnessing Lu Xinxin arrive to open the private room, he personally attended to her. An assistant to the president of a newly listed company? She has the wealth to invite you all to the top-floor private room? Ouyang Tianming observed Ouyang Mu seemingly reconsidering Ouyang Cc's situation with skepticism. Tianming, the matter of wealth is not our primary concern. Cc did not reserve the room. Ouyang Qing's heart finally eased, relieved that this incident did not involve his daughter. What does she want with you? Ouyang Mu's thornisofend. Why would a tourism company seek out Ouyang Cc? She knows I am unemployed and wants me to be the president. Ouyang Cc stretched languidly, flashing a charming smile. Lin Muhuan chuckled at her daughter's antics. There was no fault in that statement. Cc, speak more seriously when addressing your grandfather. Ouyang Qing found himself amused and exasperated, noting how her rebelliousness seemed to increase with age. Truly, father, I am not deceiving you. You must help me. Ouyang Cc had considered that in a few days, she would need a capable assistant as president. Her father, though marginalized within the Ouyang family, possessed considerable skills and resources, an excellent ally. Ouyang Qing was about to scold her for such foolishness when he was taken aback by his wife's supportive nod. Could this be true? Ouyang Mu sensed Ouyang Qing's wavering resolve, his heart sinking. This was not a favorable development for the Ouyang family. He recognized Ouyang Qing's managerial capabilities, yet lamented the absence of a son. He must extinguish this foolish notion. How absurd to invite you to become the president of a five-star company. Ouyang Cc refused to address him as grandfather, deliberately seeking to provoke them. She is no longer merely an assistant to the president. She is the president of Jiaotian Investment Company. Ouyang Tianming pondered this, having no recollection of such a company, and smirked at Ouyang Cc, waiting to see her embarrassment unfold. Cc, have you been deceived? Ouyang Long's expression softened, adopting a tone of concern. Eager to deliver a few barbs, when suddenly he was interrupted by Manager Wang's exclamation. Jiaotian Investment Company, with a capital influx of billions, was just registered today. Billions? They all hastily retrieved their phones to verify. Ouyang Qing was pulled aside by his wife, and the family of four whispered explanations among themselves. Ouyang Qing's gaze fixated on Yang Qingshin, who had specifically come to seek him out, the son-in-law he deemed without promise. 100 billion in scientific research projects. A president with 300 billion in assets, it felt like a dream. Under Ouyang Cc's subtle prompting, Yang Qingshin produced the contract for the 100 billion investment, which Ouyang Qing scrutinized word for word, a proud smile spreading across his face, filled with pride for his daughter and son-in-law. Qingshin, I will accompany you tomorrow. Splendid. Father, I am utterly clueless. Yang Qingshin played along to ease any tension between father-in-law and son-in-law, creating a harmonious family atmosphere. Ouyang Mu, observing the scene, realized the gravity of the situation. This was indeed troublesome. Xiaoqing, do you not intend to manage the family business? Ouyang Qing forced a smile, his eyes reflecting sorrow and helplessness. Father, is that truly my family? That is my brother's family. What have you given me? A villa with your name on it. Do you not find that laughable? Now, with my daughter and son-in-law thriving and establishing their own careers, they no longer require the support of a father who merely plays a role. Xiaoqing, how can you speak to your father in such a manner? Have I not provided for you adequately? Ouyang Long assumed a patriarchal stance, reminding him not to forget his roots. Brother, you speak the truth. We shall no longer reside in the villa, nor partake in your meals. We will move out upon our return. Ouyang Qing gritted his teeth, feeling as if he were being portrayed as a leech, living off others. Do not regret it. Once you leave the family, you will have nothing. Ouyang Long was taken aback by his typically submissive brother daring to challenge him for the first time, his eyes ablaze with anger. Had it not been for the elder's presence, he would have expelled him from the Ouyang family. Hearing Ouyang Long's words, Ouyang Qing's eyelids twitched as he cast a wretched smile at Ouyang Mu. Father, what do I have left now? Chapter 37. The family departing from the Ouyang household. Ouyang Mu's weathered visage twitched, his gaze fixated on Ouyang Qing, recognizing the resolve in his second son's eyes. In that moment, a flicker of panic crossed Ouyang Mu's countenance. He was aging, and the Ouyang family could not afford to lose Ouyang Qing. A twinge of regret surfaced within him. 1% of the shares. You may retain them to assist your brother. Father, grandfather. Several dissenting voices arose. Be silent. I am still the one who calls the shots in this family. Ouyang Mu glared fiercely at them. Had they not been so ineffectual, he would not have to resort to such measures. Not a soul to turn to for support. The only one poised to ascend the stage was a young girl, set to leave the Ouyang family and marry. Ouyang Qing gazed at Ouyang Mu, tears streaming down her cheeks. A man does not shed tears lightly unless he is truly heartbroken. Father, do you have any idea how many years I have waited to hear those words from you? From the moment Tianchen was born until now, it has been a full 27 years. Ouyang Qing pushed away Lin Muhan's supportive hand, fixing her gaze on Ouyang Mu, her tone shifting from fervent to frigid. You are well aware that Muhan can no longer have children due to the accident years ago. Yet you declare that without a son, you will reclaim all your shares. How can your heart be so hard, so cold? Wiping away her tears, Ouyang Qing turned to her elder brother's family, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. Yesterday, I was grateful. Today, I do not require your charity. Father, we are leaving. Jiang Tianchen, taken aback by her father's suffering, wept as she pulled Ouyang Qing away. As he watched his younger son and his family depart, Ouyang Mu appeared to age a decade, his vitality seemingly drained. Grandfather, you watch closely. Without uncle, we shall thrive even more, Ouyang Taoming confidently assured, refusing to believe that the world would not turn without someone. Ouyang Mu offered a strained smile, slowly nodding towards his elder son's family, contemplating that perhaps it was wise to acclimatize to this new reality. If all else failed, he could always hire a manager. Su Yin, suffering from a splitting headache, slowly opened her eyes, only to discover a leg draped across her. Instinctively, she kicked it away, horrified at the implications of what might have transpired with others. Her face paling in an instant. The sound of a pained wail reached her ears, and her heart sank. It was Jiang Yuqin. Su Yin, why did you kick me? Jiang Yuqin groaned, clutching her sore foot as she sat up, her hair disheveled. 6 bottles of red wine lay scattered on the floor, their high heels discarded nearby. The television still blaring. The 2 women had collapsed in the living room, having slept through the night on the floor. Su Yin, treating the place as her own, retrieved a set of pajamas from under the counter and headed to the bathroom. Moments later, she re-emerged clad in a robe, sitting on the sofa, idly watching television. Her mood was sour, and she had no desire to go to work. What should we eat? Jiang Yuqin picked up her phone from the floor, noting it was just 3 minutes until midnight. I have no appetite. I'll just boil some instant noodles. Su Yin slapped her throbbing head, her eyes glued to the screen. The financial news channel was reporting on the subway line from Tianjin City to Jinhai City, and she was aware that Jiang Tianchen had invested all his money in land acquisition. She understood that both subway lines were not viable, and like everyone else, Jiang Tianchen had made a grave miscalculation, incurring significant losses. A thought flickered in Su Yan's mind. As long as Jiang Tianchen had nothing, no other woman would covet him. The agreement for the transfer of all shares in Wuxing Company remained in her possession, and with his grandmother's inheritance lost, Jiang Tianchen had little money left. This idea passed through her mind. She recognized it as unrealistic. Even if Jiang Tianchen were penniless, his resilience and capability would surely allow him to rise again. He lacked for nothing in terms of startup capital, though she was unsure if others would lend him money. Yang Ruoxue certainly would. After a night of venting, Su Yin regained a semblance of clarity. The video was suspect. Where had Huang Yunru acquired it? How could one record a video while being assaulted? There was only one possibility. Huang Yunru had set him up while he was intoxicated. Su Yin recalled the words Jiang Tianchen had spoken days earlier. That Huang Yunru had been dismissed by Yang Ruoxue, and that Jiang Tianchen was innocent. Even so, the thought of them being intimate caused her heart to ache. Why didn't he tell me? Su Yin could not bear the thought of Jiang Tianchen seeking Yang Ruoxue's help in this matter. She was his true fiancée. Wretched woman. I swear I will find you. The one who seduced and framed her husband. Su Yin seized the remote control and smashed it violently against the ground, shattering it into pieces. Jiang Yuqin, in the kitchen boiling noodles, heard the commotion and glanced into the living room, seeing the pitiful remote lying there, and offered it a moment of silence for its noble sacrifice, having met its demise once more. In her frustration, she too smashed a remote control. Jiang Yuqin emerged with 2 bowls of noodles, setting them on the coffee table, retrieving a new remote from shoebox. What are you planning to do? What do you mean? Su Yin shifted a bowl of noodles in front of her, bending down to blow on it before taking a few bites. Jiang Yuqin shot her a knowing look, aware that Su Yin was feigning ignorance. How will you deal with that scoundrel Jiang Tianchen? This isn't Tianchen's fault. It's all that wretched woman's doing, taking advantage of him while he's drunk to set him up. Su Yin savagely devoured the noodles, envisioning Huang Yunru as the meal. Jiang Yuqin's eyes widened, as if seeing Su Yin for the first time, the evidence laid bare, yet she continued to defend that scoundrel. He played with Huang Yunru and then slept with Yang Ruoxue. If he isn't a scoundrel, who is? Jiang Yuqin wished to prevent Su Yin from deluding herself, urging her not to be misled by Jiang Tianchen. Su Yin, wake up. Jiang Tianchen is a scoundrel, a complete fraud. Su Yin slammed her chopsticks down on the coffee table. I am not foolish. If it weren't for Huang Yunru's deliberate frame-up, how would she have gotten that video? Why wouldn't she answer my calls? An idea struck Su Yin as she opened the image that Han Dong had sent her, a record of a transaction. Look at this. Why is the transfer's information redacted? Someone must have orchestrated that wretched woman's scheme to frame Jiang Tianchen. This must be her reward. Jiang Tianchen froze, staring at the transaction record, the transfer's identity concealed. Both women were astute. It seemed there was indeed something shady at play. If it truly was Jiang Tianchen's transfer, Huang Yunru had no reason to redact it. What about Ruoxue's involvement? Jiang Yuqin felt utterly lost, eager to rush to the Chenyu Lake scenic area to confront young Ruoxue for clarity. Suyan pusit her nudus aside. Not wanted to linger any longer at Jiang Yuqin's place. I'm heading back to the office. Me too. Jiang Yuqin rose to follow her, leaving the living room to the housekeeper for tidying up. In the Wuxing Company's assistant manager's office, Han Dong struggled to focus all morning, frequently glancing towards the CEO's office. Suyin had not shown up all day, and he yearned to call her, yet feared it might upset her. He felt like a headless fly, distracted and making several errors while handing off documents to his colleagues. Suzong, just as Han Dong was contemplating whether to call, a respectful greeting echoed from outside. His heart raced. Suyin had arrived at the office. Knock, knock. The office door creaked open as Suyin stepped in. Suyan. Han Dong felt elation. The first thing Suyin did upon returning was seek him out. Just as he had anticipated, Suyin would break up with Jiang Tianchen, and no one would stand in his way of being by her side. As she opened her phone, the chapter titled Wang Haodong's second confession appeared. Suyin extended her hand, her expression inscrutable, leaving Han Dong uncertain of her intentions. Without hesitation, he knew his phone could withstand her scrutiny. His heart belonged solely to her. Suyin seized Han Dong's phone and deleted the video without a word, declaring, I do not wish for anyone else to know about this. She placed the phone down and left the office without a backward glance. Han Dong stood there, bewildered, staring at the phone on his desk. The situation had unfolded entirely differently than he had imagined. Wasn't Suyin the one who detested betrayal the most? He was baffled. In the afternoon, Jiang Yuqin felt dispirited and left the office early. She needed to revisit the Chenyu Lake scenic area. If she did not clarify matters with Yang Ruoxue, she felt she might collapse, in a state of mental disarray. Suyin found herself preoccupied with the distressing images of Jiang Tianchen and Huang Yunru that lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. The wastebasket overflowed with incorrectly filed documents. And as the end of the workday approached, Han Dong could no longer endure the torment. He rapped on Suyin's office door. Suyan, do you intend to conceal this matter? Jiang Tianchen's actions warrant severe consequences, do they not? Han Dong's voice trembled with indignation, his emotions palpable. Such a person deserves to be reported to the authorities. Suyin regarded Han Dong with a frigid stare, fully aware of his underlying motives. You want Huang Yunru, that wretched woman, to come out? I must confront her directly. How could she possibly prepare for filming after what Tianchen did to her? Han Dong was at a loss for words, having realized the flaws in their narrative, yet unwilling to admit them. And let me be clear. I have told you repeatedly that I do not harbor feelings for you. I never have. Regardless of whom I may marry in the future, it will not be you. Without granting Han Dong a shred of sympathy, Suyin rose and exited the office, eager to avoid any further confrontation. Suyin, please hear me out. Han Dong called after her, momentarily dejected before hastily pursuing her down another elevator. As Suyin stepped into the lobby on the ground floor, she was greeted by a throng of people, primarily from the HR and tour guide departments. At the center stood an enormous floral heart, with Wang Haodong holding a bouquet of roses and beaming at Suyin. Suyin, would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend? Wang Haodong approached with an air of confidence, bowing gallantly as he presented the roses to her. Lost in a reverie, Suyin gazed at the man in his crisp white suit, her mind swirling in a daze, rendering her oblivious to his words. She felt as if she were a mere specter, her thoughts drifting back 6 years to when this same man had orchestrated a similarly romantic scene, pleading for her to be his girlfriend. The onlookers, eager to bask in the spectacle, cheered enthusiastically, heightening the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Having been with the company for just over a month, Wang Haodong's affable nature had won the favor of most employees. His pursuit of the esteemed Suyin was common knowledge. Jiang Tianchen had seldom graced the office in 3 years, and with the turnover of staff, few remembered their relationship. Most employees secretly wished for a union between Suyin and Wang Haodong. Company policy forbade mobile phone photography, with only one camera designated for capturing the moment. Mr. Wang and Ms. Su are such a perfect match. How romantic and enviable, murmured the crowd. Yet some employees, observing the unfolding scene, began to harbor doubts. They noted Suyin's lack of rejection as she moved forward, seemingly poised to accept Wang Haodong's advances. In a tumult of confusion, Suyin felt as if she had slipped into a lengthy dream, wherein she was 24 years old, and her boyfriend was a man named Jiang Tianchen. How could this be real? Su-yin, Han Dong's voice pierced through her thoughts. Have you lost your mind? How could you accept Wang Haodong's proposal? He had witnessed her agony the night before and recalled her desperate words. Without Jiang Tianchen, she would perish. Su-yin must have been shaken by yesterday's events. There was no other explanation. Han Dong strode over, snatching the roses from Su-Yan's hands and hurling them at Wang Haodong. Have you had your fill of this charade? The surrounding crowd exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by Han Dong's outburst. Did Assistant Han also harbor feelings for Su-Yin? Many bystanders speculated, while several female employees looked on with envy, aware that multiple men were vying for Su-Yan's affection. Han Dong, you'd best keep your distance. You're merely a poor imitation of me. Otherwise, would Su-Yin even spare you a glance? Wang Haodong whispered to Han Dong, gesturing for someone nearby to assist in escorting him away, wishing to avoid any disruption to his own pursuits. You are nothing but a despicable coward, taking advantage of Jiang Tianchen's absence. And if Jiang Tianchen were here, it would make no difference. I would still act as I do. Su-Yin is not a mere object. She possesses the right to make her own choices. Su-Yin, for your own sake, you must regain your senses. Are you not afraid of Jiang Tianchen discovering this? Han Dong was being forcibly led towards the elevator, struggling against their grip as he shouted towards Su-Yin, enough. My affairs are none of your concern. The mere mention of Jiang Tianchen sent a jolt of pain through Su-Yan's mind, nearly causing her to falter. Wang Haodong quickly stepped forward to steady her, his left arm gently encircling her waist as he spoke softly. I have made reservations at the Shanghai Hotel for dinner. Would you do me the honor of joining me? Very well. Su-Yin, seeking only to distance herself from Han Dong, left the office alongside Wang Haodong amidst the crowd as well wishes. Han Dong, utterly drained, returned to his office and slumped into a chair, lacking the strength to even close the door, and began to weep openly. Su-Yin, why do you treat me this way? Why? Is it merely because I resemble him slightly that you have shown me kindness? Why? You have long since stopped loving Wang Haodong. Why did you choose to leave with him? Though he was aware that this was the office, and despite it being after hours, he knew others might still come up. Han Dong ceased his crying, resigning himself to a stupor in his chair. Suddenly, he heard footsteps outside, gradually fading away. Was there still someone in the office? How could this be? This floor was typically occupied by only a few board members. Yang Ruoxue was at the Shinhu Scenic area. Jiang Yuqin had left early, and Jiang Tianchen had gone to Tianqing City. Wang Haodong and Su-Yin had departed, and the only other individual had yet to start work. Dragging his heavy feet to the office door, Han Dong peered outside, only to see a familiar silhouette that caused him to collapse in disbelief as he watched the figure enter the elevator. It was Jiang Tianchen. How could it be Jiang Tianchen? Wasn't he supposed to be in Jinhai City? Why was he in the office? When had he returned? In that instant, Han Dong forgot his sorrow, realizing the dreadful implications. Jiang Tianchen must have witnessed the earlier scene. In a panic, he fished out his phone and called Su-Yin, desperate to inform her of Jiang Tianchen's return. Please pick up Su-Yin, hurry. Seated in Wang Haodong's car, Su-Yin felt a swell of agitation. She recognized that her impulsiveness could lead to complications if Jiang Tianchen were to learn of this. Stop the car. Wang Haodong pulled over to the side of the road. Su-Yin, we've known each other since childhood. I've been back for quite a while. Let us at least share a meal together. Suddenly, Han Dong's call came through, but Su-Yin immediately blocked him, severing all channels of communication. Let us go. Wang Haodong's eyes sparkled with delight as he too blocked Han Dong. Upon arriving at the private room in the Shanghai Hotel, Wang Haodong triumphantly snapped a photo, posting it online with a caption that read, "Successfully invited the goddess." Chapter 39, Jiang Tianchen in the office. Wang Haodong, if anything happens to Su-Yin, I will end you. After being blocked by Su-Yin, Han Dong attempted to call Wang Haodong, only to find himself similarly rebuffed. In a fit of rage, he hurled his phone to the ground, shattering it into 3 pieces as the battery flew out. Rushing downstairs, he needed to find Jiang Tianchen to explain Su-Yin's actions. After wasting precious time making 2 calls, by the time he reached the company building's entrance, Jiang Tianchen was nowhere to be seen. As Han Dong clutched his head in despair, he overheard 2 HR department employees discussing something that piqued his interest. How romantic! Mr. Wang and Ms. Su are dining at the Shanghai Hotel. Han Dong rushed towards the underground parking lot, determined to find Su-Yin at Shanghai. Observing Han Dong's frantic sprint, Jiang Tianchen emerged from a corner, having lived a second life, devoid of the romantic lens through which he once viewed Su-Yin. Jiang Tianchen approached their relationship with a much more rational perspective. When love demands a rational approach, the fervor is significantly diminished. Jiang Tianchen was taken aback to discover that Su Yan's concern for Han Dong stemmed from Wang Haodong. From Huang Yunru's seduction to the relentless pursuit of Su Yan, which ultimately led to his infertility. These events underscored a singular truth. Wang Haodong and the forces behind him were orchestrating his downfall, with Su Yan merely a pawn in their game. Who then was the elusive Wang Jia? Why did she harbor such animosity towards him? Upon hearing Han Dong's lamentations today, Jiang Tianchen unearthed some previously unknown truths about his past life. Wang Haodong was Su Yan's first love, her white moonlight. No wonder he had so abruptly appeared at Wuxing Company, a childhood sweetheart and a white moonlight. Jiang Tianchen shook his head and chuckled, pondering Han Dong's plight. His unwavering devotion to Su Yan over the past 3 decades made Jiang Tianchen feel like the true antagonist. In his previous life, Han Dong eventually wed a woman, and now it seemed they had reached some sort of agreement, without children. Contemplating the matter of surrogate children, Jiang Tianchen felt no sympathy for Han Dong. In fact, he harbored even greater resentment towards him. With such deep affections, why not simply tell me? It's not as if I would refuse to let go. Han Dong ran several red lights, driving to the Shanghai Grand Hotel. Given the vastness of the 5-star establishment, it was impossible for Han Dong to search each room individually. Nor would the hotel staff permit such an endeavor. Employing a bit of cleverness, he approached the front desk. "Hello, I have a friend named Su Yan. Her family is in trouble, and she can't be reached by phone." After much persuasion, he finally convinced the receptionist to summon the manager. "Good day, sir. I am the hotel manager, Liu." Upon hearing the front desk's report, Manager Liu appeared somewhat troubled, as it involved guest privacy. "Manager Liu, ye im hen dong. I kindly ask for your understanding. In this world, wealth garners respect," and Han Dong revealed his identification card, showcasing his status as a shareholder of Wuxing Company. He aimed to convey that he was no ordinary individual, worth between 5 to 6 billion. Very well. As the manager of a 5-star hotel, Liu was aware of Wuxing Company, located in Jinhai City. An announcement echoed throughout the Shanghai Grand Hotel. "Ms. Su Yan, a gentleman is urgently seeking you in the lobby." "Someone is looking for me." Su Yan, within a private room, instinctively reached for her phone, wondering if it had run out of credit. Wang Haodong, dark and brooding, followed closely behind her as they made their way to the hotel lobby. Upon spotting Han Dong at the front desk, a glint of malice flickered across Wang Haodong's face. "Han Dong, I'm giving you face, yet you still dare to follow me here." Wang Haodong advanced, intending to slap him. When enemies cross paths, emotions run high. Spotting Wang Haodong and recalling the uncontrollable events that lay ahead, Han Dong's rage ignited. Before Wang Haodong could approach, he swiftly kicked him down and delivered 2 slaps. "You bastard, you want to harm Su Yan?" Wang Haodong, stunned from the blows, staggered in shock. Su Yan never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. After all, she held a certain status. To fight in the hotel lobby was unseemly. Those unaware might assume they were quarreling over her affections. "Enough! Han Dong, what are you doing?" Su Yan yanked Han Dong away, exasperated at his behavior. Han Dong pulled out his car keys and urgently pressed them into Su Yan's hand. "Su Yan, you must go back." Jiang Tianchen is back. "He was just in the office." "Tianchen has returned?" Su Yan's head spun, her mind reeling as she nearly lost her balance, prompting Han Dong to quickly support her. "Su Yan, Han Dong is deceiving you. How could Jiang Tianchen possibly return? If he were at the company, why wouldn't he come out?" Wang Haodong, recovering from the ground, sought to confront Han Dong, instantly refuting his claim. "Su Yan gazed intently at Han Dong, searching for signs of deceit in his eyes. "Han Dong, when have I ever lied to you?" He must have seen the scene in the lobby. He's undoubtedly furious. Hurry back to find him. Han Dong, drenched in sweat and urgency, pushed Su Yan toward the lobby entrance. Why didn't he find me when he returned? Did he see? Su Yan's complexion paled, her body swaying weakly. Had Han Dong not been there to support her, she would have collapsed. Witnessing Su Yan's state, Han Dong felt a pang of anguish and shouted, "Su Yan, what use is regret now? Go back and explain." As though jolted awake from a dream, Su Yan found an unexpected surge of strength. She discarded her high heels and sprinted towards the entrance, determined to find Jiang Tianchen and clarify the misunderstanding. "The car is in Zone C at the East Gate." Han Dong called after her, collapsing onto the ground, his back drenched. Observing Han Dong's despondent demeanor, Wang Haodong hesitated, his raised fist lingering in the air. Regardless of their differences, he was still his cousin, and with a sigh, he muttered, "What is the point of this?" Wang Haodong could not comprehend his cousin, who, despite loving Su Yan so deeply, was now seemingly facilitating her connection with Jiang Tianchen. "If anything happens to Su Yan, I will kill you." Han Dong glared at Wang Haodong, his eyes ablaze with fury akin to a lone wolf. Wang Haodong witnessed the fierce intent in Han Dong's gaze. Han Dong truly seemed ready to kill him. Han Dong, in a disheveled state, rose to his feet, confronting Wang Haodong. She once said she would die without Jiang Tianchen. I understand, Su Yin, and her words were sincere. I will not allow anyone to harm her. Han Dong left the Shanghai hotel, silently nursing his wounds. Wang Haodong watched as Han Dong slowly exited the hotel before returning to the private room, picking up his phone to make a call. The line connected swiftly, and a weary voice answered. Haodong, what's the matter? Wang Haodong remained silent. The other party did not rush him, and they shared a long, heavy silence. Wang Haodong recounted Han Dong's words, his tone tinged with a hint of desperation. Sister, should we consider a different angle for the plan? What? Have you suddenly lost your resolve to harm your sister Sue? Have you forgotten your family's current predicament? A chilling inquiry emerged from the other end. As biting as a winter's gale, Wang Haodong's hand trembled as he held the phone, too fearful to speak further, awaiting instructions in silence. After a prolonged pause, the voice on the other end resumed, seemingly speaking to themselves. Su Yin, my dear sister, are you truly so fragile? The game has only just begun. Don't you love children? Then go and bear some of someone else. As the statement lingered, the voice suddenly escalated, as if breaking free from memories, followed by a series of coughs and a hoarse voice. Haodong, accelerate the progress. Understood. I will notify Wang Yi immediately. Chapter 40. Jiang Tianchen's disappointment. Su Yin drove back to Tianlong community, her heart racing at the sight of the villa's illuminated lights. Jiang Tianchen had truly returned. Han Dong had not lied. He must have witnessed the scene at the company. What should she do? Su Yin felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. Why had she accepted the flowers from Wang Haodong? Why had she gone out with him? The home was merely a stone's throw away. Yet Su Yin sat in the car, paralyzed by trepidation, uncertain how to face Jiang Tianchen. Recalling her acceptance of Wang Haodong's confession in front of all the company staff, she could only imagine how Jiang Tianchen must have felt witnessing it all. Why was she so foolishly infatuated? Su Yin's fingers dug into her palms, the pain numbing her restless heart. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Han Dong. Had it not been for his incessant pursuit, she would not have lost her composure. And then there was Tianchen. Had it not been for his entanglement with Huang Yunru, her suffering would not have been so profound. With a sense of resolve, Su Yin exited the vehicle and made her way toward the villa. Upon entering Jiang Tianchen's room, she found it empty. The kitchen was devoid of life, and the bathroom echoed with silence. Tianchen, Su Yin summoned all her courage and called out in a panic, her voice echoing through the villa. Jiang Tianchen had left in anger, depriving her of the chance to explain herself. She meticulously searched every corner of the villa, hastily ascending to the second floor. Convinced that Tianchen must be in his study, clinging to her last shred of hope, she ascended the stairs barefoot, her hands gripping the doorknob tightly, akin to a drowning person gently turning the handle. Upon seeing the familiar figure, her tears flowed freely. Jiang Tianchen had not departed. Quietly, she closed the door behind her and tiptoed back downstairs, not wishing to reveal her disheveled state to him. She yearned to present herself beautifully when she finally faced him. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Tianchen was oblivious to her presence, seated in his swivel chair with his back turned, engaged in a phone call. It was Chen Weiwei on the line. President Jiang, President Wu hopes you can attend the signing tomorrow. Jiang Tianchen twirled a pen in his hand, perplexed as to why Wu Xian required his personal presence. He had specifically instructed Chen Weiwei to handle the signing, opting not to involve Lu Xinxin for the time being to keep the connection between the Jiudo Investment Company and himself discreet. Perhaps sensing Jiang Tianchen's thoughts, Chen Weiwei relayed Wu Xian's message. President Wu specifically mentioned that this is an internal signing, and the news will not be disseminated. It's merely a lunch together. You need not appear in person. It is only a few hours from Jinhai. All right, please inform President Wu that I will be there on time, Jiang Tianchen replied. I won't disturb your rest, President Jiang. Chen Weiwei respectfully concluded the call, increasingly admiring her boss, who was even being personally approached by President Wu of Tianyu Company. Jiang Tianchen set his phone down and turned back to the unfinished task at hand. On his desk lay a corporate planning proposal regarding the relocation of the Wuxing Company's headquarters to Longyu Town. In his past life, the Wuxing Company only moved after the subway opened, at which point Longyu Town had already begun to take shape, with land prices soaring to exorbitant heights, costing billions just to acquire a plot. The scenic area of Chenhu was merely half a Chenhu away from Longyu Town, and the subway significantly amplified the geographic advantages of the Chenhu scenic area, inadvertently boosting Wuxing Company stock. Jiang Tianchen intended to have Wuxing Company participate in the development of Longyu Town, envisioning the creation of a burgeoning city of tourism and finance. He planned to concentrate all his dark forces on Wuxing, treating it as his battlefield. In his previous life, he had merely guarded Wuxing Company, spending most of his time enjoying life. Now, surrounded by venomous snakes, Jiang Tianchen was determined to root out all evildoers, mercilessly casting them into hell. The printer emitted a clattering sound as 3 blank sheets transformed into grand blueprints, heralding yet another leap forward for Wuxing Company. Jiang Tianchen neatly placed the documents into a folder, clutching it in hand as he descended the stairs. On the pristine marble table, 4 dishes were artfully arranged. The sounds of washing dishes emanated from the kitchen. Upon beholding the delectable and visually appealing dishes, Jiang Tianchen's stomach growled. After 10 hours of travel since boarding the plane, he was ravenous. Making a brief trip to the restroom, he resolved to eat first before addressing anything else. After all, a full stomach was paramount. Suyan, carrying a large platter of tomato soup, noticed a document on the table and, in her moment of distraction, spilled a significant amount of soup onto the platter. Her mind going blank. It was a divorce agreement. Jiang Tianchen had undoubtedly been drafting the divorce papers in the study. He intended to divorce her. The color that had just returned to Su Yan's face drained away like a receding tide, leaving her pale and stricken. She set down the platter and placed the divorce agreement into the drawer by the door, resolutely vowing never to sign it. Tianchen, you must be hungry. Let us eat first. As Jiang Tianchen emerged from the restroom, she served him a bowl of rice, and they silently dined together. After finishing a bowl of soup, Jiang Tianchen wiped his mouth and turned his gaze towards Su Yan. Where did you place the documents on the table? Su Yan, who was busy clearing the dishes, trembled at his words. I won't divorce. I will not sign. Jiang Tianchen was momentarily amused, his previously agitated heart feeling considerably lighter. M.A.S. Su, may I ask if we're even married? What signature do you require? Su Yan was taken aback by Jiang Tianchen's words. Indeed, they had yet to obtain a marriage certificate. How could there be a divorce agreement? She walked to the door, retrieved the document, and stole a glance at it, realizing it was a proposal for the relocation of Wuxing Company's headquarters. Noticing Jiang Tianchen's calm demeanor, she seized the opportunity to explain the events of the afternoon. Huang Yunru complained? Jiang Tianchen did not expect Huang Yunru to emerge at this moment, seemingly earlier than in his previous life, likely connected to his departure from Jinhai City. Su Yan, are you blaming me for not clarifying matters with you? Observing the nervous expression on her face, Jiang Tianchen was at a loss for words. I remember mentioning that Huang Yunru was dismissed by Yang Ruoxue. If you had merely inquired with Yang Ruoxue, you would have understood the situation. Nothing transpired between Huang Yunru and me. Tianchen, you claim nothing occurred between you and Huang Yunru? Su Yan's eyes widened in delight as she gazed at Jiang Tianchen. Nothing at all. Jiang Tianchen withheld a certain truth, only asserting that nothing had transpired with Huang Yunru. Su Yan's face lit up with renewed hope. Inexplicably, she had subconsciously refrained from asking Yang Ruoxue earlier. However, her joy was short-lived as she noticed Jiang Tianchen's unwavering gaze upon her, causing her heart to flutter anxiously. Is Wang Haodong truly just your childhood friend? Tianchen, what does he mean by that? Does he know something? Indeed, Tianchen, I love you so much. I would never deceive you. Su Yan wished to shield Jiang Tianchen from her past, hoping to present herself as an impeccable figure in his eyes. Fearing Jiang Tianchen would persist in this line of questioning, she hastily changed the subject. How did you manage to shake off Huang Yunru's advances? Ask Yang Ruoxue. She will tell you. Jiang Tianchen rose and headed toward his room, disappointment flickering in his eyes. You had your chance, yet you couldn't hold on to it. This relationship has become too burdensome. With her back to Su Yan, she failed to notice this moment, her curiosity about Huang Yunru's failed seduction still piquing her interest. Picking up her phone, she dialed Yang Ruoxue's number, and shortly after, a video of Huang Yunru kneeling and begging for mercy appeared. You wretched woman. I will not let this go. Su Yan had not anticipated that today, as events would resolve so easily, letting out a sigh of relief, yet she remained insecure. She and Jiang Tianchen had not yet obtained their marriage certificate. Should they part ways, no agreement would be necessary. Su Yan made her way toward the room, determined to obtain their marriage certificate with Jiang Tianchen the following day. As she grasped the doorknob, she found it locked. Jiang Tianchen was preventing her from entering. Hadn't he just forgiven her? Why was he acting this way? The phone on the table rang with an unfamiliar number. Su Yan answered, only to find it was Han Dong calling. She almost hung up right away, but what she heard from the other end sent her spiraling into despair. Chapter 41, Yang Ruoxue's compromise. Su Yan, don't hang up. Jiang Tianchen might know about your past relationship with Wang Haodong. The phone slipped from Su Yan's grasp, her body swaying as she barely managed to steady herself against the wall. Truly, What one fears often comes to pass. Tears streamed down uncontrollably as Su Yin hesitated to knock on Jiang Tianchen's door, fearing he might depart without a word. Why did she not confide the truth to him? Why did she not lay bare her past? She had seemingly let go of what once was, yet her heart felt heavy with apprehension. Hey, Su Yin, are you listening? The anxious voice of Han Dong emanated from the phone on the floor. Silently, Su Yin picked it up and ended the call. With tear-streaked cheeks, she gazed longingly at the door before turning back to her room, resigned to explain everything to Tianchen the following day. The moon hung high in the sky as Jiang Yuqin found herself ensnared in traffic en route. Arriving at the hotel in Chenhu's scenic area at 9:30 in the evening, Yang Ruoxue sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in the moonlight. Unaware that Jiang Yuqin had exited the elevator, she was taken aback that Huang Yunru dared to show her face again. The scent of conspiracy lingered in the air. Clutching a video that implicated Huang Yunru in a frame-up, she knew that a report could land Huang in prison. Yet, another troubling thought nagged at her. Why did Jiang Tianchen ask Su Yin to seek her out? Did he know something? Yang Ruoxue's complexion flushed, her chest heaving with intensity. No wonder he had acted strangely that day, even going so far as to add vinegar to her wontons. That detestable Jiang Tianchen. Her face resembled a blooming red rose as her right hand caressed her flat abdomen, a sweet sensation akin to honey coursing through her, allowing her to mutter Jiang Tianchen's name under her breath. Jiang Yuqin, like a cat whose fur bristled, felt an inferno of rage as she approached Yang Ruoxue, her long nails digging into her palm. Upon hearing footsteps, Yang Ruoxue turned her head, and Jiang Yuqin unleashed a furious tirade against Jiang Tianchen. He is nothing but a scoundrel. Ruoxue, do not be deceived by him. He mistreats Huang Yunru. Yang Ruoxue flinched, startled that Jiang Yuqin had heard her speak. Observing Jiang Yuqin's vehement denunciation of Jiang Tianchen, she remained composed and sent her a video. What is real cannot be faked, and what is fake cannot become real. Watch for yourself. Yang Ruoxue's expression hardened, as she would not permit anyone to slander Jiang Tianchen. Jiang Yuqin, like a rooster caught in a chokehold, fell silent upon hearing Huang Yunru's words of contrition in the video. She pointed at Yang Ruoxue's abdomen and posed a question that sent a chill down Yang Ruoxue's spine. Whose is it? What are you talking about? Yang Ruoxue retorted, bewildered. Rising to leave, she sought to avoid Jiang Yuqin, who inexplicably knew of her pregnancy. The deepest secret of her heart had been exposed, and all she desired was to escape. As she passed by Jiang Yuqin, she was abruptly seized by the arm. It's Jiang Tianchen, isn't it? 6 weeks along, it happened when you were in Tianyan City. Jiang Yuqin even knew the timing of her pregnancy, causing panic to flicker in Yang Ruoxue's eyes as she forcefully wrenched her arm free, her voice trembling slightly. Don't spout nonsense. It was a one-night stand at the bar. Yang Ruoxue's arm remained firmly grasped by Jiang Yuqin. Ruoxue, I know you have feelings for Jiang Tianchen. How could you possibly be with someone else? Stop deceiving yourself. Jiang Yuqin, witnessing Yang Ruoxue's distressed expression, grew increasingly convinced that it was indeed Jiang Tianchen's child. That's enough, Jiang Yuqin. I told you it is not Jiang Tianchen. That day, I saw Huang Yunru trying to seduce Tianchen, and I was provoked, which led to me drinking too much at the hotel. Yang Ruoxue glared fiercely at Jiang Yuqin, each word a warning. Do not sabotage Tianchen's relationship with Su Yin. Despairing at Yang Ruoxue's hostile gaze, Jiang Yuqin embraced her. Ruoxue, I do not care whose child it is. I am willing to raise it with you. I can help you conceal the existence of the child. Jiang Yuqin had made this plan on her way there. Yang Ruoxue pushed her away and retreated to the sofa in silence. Sensing an opportunity, Jiang Yuqin sat beside her. You can go abroad and give birth to the child. We will bring it back later and claim it as my adopted child. Yang Ruoxue's eyes flickered. This was indeed her plan, as she had never intended to marry. It seemed like a reasonable choice. Ruoxue, I assure you, I will never disclose this matter, nor will I mention it to Su Yin. It is not Jiang Tianchen. Very well, it is not Jiang Tianchen. As long as you refrain from associating with other men in the future, I will keep your secret safe. Jiang Yuqin, sensing Yang Ruoxue's wavering resolve, suppressed her delight. Yang Ruoxue shot her a warning glance and posed a question that left Jiang Yuqin flustered. Am I just a normal woman, relying on you for physical needs when the time arises? Jiang Yuqin was momentarily at a loss for words. Without marriage or children, you cannot interfere in my private life. As Yang Ruoxue spoke, memories of that passionate night flooded her mind, causing her skin to flush. Jiang Yuqin shivered slightly, nearly losing her balance, as she regarded Yang Ruoxue with an expression that brooked no refusal. Rapidly processing her thoughts, she recalled that Yang Ruoxue was not a promiscuous person. Ruoxue only had eyes for Jiang Tianchen. As long as Su Yin kept a close watch on him, Ruoxue would not seek other men. With this realization, Jiang Yuqin nodded decisively. Very well, it's a deal. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Yang Ruoxue stood to return to her room, issuing a dismissal. The moon hung high, and the stars were sparse. Jiang Tianchen rose early, dialing his assistant Tang Suan to schedule an afternoon board meeting. The sound of the villa's gate creaking open startled Su Yin awake. Spotting Jiang Tianchen heading toward his car, she rushed out barefoot, panic-stricken. Tianchen, don't go. Su Yin clung to Jiang Tianchen's arm, her eyes pleading. I have some matters to attend to. There's a board meeting this afternoon. Please do not disturb me for the next couple of days. I need some peace. Jiang Tianchen cast her a cold glance before driving away from the villa. Su Yin stood there, dazed, watching the car fade from her sight, then hurried back inside to prepare herself, determined to resolve the matters from her confession the previous day. At the entrance of Tianjin University, President Fan Duan personally led a team of school officials, awaiting the arrival of the representatives from Jiutian Investment Company. Yang Qingxin stood at the forefront, with Ouyang Qianqian and Ouyang Qing in the line behind him. Qingxin, when they arrive, don't forget to introduce the teachers. Yang Qingxin's mentor Li Zilin reminded him once more. He had a project in need of urgent research funding, as the school's grants were limited, and most research projects required external investment. Rest assured, I won't forget. Here they come. The cars are arriving. Someone shouted. 3 business vehicles approached from afar, and Lu Xinxin descended from the lead car, followed by 8 others from the 2 trailing vehicles. Under President Fan Duan's enthusiastic guidance, they entered Tianyuan University. Huh, is that Xinxin? A professionally dressed woman stepped out of a taxi and caught sight of Lu Xinxin's back, murmuring to herself. I must be seeing things. Xinxin works in Jinhai City. Chapter 42. The spirited Mu Qinglei. Mu Qinglei, carrying a small bag, arrived at the school's registration office. Hello, sir. I'm here to see Director Wu Sahan from the logistics department. Could you please have him call the reception? The elderly guard at the booth, engrossed in a newspaper, did not even lift his head as he replied. Sir, his call didn't go through. Could you please try calling his office? Mu Qinglei retrieved a pack of cigarettes and 2 bottles of drinks from her small bag, offering them politely. Take these. He can only enter when he calls. Working as a gatekeeper at Tianyuan University, the old man enjoys the benefits that come with his position, evoking envy in countless onlookers. He refuses to accept any gifts, not wishing to trade a watermelon for a sesame seed. No matter how much Mu Qinglei pleads, the old man remains resolute, denying her passage and even refusing to contact the logistics office on her behalf. Each day, numerous individuals attempt to forge connections with the university's logistics department under the pretext of seeking someone. With no other recourse, Mu Qinglei takes refuge in the shade by the gate, dialing the number repeatedly. Within the campus of Tianyuan University, Lu Xinxin is overwhelmed with emotion. Never imagining she would one day stride gracefully into this prestigious institution she once dreamed of entering. Behind her, Ouyang Qianqian and Ouyang Qing, designated companions, are oblivious to her thoughts. Lu Xinxin's role in discussing project investments does not require her direct intervention. Her purpose here is simply to finalize the agreement with her signature. She savors the sensation of being in a leadership position, reminiscent of a domineering CEO. Lu, my father knows a chip manufacturing company of considerable scale that has recently encountered a financial crisis. Ouyang Qianqian interrupts Lu Xinxin's reverie, eager to step into her new role. You should reach out to them tomorrow. If feasible, secure the deal directly. Recalling Jiang Tianchen's instructions, Lu Xinxin decides she need not consult him if the price is reasonable. Since appointing Ouyang Qianqian as the president of the subsidiary, Lu Xinxin has investigated her family background and is aware of her father Ouyang Qing's capabilities, thus directly designating him as a special advisor to the company. Enjoying the privileges of a president, Ouyang Qing, with a twinkle in his eye, values the opportunity to support his daughter over financial gain. The father-daughter duo, eager not to waste time, greets Yang Qingxin and proceeds to contact the chip company. The negotiations at the Chengxin Research Laboratory progress smoothly, culminating in a formal agreement within 2 hours. Jiutian Investment Company shows earnest intent, promptly transferring 10 billion into the designated account of Tianyuan University. Yang Qingxin emerges as a rising star at Tianyuan University, a teaching assistant now leading a significant research project. Elated by the joyous developments, Yang Qingxin wears a constant smile. Seated by the floor-to-ceiling window, Lu Xinxin cradles a cup of coffee, gazing dreamily at the soccer field outside. Lu, he is my mentor and is working on a lithography project. Yang Qingxin recalls his mentor's instructions. Lu, I am Li Zilin. The new acquaintance introduces himself. Lithography machine? Lu Xinxin, well-versed in chip technology, understands its critical importance. Currently, Daxia's capabilities in lithography are mediocre, and the project requires substantial funding. Noting Lu Xinxin's cautious demeanor, Li Xilin's hopes dim, recognizing the challenges of securing investment. My professor has made significant theoretical breakthroughs in this research, but is constrained by funding, he explains. Jiuqian Investment Company's 10 billion allocation is earmarked specifically for this purpose, and he, as the project leader, lacks the authority to reallocate funds. Liu Xinxin glunches et Jiang Tianchen contemplating. Professor Li, please provide me with the relevant project materials. I will report to President Jiang. President Jiang? Li Zilin is taken aback. Looking at Yang Qingxin beside him, Yang Qingxin whispers to his mentor, the big boss. Professor Li, the lithography project? As Jiang Tianchen arrives at Tianyu Company, he receives Lu Xinxin's call. He vaguely recalls this name from his past life, but cannot place it. Recognizing Li Zilin as Yang Qingxin's mentor, he surmises he must be a leading expert in this field. Jiang Tianchen calculates his remaining funds, 2 billion, and drafts a proposal based on Yang Qingxin's contract. Seeing this as a selfless contribution to Daxia's lithography endeavors, he does not expect groundbreaking discoveries, given the substantial technological gap with foreign counterparts. Whether 2 billion or hundreds of billions, the risk of failure looms large. Lu Xinxin hangs up and approaches the two men, noting Li Zilin's hopeful expression. President Jiang has agreed to invest 2 billion. We can sign a contract today, and the funds will be available by tomorrow. Really? Thank you, Lu. Li Zilin's eyes brighten with excitement as he embraces Yang Qingxin, thrilled at the prospect of 2 billion in research funding. As the three settle down to negotiate contract details, Lu Xinxin states, Professor, I have no specific demands. Feel free to sign as you wish. Li Zilin is solely focused on the project, as long as the funds are secured. That one do. President Jiang specifically instructed that our collaboration must be mutually beneficial. Professor Li will receive a 3-patent share, consistent with Mr. Yang's agreement. Absolutely fine. Li Zilin and Yang Qingxin exchange glances, growing increasingly impressed by the integrity of President Jiang. Engaging with such a person is undoubtedly reassuring. News of this development reaches Fan Duan, who once again approaches Lu Xinxin, warmly inviting her to lunch at the university before she departs. After signing the agreement, Lu Xinxin graciously declines the university's invitation, having just received a call from Jiang Tianchen about an acquisition meeting at the chip company that afternoon. At the entrance of Tianyin University, Mu Qinglei retrieves a steam bun and a bottle of drink from her small bag, her lunch. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Glancing at her phone, Mu Qinglei sees it is 11:30 a.m. and has yet to reach the logistics director, Wu Sahan. A cloud of despair washes over her. This is the final deadline imposed by her company. If she cannot contact Wu Sahan today, she will face termination. Opening her contacts, she deliberates. Whenever she encounters difficulties, she confides in her close friend, Lu Xinxin. Forget it, Xinxin must be feeling down too. Diese Artenet, Mu Qinglei eats had contacts. Recently, she learned in their class group that Lu Xinxin had broken up with her boyfriend of 5 years, and she had also left the group. Surely, she must still be grieving. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qinglei dials Wu Sahan one last time. If it doesn't T-connect, so be it. The phone rings. Not far away, a ringtone sounds, and Mu Qinglei glances over to see a middle-aged man with a beer belly exiting the school, holding a phone in his left hand while conversing on another. The man is indeed Wu Sahan. Mu Qinglei has encountered him twice and recognizes him without fail. After finishing his call, Wu Sahan glances at the phone in his left hand, a disdainful smirk forming on his lips. Clearly, he is deliberately ignoring her calls. Remembering her former boss's veiled hints before leaving the company, Mu Qinglei realizes Wu Sahan's intentions. Unwilling to be passive, she resolves not to let him off easily. With a bold stride, Mu Qinglei approaches Wu Sahan, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Sahan, you have to stand up for me. Your wife is bullying me. As noon approaches, a multitude of people exit the school, casting curious glances their way. The logistics director, Wu Sahan, is caught in a scandal. Realizing Mu Qinglei is accusing him, Wu Sahan raises his short leg, ready to kick her. Though Mu Qinglei is a girl, she has practiced combat sports and swiftly retaliates with a kick to his stomach. Ouch, my waist! Wu Sahan lost his footing and fell awkwardly, his lower back colliding painfully against a stone pillar, eliciting a cry of agony. Director Wu and his mistress were embroiled in a fierce altercation, and no one dared to intervene. The security department was alerted, and she accused me of slander. Wu Sahan bellowed. How could I, the esteemed logistics director of Tianyin University, endure such humiliation? 3 individuals emerged from the security office. One respectfully assisted Wu Siwen to his feet, while the other two advanced towards Mu Qinglei. Her complexion paled. Realizing the gravity of the situation, slander could lead to several days of detention. Just then, a luxurious business vehicle pulled up at the entrance, prompting everyone to step aside. To their astonishment, the vehicle remained stationary, parked not far from Mu Qinglei. The window rolled down, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman. "Qinglei, get in the car." "Xin, is that really you?" Mu Qinglei exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Lu Xin, initially doubting her own eyes. "She can't leave. She has slandered and defamed me." Wu Sahan assessed the opulent vehicle with a cautious gaze. As he noticed Mu Qinglei attempting to depart, Wu Siwen grew anxious. If this matter was not resolved properly, rumors would circulate throughout the university, suggesting he was maintaining a mistress. While rumors could be trifling, the terrifying reality would be if they were true. "Xiaochun, you handle this matter," Lu Xin called out to someone emerging from the car, as Mu Qinglei entered and closed the door behind her. "She cannot leave." Wu Sahan, disregarding his back pain, stood up to pursue her, only to be reprimanded by a passerby. "What are you doing, Wu Sahan?" The individual, a school official, turned to Xiaochun with a smile. "We will handle this matter appropriately. Then I must trouble Principal Lu," Xiaochun replied before departing in the vehicle. "Brother-in-law, she has slandered and defamed me." Wu Sahan dared not retort, for the person was not only his brother-in-law, but also his superior, Lu Chaowen, the vice president of Tianjin University. "If you don't want to work, then leave." Lu Chaowen's ire was palpable. He would not dare offend such a wealthy patron. Wu Sahan's face turned pale, realizing he had encountered a formidable obstacle, all the while still harboring thoughts of the alluring beauty. "Xin, why are you still in Tianjin City? Weren't you working at Wishing Company?" Inside the luxurious vehicle, Mu Qinglei marveled at her surroundings. "Having never been in such a fine automobile, I resigned. I now work in Tianjin City." Lu Xin glanced at her watch, needing to go to the chip company in the afternoon, and escorted Mu Qinglei to Jiuqian Investment Company. "Qinglei, please wait in the conference room. We will talk when I return this evening. Someone will bring you lunch shortly." Tianjin Building, Jiuqian Investment Company? Mu Qinglei was still reeling from the surprise. With Lu Xin hurriedly leaving, vaguely hearing her mention having lunch in the car. So busy with work? No time even to eat? This was indeed Tianjin Building. And Mu Qinglei feared causing trouble for Lu Xin, so she obediently waited in the conference room. The phone on the table rang, revealing a message from class monitor Xiao Yuro. "Qinglei, don't forget about tomorrow's gathering. I've sent you the list. Please check if there are any classmates in Tianjin City who haven't been invited." "Okay, class monitor." Amidst her busy work, Mu Qinglei nearly forgot about the event. Upon receiving the list, she noticed Lu Haidong's name. When did he come to Tianjin City? Wasn't he supposed to return to his hometown in Zhongzhou to take over the family business? Mu Qinglei felt conflicted about whether to inform Lu Xin. Recalling Lu Haidong's vague hints in the group chat regarding the reasons for their breakup, which suggested Lu Xin had been unfaithful to her superior. Having seen a photo of General Jiang on the Wuxing Company website, handsome and wealthy, a confirmed bachelor, she would have doubted Lu Xin's integrity if she were not already familiar with her character. Knock, knock. A cleaning lady dressed in Jiutian livery entered the conference room, pushing a cart. "Miss Mu, here is your lunch. Just leave it here when you're done." "All for me." Mu Qinglei stared blankly at the 10 plates of dishes on the table. "Yes, Manager Lu specifically instructed that these are your favorite dishes." The cleaning lady replied with a smile before exiting the conference room. "Manager Lu?" Mu Qinglei thought she misheard, wanting to inquire further, but realizing the woman had already left. Famished after fasting for half the day, she wasted no time and began to satisfy her hunger. Group leader, Tianhao Company, is in Zhongzhou. As someone entered the conference room, still discussing a company, he halted upon seeing Mu Qinglei, who appeared dumbfounded. The others behind him, perplexed at his sudden stop, bypassed him and entered the conference room. Mu Qinglei froze, her hands suspended mid-air with chopsticks. "Who is she?" The newcomers exchanged bewildered glances, questioning why someone was eating in the conference room, where strict regulations prohibited even snacks. Seeing the multitude of small bowls on the table, the 5 members of Investment Group 1 were utterly confounded. Who could order so much? Sorry, did we interrupt your work?" One of them asked. "No worries, we'll move to another conference room," Huang Hao replied, not foolish enough to miss the significance of someone eating freely in the conference room. He led the 4 others to an adjacent room for their meeting. Mu Qinglei felt uneasy. She had barely taken a few bites of rice when another group entered the conference room. They displayed the same expression as the previous group and politely exited. When the third group entered, Mu Qinglei had no choice but to open the conference room door. As one after another peeked in, all opting to relocate to a different room. She was too anxious to eat, her stomach growling in hunger. Lin Xiang returned to the company, having just come from the bank after a morning spent transferring over 15 billion. Busy throughout the morning, he was still hungry now. Director Lin. On the road, people greeted her from time to time. Oh, passing by the conference room, Lin Xiang spotted Mu Qinglei dining alone. Who is that? Whose friend is she? Curiosity piqued, Lin Xiang stepped into the conference room. Mu Qinglei felt a flutter of anxiety upon hearing others refer to Lin Xiang as Director Lin. Fearing she might inadvertently cause Lu Xinxin trouble, Lin Xiang noticed the array of dishes on the table, all of which were her favorites, and her stomach grumbled audibly. Would you mind if I joined you? She asked, casual as ever. Of course, not at all. Mu Qinglei was relieved to have company. As she had grown tired of the stares from passers-by, Lin Xiang filled a bowl with rice, taking a few bites before speaking indistinctly. Who brought you in here? Lu Xinxin. The presence of an additional person attracted attention, and Mu Qinglei, now ravenous, began to devour her meal. Manager Lu, huh? Lin Xiang recalled that Chen Weiwei had gone to Tianchen City the previous night, realizing the only person it could be was Lu Xinxin. Manager Lu? Chapter 44. President Lu Xinxin. Mu Qinglei finally grasped that this Director Lin referred to Lu Xinxin as Manager Lu. Lu Xinxin was at least of the managerial level, running a company in Tianyan Building. When had Lu Xinxin become so influential? Was she a hidden heiress from a prominent family? After finishing their meal, Lin Xiang noticed Mu Qinglei appearing bored in the conference room and decided to show her around the company. Mu Qinglei gazed in envy at everything in the office. If she could work here, she would dream joyfully every night. Come, let us sit in my office. The two made their way toward the finance office. Passing by the general manager's office, where a position board hung on the wall. General Manager Chen Weiwei? Lin Xiang noticed something amiss. Wasn't Lu Xinxin the general manager? Mu Qinglei followed the footsteps of Lin Xiang, her gaze fixed ahead towards the CEO's office. The CEO, Lu Xinxin. The CEO? Lu Xinxin is the president of Jiang Tianchen Investment Company? Mu Qinglei's pace faltered. The president of a company with an investment of 100 billion. She had checked Jiang Tianchen Investment Company on her phone before dinner. How could this be possible? When Lu Xinxin returns, she must inquire further. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Jiang Tianchen returned to Wuxing Company from Tianjin City, where Tang Siwen had long been waiting. President Jiang, the meeting starts in 15 minutes. The two made their way to the conference hall, with Tang Siwen reporting the situation from behind. Aside from those on business trips, all 136 mid to senior level employees were present. The board meeting was attended by 5 members, except for General Manager Yang, who had yet to arrive. Additionally, another board member, Liu Bin, had come to Wuxing in the morning and was officially appointed as the manager of the sales department. Wuxing Company comprises 7 major departments: sales, human resources, tour guide, marketing, finance, and planning. As Jiang Tianchen entered the company, many cast peculiar glances at his retreating figure. Early that morning, they had received a departmental notice. General Manager Su had personally issued a warning prohibiting any discussion of General Manager Wang's confession from the previous day. Though they dared not voice their opinions, many believed that General Manager Su was trying to cover something up. In the conference room, Su Yin sat with a gloomy expression, her mood exceedingly poor. She had not anticipated the rapid spread of yesterday's events. Several clients had even sent their congratulations. Many employees below looked at her with an indescribable feeling. Su Yin, what on earth happened yesterday? Jiang Yuqin had driven back to Jinhai City overnight and only arrived at the company in the afternoon, having seen a baffling notice and learned the details from Han Dong. She had finally reached an agreement with Yang Ruoxue, and if Jiang Tianchen fell out with Su Yin, he would surely compete with her for Yang Ruoxue. Don't ask. I'm feeling very troubled right now. Su Yin whispered on the verge of collapse, recounting the events of the previous day. After listening to her explanation, Jiang Yuqin looked at Su Yin with a dubious expression, her gaze fixed on Su Yin's eyes, searching for any hint of deceit. Truly, I'm not lying to you, Su Yin asserted, unburdened by guilt. Su Yin, tell me honestly, is Wang Haodong truly just your childhood friend? Upon hearing Jiang Yuqin's question, Su Yin trembled slightly. If Jiang Yuqin had discerned something, how astute must Jiang Tianchen have been to notice? Jiang Yuqin was her close confidant, capable of offering good advice. Thus, Su Yin decided to no longer conceal the truth, revealing their shared past. Jiang Yuqin stared blankly at Su Yin, rendered speechless. She had not expected that Wang Haodong and Su Yin had such a history. She glanced at Wang Haodong, who was conversing with Liu Bin on her left, then at Han Dong, who remained silent on her right, and a realization dawned upon her. She poked Su Yan's arm, her expression turning serious as she met Su Yan's gaze. Su Yan, I finally understand why you care for Han Dong so much. Su Yan's complexion visibly paled. Her grandmother had once said this, and now Jiang Yuqin echoed it. If Jiang Tianchen were to discover her past with Wang Haodong, Would he not also arrive at the same conjecture? Su Yan's heart raced uncontrollably. She could not suppress her thoughts. Jiang Tianchen would surely think she harbored feelings for someone else. He would undoubtedly think so. What to do? What to do? Su Yan's fingers tightened around her pen, which could no longer withstand the pressure, and the casing flew off, striking Han Dong on the head. Bewildered, Han Dong looked up, noticing the half-pen casing on the table, then glanced at the remaining casing in Su Yan's hand, utterly confused. Su Yan, let us discuss this after the meeting. Jiang Tianchen, observing Su Yan's ashen face and her overly tense hands, understood the source of her anxiety. Su Yan responded with a slight tremor in her voice. Jiang Tianchen sighed lightly, realizing that acting without thinking had led her to worry unnecessarily. President Jiang. The voice at the entrance of the conference hall made Su Yan's heart leap. She looked up, only to see Jiang Tianchen approaching. As he drew nearer, her unease intensified. Was he coming to confront her? Su Yan's body trembled helplessly, her mind blank. A few gentle pats on her back from Jiang Tianchen left Su Yan confused. Unsure of her intent. Su Yan, scoot your chair a bit inward. He needs to pass. Su Yan turned to see Jiang Tianchen standing behind her, her chair obstructing his path. She hastily adjusted her chair forward, almost forgetting that Jiang Tianchen was sitting beside her. He was merely looking for a spot. Su Yan felt like berating herself for her wandering thoughts. Feeling unwell, Jiang Tianchen noticed Su Yan's pallid complexion and her dazed demeanor. Reaching out to touch her forehead with the back of his hand, she was not feverish. Tianchen, Mifina. His gesture brought Su Yan back to life, rekindling her spirits. Tianchen still cared for her. He had not abandoned her. Observing Su Yan's changing expression, Han Dong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the situation remained under control. Wang Haodong's lips twitched slightly, bitterness creeping into his heart. In Su Yan's eyes, he and Jiang Tianchen were worlds apart. Just a touch on her forehead could elicit such joy from Su Yan. Time truly could alter everything. What is happening? Many of the newly appointed management team shared the same question in their minds. Yesterday, Wang Haodong's confession had been witnessed by numerous attendees, and Su Yan had accepted the roses with a smile. Did she prefer Wang Haodong or Jiang Tianchen? Judging by the current circumstances, it seemed she favored Jiang Tianchen more. Jiang Tianchen took his seat at the center, flanked by Jiang Tianchen and Su Yan, as he commenced the meeting's agenda, the relocation of Wuxing Company's headquarters. This topic was not a last-minute proposal from Jiang Tianchen. It had been under consideration since the official decision by Daxia to connect Tianjin City with Jinhai City subway. What are your thoughts? Jiang Tianchen first sought the opinions of Wang Haodong and Liu Bin, as they were the core members of their team. President Jiang, I suggest we do not relocate to Tianjin City. Although it is one of Daxia's 5 major super cities, it is saturated with large companies and unsuitable for Wuxing's development. Liu Bin glanced at Wang Haodong before presenting his solution and suggestions. The room buzzed with mixed opinions. Some in agreement, while others opposed. I propose that Wuxing relocates to the Blue Sea Development Zone. Wang Haodong presented his plan, and a flicker of malice crossed Jiang Tianchen's mind as it mirrored the trajectory of his previous life. Wang Haodong's initial move mirrored a past event that had cost Jiang Tianchen 2% of his shares in Qingdong. The Blue Sea Development Zone was the economic development zone spearheaded by Jinhai City officials. The subway line from Tianjin City to Jinhai City had already been announced on the official website. In his previous life, several prominent families collaborated to create a film and finance city, establishing the Blue Sea Group Company. Only Jiang Tianchen knew that this was a scheme devised by the Wang family to short-sell Blue Sea Group's shares. Aside from select few who had received early warnings and withdrew their investments, the majority faced devastating losses, as everyone frantically sold their Blue Sea shares. The Wang family secretly seized the opportunity to acquire them en masse. Within 2 months, they reaped profits in the billions. The Wang family emerged as the primary beneficiary, having developed the Blue Sea Film City, second only to the Tianyu Company as Tianyu Financial Tourism City. In his previous life, Jiang Tianchen, in a desperate attempt to fill a financial void, was compelled to relinquish shares in Shandong. When Wang Haodong announced that several prominent families had pooled together $200 billion to jointly establish the Blue Ocean Group, it seemed as though everyone readily endorsed Wang's proposal. Board members such as Jiang Tianchen and Su Yan harbored a favorable opinion of Wang's plan. What is your view, Chairman Jiang? Wang Haodong provocatively inquired, a hint of derision glimmering in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, the intricacies of the plan aimed squarely at Jiang Tianchen, Su Yan, and the Su family. He had learned that the Su family intended to invest $300 billion into this Blue Ocean initiative. Disinterested, Jiang Tianchen gestured for Tang Suin to approach and handed him a proposal to display on the large screen. What? Chairman Jiang has rejected this proposal. Everyone stared incredulously at Jiang Tianchen, while Su Yin turned to glance at him, recalling how she had mistakenly thought the proposal was a divorce agreement the previous night. She had only seen the title and was oblivious to the contents of Jiang Tianchen's plan. Could it possibly be superior to Wang Haodong's? The relocation of the Wuxing Company to Longyu Town? As the title appeared on the screen, most in attendance were unfamiliar with Longyu Town's location. Chairman Jiang, are you planning to move Wuxing Company to the Shenhu Scenic Area? Jiang Yuqin, who had recently frequented the Shenhu Scenic Area and passed by Longyu Town, was taken aback by Jiang Tianchen's choice. The Shenhu Scenic Area? That location is an hour's journey from Tianqing City. In reality, the Shenhu Scenic Area is a mere half-hour from Longyu Town, which is also half an hour from Tianqing City. Management who had previously spent time with Jiang Tianchen at Shenhu offered a detailed account of the travel time. Chairman, the location of Longyu Town is indeed promising, being a key transit point for the subway. However, given Wuxing Company's financial capacity, it is insufficient to develop Longyu Town. Lu Bin, after reviewing Jiang Tianchen's relocation proposal, exhibited flickers of interest in his eyes. Unlike Wang Haodong and others, he was a genuine elite talent returning from abroad, and he realized that Longyu Town seemed far more suitable for establishing a film and tourism city than the Blue Ocean plan. He needed to thwart Jiang Tianchen's ambitions and swiftly contact his boss to secure this land. Jiang Tianchen's subsequent remarks dispelled all his plans. As someone had already seized the opportunity, Tianyu Company in Tianqing City planned to invest 200 billion in Longyu Town to create a financial entertainment city. I went to Tianqing City this morning to establish a strategic partnership with General Manager Wu of Tianyu. Tianyu Company? The leading enterprise in Tianqing City. When did Jiang Tianchen become acquainted with General Manager Wu from Tianyu Company and forge a strategic partnership? Su Yin found herself increasingly perplexed by Jiang Tianchen's actions. Wuxing Company would be comprehensively involved in the development of Longyu Town, creating a burgeoning city focused on tourism and finance. A cooperation agreement appeared on the large screen, detailing Tianyu Company's authorization for Wuxing Company to develop Longyu Town. One was a wholly owned investment of 200 billion, while the other comprised multiple joint ventures, clearly distinguishing their scales. Wuxing Company would also fully engage in the development, with this endeavor alone potentially earning billions annually. Not to mention the elevation of Wuxing's renown through the creation of a new city. Chairman Jiang truly lives up to his title. He plays his trump card with finesse. Many longtime employees who had followed Jiang Tianchen instinctively clenched their fists, recognizing him as the steadfast leader of Wuxing. Damn it! Wang Haodong's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the emergence of Longyu Town as a competitor. Chairman, I cannot deny that Longyu Town is an excellent choice. However, Tianyu Company is still just one entity, and the investment strength cannot possibly match that of several joint ventures. The development speed will certainly not rival that of Blue Ocean. Wang Haodong attempted to salvage his proposal, which had originally been aimed at undermining Jiang Tianchen and Su Yin. You are correct, Chairman Wang, but it appears you may have overlooked something. Jiang Tianchen's smile was as refreshing as a gentle breeze, uplifting all but Wang Haodong. What? Wang Haodong appeared perplexed, his mind racing to recall what he had forgotten when suddenly his expression froze. The realization dawned upon him. The audience below exchanged puzzled glances, with several beginning to comprehend, their faces reflecting enlightenment. The Shenhu Scenic Area. Jiang Tianchen stood tall, looking down at Wang Haodong, and casually uttered 4 words. The crowd grasped the revelation. Indeed, the Shenhu Scenic Area and Longyu Town were positioned across the lake from each other. Once Longyu Town was developed into a thriving city, the value of the Shenhu Scenic Area would become immeasurable. Lu Bin instructed his assistant to retrieve information on the Shenhu Scenic Area, skimming through it rapidly, yet remaining speechless. Just the Shenhu Scenic Area alone could yield a lifetime of dividends for Wuxing Company. This project was single-handedly orchestrated by Jiang Tianchen, and Lu Bin realized he had underestimated him. This was undoubtedly a formidable adversary, and the task entrusted to him by his boss was immensely challenging. He had to give it his all. Su Yin tilted her head, gazing up at Jiang Tianchen's handsome profile, still entranced by him. On the other side, Jiang Yuqin mirrored Su Yan's admiration, both women looking up at Jiang Tianchen. This man might be a bit of scoundrel, yet his intellect was undeniable. Jiang Yuqin could envision just how popular the Shenhu Scenic Area would become in the future. Tourism, entertainment, dining, and wellness services would all be integrated, making it an insatiable cash cow. Jiang Tianchen possessed remarkable foresight. Without a hint of surprise, Jiang Tianchen's relocation plan triumphed decisively. Director Niu, you will be responsible for communicating with Tianyu Company. Within a month, please present a bird's-eye view of the plan. Once the proposal was approved, The next step will be urban planning. Jiang Tianchen turned his attention to a woman in the front row, director of the planning department, Niu Shiru, who was among the earliest to collaborate with me. Yes, Chairman. Niu Shiru stood and responded, her body trembling with excitement at the daunting challenge of planning a grand city. Director Liu, ensure full cooperation with Director Niu. Make special arrangements as required. Jiang Tianchen then called out another name, that of the financial department director, Liu Sanglan. Liu Sanglan replied respectfully. They were both veterans of Wuxing Company and staunch supporters of Jiang Tianchen. The relocation of Wuxing Company headquarters was a monumental project, especially as it marked the initial phase in Longyu Town. The overall move would take at least a year. However, there was a need to dispatch advanced personnel, as this represented an excellent opportunity for performance. Chairman, what requirements do you have for the arrangement of advanced personnel from each department? The deputy manager of the Human Resources Department, Yang Wenkai, stood up to inquire at an opportune moment. Chapter 46. What kind of person am I? Wang Haodong had landed as the head of the Human Resources Department, becoming its chief while also being one of the major shareholders of Wuxing Company, making Yang Wencai's position quite precarious. He sought the opportunity to work in Longyu Town. Wang Haodong cast a cold glance at him. After all, the head of his department had not spoken, so what entitlement did he have to interject? Jiang Tianchen happened to witness this exchange and smiled at Yang Wenkai. Manager Yang, as the topic stands, the Human Resources Department will be led by you. Please compile a list from other departments. However, Jiang Tianchen's face shifted from the previous gentle smile to a serious demeanor as he addressed the crowd below. Anyone who departed from their departmental positions early yesterday will be excluded from the list. At these words, many in the audience felt a shiver run down their spines, particularly those from the Human Resources and Tour Guide departments. The previous afternoon, numerous individuals had gathered to watch Wang Haodong's confession. With only 7 or 8 minutes remaining before the end of the workday, the Human Resources Department was even more pronounced, as many had voluntarily assisted in arranging the lobby. Working in Longyu Town would not only yield performance bonuses, but would also be classified as a business trip, entitling them to travel allowances, a lucrative opportunity. Wang Haodong understood that he needed to step forward. President Jiang, the events of yesterday were provoked by me occupying everyone's time, and I sincerely apologize to you all. Jiang Tianchen interrupted Wang Haodong's words with no room for negotiation. Without rules, there can be no order. The company regulations are in place, and Tang Siwen is responsible for overseeing this matter. Yes, President Jiang. Tang Siwen clicked her tongue, realizing that President Jiang was holding accountable those who had caused the uproar yesterday. Compared to Su Yan's warning, Jiang Tianchen's response was 100-fold more ruthless. Observing Jiang Tianchen seated at the center, Tang Siwen finally comprehended that this vice president was indeed the true leader of the five-star company. Previously, when Wang Yi was assigned to President Su's side, he felt a twinge of discontent, believing his qualifications and work experience were no less than hers. It was no wonder that the heads of various departments treated him with courtesy. Regardless of his low profile, special treatment was often afforded to him in all matters. Wang Haodong's expression darkened. The persona he had carefully crafted was shattered by Jiang Tianchen. The Human Resources and Tour Guide departments faced near total devastation. While they dared not voice their thoughts, they would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him. Su Yan, however, wore a subtle smile, unable to suppress her joy. Jiang Tianchen still loved her. His fierce punishment of the instigators was rooted in jealousy. After the meeting concluded, those who had left the department early lamented their regrets, while those who remained secretly rejoiced. The Human Resources and Tour Guide departments were rife with sorrow, with 90% of the staff having departed early, leaving only a few seasoned employees grinning foolishly, as fortune had unexpectedly favored them. Returning to her office, Su Yan had barely settled in when Wang Yi entered with a stack of documents. Having been distracted these past few days, she had accumulated a considerable workload. President Su, I was out yesterday. Otherwise, I would have certainly stopped you. It was simply unacceptable. Once the document approvals were complete, Wang Yi spoke like a caring sister. What you say resonates. My heart feels like it's on a roller coaster. Su Yan still felt a wave of trepidation. President Su, today's punishment of those instigators by President Jiang indicates how much he cares for you. Wang Yi rose and closed the office door. Indeed, without needing Wang Yi to say it, Su Yan was well aware. President Su, we must remain vigilant. No man can easily accept such matters. Wang Yi lowered her voice, subtly cautioning her. Su Yan's hand trembled as she gripped her pen. She knew all too well, and thinking of yesterday's events made her want to slap herself. However, there was no need for her to be overly anxious. Every problem has its solution. Wang Yi shifted the topic, her tone suggesting she had a remedy. Sister Wang, do you have any suggestions? Su Yan, desperate for guidance, straightened up and eagerly looked towards Wang Yi, yearning to hear her insights. Wang Yi smirked mysteriously, leaning closer to whisper a few words in Su Yan's ear. With men, a little coaxing goes a long way. There's nothing that can't be resolved. Which one? Su Yan was momentarily perplexed, but upon seeing Wang Yi's expression, her face flushed crimson. If one attempt fails, try again. Wang Yi wore a knowing look. Sister Wang. Su Yan plafidi chaidif. Wang Yi chuckled as she rose, not forgetting to remind her before exiting. President Su, remember to maintain a balanced diet. Su Yan shot her a glance, finding the jest amusing, but mentally noted to visit the hospital the following day. Once she had addressed her tasks, Su Yan turned and made her way to Jiang Tianchen's office, settling onto the sofa to await their departure home together. President Jiang, if there's nothing else, I'll return to my work. Tang Siwen, perceptive as ever, inquired, Tianchen, what do you wish to eat tonight? Shall we head to the market together? Jiang Tianchen did not look up, casually picking up a document left by Tang Siwen, responding dismissively, anything. Su Yan approached Jiang Tianchen's side, crouching as she linked her arm with his, her voice taking on a playful tone. Tianchen, I was wrong. Will you forgive me just this once? Jiang Tianchen's icy heart instinctively quickened. In her past life, Su Yan loved to act spoiled towards him, and he had grown accustomed to every facet of her. Fine, I'll help her one last time. Remembering the Su family's entanglement in the Blue Ocean Plan, Jiang Tianchen felt a pang of compassion, considering it a resolution of their 30 years of companionship in the previous life. With this matter settled, they would owe each other nothing. Jiang Tianchen casually named a few dishes, but after a long silence, he noticed Su Yan had not responded. Lifting his gaze, he found her in tears. Tianchen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have hidden things from you. You've treated me too well. Reflecting on the dishes he had mentioned, Jiang Tianchen froze momentarily, realizing they were all Su Yan's favorites. His love for her, cultivated over more than 30 years, ran deep within him. In the Tianyan building, Lu Xinxin returned to the company at 7 in the evening, finally completing the second step of the boss's plan regarding the Fong Tian Ship Company. Although the normal closing time was 6 o'clock, the atmosphere remained lively, as there were still numerous tasks to address from the company's early days, prompting everyone to voluntarily work overtime. The incentives and benefits provided by the company were exceptionally generous, motivating everyone to earn for themselves. President Lu Xinxin walked into the office, nodding to every passing employee, and upon opening the meeting room door, she found Mu Qinglei absent. Gone? Lu Xinxin pulled out her phone and dialed Mu Qinglei's number, which rang not far away. Xinxin, over here. Mu Qinglei emerged from the finance office, a chicken foot in hand. Lu Xinxin entered the office, where the coffee table was laden with dishes, and Lin Xiang was munching on a chicken foot. President Lu, come join us. Lu Xinxin did not hesitate to join the dinner crew. After a brief respite following their meal, Lu Xinxin took Mu Qinglei and left the company. Xinxin, is this your car? Mu Qinglei, seated in the passenger seat, admired the genuine leather upholstery, knowing the vehicle was worth over 2 million. Sort of. This car had been purchased with Jiang Tianchen's money, not going through the company accounts, and was registered under her ID. Xinxin, what is going on? Are you a young lady from a wealthy family lost in the world? Mu Qinglei's curiosity was piqued. No, my boss asked me to act as a proxy. Lu Xinxin rolled her eyes, weary of the cliches. Your boss, the president of a 1,000 billion company? Mu Qinglei recalled the discussions in their group regarding Lu Xinxin, wondering if there was any truth to it. With a skeptical gaze, she scrutinized Lu Xinxin. As Lu Xinxin drove, she sensed a wave of malicious intent emanating from her best friend, which made her laugh. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Chapter 47, Visitors from the Su Family. Lu Xinxin recounted the entire story. Your boss is that President Jiang? Where does he get all that money? Mu Qinglei's jaw dropped. Marveling at Lu Xinxin's good fortune, she had encountered a great boss before even graduating and was now poised to prosper alongside him. Ultimately, it all came down to associating with the right people. Mu Qinglei, who believed her abilities were not significantly inferior to Lu Xinxin's, lamented her lack of a suitable platform. Had I known, I would have joined you at the 5-star company. Mu Qinglei regretted her past choices, wishing she could strangle her former self. When the 5-star company recruited, she had thought that Tianyan City offered better opportunities for development. Being the premier city of the summer, it was the top choice for all graduates. Wait, Xinxin, does your boss have feelings for you? He seems excessively kind to you. A company with an investment of billions. How could they possibly seek out the inexperienced Lu Xinxin? Mu Qinglei harbored doubts regarding their intentions, especially considering Lu Xinxin's stunning beauty. As Lu Xinxin gripped the steering wheel, her hand trembled slightly, and a flush crept across her face, thankfully concealed by the dim lighting. What nonsense! The boss has a fiancée who is exceedingly beautiful, and their love is apparent. Lu Xinxin recounted her recent experiences in detail, including her resignation. The shameless Lu Haidong even accused her unjustly. Upon hearing about Lu Xinxin's ordeal at her boyfriend's place, Mu Qinglei gazed at her dear friend with sympathy. What did he say about me? Lu Xinxin had only been focused on severing all ties with Lu Haidong and leaving the class group. He insinuated that your infidelity was the cause of your breakup. How utterly shameless. 5 years of love thrown away like nothing. Lu Xinxin was taken aback by Lu Haidong's true colors. She had spared him embarrassment by not revealing his vile actions, only to have him turn the tables on her. Truly despicable. Xinxin, let us expose his true nature tomorrow. Mu Qinglei, thinking of the upcoming gathering, was determined to avenge Lu Xinxin. She mentioned that Lu Haidong would also be attending the class reunion. All right. Lu Xinxin replied through clenched teeth. He truly underestimates me. Qinglei, would you like to work at Jiuqing Company? Really? Is that possible for me? Mu Qinglei's eyes sparkled. She had seen the recruitment notice at the company entrance, yet with her qualifications, she fell short on 5 out of 7 criteria. Of course, others may not qualify, but have you forgotten who I am? Lu Xinxin said proudly, as she was indeed the head of the company. Thank you, General Manager Lu. Mu Qinglei suddenly planted a firm kiss on Lu Xinxin's cheek. To express my gratitude for your support, I hereby offer you my first kiss. Get off me, how disgusting. And with saliva, Lu Xinxin, steering with one hand, grabbed a tissue to wipe her face. The two of them laughed and chattered as they drove back home. With a friend by her side, Lu Xinxin would not feel lonely. Jiang Tianchen surveyed the table laden with dishes. They could eat for 3 days without finishing it all. Tianchen, let us eat to our heart's content tonight. Su Yin smiled as she poured him a glass of medicinal wine, raising her glass for a toast. What kind of wine is this? Upon seeing the medicinal wine, Jiang Tianchen recalled the previous night at the Su residence and felt a tinge of trepidation. Don't worry, it's just a tonic. Su Yin, understanding his unspoken concerns, flashed 2 dimples and blushed slightly. Jiang Tianchen took a sip, noting that the flavor differed from that night. Yet he failed to notice the smirk at the corner of Su Yan's mouth. An hour passed, and Jiang Tianchen felt a wave of heat wash over him. He realized he had been duped by Su Yan. I'm going to take a shower first. Su Yan smiled sweetly, entering Jiang Tianchen's room to ensure he wouldn't lock the door. Jiang Tianchen grimaced. He hadn't anticipated Su Yan's actions, which were uncharacteristic of her usual demeanor. Hurry up and shower. Leaning against the door, Su Yan revealed a long, fair leg, her alluring silhouette barely concealed. Jiang Tianchen felt a dryness in his throat and a stirring within. It had been some time since they had been together. Sensing Jiang Tianchen's intense gaze, Su Yan felt a flutter of sweetness within. He still loved her, and the body never lies. Perhaps due to the effects of the medicinal wine, coupled with the familiarity of being in her own home, Jiang Tianchen awoke the next morning with aches in his back and waist while Su Yan remained blissfully asleep. Her long hair cascading over the edge of the bed, a thin blanket covering her flawless neck. Recalling Su Yan's wildness from the previous night, Jiang Tianchen instinctively supported his lower back, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He glanced at the time, 10 a.m., and chose not to wake the slumbering Su Yan, opting instead to prepare breakfast. Tianchen. Su Yan suddenly tugged at his arm, causing him to lose his balance, and they tumbled back onto the bed. Don't go. Su Yan beamed a radiant smile. Without giving Jiang Tianchen a chance to respond, the room was once again filled with enchanting melodies. Ring, ring. After a heavy sigh, the doorbell echoed through the villa. Someone was at the door. Tianchen, could you check who it is? I'll take a shower first. Sunun dai yon planted akis on yang spread. Please it. As she headed toward the bathroom, Jiang Tianchen felt unsteady on his feet. He genuinely feared Su Yan. If this kept up, his life would be in jeopardy. Upon opening the villa door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. For figures stood outside. Su Yan's parents, along with her brother and sister. What an unusual visit. They had only come once in the past 2 years since moving into the villa and had never returned since. Mom, Dad, what brings you here? Su Yan, having changed her clothes, was equally surprised to see them. Sis, your life is truly luxurious, Su Xingya exclaimed, her eyes wide at the sight of the abundant food on the table. The 5-star company has gone public, and I made a fortune. My assets have surpassed $1 billion. I didn't have time to tidy up last night. Su Yan, glancing at the mess on the table and Jiang Tianchen's awkward demeanor, felt a bit embarrassed. Recalling the wildness of the previous night, Jiang Tianchen served a plate of fruits and a tray of snacks, placing them on the coffee table. He remained silent, understanding the purpose of the Su family's visit. Su Dongming, noticing Jiang Tianchen seated on the sofa, found it difficult to voice his thoughts. Su's mother caught the look her husband shot Jiang Tianchen and offered an awkward smile in response. Tianchen, We need to discuss something with Xiaoyan. What do you think? It's fine. I'll head back to my room. Jiang Tianchen did not hesitate and stood to retreat, only to be halted by Su Yan's grip. Tianchen, sit here. Her tone brooked no argument. Mom, Dad, Tianchen is not an outsider. He's my husband. In Su Yan's heart, Jiang Tianchen held greater importance than her parents. She could not forget how they had imposed financial restrictions on her in the past, forcing her into an arranged marriage. Sister, you haven't even registered yet. Su Zixuan interjected with a pout, only to receive a fierce glare from Su Yan, prompting him to sulk in a corner of the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Serve him right. Su Xingya shot Su Zixuan a disdainful look, deeming him a foolish glutton for punishment. Ever since investing in the five-star company alongside Jiang Tianchen and reaping substantial profits, her attitude towards him had undergone a complete transformation. Xiaoyan dear. Su's mother gently patted Su Yan's back, her eyes revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. All right, let Xiaoyan decide what to do. Su Dongming chided his wife softly before articulating the purpose of their visit. Xiaoyan, last time her grandmother gifted you 100 billion. Could you lend it to your father for a bit of urgent support? Su Yan furrowed her brows at this suggestion. Dad, are you planning to invest in Blue Ocean? Yes, the 8 major companies have reached an agreement. The Su family plans to invest 300 billion. Su Dongming did not conceal the truth from Su Yan in his quest to secure the 100 billion. The 8 prominent families were preparing to jointly establish Blue Ocean Company. What a grand endeavor. The Wang family was investing 800 billion, while the other 7 families would contribute at least 300 billion. To Jiang Tianchen's surprise, the Zhou family from Tianjin City was also investing 500 billion. In his previous life, he had been unaware that the Zhou family was involved, and the Su family had not approached them for collaboration. With these 8 families pooling over 3 trillion, along with contributions from hundreds of companies, the yet-to-be-established Blue Ocean Company would boast an astonishing asset total exceeding 6 trillion. Truly a monumental venture. Tianchen, what do you think? Su Yan did not immediately agree and instead sought Jiang Tianchen's opinion. The 100 billion given to her by the Su family, after the successful listing of the 5-star company, surged to nearly 300 billion. Along with her previous assets and shares, Su Yan's personal fortune exceeded 360 billion, firmly establishing her as a wealthy heiress. This also explains Su Dongming's courteous demeanor. He deeply regretted not investing in 5-star, especially considering that even his wife made a staggering profit of 6 billion. The Blue Ocean was not an ideal choice. Before Jiang Tianchen could finish his sentence, Su's mother cast a disapproving glance in his direction, knowing full well that he would not consent to her daughter borrowing money. Ignoring Su's mother, Jiang Tianchen turned his attention to Su Dongming, subtly revealing some plans for Tianyu Company. Uncle Su, I suggest you wait for 3 months. Tianyu Company will initiate its first round of financing. Tianchen, are you certain? Su Yan gazed into Jiang Tianchen's eyes, surprised by his insight, given that this was confidential information concerning Tianyu Company. 3 months? Leaning against the wall, Su Xingya's eyes darted around as she processed Jiang Tianchen's words, realizing that during these 3 months, she would seek to borrow money from various sources to invest once more alongside her brother-in-law. Jiang Tianchen nodded affirmatively. We will sign an agreement, and it cannot be altered. Su Dongming shot a surprised glance at Jiang Tianchen, not expecting such a close connection between him and Tianyu Company. Such core secrets were rarely divulged. What did Grandma say? A troubled expression crossed Su Yan's face. She trusted Jiang Tianchen's judgment and wanted to preserve the funds for Tianyu's financing. Grandma left the decision to Dad. I am no longer involved in company matters. Su Sixuan interjective. Is Grandma not involved in family affairs? Su Yan quickly grasped her grandmother's intentions to let the Su family develop freely, and she made her decision. Dad, I cannot lend my money. I must wait for Tianyu Company's financing. As the saying goes, even brothers should settle accounts clearly, and she had her own investment project, so she needed to retain her funds. 50 billion. Su Dongming's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that Su Yan would refuse despite his personal intervention. I cannot lend it. Su Yan avoided meeting Su Dongming's eyes, resolutely sticking to her plan. The Su family was not incapable of producing 300 billion. They simply did not wish to. And Su Yan was not naive. This money belonged to her, and she could not forget the financial sanctions her father had imposed on her in the past. Very well, you've grown wings. Su Dongming stood up and left without looking back. Xiaoyan, you are too selfish, Su's mother scolded bitterly before departing. So Sixuan man Saident, casting a hostile glance at Jiang Tianchen. Had it not been for Jiang Tianchen's disclosure regarding Tianyu Company's financing, his sister would surely have borrowed the money. Sister, brother-in-law, please keep me informed about Tianyu Company's financing. I wish to invest alongside you. Su Xingya grasped Su Yan's arm, eagerly addressing Jiang Tianchen as they exited. Upon receiving an affirmative nod from Jiang Tianchen, she left with a beaming expression. Watching her family depart in discord, Su Yin felt a profound sense of disappointment. She yearned to agree to the loan. With Tianyu's financing, she could afford to invest a lesser amount. Nonetheless, she steeled her resolve and declined. She was no longer alone. She had her own family to consider. No regrets? Jiang Tianchen asked, somewhat taken aback. In her previous life, Su Yin would undoubtedly have lent out that 100 billion, which at that time still belonged to the Su family. This time, however, the circumstances differed. Su Yin wrapped her arms around Jiang Tianchen's waist, resting her face against his chest, smiling tenderly as she replied, "We have our own home, and we must manage our little family well." Jiang Tianchen gazed at Su Yin quietly, a myriad of emotions reflected in his eyes. "Tianchen, shall we register our marriage next month?" Jiang Tianchen was momentarily stunned, recalling that it was around this time in his previous life when they had done the same. "Hee, if you don't respond, I shall take it as your agreement." Su Yin cheerfully embraced Jiang Tianchen, her face alight with happiness. At the Greenfield Grand Hotel, Lu Xinxin and Mu Qinglei alighted from taxi, making their way towards the hotel lobby. "Xinxin, we are in box 808 on the 8th floor." Mu Qinglei checked her phone for messages from the group chat, chuckling softly. "Lu Haidong is lavishly spending to secure this box. Let us go." Lu Xinxin didn't say much as the two headed to the elevator. Lu Haidong's family owned a company with assets in the billions. Reserving a private box was merely a trifle. Manager Wang, accompanied by 2 staff members, stepped out of the elevator and encountered Lu Xinxin. "Welcome, General Lu," Manager Wang greeted with a smile, well aware of Lu Xinxin's elevated status. She had become a notable figure in Tianyin City. "Manager Wang," Lu Xinxin replied with a smile, leading Mu Qinglei into the elevator. Manager Wang continued to watch as the elevator doors closed, signaling someone beside him, who then entered another elevator. "Lu Ge, this is extravagant. This box is truly luxurious." In box 808, a young man snapped photos excitedly, exclaiming in admiration. Lu Haidong lounged on the sofa, accepting compliments from 5 or 6 people beside him, both male and female. Having graduated from university 4 years ago and experienced the harsh realities of society, they all understood their positions well. Lu Haidong, being a rich second-generation heir with a family fortune of billions, was naturally their object of flattery. "Is this trip to Tianyin City for leisure or business?" a girl inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "It's business, a significant matter," Lu Haidong teased, picking up a bottle of drink. "I've been sent on a mission to negotiate business. I'll be getting married soon. I didn't expect to run into a class reunion." "Lu Ge, is your company hiring? Do you think I'm suitable?" One among the 17 or 18 attendees spoke directly, expressing dissatisfaction with his current job. "Well," Lu Haidong appraised him, recalling that he had been decent during their school days. Seeing the hopeful look in his eyes, he smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "That's definitely no problem. As long as you're willing to go to Zhongzhou City." "Really?" "Liu Yi, Veeling." Many others were intrigued, glancing at Lu Haidong with envy, wishing they could enjoy such a carefree lifestyle. Yesterday in Zhongzhou, today in Tianyin City. "All right, everyone, please take your seats." Class monitor Xiao Yuru felt a twinge of regret for hosting this gathering, as it no longer felt like a simple reunion of classmates. The class monitor is right. Lu Haidong cooperatively walked towards the seating area, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the class monitor's curvaceous figure, causing him to turn his head away deliberately. For 5 years, he had pretended to be courteous to Lu Xinxin, only to now feel regret. He wondered if it would have been better to use money to win over some people. Like the voluptuous class monitor and the long-legged Mu Qinglei. "Class monitor, it's inconsiderate. We haven't even settled in yet." A voice of discontent rang out at the entrance of the box. "You've not mistaken. It is indeed Manager Wang who sent this to General Lu." Before anyone arrived, a sharp voice had already made its presence known. The fiery beauty Mu Qinglei had arrived. She pushed the door open, arms outstretched, and embraced Xiao Yuru, who was walking towards her. "Class monitor, I'm not late, am I?" Xiao Yuru tapped her forehead lightly, pulling her towards the dining table. "The stunning beauty has arrived. We've been waiting for you." The classmate seated at the large round table greeted Mu Qinglei warmly, for in the realm of relationships, no one could escape the conventions. Holding onto the door handle, Mu Qinglei did not follow Xiao Yuru immediately. Under Xiao Yuru's puzzled gaze, she opened the door with a mysterious smile. "Guess who else is coming?" Xiao Yuron was taken aback by the words. The list she had verified with Mu Qinglei yesterday included only those present in the private room. Who could it be? Everyone turned their curious gazes toward the entrance of the room, speculating about who else might arrive. Lu Haidong's brows twitched momentarily before he regained his composure. It couldn't possibly be Lu Xinxin, who had even withdrawn from the group and had no intention of attending the reunion. 3, 2, 1. Welcome our stunning beauty to the stage. Mu Qinglei raised 3 fingers, and, upon counting to 3, a long-haired beauty gracefully walked into the private room. It was Lu Xinxin. Gasps of surprise erupted in the room. Lu Xinxin was not only the most beautiful girl in her class, but also the campus belle. Lu Haidong's complexion shifted uncomfortably. He had not anticipated Lu Xinxin's actual appearance. The 3 great beauties of our class are united once again. I must capture this moment. A male student exclaimed, urging the 3 to pose together for a photograph. Xinxin. Lu Haidong stood to greet her, gesturing for Lu Xinxin to sit beside him. However, she ignored his presence and chose the furthest seat across from him. Lu Haidong rubbed his nose, returning to his seat with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Xinxin, aren't you working in Jinhai City? What brings you to Tianyan City? Xiao Yurong, seated next to Lu Xinxin, poured her a glass of red wine. I resigned from my previous company and am now employed in Tianyan City, Lu Xinxin replied, taking a sip of the wine. Xinxin, you ought to reach out to me when you're in Tianyan City. Xiao Yurong chided her playfully. Her family owned a modest-sized company in Tianyan City. Having graduated from Tianchen University, she returned to work at her family's firm and often assisted classmates who ventured to Tianyan City for their careers. Just as Lu Xinxin was about to explain, a sarcastic voice echoed from a distance. I suppose you feel too embarrassed to contact the class monitor? The speaker was a male student who intended to ingratiate himself with Lu Haidong, noticing the dark expression on his face. Wang Luo, what exactly do you mean by that? Who are you trying to provoke? Mu Qinglei retorted angrily. Did I say something wrong? It's a well-known fact. You might be dismissed from your company, the boy continued, firmly aligning himself with Lu Haidong. Wang Luo apologized to Xinxin and stopped speaking nonsense. Lu Haidong admonished, rising to lift his glass and toast to everyone present. Today is a reunion. Let us not discuss trivial matters. Come, everyone, let us drink. Many classmates admired Lu Haidong for his gallantry, commending him for covering up his girlfriend's infidelity. Lu Gu, for this alone, I will follow you for life, one boy declared, raising his glass in admiration and finishing his wine in one gulp. Lu Haidong, I have encountered shameless individuals before, but none as brazen as you. Mu Qinglei thought to herself, wishing she could smash the wine bottle over the head of the shameless man across from her. Xinxin, she called, playfully raising her glass towards Lu Haidong from afar. Some matters still require clarification. Did I cheat? Of course not, Lu Haidong replied, casting a deep glance at Lu Xinxin, uncertain of her intentions. Since we have our classmates here, could you clarify why we broke up? Everyone turned their curious eyes toward the two, sensing that the situation was not as simple as the rumor suggested. Lu Haidong's hand, raised in a toast, trembled slightly as he decided to speak the truth. My parents disapproved. What? Many were taken aback by this revelation. Now you all understand. His parents looked down on someone in my humble status and wished for him to marry a well-matched heiress, Lu Xinxin stated, finishing her glass of red wine to bring closure to their past. She did not want to embarrass either of them in front of their classmates. Lu Haidong's face darkened. Being grilled in front of others was far from pleasant. He concluded that it was best to accept the reality that they belonged to different social strata. The only regret being that he had never had the chance to possess Lu Xinxin completely. It's good to clear things up. It's a rare occasion for us to gather after 4 years of graduation. A female classmate, sensing the awkward atmosphere, quickly shifted the conversation to reminisce about their school days. As Lu Haidong engaged with the classmates approaching him, he cast sidelong glances at the trio of beauties, who were whispering among themselves, entirely disregarding his presence. It irked him that, after enduring the harsh realities of society, they failed to recognize the necessity of courting someone of his status. With a smile, Lu Haidong stood up and walked toward the door, summoning a waiter. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, he declared, since it's a rare gathering, let us all enjoy the food and drinks. Order whatever you desire. Do not hesitate, I'll cover the bill. Lu Gu is so generous. Several voices cheered. This was the Green Wild 5-star hotel, where a single bottle of wine could cost thousands. Such wealth is truly remarkable. Thank you, Lu Dekaiju. Xiao Yurong performed a gesture of gratitude, as she had organized this reunion and did not intend to enforce a split bill system. Returning to his seat, Lu Haidong accepted the praises of his classmates, feeling as though he had been transported back to university days, where the conversations flowed freely. The only discomfort he felt was that Mu Qinglei and her friends had not exchanged a single word with him. As the evening progressed, a knock sounded at the door of the private room, followed by a waiter bringing in 2 bottles of red wine. Rodden 83 red wine, 200,000 per bottle, A wine enthusiast exclaimed, astonished by the price. "Excuse me, we did not order this wine. Could it be a mistake?" Xiao Yurong inquired of the waiter, recalling that Lu Haidong had invited everyone to order, and no one had requested such an extravagant item. Lu Haidong made no move to object. While he had considerable wealth, he would not indulge in such lavishness for a reunion. "It's not a mistake. It was sent by Manager Wang for General Lu." The waiter replied with a smile before exiting the room. Everyone stared at the 2 bottles of wine on the table, hesitant to open them. After all, the waiter had just mentioned they were meant for General Lu, and there was no General Lu present. Mu Qinglei glanced at Lu Xinxin and, upon receiving a nod from her, opened the bottles and began pouring for everyone. "Drink up. General Lu has given her approval." General Lu? Where did that come from? The crowd was bewildered, exchanging confused looks. Xiao Yurong, having seen Lu Xinxin nod at Mu Qinglei, widened her eyes in realization, her heart racing with a sudden speculation. "No way. Xinxin, you can't possibly be that General Lu, can you?" Lu Xinxin, after all, shared the surname Lu. Chapter 50. What is the name of your company? All eyes turned to Lu Xinxin, disbelief etched on their faces, particularly Lu Haidong's. "How is this possible? General Lu? That's just Manager Wang being courteous. I used to handle events here when the 5-star listings were held, so I know him." "Is that so? That Manager Wang is quite generous to send 2 such expensive bottles of wine," Xiao Yurong remarked skeptically, fully aware of the prestige of the Green Wild Hotel, where even typical company executives would not receive such treatment. "Xinxin, where are you working now?" "At an investment company," Lu Xinxin replied without hesitation, though she refrained from disclosing the company's name. "An investment company?" Xiao Yurong's face lit up with excitement, feeling as though fortune had smiled upon her. "Xinxin, could you possibly help me make a connection? My company has a project that urgently requires funding. Of course, once the gathering concludes. Just provide me with your company's information, and I'll discuss it with my team," Lu Xinxin assured her. "Thank you so much, Xinxin." Xiao Yurong beamed with delight. The emergence of an additional opportunity brought forth a glimmer of hope, albeit she remained cautiously optimistic. In her estimation, Lu Xinxin, being a newcomer in the company, wielded little in the way of decision-making authority. "An investment firm?" Lu Haidong, noticing the gratitude etched on Xiao Yurong's visage, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, recognizing that it was time for him to speak. "Class monitor, are you in search of an investment firm?" Upon seeing Xiao Yurong and the others turn their gazes towards him, he continued, "Coincidentally, my visit to Tianyun City this time is to meet with an investment firm. You are aware of Jiang Investment Company, I presume? I'm scheduled to meet with them this afternoon. Would you like me to facilitate an introduction?" "Jiang Investment Company? Really? That would be splendid." Xiao Yurong nearly leaped with joy, having spent the past few days seeking investment firms, and she was well aware of the recently established Jiang Investment Company. Mu Qinglei and Lu Xinxin exchanged glances, marveling at the serendipity of the situation. "Lu Haidong, what's the name of your company?" Mu Qinglei inquired curiously. "Tianhao." "Tianhao?" A spark of recognition ignited in Mu Qinglei's eyes as she recalled that during lunch in the conference room the previous day, the first group of arrivals had mentioned Tianhao Company. To her surprise, it turned out to be Lu Haidong's firm. Leaning closer to Lu Xinxin, she whispered, "Xinxin, prepare for an intriguing spectacle." Lu Xinxin smiled silently, equally eager to witness Lu Haidong's expression later. As the gathering drew to a close, the attendees bid farewell at the hotel entrance, a bittersweet farewell that left many hearts heavy with the uncertainty of when they might meet again. "Xinxin, would you like me to arrange transportation for you?" Lu Haidong attempted to retain Lu Xinxin's company, thinking that if they couldn't be a public couple, perhaps a clandestine romance would suffice. "No need. I have a car coming to pick me up," Lu Xinxin replied without sparing him a second glance, politely declining. Just as Lu Haidong was about to utter more, a luxurious business vehicle pulled up at the hotel entrance. Lu Xinxin waved to Xiao Yurong and entered the vehicle with Mu Qinglei. "Is it true? A business vehicle worth over 3 million? Where does Lu Xinxin work?" Observant classmates who recognized the car gasped in astonishment. Lu Haidong's cheeks twitched momentarily before he regained his composure and turned his attention back to Xiao Yurong. "Class monitor, we should set off as well. Let us head straight to Jiang Investment Company, as I have an appointment with him from yesterday." With Lu Xinxin out of reach, he decided to focus on winning over Xiao Yurong instead. "All right, I appreciate your help." Xiao Yurong expressed her gratitude, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity. Upon arriving at Tianyun Building and entering Jiang Investment Company, they were greeted by the bustling activity typical of a large corporation, with the entire 16th floor alive with industrious employees. Xiao Yurong felt a twinge of anxiety. This was Tianyun Building, a stark contrast to her small company. Please wait in the conference room for a moment. Team leader Huang will arrive shortly. The company receptionist informed them, offering tea to the two visitors. Thank you. Lu Haidong remained composed, bolstered by his family's wealth, which provided him with ample confidence. Before long, a group of 5, led by Huang Hao, entered the conference room. Hello. Director Lu, I am Huang Hao. Hello. Team leader Huang, Lu Haidong greeted as they shook hands, commencing discussions about the investment's final terms, most of which had already been prearranged, with the current meeting aimed at signing the agreement and facilitating the funds. Director Lu, Jiang Tianchen Investment Company will invest $1.5 billion, acquiring 45% of the shares. If there are no objections, I will summon President Chen to sign the documents. The two reached a consensus, and Huang Hao dispatched someone to find Chen Weiwei, who was responsible for Tianhao Company. An investment of $1.5 billion? Xiao Yurong inwardly gasped, realizing just how affluent Lu Haidong's family was, especially considering that her own company's total asset valuation barely reached $30 million. Lu Haidong relished the envy reflected in Xiao Yurong's expression as he completed the agreement with Chen Weiwei, officially making Jiang Tianchen Investment Company the second largest shareholder of Tianhao. Chen Weiwei, however, was pressed for time as several other companies awaited her to sign agreements. Team leader Huang, my friend S family owns a company. Could you assist in evaluating its investment potential? Lu Haidong introduced Xiao Yurong to Huang Hao, signaling her to present her materials. After a mere glance, Huang Hao politely declined, stating, I apologize, Miss Xiao, but we are currently only investing in companies with assets exceeding $100 million. That's all right, Xiao Yurong replied with a somewhat forced smile, recognizing the implication that her company was deemed inadequate. A glint of derision flickered in Lu Haidong's eyes. He had anticipated this outcome, having previously reviewed Jiang Tianchen Investment Company's investment criteria. His intention in bringing Xiao Yurong to Jiang Tianchen Investment Company was to allow her to witness the scale of Tianhao Company and understand the disparity between them. Thank you. Team leader Huang, Lu Haidong said as he escorted Xiao Yurong out of the company. As they stepped outside, they were met by an unexpected figure, leaving them momentarily speechless. It was Mu Qinglei, clad in the uniform of Jiang Tianchen Investment Company, a stack of documents cradled in her arms. Qinglei, you work here? Xiao Yurong's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Class monitor, what a coincidence. I was just about to call you. Come, let us discuss this in detail inside. Mu Qinglei had been waiting at the entrance for Lu Haidong and Xiao Yurong to emerge. Perhaps it's best not to. My company is too small and does not meet your investment criteria. Xiao Yurong wished to spare Lu Xinxin and Mu Qinglei any discomfort. Not at all. That applies to others, not you, Mu Qinglei insisted, tugging Xiao Yurong toward the company entrance. Assistant Mu. The receptionist greeted with a respectful bow. Assistant Mu? Lu Haidong felt a jolt of surprise. Was she the assistant to the general manager or the president of Jiang Tianchen Investment Company? He had not anticipated Mu Qinglei's position at Jiang Tianchen Investment Company. Qinglei, what is your role in this company? Xiao Yurong gazed at Mu Qinglei in disbelief, as she seemed to be thriving in her new environment. Quite fortunate. I am the president's assistant, Mu Qinglei replied, a pair of dimples appearing on her cheeks. Lu Xinxin had appointed her as her assistant, and she typically had little to do, spending her time learning from the various senior members of the teams. Noticing the astonished expressions on Lu Haidong and Xiao Yurong's faces, she lowered her voice and chuckled. You both know our president. I assure you. You will be even more astonished upon meeting them. We know them? Xiao Yurong questioned skeptically, wondering how she could possibly have connections with someone from Jiang Tianchen Investment Company. Lu Haidong felt a wave of unease wash over him, recalling the moment during the gathering when the hotel manager had delivered wine to Lu Xinxin. It was implausible. How could she possibly be the president of Jiang Tianchen Investment Company? As the trio proceeded inside, they were greeted by familiar faces who exchanged pleasantries with Mu Qinglei. Approaching the president's office, they were still several meters away when a figure emerged. The general manager, Chen Weiwei, who, before departing, replied to someone inside. Understood, President Lu. President Lu? Jiang Tianchen was somewhat taken aback. Lu Bin was an exceptionally capable individual, whose decisions in his previous life had often aligned with his own. To his surprise, Lu had not refuted Zhang's opinions and was, unbeknownst to him, sent by the Zhou family, hiding his true intentions remarkably well. He was indeed a formidable adversary. Very well. I understand. Is there any news regarding Huang Yunru? Huang Yunru had seemingly vanished from existence since her last departure, leaving no trace behind. She had made a call to Han Dong, which showed that she was in the stick nation. Mr. Jiang, I suspect she has undergone plastic surgery and assumed a new identity. This suspicion was not a mere conjecture. It was the result of thorough analysis by the entire investigation team. A new facade? Jiang Tianchen felt a slight headache. What exactly did the hidden serpent intend to accomplish? It felt as though a terrifying tentacle was reaching out toward him. Continue the investigation. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Standing by the window, Jiang Tianchen gazed quietly outside through the curtains. Both the Wang and Zhou families had entered the fray. Were there any other families from his previous life that he was unaware of? He was uncertain. It was inconsequential. And Jiang Tianchen dismissed such thoughts entirely. Before long, a person disguised as a maintenance worker appeared at Jiang Tianchen's villa, leaving after a brief 15 minutes, as if nothing had transpired. The only change was the replacement of traditional Chinese medicine with genuine restorative tonics. Jiang Tianchen drove to the five-star company, feeling exceptionally good, as he was somewhat eager to see Su Yan. He had resolved a significant internal conflict. Su Yan had not harmed him. That was sufficient for him, and he decided to depart. Upon entering the company, he was greeted with deference as every employee instinctively bowed in respect, their eyes reflecting awe. They had witnessed Jiang Tianchen's formidable nature the day before. As he stepped out of the elevator on the 10th floor, he noticed Tang Siwen and several others in the conference room, reviewing the surveillance footage, meticulously cross-referencing lists. They were not the least bit negligent regarding Jiang Tianchen's requests. Instead of heading to his office, Jiang Tianchen walked towards Su Yan's office. The door was ajar, and he could hear Su Yan's impatient voice. Wang Haodong, could you please refrain from bothering me? Su Yan, how am I bothering you? I'm merely reporting on my work. Would you care to join me for a cup of coffee at the cafe? Wang Haodong's voice echoed from the office. Jiang Tianchen felt no disturbance within. He had investigated Wang Haodong thoroughly and discovered that his family business abroad was on the verge of bankruptcy. The investment in the shares of the five-star company was entirely sourced from other branches of the Wang family. The specific branch remained undiscovered. But it was evident that Wang Haodong was merely a pawn, running errands for others, with the objective being Su Yan. The opposing party seemed well acquainted with Su Yan's character, targeting her in a deliberate manner, as if intent on driving them apart. One was him, and the other was Su Yan. Why did the Wang family seek to undermine both of them? Jiang Tianchen continually grappled with this conundrum, especially since Su Yan and Wang Xinyu shared a distant familial connection. Su Yan's mother and Wang Xinyu's mother were cousins. Or was it that the Wang family aimed to usurp the assets of the Su family? Jiang Tianchen leaned silently against the doorframe, remaining unobserved by Wang Haodong, who continued his incessant chatter. Su Yan, engrossed in her documents, chose to ignore Wang Haodong, eager to expedite her approvals and return home to accompany Jiang Tianchen. Feeling a bit weary, Jiang Tianchen fetched a chair, gently moving it to the doorway, propping his feet up to listen to Wang Haodong's monotonous discourse. The two individuals in the office were quite adept. Over an hour passed without anyone noticing the unusual presence at the door. Occasionally, various department personnel approached Su Yan for signatures, only to turn away upon seeing Jiang Tianchen blocking the entrance. Wang Yi emerged from the elevator, clutching files, and was equally perplexed by the scene. What is happening? Wang Yi was somewhat bewildered, unsure of Jiang Tianchen's intentions. Mr. Jiang, she acknowledged. Today, she was exceedingly busy, as the company was dispatching advanced personnel to Tianqing City, resulting in a surge of audit documents. Jiang Tianchen, fighting sleep, stirred at the sound of his name, momentarily disoriented about his whereabouts. Tianchen, when did you arrive at the company? Upon hearing Wang Yi's voice outside the office, Su Yan lifted her head, her face lighting up as she approached Jiang Tianchen. Jiang Tianchen glanced at the time and smiled at Wang Haodong, saying, Mr. Wang's voice is quite soporific. I've been here for an hour and a half, and listening to you speak lulled me to sleep. Su Yan chuckled, playfully pinching Jiang Tianchen's arm. Wang Haodong, looking as though he had bitten into something unpleasant, departed with a dark expression, shooting a glance of derision and pity at Jiang Tianchen as he passed. Jiang Tianchen understood his thoughts, assuming he had consumed the traditional medicine. What brings you to the company? After Wang Haodong left, Su Yan exhaled deeply, clinging to Jiang Tianchen like a stubborn adhesive. Just came to see you. Su Yan shot him a skeptical look, thinking to herself, are you kidding? It's only been a few hours since we last saw each other. Yet, she felt a surge of happiness. Wang Jia's method truly worked, as she believed the strategy from the previous night had borne fruit. Jiang Tianchen positioned the chair in a corner of Su Yan's office, ensuring it did not obstruct anyone seeking her signature, and resumed his slumber. Seeing Jiang Tianchen resting there instilled a profound sense of security in Su Yan, bolstering her confidence in whatever tasks lay ahead. Jiang Yuqin entered Su Yan's office with a file, initially startled to see Jiang Tianchen, then smirking. Su Yan, this guy is so insecure about you. He must be out of his mind. Keep it down. Tianchen is sleeping, Su Yan warned with her pen, taking the document from Jiang Yuqin's hand, which happened to be a list of mid-level position transfers. Jiang Yuqin casually settled into a chair, eager not only to have Su Yin sign the documents, but also to discuss another matter. Su Yin, what are your thoughts on blue ocean development? Should we invest a bit? Presently, blue ocean development was thriving, with many companies in Daxia eager to get involved, akin to a bullish securities market. Su Yin shook her head. Noticing Jiang Yuqin's puzzled expression, she glanced at Jiang Tianchen, who was soundly asleep. He mentioned that in 3 months, Tianyu Company will secure financing. So we should save our funds for then. Financing in 3 months? Jiang Yuqin turned her gaze to the slumbering figure, formulating a plan in her mind. All right, I'll discuss it with Ruoxue, and we'll invest in Tianyu's financing when the time comes. Jiang Tianchen's ability to generate profit had never been in doubt for Jiang Yuqin. Exhausted from the previous night, Jiang Tianchen slept through the end of the workday. Su Yan, reluctant to wake him, continued her work at the company until evening. In Zhongzhou City, Lu Haidong was uncertain how he had returned, feeling as if his soul had been siphoned away. Upon arriving home, he found Lu Zhendong and Lin Haiyan having dinner. Haidong, you're back so soon? Lin Haiyan was surprised to see her son, having thought he would stay in Tianyun City for a few days. Lu Haidong seemed oblivious to her question, sitting vacantly on the sofa. Haidong, what is the matter? Did the signing not go well? Chapter 52. Who is Lu Xinxin? Lu Xinxin observed his son's unusual demeanor, wondering if it was due to a failed contract with Jiutian Investment Company. That shouldn't be. Negotiations had been progressing smoothly, so what could have gone awry? Lu Xinxin felt a surge of anxiety. The company was at a pivotal moment of growth. Lu Haidong numbly retrieved the contract, and they both laid it on the table to review. The signing had indeed been successful, with Jiutian Investment Company not imposing any excessive clauses. What is going on with my son? Lin Haiyan grew worried, grasping Lu Haidong's icy hand. He did not have a fever. Mother, father. I encountered the president of Jiutian Investment Company. Lu Haidong's emotions were in turmoil, his gaze unfocused and wandering. It is not uncommon to meet the president of Jiutian Investment Company, yet Lu Xinxin was perplexed by his son's agitation. Is it Lu Xinxin? Who is Lu Xinxin? Lu Xinxin exchanged a glance with Lin Haiyan, both unfamiliar with the name, though it seemed vaguely familiar. Father, mother, Lu Haidong bellowed, bursting into tears. Startled, they jumped, bewildered by their son's sudden outburst. It is Lu Xinxin, the one I've been dating for 5 years, the very one you drove away. Are you satisfied now? What? How is that possible? Lin Haiyan and Lu Xinxin exclaimed in unison, utterly incredulous. Absolutely impossible. They knew the girl their son was seeing came from the mountains. How could she possibly preside over the vast assets of Jiutian Investment Company? Impossible? My girlfriend of 5 years, would I mistake her? Lu Haidong glared at his parents with fury, lamenting that if not for their interference, he would not be in this predicament. Her assistant is a classmate of ours, Mu Qinglei, and you've ruined a promising opportunity. As Lu Haidong grew more incensed, he seized his phone, opened the class group chat, and pointed to a photo of Xiao Yurong. This is Xiao Yurong, our class monitor from a family with a 30 million asset company. Do you know how much Lu Xinxin invested in her company? 1 billion, a full 1 billion. Lu Haidong was distraught. Had they not broken up, with Tianhao Company's foundation, they could have secured tens of billions in investment and better terms. Not to mention, Lu Xinxin was infinitely superior to the frivolous daughters of the Li family. All that should have belonged to him was now lost. Lu Haidong wept inconsolably. Lu Xinxin fell silent. This time, it was indeed a miscalculation. A tremendous opportunity for the Lu family was squandered by their own hands. Haidong, we are merely engaged to the Li family. We have not yet officially married. Is there not a chance to salvage this? Lu Xinxin remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lu Haidong, expressing the same sentiment as Lin Haiyan. If a union could be forged with the president of Jiutian Investment Company, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous blessing for the Lu family. Salvage! Lu Haidong cried out even louder. Did he not wish for that? Lu Xinxin had not afforded him a single opportunity, not even a chance to speak. The message relayed through Mu Qinglei was unequivocal. Do not harbor any thoughts. Utter another word, and Jiutian Investment Company will withdraw its investment in Tianhao. This was merely a concession to Chen Weiwei. After all, the investment in the Tianhao project belonged to her. Hearing Lu Haidong's words, Lu Xinxin sighed deeply. Haidong, it is our Lu family that lacks this fortune. Blame your father and mother. Lu Xinxin wished he could slap himself. Who could have anticipated that Lu Xinxin would conceal her identity? The fact that she was willing to invest in them was already a tremendous favor, and it must be left at that. Regrettably, there is no remedy for regret. Some opportunities, once missed, are lost for a lifetime. Wang Haodong had refrained from pursuing Su Yin for several days, perhaps to avoid any unforeseen complications. One morning, as Su Yin emerged from the restroom, a test strip in hand, her mood was less than buoyant. A false hope, Her expected monthly cycle had yet to arrive, leading her to believe she might be pregnant. Jiang Tianchen found himself at a loss for words. Yang Ruoxue had succeeded on her first attempt. Observing Su Yan's fervent desire for a child, Jiang Tianchen's expression grew complex. At this time in his past life, he would never have children again. He had just finished a 10-day course of traditional medicine yesterday. Su Yan, let us take a break for a while. Too frequent attempts may hinder conception. In the eyes of some, Jiang Tianchen was now perceived as infertile. He intended to use this to mask his true intentions, seeking to unearth the hidden adversary. Su Yan must not become pregnant. Accepting Jiang Tianchen's advice, they prepared a heartfelt breakfast together in the kitchen. Tianchen, will you accompany me to the banquet for Blue Ocean Company? Headed by the 8 prominent families, Blue Ocean Company had recently established itself with hundreds of joint ventures. Holding its grand inaugural celebration that evening, a splendid opportunity for networking. As the president of a 5-star company, Su Yan, even without investing in Blue Ocean, received an invitation. All right, I have no other commitments. Jiang Tianchen casually agreed. The banquet commenced at 7:30 in the evening, and Su Yan dazzled in a pristine white dress, adorned with an exquisite pearl necklace, captivating all guests at the entrance, particularly a group of successful men who inquired about her identity. The striking Jiang Tianchen was also a focal point, prompting whispers among many unmarried heiresses. After verifying their invitation, the two entered the banquet hall arm in arm. The Shanghai Grand Hotel had been lavishly renovated for this event, its opulence beyond description. Su Yan, a voice rang out, and she spotted Wang Haodong seated with Lu Bin. Su Yan merely nodded in acknowledgement, linking her arm with Jiang Tianchen as they moved toward another vacant seat. Mr. Wang, she has Jiang Zong by her side. It would be best not to intrude. Liu Bin teased, observing Wang Haodong's discomfort. Following Jiang Tianchen's previous incident, the entire company was aware that Wang Haodong's confession had become a laughingstock. Wang Haodong raised his glass, unfazed, watching Su Yan's retreating figure with a cryptic smile. Han Dong, donning a cap, entered the venue, spotting Su Yan from a distance, his heart swelling with joy as he settled into a secluded corner. This position allowed him to observe Su Yan without being too close. Unbeknownst to Han Dong, the financing situation of Tianyu Company was not on his radar. He viewed Blue Ocean as a promising investment opportunity. Besides his shares in the 5-star company, he had pooled nearly 80 million from his earnings over the years, including dividends from Wang Xinyu, to invest in Blue Ocean, reaping both financial gain and the chance to see Su Yan. As the banquet approached, guests continued to arrive. Familiar and unfamiliar faces alike raising their glasses in camaraderie. Jiang Tianchen's gaze fell upon an unwelcome sight. His half-brother, Zhou Baiyong, the third-generation heir of the Zhou family. As if sensing scrutiny, Zhou Baiyong lifted his head, their eyes locking across several tables, igniting a silent confrontation. Zhou Baiyong scoffed softly, surprised by Jiang Tianchen's unabashed defiance. What gave him the audacity to meet his gaze? Was it merely his trivial stake in Chendong? With a smirk, Zhou Baiyong crossed his legs, dismissing Jiang Tianchen's existence. Jiang Tianchen ignored Zhou Baiyong's provocation and turned his attention to other prominent guests. Tianchen, my parents have arrived. I must greet them. Su Yan remarked. Noticing her parents entering the banquet, Jiang Tianchen followed her gaze, spotting Su Dongming approaching the head table alongside a prominent figure from the elite circles, while Su's mother mingled with others on the opposite side. As Su Yan approached her mother to greet her, she froze, her expression turning icy as she witnessed her mother conversing amiably with an unexpected acquaintance. Her mind clouded with confusion. How could her mother be so chummy with that person? Han Dong's gaze remained fixated on Su Yan, observing her mother and the woman beside her, with wide eyes and an expression of disbelief. Chapter 53. Wang Haodong's series of killing moves unfolds. How is Zhu Fengxia so closely associated with Aunt Su? Han Dong's mind is a muddled mess, far beyond his imagination. Zhu Fengxia, how are you together with my mother? Su Yan's cold gaze fixates on the woman before her, who is of similar age. Xiaoyan, what brings you here? Aunt Su's eyes flicker with surprise at Su Yan's unexpected presence at the Blue Sea banquet, considering her previous investments in Blue Sea. Why? Su Yan stares intently into her mother's eyes, searching for answers. Su Yan, it's been a while. Zhu Fengxia approaches with a smile, extending her hand for a handshake, which is ignored without any hint of embarrassment as she retracts her hand with a grin. Since you caught us, Aunt, I believe there is no need to conceal the matter any longer. Zhu Fengxia smiles at Aunt Su, who nods in agreement, then turns her gaze back to Su Yan. In truth, Wang Haodong did not betray you. You misunderstood him. Did not betray? Misunderstand? A loud buzzing fills Su Yan's mind as she stares in shock at the two, wondering if there is more to the story. This cannot be. She witnessed them embracing and exiting a hotel together. Years ago, when Wang Haodong was set to leave for abroad, Aunt Sue, not wanting you to depart from her side, requested Wang Haodong to stage this act to help you let go. I genuinely liked Wang Haodong. Unfortunately, he ultimately turned me down. Such an exceptional man. And I have yet to win his heart. Suyan, y truly envy him. Impossible. Suyan's face pales. Such hidden truths from years past mean Wang Haodong suffered tenfold. 100-fold more than she did. In a daze, Su Yin returns to her seat. Observing her daughter's demeanor, Aunt Su's eyes reveal a flicker of compassion. Quickly returning to normal. Su Yin, what is wrong? Jiang Tianchen, perplexed by Su Yan's sudden distress, inquires. Su Yin appears oblivious to his words, lost in her thoughts. Replaying Zhu Fengxia's remarks, Wang Haodong suffered tenfold, 100-fold more. It is not until Jiang Tianchen gently pats her shoulder that she snaps back to reality. Tianchen, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Let us head back. All right. Noticing Su Yan's weakness as she struggles to walk, Jiang Tianchen offers her support as they make their way to the exit. On their way out, Jiang Tianchen glances back at Aunt Su, catching her looking in their direction. Upon meeting his gaze, she hurriedly averts her eyes. Su Yan's current state undoubtedly relates to her. Jiang Tianchen instinctively looks toward Wang Haodong, who is also observing them with a bemused expression. Jiang Tianchen comprehends the situation. It is undoubtedly a scheme arranged by them, targeting Su Yan. The following day, Su Yan remains in a foul mood, spending the entire day coming to terms with the events that transpired, gradually regaining her usual composure. One can only say that fate is unpredictable. For some, missed opportunities last a lifetime. With Jiang Tianchen by her side now, she can no longer pretend to harbor feelings for anyone else. Wang Haodong is merely a transient figure in her life, a passerby who stops to inquire for directions, while only Jiang Tianchen walks alongside her. As usual, Jiang Tianchen occupies a corner of Su Yan's office, while Wang Yi reports on work matters. President Su. Governor Qin will be inspecting the Chenghu scenic area this afternoon. The Tianjin city government hopes you can accompany him. The governor's visit to the Chenghu scenic area is a significant event for the five-star company. No problem. Tianchen, you will accompany me. It's a perfect opportunity to relax at the Chenghu scenic area. Su Yan agrees cheerfully. However, President Jiang may not be able to make it this afternoon. The mayor of Jinhai is visiting the company, and President Jiang needs to attend to him. Aren't General Liu and General Wang available? The mayor's visit is not a major event. Any representative would suffice. General Liu has gone to inspect the Tianlong scenic area, and General Wang is on leave today. Jiang Tianchen's heart skips a beat. Sensing something amiss, he suggests, how about I go to the Chenghu scenic area? He remembers Yang Ruoxue and thinks it best for Su Yin to avoid that area. Any discovery could lead to complications. Wang Yi hesitates. The municipal government has specifically requested President Su's attendance, and besides, President Su has a government enterprise meeting in Tianjin City tomorrow morning. Wang Yi emphasizes the words municipal government. Tianchen, I think it would be better if I go alone. You can handle the reception this afternoon. You know Yu Qin is reluctant to show her face. With several matters converging, there is no other choice. Jiang Tianchen refrains from insisting, secretly scrutinizing Wang Yi's profile. Once Wang Yi finalizes the itinerary, she rises, clutching her folder as she exits the office. The moment she closes the office door, her legs weaken, nearly causing her to stumble. Wang Yi had felt a pair of icy eyes watching her, akin to a lone wolf fixating on its prey. At the entrance of the Chenghu Scenic Area Hotel, Su Yan leads a group of personnel from the five-star company, bidding farewell to the provincial leaders. This reception has been a resounding success, with the Dongzhou provincial television station broadcasting the entire event. The Chenghu Scenic Area has yet to open, yet it has captured immense attention in Tianjin City and even across the entire Dongzhou province. Sister Wang, the meeting tomorrow is quite early. We should not delay here and should stay at the Tianjin City Hotel. The Tianjin City Entrepreneur Summit is scheduled for 8 in the morning, and the Chenghu Scenic Area is quite far from the venue. All right, President Su, I will arrange for the hotel. Wang Yi promptly calls the five-star office in Tianjin City to reserve accommodations. Looking up at the sky, she says, President Su, it's still early. Could you show me your and President Zhang's penthouse? I've heard it's stunning. Sure. Su Yin, not overthinking it, agrees readily. They ascend directly to the 26th floor of the hotel, where a cinema, gym, karaoke room, entertainment area, and pool await. The entire 26th floor spans nearly 10,000 square feet, with 3 adjacent suites at the entrance and the rest divided into several sections. At each location, Wang Yi exclaims in awe, resembling Lu Lao entering the city. Su Yin observes Wang Yi's uncharacteristic demeanor with a hint of curiosity, as she seems far removed from her usual composed self. Perhaps it is beyond her expectations of the wealthy. Su Yan, Yang Ruoxue, alerted by the commotion outside, emerges to investigate. Ruoxue, why do you still look so unwell? Upon seeing Yang Ruoxue in pajamas, her hair disheveled and complexion pale, Su Yan's concern deepens. After a month apart, Yang Ruoxue appears to be in worse condition than before. Have you seen a doctor? Yes, but there is nothing serious, just a chronic cold. I've lost my appetite, but the doctor says it will pass in due time. Yang Ruoxue, failing somohat guilty, recalls her visit to the hospital half a month ago due to stomach discomfort, fearing a miscarriage. Take care of yourself. President Yang. Wang Yi approaches from a distance. Greeting Yang Ruoxue. Yang Ruoxue smiles and nods, but her stomach churns, prompting her to wave goodbye to Su Yin as she heads back to her room. Ruoxue, why not visit a larger hospital? Su Yin follows her into the room, offering concerned advice. It's nothing. The doctor mentioned the side effects of the medication. Su Yin refrains from pressing further, as dusk approaches, signaling it is time to depart. The two stand silently in the elevator, waiting for it to descend. Midway down, Su Yin notices Wang Yi's hesitant expression, as if she wishes to say something. Sister Wang, it's just the two of us now. Feel free to speak your mind. Su, I suspect that Mr. Yang is not unwell. Not unwell? Su Yin gazed at Wang Yi, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 54 Su Yan felt restless. The symptoms Mr. Yang exhibits are highly indicative of pregnancy. Wang Yi appeared somewhat troubled, considering that Yang Ruoxue is single and reportedly without a boyfriend. Voicing such a thought could easily lead to misunderstandings. Ruoxue is pregnant? Su Yan's mind bust. How could she be pregnant when there had been no word of her dating anyone? Su, when I was expecting my son, I vomited daily, even bringing up bile. Motherhood is no easy feat. Wang Yi rambled on about her own pregnancy experiences. Is it really pregnancy? Last month, when I visited, Ruoxue was behaving just like that. Su Yan seemed to be speaking to herself, barely absorbing Wang Yi's words. Mr. Yang was already showing signs last month? If that's true, it must be around 10 weeks. Wang Yi interjected at the right moment. This piqued Su Yan's curiosity. She was unsure how Wang Yi had calculated that. Sister Wang, how do you arrive at 10 weeks? Wang Yi smiled and explained. Su, it's quite simple. Those who experience pregnancy symptoms usually begin around 6 weeks. Beginning at 6 weeks? Su Yin took note of this, as she was currently preparing for pregnancy and wanted to be prepared for any symptoms. 10 weeks pregnant, I suspect Mr. Yang's boyfriend is in Tianchen City. Wang Yi muttered, catching Su Yan's curious gaze. Su, don't you remember? It was precisely the day of 5-star company's public listing. At that time, I hadn't yet joined the company, but I believe I heard someone mention that Mr. Yang and Mr. Jiang went to Tianchen City for the listing. Upon hearing the last sentence, Su Yin felt a sudden pang in her chest. Ruoxue went to Tianchen City with Tianchen, and if Ruoxue is pregnant, who is her boyfriend? For some inexplicable reason, the news of Yang Ruoxue's potential pregnancy left Su Yin feeling uneasy. As they exited the elevator, Su Yin made a brief stop at the restroom, locking the door behind her as she called Jiang Tianchen. Su Yin, what is it? The call connected quickly, and Jiang Tianchen's voice came through lazily. Tianchen, has Ruoxue started dating someone? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jiang Tianchen vehemently denied it, akin to a cat with its tail stepped on, as she had made a pact with Yang Ruoxue that she wouldn't have a boyfriend. No matter, I'm hanging up. Su Yan's mood soured further, leaving her in a state of agitation. Hello, is that it? Confused, Jiang Tianchen hung up and returned to her television show. Su, are you alright? You look rather pale. Wang Yi approached with a slight smile, concerned. I'm fine. Let's head to Tianchen City. Su Yin was unaware of how she ended up in the back seat, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Yang Ruoxue's pregnancy. Ever since her grandmother had used Yang Ruoxue as an example, Su Yin had felt a vague animosity toward her. The thought of Ruoxue being pregnant set off a cascade of troubling imaginings in Su Yan's mind. She recalled the night Huang Yunru had framed Jiang Tianchen and the video Yang Ruoxue had sent her. What if Ruoxue took advantage of Tianchen's inebriation? Su Yin shuddered at the thought, unwilling to entertain such a notion, yet it lingered in her mind. Ruoxue is not that kind of person. Su Yan repeatedly reassured herself, forcing herself to dismiss the idea. Having known Yang Ruoxue for 5 years, she recognized that she was not the type to stray. If only she could slap some sense into herself for harboring such thoughts about Ruoxue. It felt like a betrayal of their friendship. Gradually, Su Yan regained her composure, her mood no longer oppressive. Lowering the car window, she gazed at the shimmering waves of the lake beneath the bridge, feeling the cool breeze wash over her. Wang Yi drove, glancing at Su Yan's expression through the rearview mirror, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes at Su Yan's swift recovery. Could it be that she hadn't considered that angle? Wang Haodong had informed her that Yang Ruoxue had visited the hospital days prior. and the detective had discovered that she was pregnant. The timeline coincided with her trip to Tianjin City, where a hefty sum was spent to obtain the corridor footage from Tianjin Hotel, confirming that Yang Ruoxue had not left the premises. Thus, the conclusion was drawn that Yang Ruoxue's pregnancy was related to Jiang Tianchen. The Wang family had covertly intervened, leading to today's plan. The plan had succeeded, allowing Wang Yi to meet Yang Ruoxue as intended, subtly guiding Su Yan's thoughts. Su Yan had indeed pondered the same direction, leaving Wang Yi pleasantly surprised at how quickly Su Yan self-directed her thoughts. However, Su Yan's lack of cooperation would hinder their subsequent plans. Under a starry night, Su Yan dreamt of Yang Ruoxue cradling a baby, sitting on a swing, her laughter radiant, while a man behind her gently pushed the swing. The three of them appeared blissfully happy together. The setting sun elongated the man's shadow, and an inexplicable anxiety gripped Su Yan as she hurried forward. Desperate to see the man's face, she ran with urgency, losing her shoes in the process, taking 1 step, 10 steps, 100 steps. Finally, she reached a point near the man and leaned in eagerly to catch a glimpse. The moment she saw his face, she gasped. Tianchen. Su Yan jolted upright in bed, a startled cry escaping her lips. It had all been a dream, yet the constant temperature of 27 degrees in the room had her drenched in cold sweat. Checking her phone, she saw it was 4 in the morning. She lay back down, finding sleep elusive. Every time she closed her eyes, the image of the swing replayed in her mind. Su Yan remained awake until dawn, her mind wandering during a corporate summit, her thoughts far from the event. Dazed, she returned to Jinhai City and nearing 5-star company. She instructed Wang Yi to hail a cab back to the office, as she intended to visit the local police station regarding Huang Yunru's allegations of seduction and defamation, which she had already reported. The videos Huang Yunru had sent to Han Dong, along with Yang Ruoxue's, had all been submitted to the police. Upon her arrival at the station, Su Yan requested to view the surveillance footage from the Tianjin Hotel corridor on the day in question. Su. This video is provided by Tianjin Hotel. Please take your time watching it. A female officer copied a video and opened it in the conference room before leaving Su Yan alone. Su Yan scrutinized the footage meticulously, missing no detail. Yang Ruoxue appeared on the surveillance, carrying a food container, just as she had said. She was concerned about Jiang Tianchen's inebriation and had come to deliver a hangover remedy in the dead of night. A pang of pain pierced Su Yan's heart. Yang Ruoxue clearly cared for Jiang Tianchen. Minutes later, Huang Yunru exited a room, her expression frantic, and was caught on video pleading for mercy by Yang Ruoxue. Yang Ruoxue did not emerge until the following morning at 9 o'clock. She had not left all night, and Su Yan's face turned pale as her heart raced violently. Su Yan pressed her right hand tightly against her chest, as if fearing her heart would leap out if she didn't. Pausing the video to take a deep breath, her trembling fingers clicked twice to resume. Yang Ruoxue stepped out of her room and turned to close the door. Su Yan paused the video again, her finger dragging to zoom in. Just as the door was not fully shut, she caught a glimpse of the living room. Jiang Tianchen was slumped on the couch, his right hand pressed against his head. The aftermath of intoxication had left him with a severe headache. Continuing to play the video, Yang Ruoxue hesitated for a moment before closing the door, lingering for 5 or 6 seconds, even with her back to the camera. Su Yan was certain that Yang Ruoxue was watching Jiang Tianchen. Yang Ruoxue closed the door and stepped out, and with each passing stride, Su Yan's already pallid visage grew even more ashen, devoid of any trace of color. The manner in which Yang Ruoxue walked rendered Su Yan's face as pale as a blank sheet of paper. Su Yan switched off the video. The Tianjin Hotel not only provided this footage, but also issued an invoice to the 5-star company. One particular charge shattered the glimmers of hope Su Yan had harbored. Chapter 55. Su Yan's sense of alienation. One sheet had been damaged, costing 899 yuan. Under regular circumstances, unless there is destruction or loss, mere stains would not warrant compensation. It goes without saying that the sheet had been taken by Yang Ruoxue. Su Yan clutched the edge of the table with her pristine, jade-like fingers as if she were drowning. The true perpetrator in this entanglement with Jiang Tianchen was not Huang Yunru, but Yang Ruoxue. Did she harbor resentment towards Yang Ruoxue? Su Yan wished she could strike her a few slaps, but with Huang Yunru's earlier seduction and accusations, a measure of rationality still lingered within her. The video Yang Ruoxue sent her had been viewed no less than 100 times, depicting Jiang Tianchen drugged, his hands bound. Could this incident truly be blamed on him? He was the victim. Was Yang Ruoxue taking advantage of the situation? No, she was not that kind of person. Su Yan trusted her instincts. Having known Yang Ruoxue for 6 years, she was not the type. A vivid scene flashed through Su Yan's mind. Yang Ruoxue unbinding Jiang Tianchen. A weak woman freed from her constraints, How could she possibly be an adversary to the drug Jiang Tianchen? Under duress, how could any subsequent events unfold? Huang Yunru's video replayed in her mind, but this time, it was Yang Ruoxue in the frame. Yang Ruoxue was also a victim, enduring even greater harm. The one thing that Su Yin could not accept was Yang Ruoxue's pregnancy. Why hadn't she terminated the child? Was it a one-time occurrence, while she had endured countless encounters? The comparison of their plights was maddening. What Su Yin failed to realize was that matters of the heart often defy logic. She was oblivious to the fact that Yang Ruoxue had escaped her bindings, only to return to the room later. Had Su Yin known the truth, her composure would have crumbled, and she would have lunged at Yang Ruoxue, hair-pulling in a fit of rage. Stepping out of the police station, she tilted her head to the blazing sun, uncertain of her destination. She had no desire to see Jiang Tianchen. The mere sight of him conjured thoughts of Yang Ruoxue and the child she bore. They were both victims, yet Su Yin could not come to terms with it. The phone rang. Jiang Tianchen's call prompted Su Yin to take a deep breath, forcing a smile. Tianchen. Su Yin, I saw Assistant Wang. Have you returned home? No. I just received a call from the police station asking me to come by. Now I'm heading back to the company. Su Yin told a white lie. Is there news about Huang Yunru? I'll wait for you at the company. All right. Su Yin pressed the car key and opened the door. At the five-star company, Jiang Tianchen hung up, his expression complex. The situation had strayed from its previous course. Su Yin was ahead of the curve regarding Yang Ruoxue's affairs. Whether this was a boon or a bane remained uncertain. He had already received information from the detective that Wang Yi had gone to the 26th floor, clearly discovering Yang Ruoxue's pregnancy, deliberately guiding Su Yin. Today, Su Yin's visit to the police station was undoubtedly to confirm this matter. The Wang family and the Zhou family were eager to play their hands. He would oblige them fully. The Blue Ocean incident was on the verge of exploding. It was time to step into the fray. Jiang Tianchen dialed another number. At Jiutian Investment Company, Lu Xinxin sat in her office, signing a 30 billion investment authorization. Mu Qinglei adopted a highly professional demeanor, undergoing a swift transformation. The phone rang. Lu Xinxin, while reviewing the contract, picked up the phone casually. Hello, it's me. Upon hearing Jiang Tianchen's voice, a flicker of joy crossed Lu Xinxin's face. It had been over half a month since she had last received a call from him. She discreetly covered the phone with her right hand, signaling Mu Qinglei to step out, indicating that the boss had business to discuss. Understanding the hint, Mu Qinglei exited the office, closing the door behind her. President Jiang. Even while on the phone, Lu Xinxin instinctively stood, her demeanor respectful as she awaited his instructions. There are two matters to attend to immediately. The Fantian Chip Company is to commence utilizing Yang Cheng's new patent, with a major promotional push starting tomorrow. Understood, President Jiang. Lu Xinxin bent down to find paper and pen, quickly jotting down Jiang Tianchen's requests. Also, establish another company. Maintain strict confidentiality, with an investment of 500 billion. I will have Lin Xiang prepare the funds, and arrange for 30 individuals to secretly come to Jinhai City, awaiting my directives. Upon hearing the staggering figure of 500 billion, Lu Xinxin's hand trembled slightly as she wrote. Her boss was poised for a significant move. Planning to send people to Jinhai City? Was President Jiang contemplating an investment in the recently booming Blue Ocean Company? Was it too late to invest now? Acquiring shares at a high price from others. Why hadn't he done this from the outset? Lu Xinxin refrained from probing further. Her superior certainly had his plans in place, and all she needed to do was follow orders and execute promptly. All right, President Jiang, I will arrange this immediately. Do not disclose any company information. Rest assured, President Jiang. After hanging up with Lu Xinxin, Jiang Tianchen called Lin Xiang. Hello, Cousin Tianchen, what arrangements do you have? In contrast to Lu Xinxin's serious and respectful demeanor, Lin Xiang's tone was markedly more relaxed. A new company is to be established, with an investment of 500 billion. Please coordinate with General Manager Lu for specifics. Understood. I will arrange it right away. Lin Xiang's demeanor shifted to seriousness. 500 billion signaled that Cousin Tianchen was up to something significant. After completing both calls, Su Yin knocked on the door and entered. What brings you to the company today? Su Yin seated herself across from the desk, fiddling with a potted plant. A sense of alienation washed over Jiang Tianchen. He distinctly felt a shift in their dynamic. Typically, a day apart would have Su Yin eagerly linking her arm with his, but today, she sat across the table. This change was a subconscious behavior on Su Yin's part, one she was unaware of. I'm initiating a project. Coincidentally, this project was in close proximity to Blue Ocean, a lake island project that Jiang Tianchen had negotiated 3 years prior. Due to health issues, he had been sidelined for 3 years, leaving it stagnant. Now, with Blue Ocean's plans in motion, the Shana Island project was no less significant than the submerged lake scenic area. This project still resided in Jiang Tianchen's hands and had yet to be integrated into the five-star company system. In his previous life, Jiang Tianchen had incurred devastating losses from the Blue Ocean Project, nearly losing everything. It was this very project that allowed him to turn the tide. Reborn. He was determined not to tether himself to the five-star company. He intended to develop this island project independently. Project? Jiang Tianchen had not taken on new projects in 3 years. What could this entail? Su Yin, curious, was about to inquire further when a knock at the door interrupted. Wang Haodong arrived to speak with Su Yin. Su Yin, the company is having a dinner gathering tonight at 7:30 at the Stargazing Hotel. Since the establishment of the five-star company, mid to senior level staff gatherings occurred every 3 months. Su Yin, the usual. By coincidence, Jiang Yuqin happened to pass by and was the first to decline. As was customary, it sufficed for department heads to lead the way, and they typically refrained from attending. Wang Haodong had only recently joined five-star. Much like Lu Bin, he felt compelled to make an appearance at his first gathering. Su Yin initially intended to decline, but seeing Wang Haodong's earnest expression and recalling his prior contributions, she retracted her words. All right, I'll attend punctually. She wanted to help him acclimate to his colleagues more quickly and integrate into the company. You're going? Jiang Yuqin gazed at Su Yin with a peculiar expression. Having not participated for 2 years, Su Yin noticed the astonishment on Jiang Yuqin's face as a new director was present, which served as entertainment. Observing Jiang Tianchen's impassive demeanor, Su Yin instinctively began to explain, I won't be attending. Jiang Tianchen lowered his gaze to the project in his hands, his voice calm and devoid of any discernible emotion. Su Yin opened her mouth, but refrained from saying anything further. Chapter 56. A silent farewell to their love. Mr. Su, Mr. Wang, I raise a toast to you. Thank you. Su Yan's cheeks flushed a rosy hue from the red wine as she reciprocated the gesture. Jiang Tianchen opened the company group chat, inundated with scenes from the evening gala. The photographs and videos flowed in a relentless cascade. Su Yin raised her glass of red wine, toasting each table of employees, followed closely by Wang Haodong, who mirrored her actions. Those aware understood it was a company gathering. Those unacquainted might have mistaken it for a wedding. Jiang Tianchen maintained a tranquil expression, yet the occasional twitch of his face betrayed his discontent. Su Yin seemed to revert to her previous self, exhibiting the same lack of boundaries, merely exchanging Han Dong for Wang Haodong. Once a filter is applied, many overlooked details become magnified. Su Yan, take care of yourself from now on. Jiang Tianchen stood in the hall, silently bidding farewell to their love as he observed the radiant Su Yan. Repeated instances of boundary transgressions drained their emotions. Even the most harmonious couple could drift into estrangement. Jiang Tianchen retreated to his room, locking the door behind him. He recalled that in his past life, during this very period, Su Yan's high school held its anniversary celebration. And Wang Haodong confessed his feelings to her once again, an opportune moment for Jiang Tianchen to propose a breakup. As for the Wang and Zhou families, Jiang Tianchen would not spare either. He and Su Yin could part amicably, but never would they be manipulated by others. As the company gathering concluded, Wang Haodong arranged for a driver to take Su Yin back to her villa. Su Yin, I've yet to visit your home. May I have a tour? Wang Haodong approached her earnestly after exiting the car. Perhaps another time. Without a second thought, Su Yin declined, her mind on Jiang Tianchen. Suddenly, it struck her that Jiang Tianchen harbored a strong aversion towards Wang Haodong. She hastily slipped through the small door into the villa, forgetting to bid Wang Haodong farewell. Retrieving her phone from her small bag, she accessed the company group chat, realizing she had neglected her phone while attending to the employees all evening. Hundreds of pictures and videos flooded in, depicting her drinking red wine, her complexion shifting from rosy to pale. Tianchen must have seen this, she thought. Su Yin pushed open the living room door and hurried to Jiang Tianchen's room, twisting the doorknob. It was locked from the inside. Jiang Tianchen was angry. With a sense of resignation, Su Yin returned to her own room, waiting until tomorrow to apologize. Rising early, Su Yin prepared breakfast. Tianchen, breakfast is ready. I won't be going to the office today, came Jiang Tianchen's voice from within the room. Then I'll head to the office first, Su Yin replied. Upon arriving at the office, she was stopped by Jiang Yuqin at the entrance. Su Yin, what on earth are you doing? Did you get married last night, toasting everyone? Don't talk nonsense. Su Yin shot her an annoyed glance, wishing she would remain silent. Am I speaking nonsense? Can't you see? Odd, isn't it? Jiang Tianchen has no objections. Jiang Yuqin scanned the surroundings, leaning closer to Su Yin. Is Jiang Tianchen not here today? Is he upset? Su Yin remained silent, tacitly confirming Jiang Yuqin's words. Su Yin, you really need to be cautious. Don't act recklessly. Jiang Yuqin offered a kind reminder, not wishing for them to part ways, fearing Jiang Tianchen might return to Yang Ruoxue. I know what I'm doing, Su Yin replied, feeling increasingly irritated and unwilling to engage with Jiang Tianchen. Su Yan. As she entered the elevator, Wang Haodong hurried over, and the three of them ascended together. Jiang Tianchen shot Wang Haodong a disapproving look, sensing he was less trustworthy than Han Dong. Su Yan, do you remember our high school, Somlian? They are holding an anniversary celebration next Wednesday and have invited us to attend. Wang Haodong produced 2 invitation cards, handing one to her with a cheerful expression. Many old classmates will be attending. Some haven't met in 6 years. Indeed, 6 years have flown by, Su Yin mused, recalling the familiar yet distant faces of her high school classmates, most of whom she had lost contact with, while some she could barely remember. Are you going? If so, I should reply to the school. Wang Haodong gazed at Su Yin with anticipation, eager for her to accompany him. Seeing the hopeful look on Wang Haodong's face, Su Yin hesitated for a moment, her heart heavy with reluctance, before nodding in agreement. All right, I'll contact the school. As the elevator doors opened, Wang Haodong exited with a smile, leaving Su Yin momentarily lost in thought as she watched his cheerful figure. Suddenly, she felt a sharp tap on her back. It was Jiang Tianchen. Su Yin, you're behaving increasingly oddly. You never used to participate in school celebrations. Jiang Tianchen followed Su Yin's gaze, landing on Wang Haodong's retreating silhouette. Alarm bells rang in her mind. She sensed something was amiss with Su Yin. You can't possibly be considering juggling 2 relationships, can you? What are you thinking? Su Yin pretended tokik, offended by the suggestion that she would be that kind of person. Su Yin, I'm not joking. Infidelity isn't limited to physical betrayal. You should know Jiang Tianchen would equally not tolerate emotional infidelity. Jiang Tianchen regarded Su Yin seriously, perplexed by her thoughts, having only just reconciled with Jiang Tianchen. What are you implying? I love only Jiang Tianchen, both in body and soul. He belongs solely to me. Su Yin genuinely wished to dismiss Jiang Tianchen's concerns, finding her thoughts to be a tangled mess. Just make sure you understand. Don't act foolishly, or you'll regret it. Having said her piece, Jiang Tianchen shook her head and retreated into her office. Approaching noon, Su Yin sifted through a mountain of documents and was about to rise for a glass of water when Wang Haodong knocked and entered, carrying 2 lunchboxes. Su Yan, I knew if I invited you out to eat, you'd refuse. Since I brought it back to the office, you can't say no to that, right? With the food already purchased, Su Yin could only issue a warning that it wouldn't become a habit. Upon receiving her consent, Wang Haodong cheerfully opened the lunchbox and began eating directly in her office. Seeing 5 dishes laid out before her, Su Yin felt a jolt of surprise. Each was her favorite. Wang Haodong still remembered her preferences, stirring up buried memories within her. Su Yin, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste? Wang Haodong inquired, a hint of regret crossing his face. No, I like it, she replied. That's great. Eat more, he encouraged, eagerly serving her more food. No need. I can serve myself, Su Yin said, moving the lunchbox aside. As she raised her gaze, she caught sight of Jiang Tianchen standing at the door, her eyes instinctively darting away, betraying a hint of guilt. Ladies, I just saw Jiang Tianchen in the parking lot. He should be here any minute. Jiang Tianchen wore an expression that suggested trouble was brewing. Tianchen is coming to the office? Su Yan's body stiffened, feeling as though she had been caught in an affair, her face paling dramatically. So what if he comes? It's perfectly normal to eat in the office. What is there to fear? Wang Haodong shrugged nonchalantly, noticing Su Yan's troubled expression and quickly trying to reassure her. Whatever makes you happy, it doesn't concern me. Jiang Tianchen stifled a laugh as she turned to leave. She deceived 2 individuals, simply unable to tolerate Wang Haodong's underhanded tactics. In the end, Su Yin was left disappointed, having driven away Wang Haodong, yet still waiting endlessly for Jiang Tianchen. Damn that Tianchen. Realizing she had been played by Jiang Tianchen. Chapter 57. The live stream of the school anniversary. For an entire week, Jiang Tianchen did not show up at the company. Wang Haodong, being astute, made it a point to bring a meal every few days. By Tuesday, Su Yin ordered her favorite West Lake tofu for lunch. Wang Haodong appeared for the 3rd time, holding a food container in Su Yan's office. Haodong, please refrain from bringing me meals next time. Su Yin had ascended to the upper floor earlier, overhearing discussions about the matter, and only then did she grasp the implications. She sensed that Wang Haodong seemed to be purposely doing this. Su Yin, eating in the company is not the same as dining alone in a private room. All in all, it reflects poorly, and I do not wish for Tianchen to misunderstand. Wang Haodong turned to discard the trash, a look of disdain in his eyes. Worried about misunderstandings? Now you're concerned about the implications? Are you truly afraid? Jiang Tianchen unexpectedly reappeared at the doorway, unsure of how to address Su Yin. Was she truly unconcerned about Jiang Tianchen discovering this, and how it could affect their relationship? Such carelessness in her actions. Jiang Yuqin turned away, not wanting to advise Su Yin, as her words would fall on deaf ears. Just as she turned, the elevator doors opened, and out stepped Jiang Tianchen. At that moment, Jiang Yuqin's expression was even more stricken than Su Yin's. Jiang Tianchen had indeed come to the company. Yuqin, enough. What is wrong with me having a meal with Haodong? Why must you always invoke Tianchen to intimidate me? Are you not weary of this? Even if Tianchen is here, I have a clear conscience. Su Yin exploded, fed up with Jiang Yuqin's incessant threats. Be quiet, Tianchen truly is here. Jiang Yuqin could hardly restrain herself from slapping Su Yin. So what if he is here? It's just a meal. Is it necessary to be so petty? Wang Haodong had long wanted to confront Jiang Yuqin, seizing the opportunity to join in the rebuke. That was it. Jiang Yuqin genuinely ceased to involve herself with them, thinking that if they found her meddlesome, they could fend for themselves. Forget her. She's just a nuisance. Wang Haodong poured a small bowl of Westlake tofu for Su Yin. This Westlake tofu is quite famous. I specifically ordered it from the north of the city. Give it a try. All right, I'll see how it tastes. Su Yin habitually accepted the chopsticks handed to her by Wang Haodong. Just as she was about to take a bite, when she noticed someone walking past the door, not greeting her nor even glancing her way, heading straight into another office. Thud. The food container slipped from Su Yin's grasp, and she stood there, utterly bewildered. It was Jiang Tianchen. He really had come to the company. He had not acknowledged her, and he must have overheard her words. Damn Jiang Yuqin. Su Yin wished she could slap her a few times. She had thought Jiang Yuqin was deceiving her once again. What is wrong? Wang Haodong, with his back to the office door, had not seen Jiang Tianchen and was unaware of Su Yin's distress. Nothing. Su Yin feigned calmness, determined to finish her meal regardless of the circumstances. Before she could even pick up her food, Jiang Tianchen passed by the door once more and then left. It was merely a meal. Tianchen shouldn't be so petty. Su Yin reassured herself that Jiang Tianchen had certainly heard her words and did not wish to put her in an awkward position, which was why he chose not to enter. It must be that way. She secretly planned to clarify everything upon returning home that evening. Jiang Yuqin peeked from the office. Witnessing Jiang Tianchen's departure, and the fact that nothing had transpired made it all the more unsettling. Dark clouds loomed, heralding trouble ahead. How could Su Yin be so oblivious to Jiang Tianchen's presence? Never mind. Jiang Yuqin resolved not to interfere. The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Jiang Tianchen exited the five-star hall, his expression calm. He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. He was not there for a surprise inspection. He had left his identification in the office and had received a call from Tang Siwen regarding tomorrow's health examination for the management team at Tianjin City's first hospital. Jiang Tianchen's own health check was due in these days, and this examination conveniently aligned with his plans, providing an opportunity to participate. The company's group health examination would take several days for the results to be released, aligning perfectly with Jiang Tianchen's scheme. In addition to the standard health check, Jiang Tianchen intended to include a premarital examination, indicating his desire to marry and obtain a marriage certificate, ensuring no hidden adversaries detected any anomalies on his part. The other party had painstakingly ensured that Su Yin learned of Yang Ruoxu's pregnancy, only to have them discover his infertility. One could only imagine their expression. Months prior, Jiang Tianchen had established connections with a hospital specifically in preparation for his infertility. That evening, when Su Yin returned to the villa, she found Jiang Tianchen absent. A wave of anxiety washing over her. Had he left in anger? All because she had dined with Wang Haodong at the company? Su Yan felt aggravated, believing Jiang Tianchen was being overly sensitive. She had given him her all. Why couldn't he trust her? Why couldn't he show a little understanding? Was it too much to ask for a female friend while having a boyfriend? For the first time, Su Yin felt that such love was somewhat stifling. Nevertheless, who could blame her for loving him so deeply? Su Yin called Jiang Tianchen, but he did not answer. He merely sent her a message. In Tianjin City for the company health check, will return tomorrow. As long as he wasn't too far from home. Su Yin felt a sense of relief at Jiang Tianchen's unavailability. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, and Su Yin was awakened by the doorbell of the villa. Wang Haodong stood at the door, beaming as he looked at Su Yin, clad in a gray-black suit that accentuated his tall, handsome features. Su Yin, let us head over early. What brings you here? I can drive myself. Su Yin's expression darkened at Wang Haodong's uninvited arrival. Had Jiang Tianchen been at home, how would she explain Wang Haodong's presence? Sorry. I got a bit carried away. It won't happen again. Wang Haodong, sensing the tension, apologized, though he had done so deliberately. He found it curious that Jiang Tianchen had shown no reaction. It was somewhat unusual. To avoid misunderstandings, Su Yin insisted on driving herself to Sanlian High School. The two arrived at Somlian High School sequentially, where a long banner was displayed at the main entrance, celebrating the 40th anniversary of the school as founding. Alumni, here is your school uniform. As Su Yin and Wang Haodong entered the school, staff members were distributing uniforms at the entrance, with several temporary changing rooms set up nearby. Su Yin's graceful figure, clad in the pristine and vibrant school uniform, presented a refreshing visual beauty. Wang Haodong was momentarily entranced, as if transported back to his high school days. No wonder you were the belle of our class. Su Yin, you look stunning. Wang Haodong exclaimed sincerely, his gaze openly admiring. Su Yin shot him a glance, about to retort, when a group approached them. Su Yin, you finally made it. A similarly radiant woman stepped forward, grasping Su Yin's hand and engaging in cheerful conversation. Among them was Han Dong, a classmate from Su Yin's senior year, who nodded at her from a distance, offering a strained smile. Luo Melling, you all came. Su Yin was taken aback. The anniversary celebration was not meant for every alumnus, but only for those with notable standing in society. Let us thank Wang Haodong for this. He donated 30 million to the school, securing us several invitation slots. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the privilege to attend the anniversary celebration. A young man shot a flattering glance at Wang Haodong, smiling as he explained to Su Yin. Trivial matters, the school anniversary is about to commence, and the administration awaits our arrival. A procession of individuals strides confidently towards the playground, with Wang Haodong and Su Yin positioned prominently at the forefront. Cameras capture the entire event, broadcasting the celebration live across the internet. Chiptar pedesitosum, suanes cognitive mission descending. Look, Somlian High School's anniversary is trending. A voice exclaims, tinged with astonishment and disbelief. It is remarkable that an ordinary high school can achieve such prominence on social media. Some individuals have invested substantial sums to boost their visibility, propelling the event to the 10th position on the trending list with a rising trajectory. Seated in the designated VIP area, Su Yin and Wang Haodong are present as Su Yin makes an impromptu donation of 30 million, taking advantage of the administration's speech on stage. Wing Gao Dong Gingaj Su Yan in frequent conversation. Su Yin, you're trending. He chuckles, handing her his phone. Su Yin, the beautiful CEO of Wuxing Company, attends the 40th anniversary of her alma mater. This link has ascended to the 8th spot on the trending list. Su Yin opens the link on her own phone, revealing an image of herself and Wang Haodong holding a donation plaque, standing side by side, followed by a series of pictures predominantly featuring the two of them together. Surprised by the unexpected attention, Su Yin regrets her 30 million donation, contemplating that Jiang Tianchen must have seen this scene. She longs to return his call, as a text would not suffice to clarify matters. With the anniversary celebrations underway, now is not the time for phone calls. She can only wait until the event concludes to explain everything to Jiang Tianchen. He will surely understand that she merely wished to give back to her alma mater. Yet, Su Yan's thoughts enter a realm of misunderstanding. She believes that as long as they are not alone together, no one would misconstrue their relationship. She fails to consider an essential question. Why are all the trending photos of her and Wang Haodong together? With the administration's speech concluded, it is time for alumni remarks. This year's representative is Wang Haodong. As Su Yin gazes at him on stage, composed and dignified, she is flooded with memories. Wang Haodong is a prominent figure at Somlian High School, excelling not only academically, but also in various extracurricular activities, including basketball, football, and athletics. During his speech at the start of their senior year, Su Yin experiences a fleeting illusion of returning to her student days, back when admiration and affection colored her gaze. Lost in contemplation, she remains oblivious to Wang Haodong descending from the stage to sit beside her. He refrains from interrupting her reverie, aware that the camera is focused on him, and he must maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. The anniversary festivities continue throughout the day, with student performances scheduled for the afternoon. At noon, the administration provides a simple lunch, a nostalgic meal for the alumni, evoking a flood of memories. Su Yin, shall we take a stroll? Luo Moli links her arm with Su Yan's. Now married with a 2-year-old daughter, her husband runs a modest company. Exiting the cafeteria, Luo Moli playfully nudges Wang Haodong, teasingly admonishing him. You boys do your thing. We girls are going our way. Indeed, we shall not accompany you boys, the other girls collectively assert, rejecting the idea of walking with them. Han Dong watches as Su Yin and the group of girls move away, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He senses that something is about to unfold. Wang Haodong is undoubtedly plotting something, and Han Dong resolves to keep a close watch on him. Suddenly, a ringtone interrupts the atmosphere. It's his cousin, Han Cheng. Brother, I've been in an accident and hit someone. Please hurry. Han Cheng's voice trembles with distress. Is the person seriously injured? Han Dong's heart races, recalling the kindness of his uncle who raised him. Having prospered, he has not forgotten that debt of gratitude. Recently purchasing his cousin an expensive car worth 800,000. I don't know. She keeps crying. Where are you? I'm on my way. Han Dong waves to the others and hurriedly departs, unaware of the smirk curling at the corners of Wang Haodong's mouth. A group of girls traverses the football field, crossing the elliptical track to arrive at the immaculate basketball court. Do you remember our cheerleading chant? Luo Moli dashes to the center of the court, performing a dance from their past while shouting joyfully. Many join her in the dance, clad in their uniforms, and Su Yan's long-buried memories begin to resurface. She recalls her time as the captain of the basketball cheerleading squad, motivated to cheer for Wang Haodong, urging him on with fervent enthusiasm. Years have flown by since she last witnessed Wang Haodong play basketball. It feels like a mere blink of an eye, yet 6 years have passed. One girl beside her remarks with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, Wang Haodong was also exceptional in the 100-meter dash, having broken school records. I wonder if any juniors have surpassed him. Another girl chimes in. He excels academically, possesses diverse interests, and is tall and handsome, a true prince in the eyes of most girls. Su Yin, to be honest, if you two hadn't been together back then, I would have surely confessed to him. You have no idea how many people in our class secretly admired him. Luo Moli interjects with a playful tone after finishing her cheerleading dance. Su Yin remains silent, fully aware that Luo Moli speaks the truth. Many had written love letters to Wang Haodong, yet he had never acknowledged them, leaving Su Yin to handle the correspondence. It is astonishing that they ultimately did not end up together. Su Yin, you are so beautiful, and Wang Haodong failed to cherish you, choosing instead to be with Zhu Fengxia from the neighboring class. The group falls silent for a moment, then expresses their regret. Everyone had believed in the potential union of Su Yin and Wang Haodong, both hailing from respectable families and excelling in their studies, convinced they would eventually walk down the aisle together. Nearing graduation, rumors circulated about Wang Haodong's clandestine meetings with Zhu Fengxia, which Su Yin had witnessed firsthand. Reflecting on the past, Su Yin wishes to clarify the misunderstandings surrounding Wang Haodong's actions. You mean your mother pressured you not to study abroad, forcing Wang Haodong to stage this act? The group gasps, surprised to learn that there were hidden depths to the situation from years ago. Su Yan, I heard you have a boyfriend. It seems you and Wang Haodong are fated to be apart. Luo Moli sighs, her tone tinged with pity. Fated to be apart. The thought instinctively arises within Su Yin, considering that had the misunderstanding not occurred, her character would likely have led her to study abroad. Su Yan, if heaven granted you another chance, would you wish to return to your 18th year? Luo Moli observes Su Yin's distant gaze, feeling a pang of sympathy. This was once her dear friend, who, for the sake of her husband's career, must now collaborate with Wang Haodong in a charade. The weight of her conscience compels her to do something for Su Yin. She knows that among this group, there are surely others who, like her, are either actively or passively involved. Su Yin halts in her tracks, stunned, as the question echoes in her mind. To relinquish her current life and return to her 18th year to rekindle her connection with Wang Haodong? Reflecting on her moments with Jiang Tianchen, Su Yin realizes that during her time with Wang Haodong, she has been unable to rediscover the spark that once ignited her heart. Time is a merciless blade, and her heart now belongs solely to Jiang Tianchen. At this moment, an overwhelming longing for Jiang Tianchen surges within her. She wonders what he is doing now. With newfound resolve, Su Yin smiles at the group. Some opportunities, once missed, are lost for a lifetime. I cherish the present, being with the person I love. Her smile radiates sweetness as she reminisces about the days spent alongside Jiang Tianchen, working towards their shared dreams. Luo Moli beams with joy, satisfied that she has played her part well in the performance, leaving the outcome to fate. Let's proceed to the classroom and take a look, one of the girls suggested. A group of young women returned to their former classroom, where the school had thoughtfully restored the bulletin board to its previous state. They took their places according to their old seating arrangements, laughing and reminiscing about amusing incidents from their past. Su Yin, a voice called from outside, belonging to Wang Haodong. The group hurried out of the classroom, leaning over the third-floor railing to gaze below, exclaiming in astonishment. Su Yin, come and see. Chapter 59, The Exorbitant Cost of Breakup. Su Yin was pushed to the edge of the railing, where a throng of people gathered below, forming a large heart-shaped flower bed. Once again, Wang Haodong stood in the center, cradling a magnificent bouquet of roses, gazing at her with deep affection. Be together. The crowd erupted in cheers, with some calling out, Su Yin, look how deeply Wang Haodong cares for you. Faced with the fervent anticipation below and the cameras broadcasting the event live, Su Yan's face turned pale. Wang Haodong, have you had your fun? She shouted angrily, without a moment's hesitation. Fearing misunderstandings, her face flushed with emotion. I have already told you, I only consider you a friend. I have someone I love, and I will cherish him for a lifetime. These words seemed to exhaust her completely. Yet she felt a surge of gratitude towards her grandmother's soul-searching questions that had helped her recognize her true feelings. She was thankful for Luo Moling's earlier inquiry, which had allowed her to refuse without a moment's hesitation. Su Yan was acutely aware that this live broadcast would undoubtedly reach Jiang Tianchen. A secret thrill coursed through her. Surely, her response would please him. Wang Haodong stood frozen, bewildered by Su Yan's unexpected reaction, which diverged greatly from their analysis. Even if Su Yan were to reject him, she would never do so with hostility. Being an emotional person, she understood the truth of their past and felt a unique sentiment towards him. His intent was to capture those few moments of hesitation, crafting a poignant love story. The group fell into a collective silence, while the school's representatives awkwardly attempted to diffuse the tension, clearing away all remnants of the ill-fated confession, which swiftly ascended to the top of the trending search list. Vice President of five-star company fails to confess to beautiful CEO. The second trending topic was similarly related. Beautiful CEO angrily rejects first love, white moonlight. In a villa on the outskirts of Jinhai City, Jiang Tianchen stood by the window, staring blankly at the verdant fields. He was taken aback by Su Yan's resolute demeanor. Nevertheless, he felt no elation, merely posting a status on social media. Let the past be the past, single and happy, please do not disturb. After posting, he promptly turned off his phone. He retrieved another phone and called Wang Cheng from Tiantan Law Firm. Please expedite the handover with five-star company. Understood, Mr. Jiang. In the five-star company office, Jiang Yuqin was watching the live broadcast of the high school's anniversary celebration when she received a call from Yang Ruoxue, which filled her with delight. It was surprising for Yang Ruoxue to initiate a call. Before Jiang Yuqin could speak, Yang Ruoxue's anxious voice came through. Quickly contact Su Yan. Take a look at Tianchen's social media. Without waiting for a response, Yang Ruoxue hung up, leaving Jiang Yuqin in a state of confusion. Su Yan's performance had been flawless, a veritable masterpiece. Jiang Yuqin opened Jiang Tianchen's social media to find, let the past be the past, single and happy, please do not disturb. Her entire being froze. Trembling with dread, this was indeed a grave matter. Damn it, Su Yan. You said you were certain. What's certainty? Now look what's happened. Jiang Yuqin swept everything off her desk in a fit of rage, feeling as though Su Yan might drive her to madness. She wished to slap herself for having doubted her own instincts. Infidelity isn't solely physical. Emotional betrayal is far more terrifying. She understood why Jiang Tianchen would react this way. This was Wang Haodong's third confession. Su Yan's passive stance in the face of Wang Haodong's relentless pursuit had left Jiang Tianchen utterly disillusioned. As Su Yan received Jiang Yuqin's call while descending the stairs with the other girls, she wondered if Jiang Yuqin had witnessed the live stream. Yuqin, I performed adequately. Didn't I? After a lengthy silence on the other end, Su Yan feared her phone had lost signal. Su Yan, be mentally prepared. Jiang Yuqin's somber tone sent a chill through Su Yan's heart, as if she were about to receive bad news. What is it? A heavy sigh escaped Jiang Yuqin. Deepening Su Ane Sanis. Su Yan, Wang Haodong approached, intending to apologize. Despite the plan's failure, he still wished to leave a good impression for future opportunities. Su Yan had no desire to engage with him, urgently pressing Jiang Yuqin for answers. The hesitations in Jiang Yuqin's voice only heightened her anxiety. She knew Jiang Yuqin rarely struggled to articulate her thoughts. Su Yan, please do not hang up. I will help you strategize. Jiang Yuqin, fearing Su Yan might be unable to cope, spoke cautiously. What has happened? Is it related to Tianchen? What is wrong with him? A tremor of fear gripped Su Yan. Could it be that Jiang Tianchen has encountered an accident? Did he suffer a crash upon witnessing the live confession? The more she pondered, the more terrified she became, fearing her suspicions might be true. Su Yan, do not hang up. First, check Tianchen's social media. Tianchen's social media? Why would Jiang Yuqin want her to look there? What had Jiang Tianchen posted? What strategy was Jiang Yuqin referring to? An ominous premonition loomed larger in Su Yan's mind, and with trembling hands, she located Jiang Tianchen's contact and opened his post. Just a minute ago, he had shared a status. Let the past be the past, single and happy. Please do not disturb. Upon reading those words, Su Yan felt as if struck by lightning. Her ears buzzed, rendering her momentarily deaf to the sound around her. She staggered back, nearly collapsing against the wall. Su Yan, Wang Haodong caught her just in time, preventing her from falling. Su Yan, what is wrong? Those nearby looked on with concern, perplexed by the identity of the caller and the message delivered. Steadying herself, Su Yan forcefully pushed Wang Haodong away and slapped him across the face. Get away from me. I do not wish to see you leave. In a daze, she leaned against the wall, feeling as if her very essence had been siphoned away, fixating on Jiang Tianchen's social media. Single and happy, Jiang Tianchen wants to break up with me. He no longer wants me. Su Yan's eyes dulled, devoid of color. No, I must call him. Just then, her phone rang, displaying Jiang Yuqin's name. Su Yan, return to the company. No, wait for me here. Jiang Tianchen's phone was turned off, and she could not reach him. Jiang Yuqin, concerned for Su Yan's safety while driving, decided to come and fetch her personally. Wang Haodong touched his stinging cheek, unsure whether to approach or retreat, as he witnessed Su Yan in a state of panic. This was the first time he had seen her so unhinged during their breakup years ago. She had merely shed tears. Wang Haodong felt as though he no longer recognized Su Yan. Was this really the gentle Su Yan he once knew? Quick, check the trending topics, exorbitant breakup fee. Someone whispered, as if a new development had emerged in the trending discussions. Everyone hastily pulled out their phones to investigate. 105 billion? Upon seeing the trending information, the crowd gasped in awe, staring at Su Yan with envious admiration. Su Yan felt as if her feet were burdened by 1,000 pounds, rendering her utterly immobile. She noticed someone glancing at her furtively, and with a rising sense of dread, she heard whispers about astronomical breakup fees associated with her. Her eyes widened in terror as she hastily opened the trending topics. The headline dominated the charts. Beautiful CEO's current partner in distress, lavishly spending on a pricey breakup fee. Chapter 60. The Blue Sea cannot access the subway. The former president of Star 5 Corporation, Jiang Tianchen, had gifted his current CEO, Su Yan, a staggering 7% stake in the company, valued at approximately 10.5 billion. According to insiders from Jiang Tianchen's social circle, this transfer of shares was suspected to be a breakup fee. Upon reading this information, Su Yan completely shattered, collapsing onto the floor, her phone slipping from her grasp as she tugged at her hair in despair. It's all my fault, all my shortcomings. Su Yan harbored a deep-seated resentment for Wang Haodong, and even more so toward herself. Why had she entangled herself with him? Why had she allowed Jiang Tianchen to misunderstand her? Despite Jiang Yuqin's warnings, she had failed to heed them. Just moments ago, she had secretly reveled in the thought of decisively rejecting Wang Haodong, believing that Jiang Tianchen would surely be pleased. All of this was mere hysteria. She had only moved herself to tears. How utterly ridiculous. Su Yan, please head to the classroom. Luo Melling, under Wang Haodong's direction, attempted to assist Su Yan, only to be pushed away as Su Yan instinctively recoiled. Don't touch me. Don't come near me. Her gaze vacant, Su Yan resembled a madwoman, shoving away anyone who approached her. Although the school's live broadcast had long been shut down, someone had surreptitiously recorded and uploaded the video online. The footage of the beautiful CEO's breakdown surged to the 3rd spot on the trending list without any financial promotion, riding on the existing wave of attention. Among the top 10 trending topics, 5 were related to Su Yan, and Star 5 Corporation unexpectedly gained widespread notoriety. In a certain room, a glass of red wine rested on the table as Jiang Tianchen sat motionless, his heart heavy upon witnessing Su Yan's breakdown. He felt a pang of pain and a yearning to soften, for 3 decades of companionship could not be dismissed with a mere statement of letting go. Contemplating the hidden venomous snakes, Jiang Tianchen resolutely exited the trending page. Perhaps this was for the best. Su Yan would not be in the public eye for a while. With Jiang Yuqin by her side, he hoped she would not do anything reckless, at least not before their meeting. A short-lived pain was preferable to a prolonged torment. Dragging it out would only be excruciating for both of them. Jiang Tianchen now viewed Su Yan through the lens of a familial affection that transcended love. He downed a glass of red wine, quietly awaiting the impending upheaval. Jiang Yuqin arrived swiftly, her sports car racing into the grounds of Sanlian High School. Su Yan. Upon seeing Su Yan curled up in a ball, her eyes brimmed with concern. Don't touch me. Go away. Su Yan, it's me, Yuqin. Don't be afraid. I'll take you home. Hian Jukin imbras Su Yan Taiti. Hearing the familiar voice, a flicker of color returned to Su Yan as hollow eyes. Clinging to Jiang Yuqin, she wept uncontrollably. He doesn't want me. It's all my fault, all my fault. Su Yan resembled a child caught in wrongdoing, venting her inner turmoil. It's all right. We'll go home first, and we can talk later. Jiang Yuqin supported Su Yan as they made their way to the car, passing by Wang Haodong, whom she coldly admonished. Wang Haodong, if anything happens to Su Yan, I will make you wish you were never born. Wang Haodong turned his head without a word, a tremor coursing through him. The Wang family had investigated Jiang Yuqin's background, revealing she was not someone to be trifled with. Rumors suggested a familial rift had severed ties completely. As the public consumed the drama surrounding Star 5 Corporation, an even larger incident erupted, dominating the trending topics and even making it to the evening news. During the exploration of the subway line connecting Tianjin City and Jinhai City, an explosion occurred due to improper handling, diverting underground rivers and rendering the entire area inaccessible to the subway. The announcement that the Blue Sea could not access the subway sent shockwaves through Blue Sea Corporation, which suddenly became a hot potato. Recent surveys indicated a detour of 50 kilometers would be necessary. The entertainment and film city project of Blue Sea Corporation now appeared doomed, as the 8 prominent families, along with hundreds of minor shareholders, jointly pressured the Jinhai government for a resolution. With an investment of 6 to 700 billion, the municipal government of Jinhai dared not take on the project, as countless orders and material lists were abruptly halted. It was no simple matter of just withdrawing funds. While the municipal government bickered, some individuals chose to exit early, even at a loss. The subway being out of service meant that even if the Blue Sea project were completed, profits would not materialize for the next 20 years. 3 days later, as the Wang and Zhou families hinted at a willingness to sell their shares in Blue Sea at a 3-fold discount, a wave of sell-offs reached its peak. In a private room in Jinhai City, Zhou Biong sat casually on the sofa, legs crossed, a glass of red wine in hand while on the phone. When we catch the net, Zhou Biong grinned broadly. This plan had been remarkably successful. If all went as expected, the Zhou family would profit 200 billion, while the Wang family would gain even more. The entire affair was orchestrated by the Wang family, with the Zhou family merely leveraging their connections and assisting the Wang family in underwriting the deal. After another 3 days, they would retract their shares at a 50% discount. A female voice emanated from the other end of the phone, her tone low and ageless. Is there uncertainty about the Wang and Zhou families meeting? Zhou Biong was eager to understand who this person was, someone decisive and formidable. No need. I will have Wang Haodong convey any messages. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. The other party offered no respect, disconnecting before he could respond. Such audacity. Zhou Biong's expression darkened. He felt utterly disregarded, as if all matters had been decided without his input. However, considering the profits at stake, he refrained from complicating matters. Boss, someone is selling their shares at 50% off. Jiang Tianchen received feedback from Lu Xinxin's arrangements. 50% off? Jiang Tianchen was oblivious to how much the Wang family had pressured in the past. If it meant earning a little less, it was inconsequential, as it was akin to picking up money. Under the radar, he began acquiring shares, signing agreements that forbade the disclosure of the transfer. Understood, boss. They had no idea who this boss was or why he was acquiring these loss-making shares. They simply followed his instructions. 2 days passed, and Zhou Biong contacted the Wang family again, realizing that the shares were still being sold at a 3-fold discount. Coincidentally, he heard whispers of clandestine acquisitions occurring. After hearing Zhou Biong's words, the other party fell into a moment of silence. It seems a prominent family has caught wind of something. They realized we Haven Tea sold our shares. Tonight, we'll throw out half of our shares at a 50% discount. Fine. Reluctantly, Zhou Biong clenched his teeth and commanded his subordinates to act. Both the Wang and Zhou families would further slash their prices, leaving the other prominent families in despair, all scrambling to sell at a 50% discount. The Su family borrowed 100 billion from the Wang family without interest, suffering immense losses that jeopardized their financial chain. In a desperate move, they sold off all shares at a staggering 1.8-fold discount, turning 300 billion into merely 50 billion. Su Dongming smashed 3 water cups in succession, regretting not heeding Jiang Tianchen's advice, overwhelmed by chaos and neglecting even his daughter's affairs. Jiang Tianchen, sleepless through the night, instructed his team to take full control of the Blue Sea shares. With a substantial sum of 130 billion prepared, the acquisition of Blue Ocean Holdings was executed, swallowing a company initially valued at 600 billion. Only the Wang and Zhou families retained shares amounting to around 60 to 70 billion, effectively leaving them fully ensnared by Jiang Tianchen. Infuriatingly, who could be the mastermind behind this? Zhou Biong, in a fit of rage, shattered 8 mobile phones. And before they could respond, someone had already seized 90 of the shares. In Chapter 61, it is expressed that those not involved can hardly fathom the anguish of the parties concerned. Despite meticulous calculations, someone has outmaneuvered them, claiming their hard-won victory. Their original holdings were also devoured, leading to significant losses. This matter cannot be made public. Should it attract attention from higher authorities, they would face dire consequences. It is truly akin to a mute consuming bitter gall, with no outlet for their grievances. Jiang Tianchen transitioned from lurking in the shadows to completing the acquisition of Blue Ocean within a mere 7 days. It was time for him to emerge. He drove to the scenic island of Shanha, located 20 kilometers from Blue Ocean, where construction was already underway, marked by a large sign for Luhai Tourism Company, a travel agency registered under the name of Lu Xinxin, as per Jiang Tianchen's directive. Upon turning on his phone after a week-long hiatus, he was greeted by an incoming call from Yang Ruoxue. Hello. It was unexpected that she would be the first to reach out, yet somehow, it was also within the realm of anticipation. Silence enveloped the conversation until Yang Ruoxue broke it, sensing Jiang Tianchen's heavy heart. I'm all right, he reassured her. Just make sure to return soon. So Su Yin doesn't worry, she urged, tears involuntarily streaming down her face, as her insincere words weighed heavily on her chest. I am serious. I will clarify everything with her. Regardless of past lives, loving someone without boundaries is exhausting. Su Yin loves you dearly. Do not cause her sorrow. I watched the live stream. She did nothing wrong. Each word from Yang Ruoxue pierced Jiang Tianchen's heart like needles. After absorbing her counsel, he remained silent for a prolonged moment, gazing into the crystal-clear lake water, releasing a deep sigh. Loving is exhausting. Yang Ruoxue was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a declaration from him. She had learned from Jiang Yuqin about Han Dong's repeated attempts to woo Su Yin, and now, with the emergence of Wang Haodong, she was left bewildered about Su Yan's true feelings. No longer offering solace, she recognized that those not directly involved could not comprehend the pain of those who were. Take your time to consider. I will hang up now. As they parted ways, Yang Ruoxue felt no joy, only a sense of unease. She understood that Jiang Tianchen held no feelings for her and was unaware of her love for him. With Jiang Tianchen now distancing himself from Wuxing Company, the chances of their paths crossing in the future seemed bleak, as Wuxing Company had been their only connection. No sooner had Yang Ruoxue ended the call than Jiang Yuqin's voice erupted through the line. Jiang Tianchen, you scoundrel, when will you return? Her exasperated tone echoed. Having taken care of Su Yin for the past 7 days without a word from him, I made it clear, what is the point of returning after a breakup? Jiang Tianchen implored, urging Jiang Yuqin to refrain from criticizing him. Are you not a man? You cannot even face Su Yin to break up with her? Jiang Yuqin's tirade was abruptly halted by Su Yan's calm voice. Tianchen, where are you? I want to see you. Can we talk in person? Jiang Yuqin was right. Since they had broken up, it was imperative to have a face-to-face conversation. Avoidance would lead nowhere. Jiang Tianchen sent Su Yin a location pin, positioning himself under a willow tree by the lakeside, gazing at several large islands in the distance. Some of these islands dwarfed the Chenyu scenic area, with the smallest still exceeding half its size. 3 years prior, Wuxing Company lacked the capacity to develop this island. Jiang Tianchen personally invested $50 million as a deposit and secured the tourism development rights for Shanghai Island. A few days ago, he had finalized the contract, paying a total of $20 billion for a decade, along with a 39-year partnership and rights for priority renewal. President Jiang, a middle-aged man wearing a hard hat, approached respectfully. He was Lu Wenchao, the owner of Tiandi Construction Company, who owed his livelihood to Jiang Tianchen. Over the years, 90 of his contracts came from Wuxing Company, specifically from a man seated before him. Mr. Lu, Jiang Tianchen acknowledged. Given the sweltering weather, let's head to the office. Lu Wenchao led the way, having resided on-site since the project's inception, personally overseeing operations. He understood Jiang Tianchen's aversion to the customary practice of gift-giving. Only high-quality work would secure contracts. The construction site buzzed with activity, vehicles bustling about. President Jiang, we are nearing the completion stage at Chenyu Scenic Area. Thank you for the opportunity. This large project is a boon. Lu Wenchao, however, did not disclose that he had already received another sizable order prior to Jiang Tianchen's call. He had opted to pay a penalty to forfeit that contract, placing his trust in Jiang Tianchen. Sometimes securing contracts did not equate to profitability, particularly in his line of work, where delays often resulted in unpaid final balances. Jiang Tianchen had never withheld a penny and consistently made timely payments. With nearly 5 years of cooperation, Lu Wenchao felt assured. Knowing Jiang Tianchen's work ethic, Lu Wenchao had prepared a small office space for him, consisting of a temporary 2-story building, each floor featuring an office and a meeting room. They ascended to the 2nd floor, entering a clean and tidy office. President Jiang, the temporary setup is a bit rudimentary, Lu Wenchao remarked, activating the air conditioning and retrieving 2 bottles of mineral water from the refrigerator by the desk. Mr. Lu, focus on your tasks, Jiang Tianchen said, dismissing Lu Wenchao for a moment of solitude. As he waited for the others to arrive, he dialed Lu Xinxin. What conditions did they propose? President Jiang, Chundong Company is reluctant to use their shares to acquire Fong Tian Chip Company, but is willing to invest $100 billion. Lu Xinxin excitedly reported. Since Fong Tian Chip Company's new product launch, utilizing Lu Xinxin's chip technology, it had dealt a significant blow to Chundong. However, Fang Tian Ship Company only possessed a single production line, severely limiting capacity and temporarily posing no threat to Qingdong. The 300 billion Fang Tian Ship Company could be flipped for 1 trillion in mere months. Lu Xinxin held Jiang Tianchen in the highest regard. He was truly remarkable. There is no rush. Let's take our time and engage them for a month or two. Understood, President Jiang. Anticipating potential negotiation challenges, Jiang Tianchen extended the phone call to over 20 minutes. He sought not monetary gain, but rather the shares of Qingdong. He recalled that an international financial storm was looming in the months ahead. Qingdong was one of the few international companies in Daxia, possessing the privilege of foreign trade payments. To put it plainly, they could directly exchange foreign currency for overseas investments. Daxia maintained stringent regulations on domestic and foreign currency transactions, making large fund transfers abroad nearly impossible. This was one of the reasons Qingdong's shares remained high. While selling shares was straightforward, acquiring them was fraught with difficulty. Daxia's vigilance against capital flight was unwavering. Jiang Tianchen picked up a document from the table. This was the cooperation agreement he had signed with Lu Wenchao. Lu Wenchao held deep trust in Jiang Tianchen. Even before the agreement was finalized, people were already gathering. Jiang Tianchen cast a glance at the contract, finding no discrepancies, and inscribed his name on the final page. Hardly had he settled into his seat when the eager voice of Lu Wenchao echoed from the iron staircase. Mr. Su, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang is in the office. Chapter 62. Are you aspiring to become the Queen of the Sea? Jiang Yuqin pushed the door open, closely followed by Su Yan. Her eyes red and her silence palpable. Upon witnessing Su Yan's dejected demeanor, a pang of compassion flickered within Jiang Tianchen, though he quickly reverted to his indifferent facade. Jiang Tianchen, you scoundrel, hiding here to enjoy the view, Jiang Yuqin exclaimed before even fully entering the room. The drive here had revealed a picturesque landscape, a delightful retreat. Su Yan tugged at Jiang Yuqin's arm, signaling her to refrain from cursing. The moment Su Yan laid eyes on Jiang Tianchen, tears welled up uncontrollably. She hurried a few steps forward, yearning to embrace him, fearing he might vanish again. Approaching the desk, she spotted an agreement with Jiang Tianchen's signature and a blank line awaiting another name, a pen resting atop it. Her footsteps froze, her gaze fixed on Jiang Tianchen. Unable to fathom the reality before her, he truly intended to end their relationship, the breakup agreement already drafted, merely awaiting her signature. Jiang Tianchen, how could you be so cruel? You genuinely wish to part ways with Su Yan? Jiang Yuqin, having noticed the document on the desk, saw the date beneath Jiang Tianchen's signature, today. Understanding their shared thoughts, Jiang Tianchen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He neatly folded the contract and pointed to the company name. A hint of embarrassment crossed Jiang Yuqin's face as she recalled that they were not yet wed. Su Yan's expression brightened momentarily. She had been overly anxious, and this was the second time that happened. However, Jiang Tianchen's next words plunged her heart into despair. Su Yan, let's break up. Su Yan stepped forward, grasping Jiang Tianchen's hand imploringly. Tianchen, I was wrong. It is my fault for lacking boundaries. I promise to change this time. Surely you saw the live broadcast, Su Yan. Your immediate rejection leaves no room for doubt about your feelings, Jiang Tianchen replied. In this world, no one wished for their separation more than Jiang Yuqin. You do not understand. Jiang Tianchen glanced at her, dismissing her input as irrelevant. Before she could erupt, he turned his calm gaze back to Su Yan, the woman he had loved for 38 lifetimes. My love is pure, incapable of accommodating a third party. First it was Han Dong, and now is Wang Haodong. Su Yan, I am truly exhausted. These words echoed Jiang Tianchen's innermost thoughts. He desired no such tangled romance. Tianchen, I have never betrayed you, not even once. Seeing Jiang Tianchen's despondent expression sent a shiver through Su Yan's heart. He interrupted her explanation, enunciating each word clearly. In my world, emotional manipulation is equally intolerable. Su Yan's emotions surged as she furiously questioned, Jiang Tianchen, am I truly so despicable in your eyes? As Jiang Tianchen fell silent, her body trembled in response. Yes, I concealed the fact that Wang Haodong was my first love. Does that mean we cannot even remain friends? Why must you be so calculative? Do you not know my feelings for you? The unvoiced violence was more terrifying. Seeing Jiang Tianchen remain mute, Su Yan completely lost control. I agree to the breakup. As the words escaped her lips, her heart felt as though it were being torn apart, yet there was a sense of relief. It was as if a colossal weight had been lifted. This love had drained her, leaving her feeling insignificant, constantly needing to cater to Jiang Tianchen's emotions. Their perspectives on love diverged starkly. Su Yan, what are you saying? Jiang Yuqin attempted to console her, but Su Yan raised a hand to halt her. I have one condition. All right, Seeing Jiang Tianchen acquiesce so readily pierced Su Yan's heart once more. To so easily agree to a breakup without caring about the conditions spoke volumes of his desire to be rid of her. Su Yan pressed her left hand to her chest. I do not want your shares. Let us return to the company and finalize the agreement. Fine, just send it to my email after it's signed. Whether or not to retain the 5-star shares was inconsequential. Jiang Tianchen intended to leave Jinhai City. No, you must return to the company. By the time of the next board meeting, that is my condition. Is it really necessary? Jiang Tianchen regarded Su Yan, aware that the board convened every 2 months, and the next meeting was merely a month away. It is. Su Yan nodded stubbornly, having resolved to use the month to mend their relationship. Jiang Tianchen found her request acceptable. He drove back in his car, with Jiang Yuqin following closely behind. Su Yan, how could you agree to the breakup? Have you lost your mind? Jiang Yuqin drove furiously, overtaking Jiang Tianchen's vehicle and leaving it far behind. Su Yan reclined in the back seat, feeling remarkably better than when she had arrived, despite Jiang Yuqin's complaints. He is determined to leave. What can I do to make him stay? He wants nothing. Without emotional ties, Su Yan finally reclaimed her presidential demeanor. She understood that Jiang Tianchen's notification of their breakup meant little to him regarding her consent. In the end, it is still your own fault, Jiang Yuqin scoffed, continuing her tirade. Didn't you say you had it under control? Where's this control? I warned you to keep your distance from Wang Haodong, but you would listen. Look where it has led you. Suyandiman Saident. Acutely aware that Jiang Yuqin's accusations were not without merit. It was indeed her own doing. Suyan, Ian puzzled. You maintained such distance from Wang Haodong before. How did you end up entangled with him? Entangled? What nonsense are you spouting? Suyan lightly slid Jiang Guin's shoulder, muttering that she ought to refrain from speaking if she had nothing sensible to say. Jiang Yuqin was her dear friend, and Su Yan revealed the events that had transpired at the banquet. After hearing Su Yan's account, Jiang Yuqin opened her mouth. Forget Jiang Tianchen. If I were in his shoes, I would end things with you too. This is emotional infidelity, and you seem to wish to have your cake and eat it too. I did not. I merely struggled to adapt. Su Yan vehemently denied it, asserting she felt no attraction toward Wang Haodong, merely slipping into memories that triggered her subconscious. Having regained some of her spirit, Jiang Yuqin refrained from arguing further. However, Su Yan's words planted seeds of doubt in her mind. Su Yan, Wang Haodong does not strike me as a devoted person. Jiang Yuqin vividly recalled the predatory gaze Wang Haodong had cast upon her upon their first meeting. Despite being a woman herself, with looks rivaling Su Yan and Yang Ruoxue, Jiang Yuqin maintained a neutral hairstyle that lacked the softness typically associated with femininity. Forget him. I have only one thought now, finding every possible way to keep Tianchen. Jiang Yuqin did not wish to dampen her spirits, though the hope seemed incredibly slim. How will you keep him? What can you offer? Su Yan too pondered this, as the flicker of hope she had felt was extinguished like a flame doused with cold water. The two were merely in a relationship. They had yet to formalize their bond with a marriage certificate. Regret washed over Su Yan for not having secured the certificate sooner. Jiang Tianchen would undoubtedly not return to the villa. Wang Yi's previous strategy was rendered ineffective, leaving her with no opportunity whatsoever. Su Yan exhalada lipsai. Feeling utterly lost, she resolved to consult with Sister Wang at the company to see if she had any viable solutions. In her heart, Su Yan secretly placed her hopes on Wang Yi, who, being a few years her senior and possessing more life experience, might offer valuable insights. Upon returning to 5-star company, Su Yan rushed towards the elevator, eager to discuss strategies with Wang Yi. Su Zong, a female employee from the HR department, called out from a distance, halting her. Here is President Zhang's health report. Since he is unavailable, I'm handing it over to you. The news of Jiang Tianchen's departure had spread throughout the company, and thus she felt compelled to deliver it to Su Yan first. As Su Yan intended to open the report, the elevator doors slid open, revealing the 10th floor office. She would have to wait until she returned to her office to examine it. Su Son, these are important documents that have piled up over the past few days and require your urgent review and signature. Just as Su Yan stepped in her office, Wang Yi, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, followed closely behind her. A large stack of documents lay on her desk, and Wang Yi cradled another bundle in her arms. Jiang Tianchen had been unreachable for 7 days, and Su Yan had been emotionally distressed, consequently absent from the company. She mused. Jiang Tianchen had undergone health checkups annually, and she had not given it much thought. She casually placed the health report envelope into the second drawer of her desk and began reviewing the documents. Hours slipped by as she immersed herself in work, and only when she stretched did she recall the matter of Jiang Tianchen's shares. Rising from her desk, she made her way to Jiang Tianchen's office, only to hear the sound of him on the phone before she even entered. Jiang Tianchen was indeed at the company. Su Yin returned to her office, picked up the landline, and dialed the financial department director to draft a split agreement for 5-star shares. The two of them collectively held 21% of 5-star, with Jiang Tianchen owning 7% according to their previous investment proportions. After 5-star went public, Su Yin had liquidated 200 billion. The financial department personnel had yet to arrive when Wang Haodong showed up first. Su Yan, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault, he solemnly apologized. It's nothing. If there is nothing else, please do not disturb my work, Su Yin replied calmly. Her gaze fixed on her documents as she signed without looking up. Though Wang Haodong was the direct cause of her breakup with Jiang Tianchen, she understood that the underlying issues stem from both of them. I'll go explain to him. This matter has nothing to do with you, Wang Haodong offered. Noticing Jiang Tianchen's return. No need, Su Yin raised her head, her eyes slightly red. We have already broken up. Broken up? Wang Haodong was momentarily taken aback, but then a flicker of delight crossed his features. Su Yin noticed his reaction, and with a silent sigh, she acknowledged that even though she had parted ways with Jiang Tianchen, she would not consider Wang Haodong. She was no longer the naive 18-year-old who could harbor feelings for another. Unintentionally or not, the news of Su Yin and Jiang Tianchen's breakup circulated within the company. When Jiang Yuqin approached her to inquire about the situation, Su Yin refrained from confronting Wang Haodong. It seemed unnecessary. As she had anticipated, Jiang Tianchen did not return to the villa after work, nor did he even bid her farewell, leaving quietly on his own. Upon returning to the villa, Su Yin stood in the middle of the living room, for the first time feeling that the villa was excessively large and devoid of any sense of home. She turned and left the villa, unwilling to linger in a place that no longer felt like home. In the Shangyun community, a mid-range apartment building, Jiang Tianchen had rented a duplex suite on the top floor, complete with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, featuring a glass room that offered a panoramic view of the entire community. The apartment was fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. As dusk fell, Jiang Tianchen reclined on a lounger on the rooftop, quietly gazing at the full moon. Tonight marked the 15th day of the lunar month. Having stayed here for only a month, Jiang Tianchen planned to leave Jinhai City once the agreed time arrived. He yearned to break free from his confines and seek out his adversary's vulnerabilities. He awaited the next move from the opposition. Through the various doubts from his past life, he surmised that their objective was not merely to separate him from Su Yin. This breakup would surely disrupt their plans. Unlike his previous life, Jiang Tianchen possessed a robust economic foundation, capable of challenging the opposing forces. He estimated that once the Blue Ocean Company returned to normal, he could mobilize a staggering 7 trillion in financial resources. This would enable him to confront the most formidable families in Daxia head-on. While he might lack their sheer numbers, those families comprised countless members, driven by self-interest. No matter how united they appeared, they could not rival Jiang Tianchen's singular prowess. Jiang Tianchen had refrained from confronting the Wang and Zhou families directly, as he had yet to uncover the mastermind behind their machinations. Once he identified his target, he would unleash a devastating counterattack, leaving no room for mercy. In the dead of night, at a certain estate, lights illuminated the grounds, which were heavily guarded, with bodyguards patrolling the area. A sports car arrived at the entrance, roaring as it was checked before being allowed to enter. Wang Haodong exited the vehicle and hurried into the villa. Inside the living room, 2 women were present, one seated and one standing. The seated woman exuded an air of elegance as she sipped tea, her face obscured by a veil, making it difficult to ascertain her age. Judging by her alluring figure, she must have been a stunning beauty. The woman standing behind her was exquisite as well, appearing to be in her early 20s, standing there with a respectful demeanor. Sister, I have some good news to share. Su Yin has broken up with Jiang Tianchen, Wang Haodong exclaimed, excitement evident on his face. The woman remained composed, gently placing her teacup on the table, her eyes betraying a hint of mockery. Are you pleased? Wang Haodong seemed oblivious to the woman's sarcasm, enthusiastically elaborating. Of course I am. Our first step in the plan has succeeded. Next, you can take advantage of the situation to win over Su Yin, toy with her emotions and body, and then cast her aside. The woman articulated Wang Haodong's thoughts with a smirk. It was only then that he realized her tone was off, questioning whether this approach was not satisfying enough. He had always viewed Su Yin as his white moonlight, just as she was his first love, as a cad. Not having Su Yin left him with a lingering sense of regret. The woman coldly regarded Wang Haodong and uttered 3 words. And then what? He froze, realizing that once he discarded Su Yin, what else was there? The woman gazed at him with disappointment, regarding him as a useless individual, unable to rise above his circumstances, and thus deserving of his downfall. Have you forgotten someone? Your infatuated cousin. Do you think he would willingly step in as a rebound? The woman's words sent a chill down Wang Haodong's spine, as he had been so consumed with thoughts of revenge against Su Yin that he had overlooked Han Dong's existence. Given Han Dong's obsession with Su Yin, regardless of her fate, he would love her unconditionally. Think more critically in the future. Are you avenging me with this? Fool! You are merely facilitating the connection between Han Dong and Su Yin, the woman exclaimed, smashing a teacup on the table, causing tea to splatter across the floor. Wang Haodong, startled, bowed his head in silence, enduring the woman's furious tirade. The woman behind her remained as unobtrusive as air, biting her lip in feigned ignorance, her eyes reflecting fear as she recoiled from the wrath of the woman on the sofa. Call Zhou Baiong, the woman commanded, and after venting her frustration, she abruptly coughed several times, gradually regaining her composure. Wang Haodong dared not to delay and promptly retrieved his mobile phone, dialing Zhou Buyong's number. Have you uncovered the identity of that enigmatic individual? Zhou Buyong's weary voice echoed through the line. These past few days had felt like an eternity for him. He had ventured forth with a staggering sum of 1,200 billion, 500 billion of which was invested in Blue Ocean Company, while the remaining 700 billion was earmarked for an aggressive acquisition of Blue Ocean shares. Unexpectedly, a formidable rival had emerged, leaving him unable to return home. Should he return in such a disheartened state, how would his family perceive him? Not only had he failed to turn a profit, but he also faced a loss of 250 billion. The mere thought of that figure made Zhou Buyong's skin twitch. A woman took the phone from Wang Haodong and activated the speaker mode. I suspect one individual, she stated. Zhou Buyong straightened his posture, sensing a flicker of hope. Who? Jiang Tianchen, the woman replied after a brief silence. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Zhou Buyong dismissed vehemently. He could conceive of anyone else, but not Jiang Tianchen. Both Wang Haodong and the woman behind the sofa shared his disbelief. It was inconceivable that Jiang Tianchen possessed such wealth. Before Zhou Buyong could interject, the woman continued with her conjecture. Lu Xinxin, the president of Jiang Investment Company, served as his assistant for 4 years, and you must be familiar with the financial director, Lin Xiang. It was undeniable that the Wang family's intelligence network was formidable. They had discerned some of Jiang Tianchen's maneuvers through subtle clues. That's even less likely. Jiang Investment has injected 100 billion. Where would he acquire such funds? Zhou Buyong retorted. He established a new travel company with an investment of 100 billion. And his shares in Shandong have yet to be sold, not to mention the Fangtian Semiconductor Company. Zhou Buyong remained unconvinced, pondering that with this acquisition, Jiang Tianchen would amass nearly 3,000 billion. Impossible. The entire Zhou family's domestic assets amount to only 7 or 8,000 billion. He would not be swayed into believing it could be Jiang Tianchen. Lin Xiang should have been introduced to Lu Xinxin by him. The reason Lu Xinxin is the president of Jiang Investment could be due to a shareholder from Wuxing Company valuing her capabilities during their IPO. Some shareholders of Wuxing hold minimal shares, but that doesn't imply they lack wealth. Zhou Buyong is aware that 5 of them hail from prestigious families. There's no point in further discussion. Whether it's him or not, we will find out. The woman refrained from arguing with Zhou Buyong. Facts spoke louder than words. Even if Zhou Buyong harbored doubts, he acquiesced to her plan. What do you intend to do? The woman did not disclose her strategy, but instead inquired with a smile. I've heard you haven't fiancé? No. Do not entertain thoughts of Chu Yuma. Zhou Buyong seemed to grasp the implication behind her words and outright rejected her suggestion. Huh. Is Zhou Xiao lacking in confidence? Or are you afraid Jiang Tianchen might steal your woman? Her retort darkened Zhou Buyong's expression, veins bulging on his arms. I said no, and I mean it. Chu Yuma is my Achilles heel. I will not permit her to be touched by anyone. A fine love for beauty. Forsaking the kingdom, the woman scoffed, issuing a languid threat. Zhou, you must understand, the Zhou and Wang families have reached a comprehensive cooperation agreement. We rise and fall together. I now require Chu Yuma to approach Jiang Tianchen, and if you refuse, I can only discuss this matter with your father. Zhou Buyong suppressed his anger. Recognizing the woman's seriousness, she was a madwoman, completely unconcerned with consequences. He closed his eyes, revealing a pained expression, ultimately choosing the path of the Zhou family's heir. Yet, the thought of Chu Yuma being near Jiang Tianchen caused his forehead to throb, feeling as if he were throwing a meat bun to a dog, with no chance of return. When? Zhou Buyong chose to compromise. Within 3 days. 3 days? His fists clenched, realizing he was given no time to prepare. He ended the call, hurling the phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Hearing the sound of the crash, a subordinate glanced into the room, swiftly delivering a new phone to Zhou Buyong's desk. Zhou Buyong dialed another number, and an alluring yet slightly cold voice answered. Speak. It felt as if uttering an additional word would be superfluous. Cease all work and return home for a while. No interest. Seemingly disliking the idea of being with Zhou Buyang. Stay by Jiang Tianchen's side and accomplish a task for me. Upon finishing, Zhou Buyang's face twitched, overwhelmed by a wave of humiliation. The other end remained silent until Zhou Buyang's patience wore thin, prompting a retort. You don't mind? Zhou Buyang's face flushed red. To ask his fiancée to approach another man was intolerable for any man. The family requires it. You should understand not to cross my boundaries. Zhou Buyang warned, unwilling to don the mantle of a cuckold. Find someone else. I refuse. Chu Yumao, comprehending his implication, promptly hung up. Wang Haodong did not linger at the estate for long. The roar of his sports car echoed as it gradually faded into the distance. The woman stood by the window, watching the car's taillights disappear, remaining motionless like a statue. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. I have already arranged a new identity for you. Report to Wuxing tomorrow, and keep a close watch on him. The woman understood that Wang Haodong was eager to win over Su Yan. The woman behind the sofa's eyes brightened at this news. She would finally be free from this place, which had been unbearable. All right, cousin. I will closely monitor Haodong and ensure he does not disrupt your plans. She yearned to leave this location, avoiding Jiang Tianchen, who was notoriously difficult to deal with. The woman harbored a lingering feeling that Jiang Tianchen might be onto something. Very well, cousin. I will go nowhere else but keep my eyes on Wang Haodong. The woman turned, her eyes devoid of warmth. Remember, you are 10. If your true identity is ever revealed, do not blame me for your misfortune. I will remember. I am 10 from Beizhou province. The woman ceased speaking, quietly observing the streetlights outside the balcony, her gaze distant, lost in thought. 10 regarded the woman's profile, her hand resting on the sofa, her expression one of hesitation. Speak. The woman's command was succinct. Cousin, are you not concerned that Su Yan will completely sever ties with Jiang Tianchen? From the earlier conversation, she had gleaned that they were arranging for the woman named Chu Yumao to approach Jiang Tianchen. If the two were to part ways, wouldn't this indicate a definitive separation? You do not understand Su Yan. If we do not act this way, she will undoubtedly sever all ties. 10 appeared perplexed, struggling to grasp this logic. The woman seemed to forget to clarify, as if lost in her own thoughts. Su Yan, you have changed. I recall you once said that the most beautiful things should be reserved for the day of marriage. You unhesitatingly rejected Haodong, surprising me greatly. I wonder how you will feel when you discover the truth about him being a sea king. I eagerly anticipate your expression, my dear friend. The woman's teeth clicked together, a sinister smile creeping across her face. While she spoke to herself, 10 had already made her escape. Su Yan had spent the night at Jiang Yuqin's place, and the two arrived at the company early in the morning. In the company lobby, they encountered Han Dong. Good morning, Han Dong. Su Yan greeted with a smile, and amidst Jiang Yuqin's puzzled gaze, the two ascended in the elevator. Han Dong paused momentarily, staring in astonishment at the closing elevator doors. As the elevator ascended, Jiang Yuqin nudged Su Yan's arm. Just a moment ago, she had barely managed to avoid them. Yet today, she took the initiative to greet him. Su Yan was momentarily taken aback. Her earlier action had been instinctive. It was quite normal to acknowledge an acquaintance. Was it not? Jiang Yuqin scrutinized Su Yan with a few more glances but refrained from commenting. Upon reaching the 10th floor, they exited the elevator, coinciding with Jiang Tianchen's arrival from the adjacent elevator. He nodded at the two of them and proceeded towards his office. Su Yan and Jiang Yuqin exchanged a glance, wondering if he had overheard their conversation. Su Yan maintained her composure as she entered her office, while Jiang Yuqin observed Su Yan's back, noting that she had shown no signs of anxiety or concern about Jiang Tianchen's potential misunderstandings. This situation was becoming rather precarious. Chapter 65. Home invaded, returned swiftly. Jiang Tianchen sat in his office, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. He had overheard their conversation moments ago, and to this day, Su Yan still failed to comprehend him. Did he truly come across as someone who preferred to greet acquaintances? At that moment, Jiang Tianchen felt an impulsive desire to hire someone to provoke Su Yan, allowing her to experience what it was like to lack a sense of boundaries. This was merely a fleeting impulse. In a month's time, he would be leaving this place. Regarding the matter of traditional medicine, Su Yan had not wronged him, and his previous aspirations had been fulfilled. As for the situation surrounding her and Han Dong's IVF endeavors, Jiang Tianchen was disinclined to intervene any further. They had already broken up. Whether they were to marry or not was of no consequence to him. As the end of the workday approached, Su Yan finally completed the backlog of documents that had accumulated over the past few days. She rested her hands on her forehead, finally having the opportunity to contemplate her situation with Jiang Tianchen. Men required appeasement, so Su Yin strode into Jiang Tianchen's office. Tianchen, where are you residing now? Shangyun community. He replied without divulging more specific details, unwilling for Su Yin to seek him out. Just as Su Yin was about to suggest they dine together that evening, her phone rang. It was a call from Luo Melling. Su Yin, are you at the office? I just finished my business here. Melling, I'm coming down. Su Yin stood up. Tianchen, she's a high school classmate of mine. I'll head downstairs first. Su Yin emphasized the word female to allay any potential misunderstandings Jiang Tianchen might have. In the company lobby, Luo Melling sat elegantly on the sofa, holding a small bag. Upon seeing Su Yin emerge from the elevator, she approached with a beaming smile and took Su Yin's hand. Today I accompanied my husband to your office for work. Do you have time tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Su Yin feigned annoyance and gently patted her back. Melling, why would you be so formal with me? Seeing Su Yin in good spirits, Luo Melling softly inquired, would you mind if I invited Wang Haodong and Han Dong along? They both work in the same company. Not all. Su Yin hesitated for less than a second before readily agreeing, especially since it was Luo Melling who was extending the invitation. All right, I'll give them a call. The two engaged in light conversation in the lounge as they awaited the end of the workday. Su Yin faced the main entrance when a woman entered. Dressed in a fitted dress, sporting large sunglasses, and carrying a substantial suitcase, she had a fair complexion glistening with beads of sweat. Su Yin was taken aback by the woman's tall stature and beauty, which rivaled her own. Who was she? Who was she here to see? Su Yin did not recognize her. Chu Yumiao pushed her suitcase to the reception desk. Hello, could you please contact General Jiang Tianchen for me? May I ask who you are? The receptionist hesitated, feeling somewhat intimidated by the stunning woman before her. I wish to surprise him. Just tell him I'm an old friend, Chu Yumiao explained with a smile. Understood. The receptionist, at a distance from Su Yin, had no idea what they were discussing, only observing her pick up the phone. Melling, Su Yin, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Han Dong and Wang Haodong arrived almost simultaneously. Han Dong was elated, having not dined with Su Yin for quite some time. Let us go. Luo Melling had already made reservations for dinner, and everyone was present. Su Yin had greeted Jiang Tianchen earlier, knowing he would not return home that evening. As she rose from the sofa, she noticed Jiang Tianchen stepping out of the elevator. She instinctively thought it was unfortunate that he would see her with Han Dong and the others. Realizing Jiang Tianchen had not spotted them and was heading straight for the reception desk, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. However, something felt amiss. Su Yin recalled the beautiful woman at the reception desk. Could she be here to see Jiang Tianchen? As Jiang Tianchen emerged from the elevator, he indeed failed to notice Su Yin and her companions. Who could possibly be looking for him, shrouded in such mystery? Approaching the reception desk, he saw a woman with her back to him. Her silhouette was both familiar and foreign, momentarily evoking a sense of confusion within him. General Jiang, the receptionist, greeted him, and upon hearing the voice, the woman turned around. Aiken, it's been such a long time. Gazing at the smiling woman with tears in her eyes, Jiang Tianchen stood frozen, his mind swirling in disbelief. Sister, the person seeking him was none other than Chu Yumiao, whom he had not seen for nearly 40 years in this life. In his previous life, from the end of high school until his death, they had not crossed paths again. Chu Yumiao looked deeply at the man before her, noting how her once little follower had matured into a formidable man. Aiken, after 6 years, you've become even more handsome. Let me hug you. Chu Yumiao opened her arms and embraced Jiang Tianchen's broad chest. Su Yan, turning to leave the lobby, chanced upon this scene, as Chu Yumiao's voice was not subtle. Aiken, sister, they knew each other. Su Yin managed to control her emotions, pretending she hadn't seen anything, and hurriedly exited. Once outside the lobby, Su Yin sent a message to Jiang Yuqin, requesting information about the woman in the lobby and her relationship with Jiang Tianchen. Upon receiving Su Yan's message, Jiang Yuqin wore an expression of despair, tossing her phone onto the desk. It seems I owe you both for my past life, and now you're taking advantage of me in this one. With no alternative, she resolved to head downstairs for her own happiness. Sister, did you just return from abroad? Jiang Tianchen shook off his shock, his gaze complex. In his past life, the two had no further interactions. Shortly after he married Su Yin, Chu Yumiao had wed Zhou Baian. Subsequently, rumors circulated that their wedding was canceled for unspecified reasons just a day prior. Jiang Tianchen had not even seen her. Chu Yumiao was compelled to leave for abroad once more, never to return. Her appearance at this juncture surely had something to do with Zhou Baian. Jiang Tianchen had not anticipated that the other party would arrange for Chu Yumiao to come. He was bewildered by their intentions. Were they aiming to completely sever his ties with Su Yin, or did they harbor other plans? What alarmed Jiang Tianchen further was that Zhou Baian had actually permitted Chu Yumiao to come. What were they scheming behind the scenes? The relationship between Zhou Baiong and Chu Yumiao had long been established, but had never been formally announced. Chu Yumiao had been dissatisfied with the engagement and had vanished abroad for 6 years. Indeed, it took 2 flights. I haven't slept since last night. Chu Yumiao removed her sunglasses, revealing dark circles under her eyes. Then let me book you a hotel. You should rest for the night. Jiang Tianchen picked up the suitcase and began to walk away. No need for a hotel. I'll stay with you. Tonight, I'll prepare your favorite dishes. Chu Yumiao linked her arm with Jiang Tianchen's, following closely like a little bird, leaving the receptionist in a state of astonishment. General Jiang is seamlessly transitioning. He just broke up with Su Yin, and now he has a new companion. Jiang Yuqin happened to overhear the last sentence from Chu Yumiao, her lips twitching in confusion. What on earth is happening? Moving directly into Jiang Tianchen's residence. Who could possibly be the mastermind behind this? How should I convey this to Su Yin? Will she lose her mind? Jiang Yuqin decided to pay a visit to the surveillance room, obtaining a copy of the front desk footage, leaving Su Yin to grapple with her own troubles. Su Yin, utterly disinterested in her meal, found herself absent-mindedly picking at her food. Despite several toasts from Luo Melling's husband, she remained oblivious. Su Yin, what is the matter? Luo Melling inquired softly under Wang Haodong's discreet signal, just 5 minutes after the meal had been served. Su Yan, are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you should head home early, Han Dong suggested, assuming Su Yin was distressed over Jiang Tianchen's potential misunderstandings. While discreetly nudging Wang Haodong beneath the table. I'm fine, Su Yin forced a smile, clinking glasses with the others. Just as the wine touched her lips, her phone buzzed with a message from Jiang Yuqin. The house has been robbed. Return immediately. Su Yin could no longer remain seated. She placed her glass back on the table. Melling, I'm sorry, but I must leave, she declared, unable to wait for Luo Melling's response. Grabbing her small bag and hurrying out, a sense of urgency evident in her demeanor. Su Yin, take care on the road. The group exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Chapter 66. Do not blame me for making him vanish from this world. Su Yin dashed through several red lights, arriving at her home closely on the heels of Jiang Yuqin. Don't ask, just look for yourself. Jiang Yuqin gestured for Su Yin not to inquire as she entered, directing her attention to the tablet on the table. Su Yin scrutinized the screen, her complexion growing increasingly pallid, particularly upon hearing the last words of Chu Yuma. That woman intends to live with Jiang Tianchen. She had even linked her arm with his, that arm which solely belonged to Su Yin. The most unacceptable aspect for Su Yin was Jiang Tianchen's lack of rejection. Yuqin, what should we do? Su Yan panicked, feeling an overwhelming sense of threat. The way that woman looked at Jiang Tianchen was anything but ordinary. Buzz. Jiang Yuqin's phone chimed with information related to Chu Yuma and Jiang Tianchen. This marked the first time Jiang Yuqin resorted to special measures since leaving the family. Zhu Zhumo, a 27-year-old young lady from the Chu family, had grown up alongside Jiang Tianchen, referring to each other as siblings. 6 years prior, she went abroad for her studies, now overseeing the Chu family's overseas affairs. Jiang Tianchen's maternal grandfather was also Chu Yuma's great-uncle, and he had been raised in the Chu household. Chu Yuma was Jiang Tianchen's childhood sweetheart. Jiang Yuqin clicked her tongue, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Thankfully, there was a 3-year age difference. Tianchen regarded her as an elder sister. Su Yin felt a slight sense of relief upon learning Chu Yuma's age, though Jiang Yuqin remained silent. Wishing to remark that older women bring fortune, she was genuinely concerned that Su Yin would be unable to bear it, losing sleep over the matter. Su Yin verbally expressed her composure, yet within, she remained uncertain. The way Chu Yuma looked at Jiang Tianchen was not that of a sister toward her brother, especially given their complete lack of blood relation. While they speculated, Jiang Tianchen brought Chu Yuma back to his residence. Sister, you rest for a moment. I'll prepare dinner, he offered. Chun, you've learned to cook? She replied, her eyes widening in surprise. Well then, I shall taste your culinary skills later. I'll cook for you tomorrow, Chu Yuma added, astonished to see Jiang Tianchen deftly handling the cooking tools, her heart filled with nostalgia. Ding ding. Chu Yuma had scarcely unpacked her suitcase when her phone rang on the table. Glancing at it, her expression soured. Chun, I need to take this call. She called out toward the kitchen, moving to the glass rooftop to survey her surroundings. Speak. Her tone was curt, and after a moment's silence, a disgruntled voice responded. Chu Yuma, you seem eager to meet your brother Chun so soon. Zhou Baiong, having just learned of Chu Yuma's arrival in Jinhai City, was on the verge of an explosion. Yes, do you have an issue with that? She retorted, her tone dripping with exasperation, leaving him speechless for a good half-minute. Zhu Zhumo, the elongated pronunciation of her name indicated his extreme irritation. Do not forget our agreement. Consider why I have not approached him in 6 years. Chu Yuma's expression shifted dramatically, her voice turning icy. Have I breached any promises? Have I seen, Chun in all these years? You urged me to return, so do not disturb me. Sensing she was about to hang up, he hastily relayed the main matter, explaining the Wang family's plans. Upon hearing Zhou Buyong's words, Chu Yuma's eyes widened in disbelief as she repeated, Zhou Buyong, are you serious? You wanted to pursue Chun? Never had she imagined he harbored such interests. Well then, I shall reluctantly assist you in cultivating a vast expanse of grassland. Listen closely, this is all pretense. Do not blame me for making him disappear from this world. Zhou Buyong's face turned green with anger, directed at both Chu Yuma and the damned Wang family. Chu Yuma's gaze was cold. If you dare touch Chun, I will ensure that the Zhou family and I will not rest until we settle this. With that, she abruptly ended the call, unwilling to let anyone disturb her time with Jiang Tianchen. Bam! Zhou Buyong smashed his phone once more. As the illustrious heir of the Zhou family, he had been facing a string of misfortunes. He found himself constrained on all sides, pressured by the woman from the Wang family in front and the Zhou family's foreign lineage behind. His engagement to Chu Yuma had yet to be formally announced. The two families had an agreement contingent upon him truly becoming the Zhou family heir. This time, the Blue Sea project, which had seemed assured, was now entangled in complications, with the identity of the one reaping the rewards still unclear. Zhou Mo! Zhou Buyong kicked over the coffee table, shouting in frustration. Meanwhile, Chu Yuma returned to her room, continuing to organize the clothes she had brought. In her haste, she had forgotten many items. Jiang Tianchen skillfully prepared 5 dishes and retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. Regardless of Chu Yuma's intentions for coming, he felt inexplicably joyous to see her again. For him, Chu Yuma was not merely a childhood companion, but also a significant source of emotional support throughout his life. Before turning 18, the two most crucial figures in Jiang Tianchen's life were his grandmother and Chu Yuma. Tragically, he lost both of them in the same year, one to death, the other to a departure abroad, vanishing without a trace. Sister, dinner is ready. Jiang Tianchen knocked on the slightly ajar door. Coming, Chu Yuma answered, entering the living room and bending down to take in the aroma of the delicious dishes. Shen, this is quite good. Your skills are impressive. It's nothing. I practiced for 3 years, Jiang Tianchen replied, pouring them both glasses of red wine to celebrate their reunion. Chu Yuma, feeling excessively tired, yawned several times throughout the meal. Sister, you should go shower and rest. I'll clean up the table. Chu Yuma, without any pretense, smiled and returned to her room. At Jiang Yuqin's residence, Su Yin was enduring an agonizing wait, her mind racing with chaotic thoughts. She felt she might go mad, her hands tugging at her hair in frustration. By 10 o'clock that night, unable to bear it any longer, she picked up her phone and dialed Jiang Tianchen's number. Beep beep. With each ring of the phone, Su Yin felt as if she were undergoing torment. Jiang Tianchen had placed his phone on the kitchen counter, where he was washing dishes while wearing long rubber gloves. Upon seeing Su Yin's call, he activated the speakerphone. What is the matter at this late hour? He inquired, placing the clean dishes back in the cupboard, unaware of what Su Yin needed from him. Unable to sleep, I decided to give you a call. The sound of clattering dishes instantly lifted Su Yan's spirits. Chun, I forgot to bring my pajamas. Please fetch a set of yours for me. I'll take a shower first, and you can bring them over afterward. Just as Su Yin was about to speak, she heard a woman's voice on the other end of the line. All right, Jiang Tianchen replied from a distance, hastening his pace as he removed the long rubber gloves. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Su Yin felt a wave of confusion wash over her. That woman was spending the night at Jiang Tianchen's place. What had she just said? That she was going to wear Jiang Tianchen's pajamas and was heading to take a shower first, waiting for him to bring them over? How would he deliver them? Would he just walk in the bathroom? This felt like a blatant attempt to entice Jiang Tianchen. Imagining the scene in her mind, Su Yin was overwhelmed by a sense of anguish. Suddenly, she recalled the time she had taken care of Han Dong. Had Jiang Tianchen felt this way too? But it was different. Han Dong was my childhood friend and my savior. She quickly dismissed the comparison. The two situations could not be equated. After enduring for about 10 minutes, Su Yin finally redialed Jiang Tianchen. How Dong, good morning. The phone rang incessantly, but there was no answer. Why isn't he picking up? After 2 consecutive calls went unanswered, Su Yan's complexion paled, and a troubling thought crossed her mind. What if Jiang Tianchen had left his phone in the room while he was in the adjacent one? Recalling what Chu Yuma had said earlier, that Jiang Tianchen was delivering pajamas to someone, she wondered if something untoward was happening. Just then, as Su Yin spiraled into distress, Jiang Tianchen called her back. Is everything all right? His tone was grave. Instantly, Su Yin felt a surge of relief. it was not as she had imagined. Their brief conversation ended abruptly. Yet she felt no anger. Her mood was quite the opposite. After hanging up, Jiang Tianchen was aware of Su Yan's thoughts. Indeed, he had gone to deliver the pajamas, placing them on the bed before returning. He opened the drawer beneath his bed, retrieved his phone, and entered a password to access a surveillance app. The screen revealed a video of Chu Yuma on the rooftop, cautiously surveying her surroundings, likely checking for cameras. Little did she know, Jiang Tianchen had installed a miniature surveillance device. In this world, few individuals garnered Jiang Tianchen's unwavering trust. Chu Yuma was among them. He didn't believe she would do him harm, yet her sudden appearance piqued his curiosity. Had she truly been summoned by Zhou Baiong? After listening to their conversation, Jiang Tianchen returned the phone to the drawer, his mind swirling with confusion. After 6 years away from the country, was her silence a means of protecting him? He felt the urge to slap himself repeatedly for misjudging her. When Chu Yuma had left without a word years ago, Jiang Tianchen had harbored resentment. Following his grandmother's passing, she had become his only remaining family, and during the years of loneliness and numbness, it was only after meeting Su Yan that his life began to regain color. No wonder the past 6 years had been so tranquil. It turned out Chu Yuma had been silently supporting him from behind the scenes. Before he turned 7, it was his grandfather who cared for him. After 7, it was his beloved grandmother. And at 18, it was Chu Yuma who took on the responsibility of protecting him as per his grandmother's wishes. Jiang Tianchen felt like a scoundrel in his past life. This time, he vowed not to let her suffer the same fate. He resolved to allow Chu Yuma to live the life she desired, free from the influence of others. Thoughts of young Ruoxue crossed his mind. She had harbored feelings for him. Yet why hadn't she ever revealed the truth about their son? And what about Su Yan? She seemed to have some understanding of the situation. Why had no one told him the truth? Were they also under threat? From a Zhou family? Or perhaps the Wang family? As he lay on his bed, contemplating these questions, there was a knock on his door. Chu Yuma, tall and graceful, entered the room clad in loose pajamas. Jiang Tianchen quickly averted his gaze, realizing she was not wearing any undergarments, her alluring figure barely concealed by the fabric. From childhood, he had always viewed Chu Yuma as an older sister, never entertaining any romantic notions. Noticing his gaze, Chu Yuma approached the bed with poise. Shen, you've grown shy. Have you forgotten who used to bathe you? She seemed pleased with his reaction as she leaned in closer. Jiang Tianchen, propped up against the headboard, caught a glimpse of her fair skin peeking from the neckline of her pajamas and instinctively averted his eyes once more, his mind in disarray. He couldn't discern whether Chu Yuma was acting intentionally or merely complying with Zhou Buyang's wishes. She was his family, his elder sister who had cared for him throughout his life. All right, I won't tease you anymore, she said with a smile, sitting beside him, her warmth palpable. I returned this time because I heard about your breakup with your girlfriend. I came back specifically to comfort you. Jiang Tianchen was her only soft spot. She would not allow anyone to harm him, not even the Zhou family or her own Chu family. Tears welled in Jiang Tianchen's eyes as he realized she thought he was oblivious to everything. He lamented his ignorance in his previous life. The call between Chu Yuma and Zhou Baiong had elucidated many matters for him. Her marriage had undoubtedly been a compromise, and the reason behind her concession was none other than him, Jiang Tianchen. Chun, tell me, is there any possibility of reconciliation? Chu Yuma scrutinized his eyes carefully. As long as he was unwilling, she would stand resolutely by his side. Jiang Tianchen fell into contemplation, his mind replaying 30 years of memories like a film. Observing his trance, Chu Yuma's expression shifted to one of complexity as she comprehended his thoughts. In this lifetime, she knew it would be impossible to accompany him. All she wished was for her Chun to be happy. She gently patted his shoulder, smiling as she said, Chun, I know what to do now. Jiang Tianchen, roused from his reverie, realized that Chu Yuma had misunderstood him, given that she had concealed Su Yan's identity as a foster daughter. He would never forgive her in this lifetime. In his previous life, his infertility had led Su Yan to desire a child of her own, which was understandable. She merely provided an egg, and the embryo was carried by another woman. Had that woman not been Han Dong, who had persistently entangled Su Yan, Jiang Tianchen might have accepted it. He could not strip Su Yan of her right to be a mother. What he could never accept was Su Yan's concealment of their child's identity. What had she taken him for? This had always been the root of Jiang Tianchen's discontent, an egregious betrayal that she had kept from him for a lifetime. Were it not for Han Dong's revelation before his demise, he would have remained in the dark until the end. Reflecting on this matter now, Jiang Tianchen felt an agonizing pain in his chest. Sister, there is no possibility for us anymore. You need not concern yourself with this. Chu Yuma appeared unfazed, smiling as she changed the subject, her presence fleeting. She cradled Jiang Tianchen's head, and planted a gentle kiss on his forehead. Get some good sleep. As he watched Chu Yuma's graceful silhouette depart, Jiang Tianchen couldn't help but smile bitterly, recalling how she used to kiss him on the forehead every night before bed when they were children. As the gentle rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, Jiang Tianchen awoke naturally. He made his way to the living room, noticing the door to the adjacent room slightly ajar. Was Chu Yuma up so early? Peering inside, he nearly succumbed to a nosebleed. Chu Yuma's sleeping posture was far from graceful. She lay sprawled across the edge of the bed, her long legs curled together, cascading hair trailing onto the floor, and her nightgown, already loose and low-cut, had 2 buttons undone, revealing an expanse of pristine skin. Jiang Tianchen quietly closed the partially open door, feeling a mix of exasperation and disbelief. How could she be so trusting, leaving the door not only unlocked but also ajar? Choosing not to disturb Chu Yuma, he prepared breakfast in the kitchen and placed it in the warming oven, leaving a note on her door as a gentle reminder. Wang Haodong hummed a tune as he entered the company lobby, unusually early today. He had resolved to seize the opportunity to win over Su Yin before his cousin noticed. This was not merely Han Dong's obsession. It had become his own. He envied Jiang Tianchen, who could effortlessly obtain what others yearned for, and now seemed to dismiss it entirely. The comparison between individuals was truly infuriating. Haodong, good morning, he heard as he sat on the sofa, idly fiddling with his phone. His sweet voice startled him. Chapter 68. Surprised or not? A faint smile graced Wanjiro's face. I work here as the assistant to the human resources manager. Wanjiro was quite pleased with her appearance. Just a day after joining the company, numerous individuals had already sought her contact information. Wang Haodong found this repulsive, as she was merely his assistant. Clearly, his cousin did not trust him at all, assigning someone to keep watch over him. Feeling disgruntled, he shot Wanjiro a glare, resembling a wilted eggplant as he trudged off to the human resources department. Wanjiro followed closely behind, her petite steps exuding elegance and grace. The month-long rigorous training had left her feeling slightly queasy at the memory. After a sleepless night, Chu Yuma finally awoke at 10 in the morning. Without hesitation, she slid out of her robe, revealing her flawless silhouette, and selected a light gray dress from her wardrobe. Upon opening the door and spotting the reminder note, 2 dimples appeared on her exquisite face as she lightly stepped into the kitchen, retrieving the heartfelt breakfast Jiang Tianchen had prepared for her. Ah Chun has truly matured. Such thoughtfulness, she mused, filled with envy for Jiang Tianchen's girlfriend, wishing for such a considerate partner herself. Curiosity nagged at her about why they had broken up. Since moving abroad, she had severed all contact, fully aware of the formidable power of the Zhou family, knowing full well that someone was undoubtedly monitoring her every move. She did not wish to endanger Jiang Tianchen, not even a little. To this day, she remained unaware of who Jiang Tianchen's girlfriend was. Su Yin set down her pen and gently massaged her temples to ease her fatigue. Having served as the president of the 5-star company for 3 years, she had come to deeply appreciate the weight of the position. Previously, she had observed Jiang Tianchen managing documents with ease, yet her own workload seemed never-ending. This was still under the condition of the company's stability, revealing a stark contrast in their capabilities. Glancing at the time, she noted it was nearly noon. Su Yin exited her office and knocked on Jiang Tianchen's door. Come in. The familiar voice brought her an inexplicable sense of comfort. Tianchen, shall we have lunch together in the cafeteria? It had been over 10 days since they shared a meal. You go ahead, I have an appointment. Jiang Tianchen replied without looking up, engrossed in planning for the Tiger Mountain Islands, which comprised 7 islands. He intended to keep one of the smaller islands private, creating a personal sanctuary. Naturally, he would not reside in the Chenhu scenic area after leaving the 5-star company. An appointment? Su Yin instinctively thought of Chu Yuma, biting her lip as she realized Jiang Tianchen was breaking their initial agreement about not dining out during work hours. All right, I'll go with Yuqin first, she conceded, not elaborating further, and closed the door to find Jiang Yuqin. Just then, Jiang Yuqin emerged from her office, one hand clutching her stomach. Let us go eat. I haven't had breakfast, and I'm starving. The two made their way toward the elevator when, serendipitously, the right side elevator arrived at the 10th floor. A woman with a lunchbox stepped out, curiously surveying the office layout. Zhu Mo. Their strides faltered in surprise. They had not anticipated her presence on the 10th floor. Upon noticing the lunchbox in her hand, Su Yin understood Jiang Tianchen's appointment meant someone was delivering him a meal, causing a pang of jealousy within her. Chu Yuma too noticed Su Yin and Jiang Yuqin, her heart fluttering slightly at the sight of the two, who were equally impressive in both appearance and demeanor. Earlier that morning, she had perused the 5-star company profile, noting several beauties, including one named Yang Ruoxue. With a smile, she greeted them. Hello. May I ask which office Jiang Tianchen is in? Jiang Yuqin pointed in the direction. Chu Yuma thanked them and gracefully passed by. Her footsteps light as she approached Jiang Tianchen's office, knocking gently. Ah Chun, your sister has brought you lunch. The sound of her voice faded as the office door closed. Let us go. Why are you still staring? The door is closed, Jiang Yuqin urged, her hunger pressing. No, I can't leave, Su Yin protested, pushing Jiang Yuqin's hand away. I'm Jiang Tianchen's girlfriend. If his sister is here, I cannot just walk away. With determination, she headed for Jiang Tianchen's office. Jiang Yuqin longed to remark on her status as the ex-girlfriend, but chose to avoid confrontation, her own hunger taking precedence as she descended the stairs alone. Arriving at the office door, Su Yin heard laughter from within. Taking a deep breath, she knocked. Guomin. Su Yin pushed the door open, revealing a smile. Tianchen. Who is this? She feigned ignorance of Chu Yuma's identity, playfully inquiring. Jiang Tianchen, picking up a fried egg, casually replied, Chu Yuma, my sister. Sister, hello. I am Su Yin, Tianchen's girlfriend. Su Yin greeted Chu Yuma politely and found a chair to sit. Just as Jiang Tianchen was about to clarify that Chu Yuma was his ex-girlfriend, she interjected, serving him food while casting a curious glance at Su Yin. Ah Chen's girlfriend? Weren't you two broken up? Judging by appearances and demeanor, Chu Yuma was quite pleased with Jiang Tianchen's choice. Sister, that was merely a misunderstanding, Su Yin hurriedly explained, hoping Chu Yuma might persuade Jiang Tianchen on her behalf. Jiang Tianchen regarded Su Yin with a calm gaze, while she looked back at him with hopeful eyes, wishing he would affirm their relationship. However, he wished for her to relinquish any lingering hopes and bluntly stated their current status. Ex-girlfriend, we are now merely colleagues. Su Yin felt a sharp pain in her chest, her complexion paling as she realized Jiang Tianchen was resolute in their breakup. What face did she have left to remain there? Heart aching, she thought about how they had arrived at this juncture, with their wedding date already set. Crack! Su Yin stood abruptly to leave, but Jiang Tianchen received a light slap on the head. Ah Chun, is there some misunderstanding between you two? Zhu Zhu Mo, after playfully smacking Jiang Tianchen, smiled at Su Yin. Su Yin, you haven't eaten yet, right? Come join us. Without further ado, she served Su Yin a bowl of rice and eagerly offered her dishes. Su Yin, I'll add your contact number, so we can keep in touch more often. She said. Sure, sister, Su Yin replied, overjoyed, not expecting things to unfold so smoothly. It was truly a delightful surprise that Chu Yumo felt only sibling affection for Jiang Tianchen. The meal was a joyous gathering for the guests. With the exception of Jiang Tianchen, as Chu Yumo completely misjudged his thoughts from the previous night. Never mind, I'll clarify things with her tonight. Su Yan, I'm leaving. Let's go shopping at the mall later. I've returned in such a rush that there are many things I still need to buy. With the empty food container in hand, Chu Yumo and Su Yin strolled into the elevator, chatting and laughing like longtime friends. Upon reaching the ground floor, they encountered Wang Hao Dong accompanied by a woman. Su Yin, Wang Hao Dong exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of her, and he was equally taken by the woman beside Su Yin. Su Yin turned her gaze toward Wang Hao Dong's companion, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Su, this is my assistant who just started yesterday, Wang Hao Dong hurriedly clarified, anxious to dispel any misunderstandings regarding their relationship. Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Wan Ji Ro. She introduced herself with poise. Su Yin nodded slightly and linked arms with Chu Yumo as they made their way outside. Chu Yumo observed Wang Hao Dong with keen interest, noting his evident attraction to Su Yin. The desire flickering in his eyes, albeit for just a moment, did not escape her notice. Sister, I'll contact you after work. All right. They parted ways at the entrance, and Chu Yumo opened her sunshade, heading towards the company's main door. Suddenly, a message arrived. It was from Zhou Buyang. Su Yin, I've sent you an email. Intrigued about the kind of person Su Yin was, Chu Yumo promptly checked it. Chapter 69, Su Yin, why didn't you come to the sports square? The email contained Su Yin's photo, relevant information, and the reasons for their breakup. A long string of screenshots left Chu Yumo's expression icy. She hadn't anticipated that Jiang Tianchen's girlfriend would be such a person. 3 confessions, very well. Chu Yumo's elongated nails dug into her palm, recklessly injuring her dear Chun. Such a woman was unworthy of his love, and Chu Yumo had no intention of cooperating with Zhou Buyang's plan. She felt the impulse to slap herself. She should have realized that whatever Zhou Buyang did, she ought to do the opposite to best protect Jiang Tianchen. Without hesitation, she discarded the food container into the trash. A fickle woman like that did not deserve to partake in the meal she prepared. If Jiang Tianchen were to see this email, he would undoubtedly be shocked. The screenshots Zhou Buyang sent included numerous posts from Han Dong's alternate account over the past few years, each directed solely at him, invisible to others. As Su Yin reviewed a series of documents, She frequently glanced at the time, contemplating inviting Chu Yu Mo for coffee and shopping after work. She believed that as long as she secured Chu Yu Mo's favor, the chances of Jiang Tianchen breaking up with her would be slim. Knock, knock. Just before the end of the workday, Wang Hao Dong entered. Su Yan, are you free tonight? He produced an invitation from his pocket and handed it to her. It's Rong Ru Yen's concert tonight, your favorite idol. Rong Ru Yen, the most renowned diva in Xia, was under 30, but had been in the industry for 15 years, captivating the entire city. Tonight, she was holding a nationwide tour at the largest sports square in Jinhai. Su Yan's eyes sparkled with interest. She had adored that star since childhood and never missed an album release. Knowing you love her, I pulled some strings to secure VIP seats for you. With a chance to take a photo with your idol, Wang Hao Dong added, knowing full well Rong Ru Yen's significance in Su Yan's heart. He had another ticket in his pocket, and he couldn't let such an opportunity slip away. A photo? Su Yan was increasingly enticed, lamenting that her only regret was never having obtained a signature or photo with Rong Ru Yen. What time? 8 o'clock tonight. All right. Su Yan took the ticket and carefully placed it in her small bag. The office closed at 5. 3 hours would be ample time to shop and enjoy coffee with Chu Yu Mo. With Su Yan's affirmative response, Wang Hao Dong turned to leave, unable to suppress a smile, for he had already prepared for the trending news. Su Yan picked up her phone, successfully arranging to meet Chu Yu Mo, though she sensed a slight change in the latter's tone. At a nearby cafe in the city center, Su Yan arrived early, especially reserving a private room to show her consideration for Chu Yu Mo. 5 minutes passed, then 10, and finally 15 minutes, surpassing their agreed-upon time by a quarter of an hour. Just as Su Yan contemplated making another call, Chu Yu Mo appeared at the door of the room. Seeing her, Su Yan rose warmly to greet her. Sister, please sit. Chu Yu Mo's tone was flat as she coldly replied, Miss Su, please refrain from calling me sister. I'm not worthy of such. Su Yan was taken aback by Chu Yu Mo's frosty demeanor. The warmth that had characterized their earlier conversation had vanished in the afternoon. Sister, is there a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Is it a misunderstanding that Miss Su is not a sentimental woman, eating from one bowl while eyeing another? Chu Yu Mo's eyes glinted with frost, recalling how this fickle woman had wasted 4 years of her dear Chen's life. A sentimental woman? Su Yan stood, eager to clarify. Sister, you must be mistaken. I love only Tianchen. Su Yan bit her lip, her cheeks flushing as she whispered. My relationship with Tianchen has lasted 4 years, and we only just became a couple 2 months ago. Miss Su, could you explain the matter of Wang Hao Dong's confessions? Chu Yu Mo placed her bag heavily on the table, her aura formidable as she regarded Su Yan. Wang Hao Dong is my ex-boyfriend. I did not accept his confession. Aware that Chu Yu Mo knew of her relationship with Wang Hao Dong, Su Yan did not dare to conceal the truth. Miss Su, are you jesting? Do you truly love your boyfriend? 1 confession can be brushed aside, but 3? Is that your definition of love? If you had clearly rejected him, would he have dared to confess 3 times? And yet, he is trending on a live stream. How romantic. By the way, the person who was so eager to greet you earlier in the elevator is him, right? He asked the reason for your breakup. Yet he acts as if nothing has happened. With each of Chu Yu Mo's pointed questions, Su Yan's complexion paled further. She opened her mouth but could not utter a word. Chu Yu Mo was right. Had she directly refused Wang Hao Dong's second confession and warned him with the threat of involving the authorities, a 3rd confession would have been impossible. Without that 3rd confession, she would have never broken up with Jiang Tianchen. It was all a consequence of her own actions. Chu Yu Mo had no intention of letting Su Yan off easily. Ignoring her ashen face, she continued her interrogation. If Wang Hao Dong is your white moonlight, what about Han Dong? For trivial matters, you repeatedly hurt Chun. Is your love for him so cheap? You claim to love Chun. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Oh, I forgot. Han Dong is still your prospective brother-in-law. Are you not afraid of your deceased sister haunting you at night? Chu Yu Mo's words were sharp, leaving Su Yan speechless. It turned out that not only Jiang Tianchen held this opinion, but so did her grandmother. And now Chu Yu Mo shared the same sentiment. Su Yan felt a sudden, searing pain in her chest. She truly was not a virtuous woman, lacking any sense of boundaries. Miss Su, if this is your way of expressing love for Chen, then I regret to inform you that my Chen is beyond your reach. I implore you, do not seek him out again. I cannot bear to see him suffer from the wounds of your affection. After Chu Yu Ma's words, she swiftly left with her bag, leaving Su Yan pale and alone. As the saying goes, 3 people can create a tiger. Su Yan found herself engulfed in confusion. Was she truly so devoid of boundaries? Unwilling to give up, Su Yan randomly entered a dating forum, sharing her story of gratitude towards Han Dong. This platform boasted over 100 million downloads, teeming with online users. She promptly invested 100,000 yuan to secure a prominent position, and her post quickly attracted thousands of views, with replies pouring in almost instantaneously. The consensus was clear: she was a woman lacking boundaries. Such a woman was best kept at a distance, for who knew when she might betray her husband? Suyin deopritli vishtorispant, asserting that she was not that kind of person. Yet before she could type a few words, she silently deleted her draft, as someone else replied. Perhaps this type of woman could remain loyal to her husband, but could the men who approached her be so honest? Could she truly expect them to act with integrity? If they were indeed honorable, would they persistently pursue her? What would she do if offered a drugged drink afterward? Report it or conceal it? Staring at that reply, Su Yin was momentarily stunned. She had never pondered such a question. In her eyes, all the people she knew were good. Did Han Dong or Wang Haodong harbor feelings for her? If what the online user suggested was true, she shuddered to think how she would confront Jiang Tianchen. Fortunately, Jiang Yuqin was always there to accompany her. Without her, Su Yin would have lacked the courage to retain Jiang Tianchen. Just then, as she recalled every incident that had hurt Jiang Tianchen, her phone rang on the table. It was Wang Haodong calling. Su Yan, why didn't you come to the sport plaza? Glancing at the time, she realized it was already 7:50 in the evening. 2 hours had slipped by unawares. Wait, how did Wang Haodong know she hadn't gone? After a moment of contemplation, it dawned on her that he must have bought 2 tickets. Su Yan slapped her self, realizing she should have anticipated that Wang Haodong would attend. If Jiang Tianchen discovered that she was still with Wang Haodong, she could hardly bear to imagine the consequences. Hello, Su Yan, why are you silent? Get lost. Chapter 70. Chen, I want to sleep with you tonight. With every ounce of her strength, Su Yin shouted into her phone, fully aware that Jiang Tianchen intended to break up with her. Yet she repeatedly led him to misunderstandings, as if pouring salt into her wounds. She resolved to draw a clear line with all men except for Jiang Tianchen. She yearned to win him back and be by his side. Get lost. Jiang Tianchen leaned against the headboard, hearing Su Yan's angry retorts directed at Wang Haodong. Even a usually gentle Su Yin could lose her temper. As for how Jiang Tianchen knew, he had placed a listening device on her. Knock, knock. Chu Yuma knocked on the door, still wearing Jiang Tianchen's pajamas after her bath. Whether by design or forgetfulness, she had purchased 7 or 8 bags of clothes but neglected to buy any sleepwear. She tossed a towel at Jiang Tianchen and knelt beside the bed. Chun, help me dry my hair. Leaning forward at a 45-degree angle. The scent of shampoo mingled with Chu Yuma's unique fragrance enveloped Jiang Tianchen. Reluctantly, he took the towel and began to dry her hair with utmost care. This marked the second time in his life he had dried a woman's hair. The first was with Su Yin during a shared bath. Recalling that moment and inhaling Chu Yuma's fragrance caused Jiang Tianchen's mind to drift. Chen, what exactly did you and Su Yin do to draw the Zhou family's scrutiny? Su Yin had a listening device planted on her by the Zhou family. Chu Yuma adjusted herself into a comfortable position, enjoying Jiang Tianchen's service while recounting her evening's events. After scolding Su Yin, she had barely left the cafe when she received an irate call from Zhou Baiong, reprimanding her for not adhering to their agreement. Chu Yuma immediately sensed she was being monitored. She checked herself for any listening devices but found none, indicating that the device must be on Su Yin. No longer concealing the purpose of her visit at Zhou Buyang's behest, she explained that the situation exceeded her expectations, even involving surveillance. She needed to prepare Jiang Tianchen for the potential danger. The Zhou family? What do they want to monitor me for? Is it because I took my rightful shares of Chendong? Jiang Tianchen feigned ignorance while mentioning Lin Xiang's visit to the Zhou family to retrieve shares. 3% of the shares, 3 billion, should not be a problem. Chu Yuma tilted her head, refuting Jiang Tianchen's speculation. Chun, aside from the Zhou family, there must be others involved. From my understanding of Zhou Baiong, he would not have summoned me here without reason. They all know I would never harm you. I suspect they are trying to gather information. It must be said that Chu Yuma was quite astute, piecing together the other party's intentions from the scanned information available. Jiang Tianchen meticulously dried her long, dark hair, quietly listening to Chu Yuma's analysis. His heart remained calm. He was aware that both the Zhou and Wang families harbored suspicions about him, suspecting he was behind the recent acquisition of Blue Ocean shares. Given the might of the Zhou and Wang families, it would be nearly impossible for them not to uncover the existence of Jiutian Investment Company, along with Lu Xinxin and Lin Xiang, making it difficult to keep him from being implicated. Jiang Tianchen could not yet reveal his trump card. His current strength was insufficient to confront the established Zhou and Wang families. As he finished drying her hair, Chu Yuma twisted it into a bun and wrapped it with a towel. Chen, I want to sleep with you tonight. Without waiting for a response, she embraced Jiang Tianchen's head. He nearly had a nosebleed as her soft, ample form pressed against his right cheek. and he quickly pushed her away. Did she truly think he was a child? If they slept together, he might mistakenly think she was Su Yin in a daze at night, and that would be disastrous. Seeing the flustered expression on Jiang Tianchen's face, Chu Yuma burst into laughter. Just teasing you. I'm off to bed now. She planted a kiss on his forehead, her hips swaying enchantingly as she playfully walked out of the room. Jiang Tianchen had a strange sense that Chu Yuma was treating him differently than before. A night of silence passed, and the next morning, Jiang Tianchen encountered Su Yin at the elevator entrance in the company. Good morning. He greeted her with a smile, holding the elevator door for her to enter. Tianchen, it's Starya's birthday tomorrow. Can you accompany me back home? Su Yin had received a call from her mother that morning, urging her to return for her sister's 20th birthday celebration. I cannot attend the family banquet. I have an appointment with Jiang Investment Company tomorrow. Jiang Tianchen observed Su Yin's delicate expression and gently declined. Su Yin forced a smile, saying it was all right. As the elevator doors opened, she quickly stepped out, turning her back to Jiang Tianchen, unable to maintain her composure any longer, leaving 2 trails of tears to fall. Jiang Tianchen treats her like a stranger. Last night, she pondered extensively on how their relationship had deteriorated to this point. Reflecting on Chu Yuming's words, she realized the truth in them. She had been taking advantage of Jiang Tianchen's kindness, depleting his affection time and again. Wang Haodong's confession merely served as the catalyst that led to Jiang Tianchen's utter disillusionment with her. Observing Su Yan's silhouette after over 30 years together, Jiang Tianchen could sense her tears. A string in his heart was tugged, and memories of Su Yan's past life flooded his mind. He believed he could remain indifferent. Yet, his heart ached once more. He had loved too deeply and for too long. Even if he cleansed his heart repeatedly, traces of love would persist. Aware that Su Yin was being eavesdropped upon, Jiang Tianchen deliberately mentioned Jiang Investment Company. Su Yin spent the entire morning in a daze, devoid of any vigor. She had lost her companions and her aspirations, rendering all her efforts and struggles meaningless. Knock, knock. Just as Su Yin was lost in her thoughts, a sound at the door startled her. To her surprise, it was Jiang Tianchen who sought her out. She noticed he held 2 gift boxes. A birthday present for your sister. She felt compelled to address him as brother-in-law. Jiang Tianchen placed a light gray designer handbag, an opulent item worth 300,000, before her. Thank you. A wave of warmth surged within Su Yin. This gift from Jiang Tianchen would help her manage her family. However, her gaze dimmed as she caught sight of the other gift box in Jiang Tianchen's hands, likely intended for Chu Yuming. I brought you one as well. Considered an early birthday gift. Jiang Tianchen placed the white package on her desk without uttering another word and turned to leave the office. Su Yin and her sister shared a fateful bond, born just a day apart. Tianchen bought me a gift too. Su Yin, momentarily stunned, picked up the gift box, feeling as though she had been rejuvenated, shaking off her previous despondency, her eyes once again sparkling with color. In her excitement, she accidentally knocked her phone off the table. There was a reason Jiang Tianchen replaced her bag. The previous handbag had been rigged with a listening device, the work of Wang Yi, who had countless opportunities to do so. As for the listening device Jiang Tianchen had planted, no one could have guessed it was concealed within Su Yan's earrings. Jiang Tianchen was to meet with representatives from Jiang Investment Company tomorrow. In the estate, the woman fell into contemplation after listening to her subordinate's report. Did Jiang Investment Company truly have no connection to Jiang Tianchen? If there were a connection, why complicate matters? It could be resolved with a mere phone call. She was determined to eavesdrop and uncover their conversation. Chapter 71. Sister, hasn't brother-in-law arrived? The next morning, Jiang Tianchen did not go to the company, but headed directly to the Shanghai Club, the agreed meeting place with Jiang Investment Company. On the way, he received a phone call. Mr. Jiang, 2 cars have been following you. The call was from a private investigator hired by Jiang Tianchen, who not only gathered intel for him, but also arranged for bodyguards to provide round-the-clock protection. Do not alert them, Jiang Tianchen instructed, allowing them to follow him undisturbed. In terms of confidentiality, the team he employed was of the highest caliber in the world. Under Jiang Tianchen's deliberate guidance, they successfully gleaned the details of his conversation with Jiang Investment Company. The individuals sent by Lu Xinxin had no prior knowledge of Jiang Tianchen, performing entirely under the guise. Their discussion lasted less than an hour, resulting in a pleasant agreement. Boss, they're acquiring 4% of Chundong shares from Jiang Tianchen. Within the estate, a burly man in a black suit respectfully reported the information they had gathered. Jiang Tianchen has no ties with Jiang. The woman, holding her coffee cup suspended in midair, replayed in her mind all she knew. Boss, Our investigations indicate that Jiang Tianchen cannot possibly possess over 300 billion in assets in the short term. The Six Seas tourism company he founded, with an investment of 100 billion, presumably stems from an 80 billion inheritance left by his grandmother. If not him, then who could it be? The woman was puzzled, trying to discern who had intercepted their blue ocean shares. The man seemed to have more to say, yet he refrained from speaking, fearing to disturb her thoughts. Speak. The woman, sensing the man's hesitation, commanded coldly. Boss, could it possibly be the Zhou family? The man voiced his suspicions, noting that only the Zhou family had the capacity to absorb such a large quantity of blue ocean shares. The Zhou family? The woman shook her head. She had considered them, as only the Wang and Zhou families were privy to this matter. Over 1,000 billion is no trifling sum. The Wang family had consistently monitored the Zhou family's asset movements. Whether overseas or domestically, there have been no significant monetary transactions from the Zhou family. Noticing the woman's prolonged silence, the secretary leaned in to whisper, Boss, are you attending the auction tonight? Yes. Simultaneously, Zhou Biang was on the phone with Zhou Zhengyong, discussing the same topic concerning blue ocean shares. Zhou Biang also harbored doubts about whether the Wang family was secretly involved. It's not the Wang family. Zhou Zhengyong dismissed Zhou Biang's speculation, asserting that this collaboration was spearheaded by the Wang family. They had no need to resort to such measures. If they truly wished to monopolize, they wouldn't have involved the Zhou family in the investment, as the Wang family had the means to acquire blue ocean shares independently. Dad, do you believe it could be Jiang Tianchen? Impossible. Zhou Zhengyong firmly denied, asserting that the total assets of their branch of the Zhou family barely exceeded 800 billion. He would never believe Jiang Tianchen possessed over 300 billion in assets, not counting the 4% stake in Shandong. Then who could it be? Zhou Biang sat down dejectedly, realizing the other party had operated discreetly, acquiring blue ocean shares in just a few days. He had arranged for inquiries, discovering that the other party had reached an agreement regarding the shares, and that the news of the transfer was to remain undisclosed for 3 days. It was precisely this confidentiality agreement that left both the Zhou and Wang families waiting for the share prices to drop, causing them to miss the opportunity to acquire blue ocean shares. Dad, let Yemen go. One troubling matter after another had surfaced. Zhou Biang had never experienced such a harrowing period. He was acutely aware of Chu Yuming's feelings for Jiang Tianchen, perhaps even more than Jiang Tianchen himself. To protect Jiang Tianchen, she was willing to sacrifice herself. Alone in a room with her, Zhou Biang truly feared the possibility of being betrayed. Zhou Xingyong fell silent for a few seconds before speaking slowly. You decide for yourself. Zhou Juanhao is waiting for you to make a mistake. The Zhou family was divided into 2 major factions. Zhou Biang's grandfather and his brother each managed domestic and foreign affairs, with assets of equal standing. The third-generation leaders of the 2 branches were Zhou Biang and Zhou Juanhao. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, one of them would undoubtedly inherit the Zhou family. Upon hearing Zhou Xingyong's words, Zhou Biang fell silent, realizing he was on the brink of inheriting the family fortune, only to risk losing it all. He still needed the Wang family as a formidable ally, yet their demands were difficult for him to refuse. To control the Zhou family was his obsession. The thrill of power made him willing to sacrifice everything. Don't forget to attend the auction tonight. I've heard there are some appealing plots of land. Zhou Xingyong reminded him before hanging up. The auction? Zhou Biang had indeed forgotten about this matter, as the Zhou family's business was not in Tianqing City, and he held no interest in those plots of land. However, it seems that the Wang family is quite eager to acquire something, seeking to join the fray during this idle time. As Jiang Tianchen emerged from the cafe, he received a call from Wu Xian. Mr. Jiang, are you free tonight? Tonight? Jiang Tianchen hesitated. He indeed had pressing matters to attend to that evening, a significant affair at hand. Sensing his reluctance to decline, Wu Xian added, There's an auction tonight. All right, I shall come to your office, Jiang Tianchen replied with a smile, knowing full well that he was to attend the auction, where those parcels of land would be up for bid, with the sole aim of making the Wang family part with some of their wealth. Good. I will await your arrival. Wu Xian rejoiced upon hearing Jiang Tianchen's agreement. Wu Xian also came across Jiang Tianchen's social media post, learning of his recent breakup with his girlfriend, which stirred her thoughts in a flurry. Ever since meeting Jiang Tianchen, his image had frequently invaded her mind. Much to her dismay, it was unexpected for the esteemed president of Tianyu to experience such pangs of longing. Previously, when Jiang Tianchen had a girlfriend, she had refrained from pursuing him, as she was not the type to resort to unscrupulous means. He was the first man to stir her heart, and now that he was single, Wu Xian did not wish to miss her chance. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yin drove to the Su residence, where a multitude of luxury vehicles filled the driveway. Miss, has the young master not returned? The butler inquired, greeting the arriving guests. Uncle. He had a client meeting this afternoon. Upon seeing Su Yan's car approach, the butler's eyes reflected a sense of pity. Su Yan had grown up in the Su residence under the watchful eye of the elder Su, and the news of the couple's breakup had spread widely. Jiang Tianchen's absence from the birthday celebration spoke volumes, confirming the finality of their separation. What a pity, the butler sighed, lamenting the Su family's missed opportunity for such a son-in-law. At the entrance of the villa stood Su Xingya, resplendent in her elegant pink dress that accentuated her graceful figure, signaling her blossoming into womanhood. A few well-dressed young men lingered nearby, occasionally casting glances her way, while a group of equally striking young women chattered animatedly in her ear. All of them her close friends. Yet, Su Xingya appeared somewhat distracted, scanning the area as if searching for someone. Upon spotting Su Yan's car, she hurried over, a smile lighting up her face. "Sister, happy birthday." Su Yan greeted as she opened the car door, carrying two beautifully wrapped gifts. "Sister, did brother-in-law not come?" Su Xingya peered through the window, searching for Jiang Tianchen, but found no trace of him. Disappointment washed over her. It seemed Jiang Tianchen truly had parted ways with her sister. He had prior commitments and could not attend, but he sent a gift for you, Su Yan replied, somewhat surprised by her sister's apparent eagerness for Jiang Tianchen's presence, given her previous disdain for him. She handed over the light gray handbag that Jiang Tianchen had purchased, along with her own gift. "Is this really a gift from brother-in-law? Sister, you two have not broken up?" Su Xingya's eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing the handbag, indicating there might still be hope for reconciliation. "Come on, the banquet is about to start," Su Yan urged, wishing to steer clear of such topics as they made their way to the living room. Su Dongming and his wife warmly welcomed the guests, with over 100 tables set for the occasion. The grandiosity of the event was due to Su Dongming's intent to secure a promising match for Su Xingya. The Su family, a prominent clan in Jinhai City, had numerous suitors eager to ally with them. As the focal point of the evening, Su Xingya, accompanied by her father, was surrounded by a throng of acquaintances numbering in the dozens. A glance at her beauty revealed that she was indeed a rare gem. And with the Su family as her backing, many young men vied for the opportunity to become their son-in-law. Understanding her parents' expectations, Su Xingya instinctively began to compare the young men with Jiang Tianchen. The contrast was striking. She realized just how exceptional Jiang Tianchen truly was. Previously, she had only followed her mother's advice, leading to a misunderstanding of Jiang Tianchen's character. At this moment, she felt a newfound admiration for her sister, who had dared to defy parental wishes and reject the notion of a family-arranged marriage. According to her parents' intentions, it was likely that one of these young men would be her future husband, yet none of them captivated her heart, not even those she had grown up with. Wealth emboldens one's spirit. Su Xingya had never considered this before. However, after witnessing Jiang Tianchen's success, which had yielded a fortune of 100 million, she increasingly aspired to follow in Su Yan's footsteps and seek a partner of her own choosing. If her sister could do so, why could she not? As she observed the bustling banquet, her resolve only strengthened. The evening's festivities unfolded splendidly, with Su Dongming and his wife graciously bidding farewell to their guests. The entire family gathered at the elder Su's residence, sharing laughter and joy. "Uncle Li, please take a family photo for us," Su Zixuan requested as he admired the warm ambience. "Indeed," he replied, and Su's mother, particularly delighted to reconnect with old friends, expressed her joy at the gathering, especially as several young men from families of equal standing showed interest in her daughter. "This is a rare occasion for the family to unite," Su Dongming chimed in. His countenance brightened after enduring weeks of frustration over the Blue Ocean investment debacle, which cost the Su family over 200 billion in just over a month. Not only did they not profit, but they also owed the Wang family 100 billion, a debt that, despite being interest-free, still had to be repaid. Glancing at Su Yan, who appeared troubled, he contemplated his next move. Su Yan, wishing to maintain a cheerful atmosphere, forced a smile, yet her heart sank. Her parents continued to regard Jiang Tianchen as an outsider. The elder Su remained calm, fully aware of the couple's breakup, yet refraining from discussing it with Su Yan, which only deepened her sorrow. Even her grandmother did not harbor hope for her and Jiang Tianchen. "What a shame that brother-in-law is not here today," Su Xingya murmured as everyone positioned themselves for the photo. "Why bring him up at such a joyous moment? He has already broken up with your sister." Su's mother shot back, glaring at her daughter, who seemed oblivious to the situation. Unexpectedly, Su Xingya, usually submissive, boldly retorted, refusing to partake in the photo session, marking her first confrontation with her mother. "Don't think I don't know. Brother-in-law's breakup with sister is partly your doing. Are you looking for trouble? How could their breakup possibly be my fault?" Su's mother raised her hand, ready to reprimand Su Xingya, but was intercepted by Su Yan. "Mom, Today is my sister's birthday. Please do not hit her. Su Yin stepped in, gently reassuring Su Xingya. Xingya, the matter between sister and brother-in-law has nothing to do with mom. How can it be unrelated? Sister, are you aware of the Wang family's loan of 100 billion from dad? Su Xingya pressed on. Be quiet. This time, it was Su Dongming who interjected sharply, casting an admonishing glance at Su Xingya. How could she possibly know about that? Su Yin was utterly oblivious to this matter. It held no relevance for her. Why did father prevent her younger sister from continuing? Observing her parents' evident agitation, she couldn't help but wonder if they were concealing something from her. Xingya, speak, commanded the usually reticent matriarch, her expression grave as she scrutinized the assembly. With her grandmother's support, Su Xingya felt a surge of elation, for she had achieved half of her objective. Sister, Wang Haodong is nothing but a scoundrel. Mother and Zhu Fengxia are deliberately staging a performance for your benefit. This is in accordance with the Wang family stipulation for 100 billion interest-free loan, which I inadvertently overheard during a phone call with mother. Buzz. Su Yin collapsed onto the floor, her mind a cacophony of confusion. What did Wang Haodong's character have to do with her? Why did her chest feel as though it were being crushed by a boulder, rendering her breathless? Thwack! Su Yin delivered a stinging slap to her own face, filled with self-loathing. Despite her deep affection for Jiang Tianchen, why was she still swayed by Wang Haodong? With tear-streaked eyes, she glared at the two figures before her, her so-called parents. Why? Under the piercing gaze filled with her daughter's resentment, Su Dongming's eyes flickered momentarily. I was unaware of this matter. Your mother only informed me afterward. Had I known this was a condition set by the Wang family, I would never have sought their loan. Su Dongming spoke the truth, albeit tacitly endorsing his wife's actions afterward. Su Zixuan opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. This exceeded his comprehension. Was this truly how his parents treated his elder sister? What do you mean, why? Su Yin, can you blame us for this? What is wrong with me helping them put on a show? In the end, it all comes down to your own issues. A fly does not alight upon an unbroken egg. Whether you break up or not, mother will find you a suitable match. Su mother spoke nonchalantly, eager for the two to part ways. Not only would it facilitate their separation, but it would also secure 100 billion in loans, saving her a fortune in interest. Su Yan's complexion paled further. Her mother was not wrong. A fly indeed does not alight upon an unbroken egg. She was truly not a virtuous woman. She was unworthy of Jiang Tianchen's kindness, having sullied their pure love. Very well, very well. The matriarch observed her son and daughter-in-law with a cold demeanor. She had not anticipated this turn of events. Alas, the fortunes of the younger generations are their own to bear. I am weary. Her expression reflected both despair for her son and disappointment in Su Yin. The old matriarch appeared to age 10 years in an instant, her back hunching lower as she turned to leave, desolate. Before she had taken more than a few steps, she was halted by Su Xingya's voice. Grandmother, I wish to speak with you. Chapter 73. Grandmother, I would like to withdraw my dowry in advance. Xingya, what is it that you wish to discuss with your grandmother? Su Xingya's earlier demeanor had brought some comfort to the old matriarch. Gathering her courage, Su Xingya cast a timid glance at her parents and declared, Grandmother, I wish to withdraw my dowry in advance. The old matriarch was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected Su Xingya to bring this up. Before she could respond, Su Dongming's furious voice erupted. Xingya, do you even comprehend what you're saying? The Su family is in dire straits. We cannot afford such extravagance. Su Yin observed their expressions, not to mention 100 billion. They would likely refuse even a mere million. Su mother chimed in, admonishing Su Xingya not to create further turmoil. She had no desire for her youngest daughter to tread the same path as her elder sister, as she still harbored hopes for a marriage alliance with another family. Silence. The old matriarch interjected with a disdainful huff, her desire to avoid her son and daughter-in-law evident as she turned to Su Xingya with a gentler gaze. Xingya, do tell your grandmother why you wish to do this. The old matriarch was genuinely curious about Su Xingya's intentions. As a sophomore, her capabilities were far inferior to Su Yan's. She wondered what she intended to do with such a sum of money. Grandmother, I wish to follow my brother-in-law in investing. In the coming month, Tianyu Company will be financing the construction of Longyu Town, and I want to enjoy the good life alongside my brother-in-law. Su Xingya was acutely aware of her limitations, knowing she must cling to Jiang Tianchen's substantial support. She had casually earned 1 billion last time. This time, she aimed for even more. Tianyu financing? Su Yin, is this matter entirely credible? Before Su Yin could reply, Su Zixuan interjected, seeking to assert his presence. Grandmother, Jiang Tianchen mentioned it last time. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a swift slap from his sister, a reminder of their familial hierarchy. Su Zixuan, is that what you call him? You ought to refer to him as brother-in-law. Su Sixuan felt speechless, pondering why he was addressed by his name when he was still her brother. Resigned, he accepted that he had been subjected to such treatment since childhood. At this moment, Su Yin regained her composure. It was indeed Tianchen who had mentioned it, even advising father against investing in Blue Ocean Holdings, suggesting they await Tianyu's financing. Su Dongming's complexion darkened, a deep crimson hue adorning his face. This implied he was less capable than Jiang Tianchen, having squandered over 200 billion in vain. Good intentions cannot save the foolish. The old matriarch felt utterly disillusioned with her son. At this rate, it seemed that before her demise, the Su family would already be in ruins. The old matriarch stood with her eyes closed for a considerable time before finally opening her clouded gaze, directing it toward the steward. Dongin, fetch the transfer agreement from my study. The old matriarch's study was a sanctuary accessible only to her and the steward. Not even Su Dongming was permitted entry. Su Xingya squinted slightly. It appeared that her grandmother was inclined to acquiesce to her request. Meanwhile, Su Dongming grew frantic. If another 100 billion was allocated, it would spell disaster for the operations of the Su company. Mother, Xingya is still young. This is all just play. Why do you indulge her? Play? The old matriarch fixed Su Dongming with a frosty glare. You still cannot discern your own capabilities? 300 billion can be squandered at will? Mother, this time was an accident. Even the officials did not foresee it. The Su family could have profited over 100 billion. What could Su Dongming do? This loss was not solely his family's burden. Other prominent families suffered similarly. An accident? The old matriarch scoffed. Why did Tianchen and Su Yin not invest then? That is called foresight, indicating that the risks outweighed the potential gains. Some projects may promise significant profits, but they are not worth the gamble. Su Dongming fell silent, his expression still filled with resentment. He stubbornly believed it was merely an accident. Su Yin wholeheartedly agreed with her grandmother's sentiments. Jiang Tianchen had articulated similar thoughts. Investing in Blue Ocean for profit was indeed more lucrative than Tianyu, but the risks associated with Tianyu financing were nearly negligible. Nestled adjacent to Tianjin City, its development over the coming years would yield profits far exceeding bank interest. Amidst the heated debate, the steward entered with a folder. The Su family members proceeded into the conference room. The previous loan of 100 billion to Su Yin had coincided perfectly with a 5-star listing. Xingya, your grandmother shall grant you 150 billion as your dowry. Su Xingya sprang to her feet in excitement, exclaiming, "Thank you, grandmother." She had anticipated receiving a sum akin to her sister's. The old matriarch, having disregarded her son and daughter-in-law, turned to Su Yin. Su Yan, you want to resent your grandmother for showing favoritism, will you? Not all. I wholeheartedly agree. Su Yin had no objections to her sister receiving a larger dowry. Her response pleased the old matriarch immensely, prompting her to address Su Zixuan next. Zixuan, what about you? Su Zixuan was taken aback. He had not expected his grandmother to inquire about him. Previously, he and Su Xingya had been mere shadows, with all discussions directed at Su Xingya. Stumped, he glanced at Su Xingya and then at their parents. Grandmother, I have no objections. Su Dongming's face turned a shade of deep anger. He had not anticipated not only 100 billion, but an amount far exceeding his expectations. Once the three siblings expressed their consensus, Grandma Su firmly established the decision. The matriarch of the Su family, Mrs. Su, proceeded to sign and stamp the asset transfer documents, subsequently handing them to Su Xingya. Xingya, the path ahead is yours to forge. Your grandmother hopes you will create a prestigious family of your own, rather than merely aspiring to marry into one. The mindset of the entrepreneurial generation diverges significantly from others. After finalizing these matters, Mrs. Su turned her attention to Su Dongming. You must hasten to liquidate cash. Ensure that within a week, you provide Xingya with 150 billion. Should you fail to do so, I will assist you in liquidating certain assets. The decline of the Su family was irreversibly set in motion, and Mrs. Su had arranged matters for her children, vowing to disengage from the family business. Understood, mother. Su Dongming replied, fully aware of his mother's temperament. There was no room for negotiation. He stifled his wife's interjections, responding with a hint of resentment. Unfazed by her son and daughter-in-law's irritation, Mrs. Su completed her arrangements for Su Xingya and beckoned Su Zixuan with a wave of her finger. Grandma? Su Zixuan scampered over, uncertain of what his grandmother required of him. And you? Me? What is it? Su Zixuan appeared bewildered, struggling to grasp his grandmother's intent. Su Xingya, exasperative, could only shake her head at her dim-witted brother, offering a gentle nudge. Grandma is asking if you wish to receive a dowry, or rather, a bride price. Really? I can have that too? Su Zixuan's eyes sparkled with excitement at this unexpected boon. Mother, Su Dongming could no longer contain himself. While it was one matter for their daughter to receive a dowry, he found it absurd that it should extend to his son. Everything we possess in the future will belong to Zixuan. Faced with his father's fury, Su Zixuan fell silent, retreating into the background. Mrs. Su seemed oblivious to her son's ire. Addressing Zixuan, "You must think carefully. Your father speaks the truth. All that your father and I possess will ultimately belong to you alone." At this juncture, Mrs. Su's tone shifted dramatically. "However, given your father's investment acumen, who knows how much will remain by then? Mother, do you truly regard your son so poorly? Am I really that incompetent?" The relentless barbs ignited Su Dongming's fury. Having presided over the Su family for 2 decades without apparent error, he felt the family had always operated smoothly. Observing her son's outburst, Mrs. Su sighed deeply. Initially hoping to grant him a dignified exit, she retrieved a document from her folder and instructed the housekeeper to present it to Su Dongming. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Su Dongming. It seemed unlikely to bode well. As he perused the document, his expression turned ashen, his vitality seemingly drained. What could elicit such a reaction from Su Dongming? The others looked on with curiosity, moving closer to inspect. Chapter 74 unveiled the wolf's fangs. It was a list of embezzlers within the Su group and its subsidiaries stretching back a decade, with the most recent transgressions occurring just a month prior. The total embezzled funds amounted to no less than 50 billion. These parasites have pilfered 50 billion from the Su family. Su Dongming is his lips trembling as he gazed at Mrs. Su in bewilderment. "If you knew all along, why did you not take action?" Mrs. Su appeared to read his thoughts, a weary expression settling on her aged face. "Are you all wondering why I haven't dealt with them? Do you think replacing them with another set of professional managers would resolve the issue? I've endured this much even while alive. Imagine what will transpire in my absence." With her cane in hand, Mrs. Su, assisted by the housekeeper, exited the conference room, leaving the others in stunned silence. Faced with the shocking accounts, Su Yin was taken aback by the severity of the embezzlement. No wonder Grandma had been adamant about avoiding professional managers. Such collusion was nearly impossible to guard against. And this was merely the list of discovered offenders. There must be many more yet to be uncovered. Su Zixuan broke into a cold sweat, glancing at Su Dongming, regretting his decision not to ask for the bride price. His father seemed overwhelmed. In less than a decade, so much had been siphoned away. Fortunately, with Grandma at the helm, recouping the funds should be straightforward. "All right, disperse." Su's mother regarded her husband with a complex expression, her first moment of doubt regarding the efficacy of employing professional managers. While she held no affection for her mother-in-law, she could not deny the latter's capabilities. Compared to her husband, the gap was significant. Now that her mother-in-law had completely stepped back from the company, she harbored uncertainties about whether her husband could manage the professional managers effectively. Jiang Tianchen arrived in Tianjin City by 5 in the afternoon, where Wu Xian awaited him eagerly. Dressed in a blue dress, paired with a white casual sweatshirt, and sporting a bun adorned with a blue headband, she exuded a mature elegance. "Tianchen, I'll ride with you. Let us dine at Guyue Hotel first." Having made a special effort to dress up, Wu Xian settled into the passenger seat, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. The scent of lavender mingled with her unique body fragrance, prompting Jiang Tianchen to inhale deeply. The way she addressed him felt somewhat unfamiliar. Jiang Tianchen activated the navigation system, and within minutes, they arrived at the Guyue restaurant. Upon entering, he paused, taken aback by the decor, the rows of private booths, blooming peach blossoms, and vases of roses on each table, with a spiral staircase leading to the 3rd floor. This establishment catered to couples, with pairs of lovers dining throughout. "Tianchen, our booth is on the 3rd floor." Wu Xian, seemingly oblivious to the ambience, led him upstairs. Jiang Tianchen followed, puzzled as to why she had chosen such a place for their meal. Glancing down at the staircase, he noticed Wu Xian's delicate sandals, her calves adorned with red ribbons. A tiny bell jingling softly with her movements. Her fair legs captivated him, a thought that crossed his mind. "Sir, miss, here's your private booth." Upon reaching the 3rd floor, a waitress respectfully guided them to their booth. Guests dining on this level were undoubtedly the affluent elite. The booth featured floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic view of the outside. Within moments, 6 dishes were served, all of which Jiang Tianchen relished. A glance at Wu Xian confirmed his suspicion. She must have done her research. "Tianchen, we have time before the auction. Let us savor our meal." Wu Xian remained silent, elegantly lifting her rice bowl to eat. This woman possessed an impressive finesse. Without uttering a word, she conveyed her intentions clearly. In the Guyue couple's restaurant, the dishes he adored were a subtle declaration of Wu Xian's feelings for him. This revelation astonished Jiang Tianchen. They had only met 3 times. and it was rumored that General Wu of Tianyu had never been in a relationship. He feigned ignorance, wishing to avoid rushing into the next chapter of his life. After the meal, Wu Xian produced a document detailing the items up for auction. There were 58 items listed, with 23 being parcels of land. This auction prominently featured real estate. Following the delineation of the subway route, the adjacent land skyrocketed in value. Jiang Tianchen meticulously examined the auction items, unaware that among the 23 parcels, 5 were his own selections, strategically chosen as they bordered the Wang family's properties, land they would covet fiercely. Wang Haodong had persistently harassed Su Yin, attempting to harm her with toxic herbal medicine, underestimating Jiang Tianchen's patience. As the saying goes, the barking dog seldom bites, while the quiet one often strikes. Though the metaphor may be somewhat misplaced, Jiang Tianchen epitomizes this type of individual. The Xinghua Auction House, a state-owned enterprise, is backed by the government of Daxia, making it the largest auction house in the realm. Participants in the bidding are invariably elite billionaires, with the items on sale being of immeasurable value. Possessing assets exceeding 100 million is merely the minimum criterion for entry, and each participant is required to verify their financial standing. However, Jiang Tianchen is exempt from this, as he enters alongside Wu Xian through the VIP passage, which leads to a private box designated for them. Upon entering the auction house, Jiang Tianchen's gaze is immediately drawn to a group of individuals, among whom is a woman shrouded entirely in black attire, advancing amidst the throng. The sight of the cloaked woman elicits a subtle smirk from Jiang Tianchen. Members of the Wang family have arrived. He is already aware of her identity, the covert operator behind the Wang family, who has persistently targeted him. Consequently, Jiang Tianchen resolves to take the initiative. The woman also catches sight of Jiang Tianchen, her steps momentarily faltering before she seamlessly continues forward, eventually entering the box reserved for the Wang family, flanked by her entourage. Once seated, she inquires about the identity of the woman accompanying Jiang Tianchen. Boss. She is Wu Xian, the president of Tianyu Corporation. It was she who extended the invitation to Jiang Tianchen for the auction this morning, and later, they dined together at Guyue Restaurant, a venue favored by couples. We suspect there may be mutual interest. An aide produces a series of photographs showcasing the two entering Guyue Restaurant. Wu Xian from Tianyu? The woman's expression darkens. She had not anticipated that Jiang Tianchen and Wu Xian were acquainted, and their apparent closeness is unsettling. When did they come to know each other? Could it be that Lanhai Corporation is secretly acquiring Tianyu? Just then, a notification pings on the aide's phone. Boss, we just uncovered some information. 2 months prior, Jiang Tianchen rescued Wu Xian's South mother on the road from Shenhu Scenic Area to Tianjin City. A debt of gratitude for saving her mother. Love at first sight. The woman exhales deeply. This revelation makes sense, but she inwardly laments. Jiang Tianchen is gradually slipping from her control. Her plans to bind him to Su Yin are becoming increasingly tenuous. The scale of Tianyu Corporation rivals that of the Wang family, and the power backing the Wu family instills considerable apprehension in her. While the Wang family possesses formidable influence, it cannot be compared to that of the Wu family. One relies on the output of interests, while the other is grounded in kinship. After a prolonged contemplation, the woman begins to orchestrate her subsequent plans. 2 tasks. Covertly investigate Tianyu Corporation's financial records to ascertain any connections to Lanhai Corporation, and send the photographs to Wang Haodong, ensuring that Su Yin inadvertently sees them. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, just as the woman is about to relay further instructions, the auction commences. The first item up for bid is a parcel of land, Jiang Tianchen's inaugural acquisition, which he secured for 880 million. The auction house's opening item and its grand finale are both the finest of the auction treasures. This particular parcel of land is indeed remarkable, situated in the core area designated for new developments in Tianjin City a decade hence. Following the announcement of the subway route, a 10-year planning aerial view of Tianjin City was promptly released. 1 billion. The woman signals to her aide to raise the bidding paddle, making a bold move. She intends to convey to all present that the Wang family is resolutely determined to secure this land, simultaneously intimidating the crowd to dissuade any malicious competition against the Wang family.